Shrouding the Heavens Chapter 622 to Chapter 662. Golden divine light flowed through Yifan's blood, almost boiling. Under the guidance of the Nirvana Sutra, it quickly connected his broken bones and tendons, healing his injured body. Rumble, golden blood flowed, and a tsunami-like roar came from within his body. It was deafening, and the sound was boundlessly vast. Crackle, his broken bones, torn tendons, and other parts were all ringing like thunder. They were constantly being repaired and connected, growing rapidly. Hua Yunfei's expression changed. He had not expected Yifan's physical body to be so powerful. From this sound, one could imagine how terrifying the power of his bloodline was. Yifan did not move. He sat there quietly, calming his heart as he healed. He knew that his opponent had the Phoenix Tribulation regeneration technique. It was difficult to find in this world, and it possessed inconceivable power. He would most likely recover before him. At this moment, the all-secret word was continuously activated, becoming one with the Nirvana Sutra. This increased the healing speed by 10 times. Golden blood flowed even faster, rumbling. Each of his bones was softly ringing, and his organs were trembling. He was full of vitality, developing in a good direction. All kinds of power merged into one, speeding up the healing speed. Hua Yunfei had meticulously calculated that the flying celestial art could shatter the divine body. He had the support of the Phoenix Tribulation regeneration technique, so he dared to be so ruthless. However, he had not expected Yifan to be able to recover so quickly. He was not much slower than him. He knew that his opponent had definitely grasped some kind of holy healing technique, which exceeded his expectations. Boom, the two of them stood up at almost the same time. Hua Yunfei had recovered to his peak state, but Yifan still had cracks on his body. His organs and bones had not completely healed, so he had no choice but to stand up. The Nirvana Sutra was the supreme scripture of Western Desert Buddhism. It was a shocking ancient sutra for healing injuries. However, what Yifan had obtained was only the essence and not the complete ancient sutra. If not for the assistance of the all-secret word, which allowed the Nirvana Sutra to be 10 times more effective, his body would definitely still be in pieces. At this moment, most of his injuries had healed, but not all of them had healed. This put him in an extremely passive position. Hua Yunfei laughed coldly and shot over like lightning. He immediately executed the flying immortal art. It was extremely horrifying, as though it could split everything and sweep through the holy spirits in the sky. This art was extremely sharp. It was said that Vicious had created it in response to the Fighting Sutra of the 9 Secrets. It was easy to imagine how terrifying it was. Bang! Yifan retaliated with the heaven-flipping imprint. The two collided, causing heaven and earth to turn upside down. Divine power surged like an ocean, causing dozens of mountain ranges below to collapse. Both of their attacks were extremely powerful. If others of the same cultivation level were here, they would have long since been turned into ashes, no longer existing. They were not on the same level at all. This was the first time Yifan had been in such a passive position. A trace of golden blood leaked out from the corner of his lips. He had to recover as quickly as possible, or else he would be defeated and might even die. It had to be said that the flying celestial art was too terrifying, able to cut down even saint bodies. Divine weapons would immediately turn into powder upon contact. This was the first time Yifan felt such fear. Hua Yunfei used all kinds of divine techniques and did his best to resist, but it was difficult for them to be effective. Hua Yunfei used the 10,000 transformation sacred art to deal with it, turning all the miraculous into ordinary. This was a miraculous technique that could be said to be unparalleled in the world. It completely dissolved the enemy's secret technique and returned everything to its ordinary state, making it difficult for one to display its full power. Yifan's heart trembled. Right now, only the 9 secrets could be used. The other secret techniques had all been dissolved and could not block the saint technique at all. Hua Yunfei's left hand displayed the flying celestial art, its offensive power shocking the world. His right hand displayed the myriad transformations art, dispelling all obstructions. When the two of them combined, it was like the cry of a dragon and a phoenix, unstoppable. Yifan's mind was greatly shaken, and he continuously retreated. The flying deity incantation could even injure his divine body, and now, his injured body had yet to recover, so it was extremely strenuous. All of the golden blood aura in his body was mobilized and circulated along with the Nirvana Sutra, giving rise to rumbling sounds as he healed himself. However, because of this, he was unable to display a mysterious phenomenon. At this moment, the situation was becoming more and more dangerous. It was very difficult to block the other party, and he lingered in front of the door of death. Ever since Yifan had started his cultivation, he had always been incomparably powerful, especially in battle. He had advanced rapidly all the way, and this was the first time he was in a disadvantageous position, being suppressed by someone's power. What a powerful flying celestial art! It can actually injure my physical body. As expected of the power of the flying celestial. The myriad transformations art is also unparalleled. Apart from the 9 secrets, everything else has been dissolved. His heart trembled, but he did not use the Xing character incantation to escape. Instead, he calmed himself down and thought of a solution in this life and death situation. Until the very last moment, he did not want to escape. Instead, he wanted to comprehend this life and death situation. Not many people dared to have such thoughts. Even in such a situation, he was still thinking of how to comprehend the Tao and create his own technique. The 9 secrets can only be evolved. As Yifan healed his injuries, his mind gradually calmed down. His hand slowly moved, and the Tai Chi divine diagram appeared. He used the fighting character incantation to derive it. The fighting character incantation of the 9 secrets was the fundamental art of battle. It possessed supreme profoundness. He calmed his heart and focused his mind to comprehend it. Combining it with the Tai Chi divine diagram, he evolved it step by step. At this moment, his aura changed. It was like a gentle breeze caressing a mountain, like a gentle stream of water dripping through a mountain rock. He began to use the weak to fight against the strong, to resist the flying celestial art. It's useless. The flying celestial art is unparalleled. What can you use to block it? Hua Yunfei was like a banished immortal, elegant and otherworldly. However, his attack power was terrifying. Boom! Once the flying celestial art was used, there were tens of thousands of multicolored lights between heaven and earth. It was as if someone was using the multicolored light to ascend. This kind of power surpassed the limits of the human body. Pfft! Yifan continuously used seals, but he could not block it at all. Golden blood spurted out of his mouth, and his arm was broken. His body flew backward, and there were 49 mountains below him that were turned into dust by the power of the flying celestial. The ruthless great emperor shocked the past, present, and future. The flying celestial art that he created could destroy all enemies. Its attack power was unparalleled. Back then, he or she used this unparalleled divine art in the Fire Demon Ridge. Just one attack was enough to turn a peerless holy spirit that was comparable to the great emperor into dust. The ancient great emperor represented the highest achievement of the human race. He possessed extreme power, and the flying celestial art that he created surpassed the limits of the human body. He could display the power of the flying celestial, and it could be said that he was unparalleled since ancient times. This art could shatter a holy body. Yifan's heart trembled, and he circulated the Nirvana scripture even faster. His arms made cracking sounds as they quickly connected. His entire body was covered in golden blood qi. Wang! With a loud sound, the 72 mountains below were turned into dust by the flying celestial art. They were merely brushed by the power of the flying celestial. The peerless attack caused people's hearts to tremble. The flying celestial art in Hua Yunfei's left hand had unparalleled attack power, and the 10,000 transformations art in his right hand could dissolve all secret techniques. The combination of the two was like the harmony of heaven and earth, and the cry of a dragon and a phoenix was unparalleled in this world. Yifan retreated again and again, using the traveling character art to contend. He was encountering the most dangerous battle in his life. Every step he took was dangerous, and he could die at any moment. Too powerful. The flying celestial art and the 10,000 transformations art were created by Great Emperor Ruthless to target the 9 secrets. They are truly terrifying, Yifan muttered to himself. While resisting, he advanced to a state of emptiness. He constantly deduced the fighting character art and comprehended his own Tao and techniques. At this moment, his movements became more and more fluid. Although he was fighting the strong with the weak, there was a natural charm to it. He was evolving his own great path. Looking at the clouds, the wild geese flying south, and the flowers wilting, his heart was at peace. Every move he made was with his life on the line, but he had a state of mind that transcended the battlefield. Yifan seemed to have transcended. There was a kind of unity between heaven and man. His Tao body was natural and ethereal. In the midst of life and death, he forgot himself and moved freely. His Tao and himself were one. The Tai Chi divine diagram rotated. Yifan's torso turned into marks of the Tao and became the dividing line of yin and yang in the diagram. At the same time, his hands turned into true yin and true yang, becoming the 2 points of yin and yang. All along, the dragon-shaped curve formed by his torso was the most powerful. Now, his hands also started to evolve, becoming the 2 points of extreme yin and extreme yang. Yifan fought against Hua Yunfei, fighting the strong with the weak. His body moved more and more mysteriously. Although he was retreating, he was no longer in a dangerous situation. He had reached an extreme sublimation. He experienced a mysterious Tao that was compatible with his body. He silently deduced it, and his movements were like the floating clouds and flowing water. It was very natural, but also like an antelope hanging its horns without a trace. Boom! Suddenly, his body trembled. His injuries were finally healed. Golden blood qi rushed into the sky. At this moment, an idea appeared in Yifan's mind. The golden blood qi all over his body turned into a circle, wrapping around him from head to toe. Boom! At this moment, heaven and earth shook, and the great path resonated. He had advanced to a mystical state. He experienced an unprecedented sense of nature and power. The golden blood qi of his divine body turned into a Tai Chi circle. His torso became the dividing line of yin and yang. His hands became the yin and yang points, and his body became a Tai Chi divine diagram. Hua Yunfei, hand over your life! Yifan shouted. He finally began to launch a swift and fierce attack. He formed a human Tao diagram and flew forward. Boom! Hua Yunfei was incomparably cold. He activated the flying immortal art. The power of flying immortals could break through the heavens, but when it struck the golden circle, it was unable to penetrate even an inch. Shwa! He swept out with the 10,000 transformations art. It could dissolve all divine techniques in the world, returning them to their ordinary state. However, it was still unable to disintegrate the golden circle. Hua Yunfei's heart shook. He knew that Yifan had evolved a divine technique that could shake the world. The golden Tai Chi circle was nearly impossible to break through. At this moment, no technique could touch Yifan. All of the attacks were blocked by the golden circle. He was like a deity walking forward. Pung! At this moment, he attacked. The dragon-shaped curve and the yin and yang points formed by his hands shook together, releasing a horrifying aura. Pooh! Hua Yunfei was unable to block it. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. He revealed a shocked expression. He wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. His right hand grasped out, and the 10,000 transformations art was activated. The dozen or so mountain ranges below were all transformed into foot-long dragons that flew towards Yifan. This was the weight of millions and millions. It turned everything in the world into its own as it pressed forward. Pung! However, in front of the golden Tai Chi circle, all of this was useless. All of it was blocked and turned into dust. It rustled as it fell, filling the sky with dirt and stones. Boom! Hua Yunfei's left hand quickly followed up with the flying immortal art. The dozen or so small dragons instantly disappeared and reappeared before him, striking the Tai Chi circle. However, they were still unable to advance an inch. They were unable to break through. Pung! Yifan lightly shouted. The dragon-shaped curve shook and heavily injured Hua Yunfei, nearly splitting him in half. Hua Yunfei coughed out large mouthfuls of blood as he flew backwards. The 9 secrets were the highest secret techniques of Taoism. The 9 strange techniques represented the extreme limits of 9 different domains and could not be surpassed. Yifan derived his own techniques and comprehended his own path. The source of all this was the fighting secret word. It was the fundamental art of battle and possessed supreme profoundness. The golden blood in his body boiled and his blood chi rushed out, forming a golden circle that enveloped him from head to toe. He used the fighting secret word to create a Tai Chi circle, and no technique could touch him. Yi Fan's hands moved, and the two yin and yang fishes swam. One was firm and yang, and the other was soft and yin. They intertwined and inhaled the energy of the path. Peng, yin and yang interacted. His hands shook, and the yin and yang fishes leaped up and flew out of the Tai Chi circle. The two fishes inhaled and exhaled the energy of the great path, draining the energy from all directions in an instant. The heaven and earth became dark. Boom, Hua Yunfei was sent flying again. His whole body was covered in blood, but he still could not block it. Cracks appeared on his body, and there was actually a 5-colored radiance flickering. His blood contained 5 lights. The heaven-devouring demonic technique transformed his physique to such a level. Yi Fan was astonished. His great enemy not only had a tyrannical physical body, but even the color of his blood had changed. Hua Yunfei's expression was solemn. His blue clothes were dyed with blood, but he still had a clear temperament. His whole body was dyed with a layer of 5-colored divine light, and his eyes were as clear as a small lake. Weng, the heaven and earth trembled, but his heart was calm. He once again used the flying celestial technique, and a power that exceeded the limits of a human body poured out like a silver river. Then, with a rumble, it surged forward violently. Mountains collapsed, tsunamis rose, and rubble collapsed the clouds. Once the flying celestial technique was used, the wind and clouds moved, and the heaven and earth lost color. Although he was not a great emperor and could not truly use the power of the flying celestial, it was still incomparably terrifying. On the ground, mountains collapsed one after another, and mountain ridges caved in one after another. Soil and rocks flew everywhere, and smoke and dust filled the sky. This was a great collapse. In the sky, the clouds in all directions were wiped out, all of them scattered by this type of terrifying fluctuations, sweeping through everything. This was the flying celestial technique. Its offensive power could be said to be world-shattering, and anyone who saw it would feel fear and tremble in fear. This was the great emperor's stunning technique. Peng, Yi Fan's body was like a horned dragon. His body was the dividing line of yin and yang within the golden taiji circle. He shook with all his might and shot over like a bolt of lightning, clashing head-on with the flying fairy art. Woo, the wind blew wildly, and sand and stones flew everywhere. The entire world was covered in dust and sand, and one could vaguely see one mountain after another being swept up into the sky like rice straws. The two of them fought fiercely, causing landslides and tsunamis. It was a scene of the end of the world. Mountains were sent flying into the sky like drifting continents. Boom, the intense collision sent mountain rocks flying in all directions. The great mountain shattered, and not a single mountain peak was able to survive. Under this world-shaking strike, they were all turned into dust. Bang, Yi Fan was sent flying, and a wisp of golden blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. However, he quickly stabilized himself. On the other side, Hua Yunfei coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. The blood flickered with a 5-colored brilliance, drenching his clothes. He only stopped after flying 1,000 meters away. Below him, a desert appeared. Not to mention the towering ancient trees, even the mountain ranges had disappeared. They were erased from the earth and turned into a yellow desert. A mountain region with abundant vegetation had lost all signs of life. Not a single blade of grass grew, and it became a barren land. Nothing was left behind. In the distance, large mountains stood tall and lush. For a desert like this to appear in the millions of Qinling mountains, it was indescribably strange. It left everyone dumbfounded. This was the result of the full power attack of the two great experts. Hua Yunfei was heavily injured again. A phoenix cry came from within his body, shaking the 9 heavens. 5-colored divine flames burned fiercely, and his body recovered once again. Phoenix Calamity Regeneration Technique, he did not retreat. Instead, his expression was cold as he attacked again. He used the 10,000 Sacred Transformations technique and surrounded Yi Fan to attack, trying to break through the golden taiji circle. Once the two of them fought, the scene could be said to be astonishing. The great desert below was melted by them. The 5 elements circulated, and the 4 poles collapsed. It was a hazy scene. The 10,000 sacred transformations technique was known to be able to transform all the wondrous techniques in the world and break all techniques. However, it was unable to break through the golden Taiji circle and was unable to disintegrate this perfectly round mark. However, Hua Yunfei persevered. He had already been heavily injured several times, but he still rushed up again. He continuously attacked and did not look like he was trying to escape. Yi Fan's heart was moved. He knew that the other party had the same thoughts as him just now. They continuously fought and tried to figure out the sacred technique in the midst of life and death battles purely to improve themselves. That's right, he has the Phoenix Calamity Regeneration technique, so he has nothing to fear. Boom, it had to be said that Hua Yunfei's methods were outstanding and his strength was powerful. He reduced the entire mountain range to the size of a pellet and continuously attacked Yi Fan. It was extremely shocking. He slowly deduced the divine diagram in his heart, thinking of a way to break through it. Let's see how long you can last. Yi Fan shouted loudly and increased the intensity of his attacks. His entire body rushed over like a curved dragon, continuously shattering 81 great mountains. Dust and sand flew everywhere. The endless mountains of Qinling Mountains trembled as the two of them fought fiercely. From time to time, blood would drip down, flowing with divine radiance. It was a shocking scene. Kill! Yi Fan lightly shouted. The golden Taiji diagram rotated, and he rushed over like a ray of floating light. His hands turned into a yin and yang fish, and one yin and one yang leaped up at the same time. Boom, Hua Yunfei was sent flying. Many of his bones were broken, and his body was almost completely smashed. 5-colored blood flowed all over his body, and specks of light flickered. What other methods do you have? Otherwise, you won't have the chance anymore. Yi Fan pressed forward. Golden blood chi took form, and it was perfectly round and naturally formed, protecting his body within. Great Emperor Vicious has never been weaker than anyone in his entire life. He has been unrivaled since ancient times. He created the Flying Deity art and 10,000 transformations art in response to the 9 secrets. They are not weaker than any of them. Today, I cannot suppress you. It's not that the two arts are inferior, but rather that I haven't completely comprehended them, Hua Yunfei calmly said. The phoenix cry rang out as he repaired his body. He did not feel the slightest bit depressed, and instead, he was incomparably transcendent. You want to observe my arts and use them to comprehend the Tao? Are you trying to break down my sacred technique? Yi Fan said, not caring at all. It is still too early to say who is stronger and who is weaker. The Flying Celestial art and the 10,000 transformations art are both unrivaled arts. You will see their terrifying side soon. At this moment, Hua Yunfei's temperament changed. His ethereal temperament was restrained, and a supreme attitude was displayed. His black hair was in a mess, and his eyes were as deep as the starry sky. Boom, a world-destroying aura was emitted, and a monstrous fluctuation appeared in the battlefield. All living beings trembled, and everything in the surroundings trembled. It was as if an ancient emperor had appeared in this world. In the sky above his head, black light flashed and quickly interweaved, forming a black vase. It gradually became clearer and firmer, as if it would never die. Hua Yunfei was like a demonic god, and a terrifying fluctuation spread out. He quietly stood in the air, and his eyes were incomparably empty, as if they could devour one's mind. Strands of black light rushed out from the top of his head, forming a vase above his head. The black light flowed, and it was as sparkling and translucent as black jade. It was simple and natural, and its style was not complicated at all. It gave people the feeling that the great Tao was the simplest. It was like the carrier of the Tao, and it could suppress the 10,000 worlds in the heavens. It was mysterious and unfathomable. Hua Yunfei used his own life force to form the great Tao vase. This was the tangible form of the Tao. In the future, it would be able to gather an immeasurable amount of magical power, and now, it already possessed great divine might. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He had long heard that the vicious person was the Supreme One, and his heavenly arts were incomparably mysterious. He could suppress the ancient deities, and now, all kinds of profound mysteries were being revealed one after another. Hua Yunfei's hands joined together and raised them above his head, forming the great Tao vase imprint. The opening of the vase was where his hands joined together, and it absorbed the essence of the sun and moon, as well as the energy of heaven and earth. It was extremely terrifying, and at this moment, endless killing intent erupted like a flood. Yi Fan felt as if 10,000 blades were scraping at his bones. After being struck by the great Tao vase, his entire body felt like it was going to split apart. This was a very strange scene. The vase that flickered with black light faced off against the golden Tai Chi circle. Both of them absorbed the aura of the great Tao, and strand after strand of natural laws interweaved. Boom! At this moment, a heaven-shocking confrontation erupted. They rushed towards each other, carrying out the most terrifying battle. The great Tao vase that flickered with black light suppressed 10,000 worlds. It possessed an undying might, and it swallowed the source of the great world as it suppressed downwards. The golden Tai Chi circle possessed natural Tao laws. Golden light shone resplendently, and it was also the carrier of the unmatched great Tao. It penetrated the heavens and existed eternally, imperishable through 10,000 tribulations. This was a collision of the great Tao, a confrontation of different profound mysteries. Between the two, black light and golden light rushed into the heavens, submerging the world. Nothing existed anymore. The vast desert melted, turning into a Red Sea. Magma surged, rushing in all directions. In the distance, the great mountains were like rice straws. Terrifying fluctuations swept over, and they all collapsed. They quickly collapsed and were flattened from the great earth. On the other side, the immortal transformation pool surged with mist. It was unknown just how many tens of thousands of green ripples completely evaporated. The great lake completely dried up, turning into an enormous heavenly crater. In that instant, the black great Tao vase and the golden Tai Chi circle clashed, and the consequences were too terrifying. It was unknown just how many towering mountains disappeared. Even further away, great mountains collapsed one after another. Smoke and dust rose tens of thousands of zhang into the air, and the world became dusky. The two people fiercely confronted each other, fighting a life-and-death battle. The black vase and the golden Tai Chi circle collided for who knew how many times before stopping. The two carriers of the Tao filled the air, and the world immediately calmed down. Golden blood flowed out from the corner of Yi Fan's mouth. His body continuously moved up and down, and the Tai Chi circle rotated. Its luster did not dim, and it did not break apart. On the other side, the great Tao vase that flickered with black light was sinking up and down. It was not damaged, but it had separated from the top of Hua Yunfei's head and was several hundred zhang away. His body was in tatters, almost shattered. He had suffered unimaginable injuries. If not for the Phoenix Tribulation regeneration technique, this time, Yi Fan would have killed him. Hua Yunfei's body shone with black light. At the top of his head, blood energy even more so pierced through the heavens. His body released pai-pa sounds, and the black great Tao vase immediately flew over, suspending above his head. Yi Fan walked over step by step. He wiped away the golden blood at the corner of his mouth and said, "It seems like you won't have the chance to devour my origin. Let me send you back to the Pure Land." Hua Yunfei smiled coldly and said, "I value the origin of the divine body more and more. Everything is not over yet." The great Tao vase that was like black jade floated up and down, devouring the origin of the heaven and earth. Rays of black light fell down and submerged him below. These were the laws of the great Tao. In the distance, a beautiful figure saw the result of the battle just now. Li Xiaoman was like a banished immortal in the sky. Her clothes fluttered as she stood on a mountain range. The great Tao Aquarius was black and sparkling as it floated up and down. It was the carrier of the Tao, and it emitted rays of black light that engulfed Hua Yunfei. These were the laws. At this moment, he was impenetrable. His entire being was as vast as the Tao, and he was becoming more and more unfathomable. The Aquarius protected him, providing him with boundless magic power. Even though this Aquarius had not fully evolved, it already possessed boundless divine might and a sea of magic power. Every time it breathed, it would exchange essence energy with the source of the world. Flying Deity Incantation. 10,000 Transformations Incantation. Hua Yunfei shouted. This time, with the great Tao Aquarius merging with him, he was completely different. The Flying Deity Incantation in his left hand was the main attack, and the 10,000 Transformations Incantation in his right hand dispelled the opponent's secret technique. The world was peaceful, and the dragon and phoenix roared together. It was far better than before. Once the ripples were released, the mountain range in front of him was turned into powder, no longer existing. It was clear how terrifying the attack was. The power of flying deities was frightening. Yi Fan's heart trembled. The other secret techniques were useless, and they would all be dispelled by the 10,000 transformations incantation. At this moment, he only used the 9 secrets to support the golden Tai Chi circle. This was a battle of life and death. It had to be said that the current Hua Yunfei, whether in terms of physique or battle ability, could look down on his peers. His future was immeasurable. In this battle of life and death, the two fought until the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Many mountains were flattened, and many waterfalls flowed in reverse. Magma surged up from the ground, dyeing the sky red. The golden Tai Chi circle was dazzling. Every time it spun, it was a life and death cycle. It judged the death of others and one's own life. It was incomparably mysterious. On the other side, the great Tao Aquarius became even more mysterious. It derived the laws of the world, and strand after strand fell down, wrapping Hua Yunfei within as it explained the mysteries of the Tao. At this moment, whether it was the flying deity incantation that focused on attack or the 10,000 transformations incantation that dispelled all techniques, they were far better than before. The laws of the world seeped into them, and with the support of the source, they became incomparably terrifying. Hua Yunfei attacked decisively. At this moment, he was cold and merciless. Even though it was only the aftermath of his charge, he only needed to lightly brush it, and the earth became a wasteland. Mountains and rivers turned to powder, and not a single blade of grass grew. Yi Fan's heart jumped. The deity incantation and the 10,000 arts were incomparably mysterious. If he had not used the Tai Chi circle with the incantation, he would most likely have died. You saint! Bang, the two of them collided. This was a life and death struggle. Both of them suffered from the hidden force. They spat out mouthfuls of blood and flew backwards. Yi Fan calmed his mind and concentrated, deriving his own Tao. His entire body was sparkling like 7-colored glass. The Taiji formed a circle, the most fundamental Tao marks, the original trajectory of the great Tao. He breathed in the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, sensing the pulse of the entire great world. He became one with this world, becoming the executor of the Tao. Every strike could destroy all methods, every movement the will of the Tao. Bang, bang, the two great experts clashed continuously, each using their unparalleled power Upanishads. They fought until the sky darkened, and the sun and moon lost their radiance. The entire mountain range was in ruins, and it was unknown how many spiritual lands were destroyed. Mountains and rivers were shattered. Many great lakes were emptied. Forget about the lake water instantly evaporating, even the dried-up heavenly pits became deserts. There was nothing that could stop them. Everything was destroyed. The million Li Qinling mountains were vast and boundless, with no end in sight. Otherwise, if they fought their way out, the people would definitely be plunged into misery and suffering, and countless humans would die. Even though this was the case, many birds and beasts suffered a great calamity. Many of them lost their lives in this world-shaking battle, and they were all buried in the dust along with the collapsed mountains and rivers. In this battle, 3 lakes with the name of the immortal transformation pool had already disappeared. It was not hard to imagine just how vast the scope of their battle was. This was a great calamity. Within the Qinling Mountains, all types of creatures were trembling with fear. When they were far away, they would flee. They were in a constant state of panic, as if they were hiding from the calamity of the apocalypse. The great battle was bitter. Both of them were already injured. Golden blood and multicolored blood continuously fell from the sky. However, their eyes became increasingly cold. Not a single one of them frowned. They fought with no thought of personal safety, fighting endlessly. The great Tao bottle and 10,000 methods descended. Strand after strand merged into one with Hua Yunfei. Black light flowed, making him more and more dangerous. The flying immortal art and 10,000 transformations art were fully displayed. They were like the sun in the sky, perfect and flourishing. Bang, bang, the two of them fought intensely. The corners of their mouths were covered in blood. Both of them flew backwards, and then they rushed at each other again. Even though they were fighting intensely, both of their hearts were calm. At this critical juncture, they were still trying to figure out the other party's Tao. The golden Taiji circle became more and more mysterious. Each time it spun, it was a division of yin and yang, life and death. Yi Fan bathed in the light of life like a deity. He was heroic and imposing, and he controlled the mountains and rivers. Each strike would send out a deathly light that destroyed all things. At this moment, there was an aura of the Absolute beginning pervading the air. It was as if they had returned to the time before the world was created. Everything returned to the primordial state, and what was left was the evolution of the source. Yin and yang energies flowed about. Qi. The Taiji circle spun slightly, shooting out deathly light to attack the great Tao bottle. The decisive battle had reached its final juncture. Bang! The great Tao bottle contained endless magical power. It evolved the natural laws of the heavens and was inextinguishable. It was a perfect divine object. It was only trembling intensely, but it would not be damaged. However, Yi Fan's powerful attacks also achieved results. The great Tao bottle could not be destroyed, but it could be cut off. He used his powerful battle prowess to cut off those strands, wanting to sever the connection between him and Hua Yunfei. Bang! The great Tao bottle finally deviated a bit. It was no longer at the center of Hua Yunfei's head, and he almost flew out. The two of them fought from noon until the sun moved west. Everywhere they passed by was scorched earth, becoming barren. At this moment, the victor was finally decided. Yi Fan continuously attacked heavily, and his killing moves were unceasing. One move after another. Ah! Hua Yunfei cried out loudly. His hair was disheveled. In the end, he still suffered a great loss. He was sent flying by Yi Fan's dragon-shaped Tao mark, and he was almost split in half. Boom! In the distance, a mountain peak collapsed. His body fell there, and 5-colored blood flowed out. However, he quickly stood up from the smoke and dust. You die, I live. I'll walk out alone. Hua Yunfei was ruthless. He opened his mouth and spat out a star. It was the size of a fist, and it floated above his head. That's right. You die, I live. I'll walk out alone. Yi Fan also said. He opened his mouth and spat out. An inch-long small black car appeared in his palm. Black light flowed about it, and it looked like a small dragon. Imperial Divine Weapon. It was an invincible precious weapon that could sweep away those of the same level. Unless a saint appeared, if it was in the hands of a divine lord, no one in the 5 regions would be able to contend against it. During the course of the battle, they had already sensed the imperial divine weapons in each other's bodies. They were all on guard against each other. Once such a weapon appeared, blood would flow like a river, and lives would be lost. Above Hua Yunfei's head, the star twinkled. It was the supreme treasure of the profound star peak. It had been sealed before, and in these 2 years, he had unlocked the seals one by one. This was a divine item that had been left behind by the founder of the Profound Star sect. Legend had it that it was formed from a real star. Some people even said that it was actually a divine weapon that had been passed down for generations, but its fundamental star spirit had been concealed. Boom! The star rotated, and it was as if a world had opened up. A boundless star filled the sky. It was as if they had come to a star region outside of the heavens, and there was only one star that ruled over the heavens. On the other side, the inch-long black chariot in Yi Fan's hand had become dozens of feet long. It was as black as ink, and there were dragons and phoenixes carved on it. He was already standing on it. This was the chariot that he had taken from Wan Ting's younger brother, that 9-year-old monster. At that time, he had used the 9 divine weapons to subdue it. Otherwise, it would have been very troublesome. Now, he had given the 9 divine weapons to Peng Bo, and this black dragon chariot belonged to him. However, he did not have to worry about the other imperial divine weapons challenging him. In a battle between imperial divine weapons, it was as easy as crushing dry weeds. As long as a living being was hit, even if you were a hero, you would not be able to escape death. This was the most terrifying thing. The first clash between the two caused the ground within a radius of more than 10 miles to sink dozens of feet. It was completely flattened. There was no need to mention the mountains on the ground, which immediately turned into dust. Hua Yunfei, you can't do it anymore. Actually, you should have been defeated long ago. You have used the Phoenix Calamity regeneration technique continuously, and you are already at the end of your rope. Let me send you on your way. Yi Fan stood on the black dragon chariot and held the god-striking whip in his hand. His black hair flowed like a waterfall, and his eyes emitted cold lightning. He was like a celestial king descending to the mortal world. He was incomparably calm as he faced the huge star that suppressed the world. In today's battle, I have indeed suffered a great loss of vitality. The Phoenix Calamity technique consumed most of my source energy, and I will need to rest for a long time. The divine physique truly lives up to its reputation. You are a divine herb of the mortal world. In the future, I will definitely pluck you and refine you in my cauldron. Today, it will be very difficult for you to make me stay. However, I can make you pay a certain price. 5-colored blood flowed out from the corner of Hua Yunfei's mouth, but his battle intent was high. He activated the huge star above his head and pressed it down. He held the phoenix wing golden hoe in his hand and closed in. The huge star that filled the sky sent down tens of thousands of laws. Every strand could kill an expert of the same level. As long as one was hit, it would be very difficult to survive. The black chariot also surged with countless Dao marks. Every one of them was like a true dragon that opened up the void realm, destroying everything and destroying everything. Imperial Divine Weapon versus Imperial Divine Weapon. At the same time, Yi Fan brandished the god-striking whip and clashed intensely with the phoenix wing golden hoe in Hua Yunfei's hand. During this process, the golden Tai Chi circle and the great Dao Aquarius also floated up and down. The fighting secret art, moving secret art, flying immortal art, and 10,000 transformations art also appeared. This was a true life and death battle. The two of them used all of their methods and did not hold anything back. Yi Fan let out a long roar. He had made up his mind to make Hua Yunfei stay and not give him a way out. He opened his mouth and spat out essence energy that was like a sea that entered the golden circle. Dang, dang, he brandished the god-striking whip and lashed out hundreds and thousands of times in a breath's time. He could completely split the heaven and earth apart, and all of them smashed onto the phoenix wing golden hoe. The phoenix wing golden hoe was a secret treasure. It was eternally sturdy and could not be destroyed. However, it had endured a limitless amount of divine power and could not become formless. PFFF, PFFF, Hua Yunfei continuously coughed out blood. Half of his body was dyed red and flashed with 5-colored radiance. Even with the Phoenix Calamity regeneration technique, he could not endure it any longer. It was impossible for him to regenerate endlessly. It would exhaust his origin energy. Dong, Hua Yunfei took out a green copper pagoda that was extremely damaged. It originally had 9 floors, but now, only 5 remained. There was a terrifying pressure coming from it. A damaged king's divine weapon. A divine light flashed in Yi Fan's eyes as he said, "Unless you have a saint's weapon, it is useless no matter what you take out now." The black war chariot charged forward and forcefully collided with the great stars. He brandished the god-striking whip and attacked with lightning speed. Every strike could shatter the heaven and earth. PFFF, Hua Yunfei was shaken to the point where he vomited a large mouthful of blood. It seemed like he could not hold on any longer and was about to flee. However, he laughed and said, "You cannot kill me. I will return soon. There are many immortal medicines in this world for me to refine. At that time, you will be far from being my opponent. In this world, the strongest thing is not a physique, not an ancient scripture, not a divine medicine. It is one's own heart and one's own Tao. If you dare to appear before me, I will definitely kill you. Just like now." In the distance, a beautiful woman flew over. Her clothes were whiter than snow and her black hair was like the clouds. She was like an immortal walking on the waves. Her graceful and delicate body was outlined by her fluttering dress. "Junior sister Xiaoman, kill him. Right now, he is almost exhausted," Hua Yunfei said. Yi Fan stood on the black war chariot and held the god-striking whip in his hand. His eyes emitted a cold light as he quietly looked at Li Xiaoman. They both came from the other side of the starry sky. He originally did not want to make a move, but if the other party revealed his killing intent, then he could only be merciless. Huge mountains collapsed and rubble pierced through the clouds. The earth caved in and became a scene of desolation. Not even a blade of grass grew. It had become a scorched land and all life was extinguished. Nothing was left. Li Xiaoman was wearing a snow-white robe as she approached from afar. Her dress and black hair fluttered in the wind. Her eyes were clear as she arrived from the sky. Compared to before, there wasn't much change. Yi Fan didn't say anything and only watched calmly. Whether to attack or retreat, to be peaceful or to be resentful, it all depended on the other party's next thought. Li Xiaoman arrived and stopped in the air. She didn't say anything, but her eyes were cold, causing the atmosphere to become strange. Although Hua Yunfei was heavily injured, he was still calm and collected. With his demeanor, using a woman to eliminate a great enemy was somewhat unreasonable. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He thought that this person was skilled in scheming and definitely knew about the relationship between him and Li Xiaoman. He wanted to disturb her heart and break her peaceful state of mind to destroy her Tao. Former lovers turned into enemies and faced each other in life and death. No one could face each other calmly. This was Hua Yunfei's psychological attack. He did this on purpose. Otherwise, how could he not know that the divine body was full of blood energy and divine power was hard to dry up? Junior sister Xiaoman, if you want to complete the heaven-devouring demonic technique, you need to completely cut off your past. You need to understand your heart and transcend yourself to prove your Tao. Hua Yunfei's voice was calm. The mountain ridge had been turned into a wasteland after the battle and became a barren land. There wasn't even a gust of wind. Everything was still and deathly quiet. Clang, a light sound broke the silence and traveled very far. A lotus battle robe appeared on Li Xiaoman's body. It flickered with a metallic luster and overflowed with a five-colored divine splendor. Clang clang, the sound did not stop. The lotus battle robe rang out, clear and sonorous. A five-colored metallic luster circulated. Li Xiaoman was graceful and elegant. The divine robe covered her body and she held a silver phoenix dagger axe in her hand. She slowly raised the phoenix dagger axe. Silver light flowed like a beam of moonlight. A phoenix cry rang out, clear and pleasant to listen to. The silver phoenix dagger axe flickered with a cold aura. With the five-colored godly robe covering her body, Li Xiaoman had an otherworldly aura. Even her skin looked pure and sparkling. She pointed her spirit Yi Fan from a distance, emitting a murderous aura. I didn't think that you would still point your spear at me in the end. Yi Fan looked at her. He stared at this familiar yet strange beautiful woman. They both came from the other side of the starry sky and had a period of love in the past, but in the end, they had to face each other with their lives on the line. He had never expected such a day to come. Li Xiaoman didn't say a word. Instead, she walked forward step by step. Her silver phoenix dagger axe was pointed at Yi Fan's chest with a murderous aura. Yi Fan knew that everything between the two of them had already become a thing of the past. He had originally thought that even if they were to meet again, it would be as calm as water, but he had never imagined that it would be a situation where one side would die or the other would die. He felt that the two of them didn't have any enmity, so it was really unexpected for things to develop to this point. It was somewhat baffling, and there was no reason to speak of at all. Are you really so heartless that you want to make a move against me? Yi Fan looked at her calmly. After a moment of silence, with a clang, Li Xiaoman put down her phoenix dagger axe and said calmly, "You can leave." Why should I leave? I haven't gotten rid of Hua Yunfei yet. Then you want to stay and fight with me? Li Xiaoman's voice was calm, but there was a hint of coldness in it. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Yi Fan stood on the black war chariot, facing the two people in front of him. You are forcing me to make a move. Li Xiaoman's lotus battle dress flickered, and a ripple-like brilliance surged out. The silver battle dagger axe in her hand became even more resplendent. Yi Fan laughed loudly, but there was a trace of loneliness in his tone. After all, they came from the same starry sky, and they also had a past together. However, in the end, they were facing each other like this. He said, "The two of you, come at me together. Help me stop that black dragon chariot," Li Xiaoman said to Hua Yunfei. She was a little afraid of the Emperor Divine Weapon, but she didn't care too much about it, because the phoenix dagger axe in her hand was very extraordinary. Okay. Hua Yunfei nodded. The huge star above his head became even more resplendent, filling up the sky and pressing down on the black war chariot. Li Xiaoman's lotus battle dress fluttered, emitting a sonorous sound. She finally made her move with the silver battle dagger axe in her hand, and a stream of silver light coiled around it like the Milky Way. The phoenix battle dagger axe in her hand seemed to have a life of its own. It absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, emitting a phoenix cry. After that, a silver divine phoenix rushed out, pouncing over. Li Xiaoman waved the battle dagger axe, slashing diagonally at Yi Fan's neck. She attacked viciously, showing no mercy at all. She wanted to chop off his head. She was very decisive and straightforward. At the same time, Hua Yunfei activated the huge star, suppressing the black war chariot with all his might. This caused Yi Fan to be unable to use the Emperor Divine Weapon, and he was exhausted from dealing with it. Yi Fan smiled coldly. He brandished the god-striking whip and lashed it on the silver battle dagger axe, emitting a clear sound that pierced through the clouds. It was like a great bell ringing. He stood unmoving on the war chariot, and said, "You are still not enough." Li Xiaoman's body shook violently, and she was sent flying far away. However, she was not seriously injured. 2 beams of golden light burst out from her pupils, and a powerful aura overflowed from her mouth. She let out a light shout. At this moment, a mysterious divine power surged out. Her pupils turned golden, and her entire person gained an indescribable charm. It was as if a Holy Spirit had descended into the world. This was a very strange transformation. Her entire body flowed with a golden luster, and it was as if a deity had descended into the mortal world. A terrifying scene appeared behind her. An unknown existence was high above like a god. Beneath its feet, many golden arhats collapsed, and there were even bodhisattvas with divine blood flowing through them. Li Xiaoman became a bit demonic. When her faint golden eyes opened and closed, 2 terrifying beams of light shot out. However, her entire person also became more and more sacred and inviolable. Her cloud-like hair almost turned golden, and the lotus battle dress also looked like it was cast in gold. It slowly changed color, and only the most extraordinary phoenix dagger axe in her hand was still silver, flickering with divine light. This kind of powerful power is definitely not limited to the Holy Ji Palace secret realm. Yi Fan's heart jumped. He felt that there was something wrong with Li Xiaoman. Li Xiaoman looked like she was cast in gold. Her skin was sparkling, but it was enveloped in golden divine light. She walked over step by step, and there was not a trace of mortal aura. She brought with her an indescribable pressure, which was very different from her original temperament. Whose power is this? Yi Fan let out a loud shout and made the first move. He drove the black chariot and swung the god-striking whip forward. The big stars in the sky shook violently, blocking the ancient chariot. Hua Yunfei intercepted it with the power of the flying deity, not letting him get close. Yi Fan let out a long shout. The golden Tai Chi circle outside his body was dazzling. It rotated yin and yang, and the power of life and death flowed. The gate of life was aimed at him, and the gate of death was aimed at the flying deity power. Clang, Li Xiaoman attacked. The phoenix dagger axe in her hand hummed, and it turned into a divine phoenix that rushed over. It collided violently with the god-striking whip, and this time, they were evenly matched. Yi Fan did not believe that she could cultivate to such a level. That kind of golden divine power did not belong to her. It was demonic and mysterious, and even he was incomparably afraid of it. However, he could not figure out the situation. He was not afraid. He used the fighting formula to form the Tai Chi circle. He stood on the dragon chariot, and with the god-striking whip in his hand, he fought Li Xiaoman. His divine power was endless, and his blood chi was like an eternal divine furnace, burning fiercely. "The 2 of you, come and die together," Yi Fan said coldly. He raised his battle prowess to the 8-limit realm. Hua Yunfei let out a bright laugh. The great Tao precious vase floated up and down, and with the phoenix wing gold-plated ranseur in his hand, he attacked decisively. He was not an inflexible person. Fighting alone was just fleeting smoke. He did things without any restrictions. Yi Fan was already a formidable opponent when he fought with him. Now that reinforcements had arrived, it would be even more difficult to deal with him. Wang, the void, trembled. Li Xiaoman's body flowed with a pure and holy divine splendor. It was as if a divine diagram was draped over her. Small golden vortexes appeared on the surface of her body. Every golden vortex seemed to be connected to a world. They were unfathomably deep, and there was a golden figure sitting cross-legged in each of them. They looked dignified, as if they were gods in deep sleep. Yi Fan used the golden Tai Chi circle to force Hua Yunfei back. He disintegrated the power of the fairy realm and caused him to suffer light injuries again. Then, he rushed towards Li Xiaoman like a flood dragon. A vast heavenly sound rang out. Li Xiaoman was enveloped by a golden splendor. Those 365 small golden vortexes let out a divine sound that sounded like chanting. What is this? Yi Fan's body shook violently. If not for the golden Tai Chi circle's protection, he would have most likely been pierced through his ears by this mysterious heavenly sound and pierced into his sea of consciousness. Boom! He used the fighting formula and brandished the god-striking whip, striking towards Li Xiaoman's head. He used an unstoppable divine power to destroy all techniques and shatter the void. The sky collapsed, and Li Xiaoman fell back. However, the 365 small golden vortexes on her body became even deeper, releasing rays of light that rushed towards the heavens. The vast heavenly sound was like a huge millstone that could destroy the world. The divine sound twisted together and continuously collided with the golden Tai Chi circle. It had the power of billions of units. Thump, the endless void was destroyed. Under this vast divine sound, it was immediately destroyed, and only the 365 golden vortexes were left spinning. Boom, the golden Tai Chi circle shook violently. Yi Fan used his eighth forbidden power to go all out, raising his strength to the limit. He blasted through the dazzling golden light and smashed the god-striking whip down. Thump, a terrifying thing happened. The 365 golden vortexes each spat out a beam of divine light, which turned into a golden palm that blocked the god-striking whip. Otherwise, the wooden whip that was shaped like a staff would definitely break Li Xiaoman's bones and tendons. It was impossible for her to withstand it. This isn't your power. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He felt a dangerous aura that seemed familiar, but he couldn't tell who it belonged to. Li Xiaoman let out a light shout. Her eyes shone with a golden light as if she was a goddess of war. A golden light flew out from her body like an ancient scroll. The 365 golden vortexes were all on it, separating from the surface of her body, turning into a diagram that covered Yi Fan, about to suppress him below. At this moment, Tao sounds, Buddhist chants, and sacrificial songs seemed to have penetrated through time and space from the ancient times. They were vast and dignified, divine, and auspicious as they descended from the golden scroll. Yi Fan could vaguely see that the golden figures sitting in the 365 golden vortexes all opened their eyes. They were definitely the same person because their eyes were exactly the same. They belonged to a single deity. Boom, Buddhist chants resounded through the heaven and earth. A golden temple formed from the heavenly sound descended from the sky. Inside, golden arhats were covered in blood and bodhisattvas were lying on the ground. 7-colored divine blood flowed. It was incomparably terrifying as it suppressed towards Yi Fan. Whose power is this? I must have seen it before. Yi Fan felt a trace of uneasiness in his heart. Boom. At the same time, Hua Yunfei urged the great star to descend as well. He used his keen divine weapon to obliterate his divine power and mercilessly attacked. Yi Fan shouted loudly. His body turned into a dragon-shaped Dao mark within the golden Tai Chi circle. His hands pushed the yin and yang, evolving the power of life and death as he fought against the two great experts alone. At this moment, the golden Tai Chi circle, the dragon chariot, and the deity striking whip fused into one. The great star above Hua Yunfei's head trembled. Cracks appeared on his body, and the golden temple also shook violently, finding it hard to stabilize. Yi Fan let out a long roar. His battle prowess surged as he raised it to the 8-limit domain. He soared into the sky and faced the two great experts head-on. Boom, with a loud sound, the perfect golden Tai Chi circle and the dragon chariot fused into one. A wave of ocean-like power surged out. Pung, Hua Yunfei suffered serious injuries and flew out together with the great star. At the same time, Li Xiaoman's body also swayed. Xianxia spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Yi Fan's eyes were cold. He turned into a ray of divine light and chased after them. He wanted to kill the two of them and said, "It's useless even if you two join hands." Bang! The black ancient chariot collided with the huge star. This was the tip of a keen divine weapon, and it released a destructive shockwave. Below, the desolate land that had already turned into a desert instantly turned into a land of magma. It surged up into the sky like a vast ocean, scattering the clouds. It was like the end of the world. The battle between the powerful king divine weapons created a terrifying disaster that surpassed one's imagination. It was not something a human could resist. In that instant, the black dragon chariot and the star were stuck together. They continuously shook, and black light and starlight flowed in all directions, shattering the space and destroying everything. Yifan was inside the golden taiji circle. He brandished the god-striking whip and lashed out thousands of times. It was like an azure dragon dancing in the sky, shattering the dome of heaven. Hua Yunfei did his best to resist. The phoenix wing gold-plated rapier in his hand clanked and sparks flew everywhere. It turned into a divine phoenix that shook the 9 heavens, and even the space was shattered. Pooh! Hua Yunfei opened his mouth and coughed out a mouthful of 5-colored blood. It was like a divine flower blooming, flowing with a bewitching splendor. The blood contained divine power, and he retreated. Not good. Yifan felt that something was wrong. He had been tricked. The originally unstable divine temple in the sky suddenly became solid. It descended like an eternal king divine weapon, emitting a great pressure. Hua Yunfei used himself as bait, knowing that Yifan would not be able to kill him. He wanted to pave the way for Li Xiaoman's killing move to heavily injure his opponent. He wanted to use the huge star to stick to the ancient chariot, making it difficult for it to move even an inch. This was a majestic golden divine temple that flowed with divine light. Every brick, every stone step was shining with light. It was incomparably divine and dignified, as if it was the birthplace of a deity. It was extremely heavy, and it could crush the heaven and earth. It was difficult for a physical body to resist. It pressed down on Yifan, forcing him to leave the dragon chariot. Otherwise, he would definitely be crushed into meat paste. Bang! The ground caved in as if it was the end of the world. The mountain range in the distance collapsed continuously, and smoke and dust rose into the sky. It was a terrifying scene. Yifan tried a few times, but he could not move the black chariot. It could not be separated from the huge star, and he could not move it. The king divine weapon spirit could not attack. He had no choice but to activate the fighting incantation and unleash a blazing radiance to clash against the golden temple. The golden Tai Chi circle shone resplendently, and the radiance drowned out the heaven and earth. Yifan did everything he could, striking towards the heavens. The sound was deafening, divine force surging, as if a sea was surging. In the end, he blocked the golden ancient temple, causing it to almost collapse. The golden courtyard wall split open, the temple door falling down, golden light flowing and falling like water. Boom! Yifan transformed into a golden taiji circle and soared into the sky. Finally, the golden ancient temple was blasted apart, and with a single punch, the mountains collapsed and the sky cracked. Li Xiaoman let out a loud cry. Her beautiful hair fluttered in the air as she continuously spurted out a few mouthfuls of blood. Her body was sent flying backwards, and a large piece of her lotus-shaped battle dress was torn apart, its luster dimming. Hua Yunfei made his move. The great Tao precious bottle above his head emitted tens of thousands of black lights. Strands after strands of black light increased the power of the fairy realm. He once again tried to kill Yifan. Yifan was obstructed, so he could only stop and fight. This was an extremely strong opponent that could not be underestimated, and he missed a chance to kill Li Xiaoman. In the sky, Li Xiaoman stopped and chanted ancient scriptures. Her entire body was sparkling, and a divine light flew out, forming a golden ancient diagram. It transformed into an ancient temple, and it was extremely mysterious. Tao sounds, chanting, and sacrificial sounds came from the ancient era. They gathered together and formed a brand new golden divine temple, making it even more mysterious. The two emperor divine weapons were locked together. While Yifan and Hua Yunfei were fighting intensely, Li Xiaoman attacked again, using her demonic power to attack. The golden ancient temple pressed down, and the temple door opened wide. It had a power that could swallow the heavens, and it forcefully sucked Yi Fan inside. This divine temple was extremely powerful and terrifying, suppressing all living creatures. At this moment, Yi Fan's entire body was in intense pain. He was actually about to be refined inside. All kinds of ancient divine sounds rang out at the same time, as if there were 3,000 divine monks chanting together. If not for him creating the golden Taiji circle, he would most likely be in danger this time. This was a terrifying refinement that wanted to melt him inside the golden ancient temple. Yi Fan guarded his mind and evolved the Taiji circle, becoming one with heaven and man. The great Tao was natural, and every strike contained the mysteries of heaven and earth. He tore apart the walls of the ancient temple as he walked out step by step. However, just at this moment, a horrifying aura permeated over. Light flickered within the golden ancient temple, and the corpses of golden arhats laid out one after another. Apart from this, there were also the corpses of some bodhisattvas. Rainbow-colored divine blood flowed, making this ancient temple look demonic and mysterious. It was incomparably terrifying. At the same time, a golden figure approached step by step. The corpses of the golden arhats and bodhisattvas were at its feet, as if a deity was walking over from the ancient era. It seemed like it was right in front of him, yet it also seemed like it was far away. It was difficult to capture the source of its aura, and it could not be seen clearly. There was only a terrifying power surging. It seems familiar, I wonder who it is. Yi Fan had countless doubts in his heart, but he did not have the time to think about it in detail. Right now, killing the enemy was the most important thing. Boom! Monstrous divine might rushed over. Within this golden ancient temple, that figure was like a ruler that could destroy all living creatures. Even the bodhisattvas were unable to contend against it. Yi Fan's mind almost collapsed, and a strand of golden blood flowed out from his mouth. He said to himself, "This isn't real. It's just a type of divine power borrowed by Li Xiaoman. It's a reappearance of the past, but it doesn't have that kind of power now." Swoosh, he opened his heavenly origin divine eyes and looked straight at the source. The so-called golden temple, as well as those golden arhats and bodhisattvas, were all formed from interweaving golden natural laws. Even that ruler was the same. It was not a physical body, but a strand of divine will. Humph! Yi Fan snorted coldly. The golden lake between his brows blazed with brilliance, and a small golden figure walked out. It was exactly the same as him, just like a deity. He had repeatedly crossed heavenly tribulations, and his divine will was incomparably powerful. Using it to attack the natural laws, this was a special confrontation. Yi Fan activated the all character and continuously operated it. Not long after, it was successfully activated. The small golden figure that walked out from between his brows immediately became 10 times more powerful. It rushed forward like a deity. The small golden figure formed from the powerful divine will opened its divine eyes. It could clearly see every natural law, and it was continuously breaking down the ancient temple. Up ahead, the golden figure was like a demonic god as it slaughtered its way over. This was the ruler of this ancient temple. It was formed from a divine will, and its power was world-shocking. The two fought fiercely, and terrifying fluctuations of willpower erupted. Everywhere they passed, the void collapsed. It was impossible to block them. Yi Fan was astonished. What kind of power did Li Xiaoman borrow exactly? This divine will was actually so terrifying. If it wasn't for the fact that he activated the all character, he would have most likely died with a grievance. One has to understand that his divine will was extremely astonishing. When he was still a small cultivator, he already suppressed many people, let alone now. However, at this moment, he still needed to activate the all character tenfold in order to suppress this godlike existence within the ancient temple. The two fought fiercely, shaking the golden temple's walls to pieces. In the end, the small golden figure between Yi Fan's brows was even more powerful. It obliterated that existence and disappeared in a flash. Hong, a world-shaking sound rang through the air. All types of chanting and sacrificial sounds disappeared. The small golden figure between Yi Fan's brows shattered the ancient temple with a single fist, and it no longer existed. Not far away, Li Xiaoman cried out in fear. She coughed out a mouthful of blood and almost fell from the sky. An expanse of golden divine light entered her body. On the other side, Hua Yunfei was finally powerless to suppress the black ancient war chariot. He put away the star and retreated. Yi Fan stood on the dragon chariot. The space between his brows flashed, and the small golden figure entered. He held the divine striking whip in his hand as he stared at the two great enemies with a cold expression. Now, there was only a life and death battle. No one wanted to stop and both wanted to eliminate the other. Yi Fan's brows furrowed. Hua Yunfei was a great enemy to begin with, but now, there was the addition of Li Xiaoman who possessed a mysterious power. This battle might be extremely difficult. The air trembled, and a cauldron appeared above his head. The source energy of all things descended like a curtain of rain. The mysterious yellow energy circulated and protected him tightly. Now, this cauldron had already interweaved a portion of the laws. It could be used greatly because its sturdiness was incomparable. It could be used for defense and was difficult to break through. Only when he was about to risk his life and fight to the death would Yi Fan use this cauldron. Otherwise, he would not have taken it out. He still had the scepter of the celestial court on him, but it was a pity that it was sealed. Now, it was merely an ordinary weapon that corresponded to his cultivation level. The sky was dotted with stars, the silver moon was gentle, and the night was like water. The great battle started again, and both sides attacked with all their strength. Hua Yunfei did not care about the danger and forcefully used the Phoenix Calamity regeneration technique to recover himself to his peak state. He used the power of the fairy realm to fight Yi Fan. The great Tao precious vase also appeared above Li Xiaoman's head. Rays of black light descended and connected with the 365 golden vortexes on the surface of her body. It was incomparably demonic. She was evolving again. In every golden vortex, there was a golden figure sitting cross-legged. Behind them, there was a world. Every time they clashed, there would be a frightening shockwave. In the end, there would even be golden palms slapping out from those golden vortexes. All kinds of divine weapons and magical treasures rushed out and suppressed downwards. It was extremely frightening. Yi Fan was shocked. He did not know how powerful the divine spirit sitting cross-legged in the golden vortexes was. What was shattered in the ancient temple was definitely not its true divine will. How did Li Xiaoman borrow this kind of power? Could it be that as long as one cultivated this kind of heavenly technique, they would naturally be able to use it? This battle was extremely difficult. They fought until late at night, and both of them were heavily injured. However, there was still no conclusion. Hua Yunfei was originally able to fight against Yi Fan. Now, with the addition of the powerful Li Xiaoman, it was needless to say. Even though Yi Fan used the cauldron of all things to protect himself, it was still difficult for him to kill the two of them. At the end of the battle, Yi Fan was truly enraged. Li Xiaoman and the others worked together to kill him. This made him very disappointed. He used all his methods to fight against the two of them. All kinds of strange phenomena appeared at the same time. The boundless golden divine sea was vast and mighty. A green lotus accompanied him. Primal chaos lingered around him. There was even an immortal king descending from the 9 heavens. There was also a beautiful land and mountains. Secret art of travel, secret art of battle, and secret art of all were used at the same time. Yi Fan's body was in the Taiji circle. Many strange phenomena appeared. The space between his brows flickered. The golden divine will transformed into a small person and rushed out. The cauldron of all things rose and fell. The deity striking whip swung. The black dragon chariot charged. All kinds of methods were used. The heaven and earth went berserk. All kinds of strange phenomena appeared at the same time. It was extremely terrifying. It was actually about to evolve into one strange phenomenon. Unfortunately, it was too hazy and could not be seen clearly. However, its power was still incomparably great. At the same time, the powerful divine will was similarly terrifying under the activation of secret art of all. Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman were incomparably fearful. They kept on dodging. The golden Taiji circle evolved to perfection. None of the techniques could touch him. He attacked unceasingly, making him unstoppable. Boom! The void collapsed. The heaven and earth shook violently. During the latter half of the night, Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman both coughed up blood. They had suffered serious injuries. At this point, Hua Yunfei no longer dared to use the Phoenix Calamity technique. Otherwise, his life force would dry up and he would die without a doubt. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoman's face was also pale. She had lost too much blood and suffered serious injuries. Her battle prowess was affected. The 365 golden whirlpools were all dim. The vase above her head was almost shattered. Yi Fan was naturally also heavily injured. However, his divine power would never dry up. His battle prowess did not decrease. The more he killed, the braver he became. In the end, he was about to suppress the two of them. Yi Fan did his best. He kept on evolving. His entire person disappeared and turned into a perfect Taiji diagram. Pa! Hua Yunfei was sent flying like a scarecrow. His right shoulder and entire arm were turned into meat paste. His sternum had also caved in. Many of his bones had cracked. Bang! A green lotus rushed out from the Taiji diagram. It originated from Yi Fan's sea of bitterness. It landed on Li Xiaoman's body and almost scattered her 365 golden whirlpools. The lotus pierced through her chest. The two of you attacking together is only SOSO. Yi Fan was confident that he could kill the two of them. However, he was worried that the two of them would escape. If that was the case, it would be difficult for him to stop them. It would be difficult for him to kill them. The divine physique lives up to its name. In the future, I will definitely harvest this divine medicine of yours and refine it in my cauldron. Hua Yunfei said and rushed into the distance. Li Xiaoman did not say anything. The golden whirlpools on the surface of her body revolved. She quickly recovered from her injuries. Her golden eyes flickered. She took one last look at Yi Fan and turned to leave. Yi Fan let out a long roar and chased relentlessly. He had the movement secret art, so his speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived behind Hua Yunfei and attacked fiercely. Bang! The battle continued. Hua Yunfei coughed up blood again. Li Xiaoman's lotus battle dress was also shattered. It fell to the ground dyed in blood and turned to dust. Yi Fan's expression was cold. He did not speak much and continued to chase. It was unknown how many mountains they had passed, but they were still fighting in the middle of the night. The bright moon shone brightly. There were many ancient tombs under the Qinling Mountains. Old corpses could often be seen crawling out of their tombs and spitting out essence towards the moon. In the pursuit of tens of thousands of kilometers, divine power fluctuations could be felt from time to time. Mountains would often collapse. The three of them fought as they ran, destroying countless mountains. Hua Yunfei's hair was disheveled and he was heavily injured. Many of his bones were broken. Li Xiaoman was the same. Her organs were all ruptured and her entire body was dyed red with blood. On the other side, Yi Fan was not much better. He had suffered extremely serious injuries. He had paid a huge price in this battle. Hua Yunfei had already used 3 profound jade platforms to cross the void. However, Yi Fan also had a formation platform. He chased relentlessly and it was hard for him to escape. At this moment, Hua Yunfei finally could not hold it in any longer. If this continued, his origin source would dry up and his life would most likely reach its end. Apart from the 9 secrets, Yi Fan did not have any other emperor-level secret arts. This was because they were all recorded in the forbidden chapters of the various ancient scriptures. It was impossible for him to obtain them. However, he had a few of his strongest origin heart techniques. At this moment, the Tao scripture, Western Imperial scripture, Eternal Universe scripture, and Supreme Imperial scripture circulated at the same time. All of his secret realms were shining. Yi Fan's Sea of Reincarnation, Tao Palace, for extreme secret realms, and Dragon Transformation all emitted the sound of scriptures. It was as if 4 ancient emperors were awakening and the universe was shaking. Boom! For some reason, his various phenomena suddenly merged into one. Although it was a blur and could not be seen clearly, a terrifying power surged out. Even Yi Fan himself could not withstand it and was nearly crushed. If not for the protection of the golden Taiji circle, he would probably be the first person to be destroyed by his own phenomenon. Yi Fan turned into a golden rainbow and rushed out. This was an excellent opportunity to attack Hua Yunfei. No matter how the strong opponent tried to defend, he was unable to stop Yi Fan. Pooh! Hua Yunfei vomited a large mouthful of blood. He was nearly shattered by the mysterious phenomenon. Following that, Yi Fan continuously executed killing moves, moving the mysterious phenomenon forward. He took a total of 7 steps. Bang! Half of Hua Yunfei's body exploded, turning into meat paste. Bone fragments flew everywhere, and the scene was extremely bloody. He cried out loudly and retreated thousands of meters away. Yi Fan attacked Li Xiaoman, who was right in front of him, but the anomaly also disappeared at the same time. He cast the Tai Chi circle, manifested the innate Tao, and tore a corner of the 365 golden vortexes apart. Bang, bang, Yi Fan continuously executed heavy attacks towards the front of Li Xiaoman. He finally broke through her defense, and after a total of 81 attacks, he finally shattered the last golden vortex. The golden Taiji circle closed in, and Yi Fan pressed out with his palm. The mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Li Xiaoman did her best to resist, but she finally let out a miserable cry as half of her body was broken. Pooh! She was sent flying, and her chest and abdomen were broken as she fell from the sky. She was cut in half by Yi Fan's palm, and suffered unimaginable damage. Golden light blazed in her eyes. At this moment, the situation was completely different. The battle had changed greatly, and Yi Fan had the absolute upper hand. Boom! After Yi Fan took the initiative, he ignored his own injuries and continued to execute heavy attacks. Every time, it was like a tsunami that reached the sky and shook the mountains. Bang! Hua Yunfei was like a scarecrow as he was sent flying again. After losing half of his body, his battle prowess was much weaker than before, and he didn't dare to continue using the Phoenix Tribulation regeneration technique. Li Xiaoman wasn't much better off. When Yi Fan punched out, she found it hard to endure. The 365 golden vortexes dimmed, and it was difficult to block. If not for the protection of the Emperor Divine Weapons, the two of them would be in danger, and it would be difficult for them to escape this calamity. Even so, they still suffered heavy attacks and crashed into the mountain several times, collapsing in the dust. Yi Fan used all his techniques, and a huge golden foot stomped down from the sky. It almost trampled the two of them and flattened the mountains. The two of them were covered in dust, and they rolled away. Hua Yunfei finally found an opportunity. He took out the profound jade platform and said, "Let's go." They crossed the void and disappeared from this mountain range. Yi Fan was cold and emotionless, and he chased after them closely. He also used the profound jade platform to chase after them. It was another peaceful mountain range, and the bright moon hung high in the sky, bright and auspicious. It was another great pursuit, but something seemed wrong. Suddenly, a strange aura appeared, and Yi Fan shivered. He soared into the sky and looked back vigilantly. At the same time, Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman's expressions changed as well. They retreated as they felt a dangerous aura. In the distance, an ancient mountain split open, and a little purple person, less than a foot tall, rushed out on a bronze chariot. In another direction, an old monk who was all skin and bones, as if he was cast in gold, also flew over. Yi Fan turned around and left. He had already seen these two terrifying creatures before. Last time, he stole their dragon marrow and was chased by them, almost dying. Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman also fled far away, as if they knew these two terrifying creatures. Their great Tao aquariums floated up and down, actually bringing them through the air, not leaving any traces behind. Boom! The old monk roared loudly and summoned the image of the Amiba Buddha. He chased after Yi Fan, and his speed was extremely fast. On the other side, the little purple person drove the bronze chariot and chased after Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman. It was like lightning, disappearing in the blink of an eye. It had to be said that this old monk with a golden body was extremely terrifying. The image of the Amiba Buddha that he summoned was unstoppable, and nothing could stop it. Yi Fan did not know how many mountain ranges he flew over, and only after traveling tens of thousands of li with the travel formula did he finally break away from that terrifying old monk. He found an ancient cave and quietly healed his injuries. The Nirvana scripture circulated continuously, and his entire body was submerged in golden blood energy. The entire cave was holy and auspicious. This time, his injuries were extremely severe. If it was someone else, they would not have survived. However, his physique was strong, and he slowly recovered, so a great disaster did not befall him. The sky brightened, and Yi Fan opened his eyes. His terrifying injuries were almost healed. He stood up and walked out of the ancient cave step by step. In the morning, there was a thin layer of smoke in the mountain ridge. When the morning sun shone down, it turned into a colorful mist, connecting with the green grass and ancient trees. It looked extremely peaceful. On the ancient vines, among the green leaves, pearls were rolling about. Under the illumination of the morning sun, they were multicolored like pearls rolling about. On this auspicious morning, Yi Fan stood in the mountains and frowned slightly. After the great battle, he was unable to stop Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman. This made him feel very regretful. 10 years later, how many people in this world will be able to stop them? This was definitely an unprecedented great enemy. He felt that they would be on the same level as the central sovereign, Wan Ting, and the others. Because if this continued, the ruthless person would definitely reappear in this world. However, no matter how strong they will still be restricted by the 8 restrictions. As long as my realm can keep up, I will be able to suppress them. Yi Fan muttered to himself. He had a strong self-confidence, but also a kind of pressure. He and the ruthless great emperor had deep karma, and the cultivation speed of his inheritor was too fast. He had no choice but to keep up. I can only break through continuously. The great completion Saint Physique can challenge the great emperors. In the same realm, I will definitely not fear anyone. Yi Fan believed that even if the two of them swallowed the origin of the various kings and walked the path of the ancient great emperors, as long as his realm kept up and did not fall behind them, he would be able to suppress them, and now, there was a difference of 3 minor realms between him and Hua Yunfei. He had to catch up and not widen the gap any further. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous in the future. And what made him most uneasy was, which existence's power did Li Xiaoman borrow? He thought for an entire night and searched his mind, but he had no clue. Where exactly did I go wrong? When Yi Fan thought of that golden whirlpool, he would feel somewhat uncomfortable, but he could not say why. That kind of divine power was not cultivated by one's own body, but originated from the outside world. It was like wielding an emperor divine weapon or an emperor divine weapon, it was not restricted by the 8 restrictions at all. In this battle, Yi Fan's harvest was also great. He found his own Tao, which was very important. The ancient great emperors never walked the path of their predecessors. In the end, they would create their own Tao. Only by doing so could they transcend. The ancient scriptures of the past were only used as reference. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 1.5 years had passed. Yi Fan had already successfully entered the main peak of the Qin sect after presenting the rare marrow. He had been searching for the 9 secrets all this time, but there were still no clues. It had to be said that entering the main peak was very dangerous. In this year, a few people had already lost their lives. The cause of their deaths was unknown, and the results were still unknown. However, Yi Fan knew that it was most likely Hua Yunfei's doing. He definitely knew that Yi Fan was here for the 9 secrets. Since he could not divine which person was Yi Fan, he killed them one by one. The Qin sect leader was alarmed and sent out the powerful prince of Jade Luo, as well as a few other supreme experts to search for the true culprit. And now, Yi Fan already knew that Hua Yunfei had entered the main peak of the Qin sect a few years ago. However, he had left 1.5 years ago. At the same time, Li Xiaoman had also disappeared and had not returned. During the great battle in the Qinling Mountains, Yi Fan had not seen Hua Yunfei use the 9 secrets. However, he could not be sure that Hua Yunfei hadn't gained anything. During the past year and a half, Yi Fan's strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. He could feel the pressure, and had no choice but to bitterly cultivate. By now, he had reached the 8th transformation of the dragon transformation. During this time, he also had to deal with another deadly threat, and that was the soul-transcending incantation. He had personally witnessed the 2 people who had gone to the main peak become devout disciples of the Qin sect. If it weren't for the fact that his divine sense was extremely powerful, he would most likely have been in danger. Even so, the only reason he was unharmed was because he hadn't been listening to the sect leader's sermons. They're a bunch of old evildoers. More than 10 of them recite scriptures every day. Even if a bodhisattva came, he would still be purified after a long time. Yi Fan frowned. If he didn't listen to the sermons, it would be impossible for him to come into contact with the 9 secrets. After some observation, he discovered that the sickly old man hadn't gone to the main peak for fear of being purified. Furthermore, the scholar from the east seemed to have noticed that Princess Moon's spirit was there, and would often go to the main peak. However, he himself didn't join in. Yi Fan was quite surprised. There was only one woman who had gone to the main peak with him. Although she was quite beautiful, she couldn't compare to the second most beautiful woman in the central prefecture. She could only be considered average. To say that she was a peerless beauty who could reign supreme in the world would be an exaggeration. The gap between them was simply too great. She must have some sort of secret treasure on her, Yi Fan murmured to himself. She can even fool my god eye. After that, he began to pay more attention to the woman, and discovered that she would often go to a barren stone mountain, where she would sit there for most of the day. This stone mountain wasn't very far from the main peak, and was completely barren. Not a single blade of grass grew on it, nor did any vines crawl over it. It was clean and dry, with nothing to show for it. On a moonlit night, Yi Fan climbed up the stone mountain. The moonlight was like smoke, and he sat there for most of the night without any results. He couldn't sense anything out of the ordinary. Shaking his head, he rose to his feet and flew back to the main peak. This time, he returned from the back of the mountain, which was where the stone mountain was located. The moonlight was like water, bright and gentle. On the stone walls of the back of the mountain, there were some carvings of weapons, such as cauldrons, bells, pagodas, spears, swords, and the like. He had seen them before, and had assumed that they had been carved by a bored disciple. Because they were so clumsy, they lacked beauty, and had been carved in recent decades. However, it was at this point that the misty moonlight began to shine down, and the weapon carvings suddenly seemed different. They even began to emanate an ancient aura. That's Yi Fan said, shocked. These carvings had existed for a very, very long time, and yet they had been able to fool his god eye. It was almost inconceivable. The more he looked at them, the more mysterious they seemed. The clumsy carvings almost looked like divine phoenixes that were on the verge of breaking through the heavens. A divine moon hung in the sky, pure and bright, scattering down like the moonlight on water. This mountain region seemed to be enveloped in a layer of thin muslin, making it appear faint and hazy. On the stone wall, there weren't many weapon imprints, the carvings clumsy. However, at this moment, it was completely different. Moonlight scattered down, creating an auspicious scene. The weapon imprints were shining and flowing. It's different, turning the rotten into the magical. Yi Fan was astonished, his eyes staring unblinkingly. The clumsy carvings transformed into the charm of the Tao. Each carving was like a true dragon, a Kuan Peng, a Qilin, and a divine phoenix. It was indescribably wondrous. The moon filled the sky, the divine splendor flowing down like water. All of the imprints on the stone wall came to life, the carvings moving. It was completely different from what he had seen before. An ancient aura rushed over. There was a type of great changes, and even more a type of grandeur. The imprints belonging to the Tao flickered, and a faintly discernible divine sound transmitted over. Yi Fan was inwardly shaken. He simply didn't dare believe all of this. It was originally a crude set of weapons, but now, it completely changed, becoming completely different. He saw a large cauldron, a three-legged, two-eared cauldron. The Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, representing the tangible traces of the Tao. He saw a large bell, the only one between heaven and earth, representing time and eternity. He saw an ancient pagoda that was divided into 9 layers, representing the 9 heavens. The space was boundless. Mirrors, furnaces, spears, swords, rods, and other weapons appeared one after another, each representing a type of mysterious natural law. They each had their own evolution of the world, profound and complex. Yi Fan was drawn in, his mind unable to shift away. He completely immersed himself, vaguely hearing someone chanting scriptures, transmitted from outer space, directly entering his sea of consciousness. He opened up his heart, his divine senses tranquil. He slowly comprehended and carefully observed, as if he was listening to the great Tao that opened the heavens. He was incomparably engrossed, his eyes filled with ancient weapons. However, when he tried his best to grasp it, he felt that it was a bit distant and indistinct, unable to approach. It was close at hand, yet it also seemed far away. Cauldrons, bells, pagodas, spears, swords, and other weapons rotated about. The carvings on the wall flickered, and at this moment, it seemed to have turned into a jade wall. It gradually became sparkling and translucent, swallowing and sending out moonlight. Yi Fan was in a state of indifference. He stood in front of the stone wall, not moving at all. Between his brows, that small golden lake blazed brilliantly. A small golden person walked out and floated in front of his forehead. The golden little person was exactly the same as Yi Fan, staring at the stone engraving. Its entire body flickered with Tao patterns. Those were Tao imprints, and there was an indescribable charm to it. At this moment, the cauldron, bell, pagoda, furnace, mirror, spear, sword, and others all began to revolve, starting to reassemble. Then, they actually broke down, turning into a single word soldier. As soon as this word was spoken, the entire universe shook. Yi Fan felt his eardrums ringing. A grand heavenly sound descended from outer space, so loud that even the deaf could hear it. Every word was like a blade, every sentence like a sword, slashing at one's soul. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to endure it at all. It could practically tear apart one's heart and split open one's sea of consciousness. In Yi Fan's divine sense, the small golden person had already undergone the baptism of more than 10 heavenly tribulations and breathed in and out heavenly lightning. It had long been tempered, so it was able to withstand it. However, it still received the impact. It was as if there was an eternal immortal weapon suppressing it, causing it to receive an enormous shock. It almost wanted to roar towards the sky. Soldier secret character. Yi Fan endured this kind of weapon approaching his body and the pain of being on the verge of shattering. He couldn't help but cry out in alarm. After being called out for thousands of times, he finally came out. He racked his brains and searched the entire main peak, but he still couldn't find it. In the end, he didn't expect to see the soldier secret character of the 9 secret characters on the back mountain stone wall. This was an indescribable joy. The mountains and rivers were heavy, and there was no way out. In the end, he found the true scripture. The soldier secret character was very different from the previous ones. It was like a world-shocking immortal weapon, each word striking at one's mind and shaking the souls of cultivators. Moreover, the scripture was very long. The main peak wasn't majestic, and it was only a few hundred meters taller than the other short mountains. Ancient trees swayed in the wind, and the moonlight flowed. It was very peaceful. Occasionally, there would be the cries of night birds, making it seem even more tranquil. Thunder rumbled in Yi Fan's ears. Every word was like a sudden clap of thunder. However, the outside world was still very calm, and no one knew about any of this. In front of his forehead, that golden little person sat cross-legged. There was a Bodhi seed suspended above his head, and it emitted a light that connected with him to the soldier's secret character. After an unknown period of time, he woke up from this wonderful state. The divine moon was bright and gentle, and the back mountain was pure white, as if there were many divine feathers scattered around. This is the soldier's secret character. Compared to this, the imperial sword technique and the tool manipulation technique were just small tricks. This was the true divine weapon manipulation technique, and it gave the highest interpretation of how to control a tool. If one grasps this secret, even if the enemy has an imperial divine weapon, or even a sacred weapon, it is possible to seize it. Yi Fan's heart trembled. If one had such an invincible weapon, one could run amok in the world and become almost invincible. However, the soldier's secret character could be used to resist, and seize a sacred weapon with one's bare hands. One could imagine that if one's cultivation was strong enough and reached a certain realm, one could even seize an extreme path emperor weapon. This was simply too shocking, and it made people tremble. This secret is too terrifying. Even an immortal holy land or an eternal celestial dynasty with an ancient emperor's weapon might not be invincible in this world. Yi Fan sighed in admiration. If a saint grasped the soldier's secret character, he might really be able to seize an extreme path emperor weapon. Weapons were the greatest reliance of cultivators, and they could infinitely increase one's battle prowess. However, once the soldier's secret character was revealed, it was a grievous news for many people, and it would break the balance. 9 secrets, every secret is so heaven-defying. No wonder the heavens were jealous of it, and it was broken up by others. Once the secret was completed, every grain of sand and stone in this world could be used as a weapon, and even the enemy's weapon could be used for oneself. It was indescribably wondrous. Yi Fan found it hard to calm down. The soldier's secret character was too terrifying, and he had to grasp it. In the future, it would have endless wondrous uses. However, this secret was very difficult to cultivate, and the conditions were extremely harsh. In order to control 10,000 weapons, one must first control one weapon and cultivate one's own immortal weapon. This was the foundation. After comprehending it, Yi Fan was very shocked. Sacrificing one's own immortal weapon was very similar to the one tool that he pursued in the past, but it was even more profound. The one and only immortal weapon was the foundation of the soldier's secret character, and it was the only tool for a cultivator to prove his Tao. Starting from sacrificing one's own weapon. Yi Fan was very excited. With the soldier's secret character in his hands, he could better refine the item for proving his Tao, the myriad Qi cauldron. He had only comprehended it for a moment, and he could already feel the terror of Emperor divine weapons and legendary sacred weapons. They were living weapons, and in a sense, they were the continuation of the wielder's life. As for the extreme path Emperor weapon, it was already heaven-defying, and it could steal the fortune of the heavens. It was indescribably profound, and it could only be understood when it evolved to that stage. Yi Fan silently comprehended it. The soldier's secret character was broad and profound. From refining a weapon, to nurturing it, to controlling it, it was all-encompassing. From the birth of a weapon to how to use it, it was extremely detailed. Using the soldier's secret character to refine my cauldron will allow it to reach perfection. The back mountain was very quiet, and not a single person came to disturb him. After an unknown period of time, Yi Fan raised his head. The bright moon shifted, and the stone walls dimmed. The army diagram disappeared. Yi Fan came to the Qin sect for 2 years, and today, he finally obtained the 9 secrets he wanted. Speaking of which, he had to thank Princess Moon Spirit. Otherwise, who knew how long it would take to find it? The Qin sect leader's bloodline is indeed the descendant of the Kai clan. They have the spirit-crossing art and the soldier's secret character. They are extremely powerful. What other inheritances do they have? Yi Fan didn't leave. He always felt that the Qin sect had many secrets. Even the Azure Emperor from 10,000 years ago had acted against them. He really didn't know what secrets they had. It had to be said that the main peak of the Qin sect was a piece of pure land. As long as one didn't listen to the teachings of the supreme sect leader and the others, there was no need to worry about being purified. It was very suitable for cultivation. After that, Yi Fan kept an eye out while cultivating. He discovered that Princess Moon Spirit would change mountains after a period of time, but she would always be around the main peak and wouldn't be too far away. Not long after, he discovered that the sickly old man was also wandering around. However, he wasn't near the Qin sect. Instead, he entered the depths of the millions of mountains and frequently appeared in front of some lakes. Yi Fan discovered to his surprise that the sickly old man was searching for the immortal transformation pond. Every time he came across an ancient monument, he would jump into the lake and search for it. It was hard to determine whether the immortal transformation pond existed or not. Moreover, everyone said that the birth of the Azure Emperor added a tinge of mystery to it. In the boundless mountain range, there are hundreds of immortal transformation ponds. Only the heavens know which one is real, and they might all be fake. What is he trying to do? Since ancient times, it was unknown how many experts had come to search for the immortal transformation pond, but none of them could determine which one was the real one. They had always returned in disappointment. One day, Yi Fan finally couldn't help but ask the sickly old man, "Elder brother, what are you searching for?" This old man was unfathomable, and Yi Fan couldn't see through him. Previously, the old man had given him some pointers, telling him that the main peak had the deity transcending art and that he would most likely encounter misfortune if he went there. "I'm searching for an immortal fate. Unfortunately, it can only be discovered and not sought. It seems like there's no hope for me." The sickly old man sighed. Immortal transformation pond, what kind of immortal fate? Yi Fan was surprised. Do you know why the Azure Emperor was able to prove his Tao and become an emperor in the post-antiquity era, becoming the first person in 100,000 years? Could it be related to the immortal transformation pond? At the beginning, there was a great connection. He was born in the immortal transformation pond and obtained great benefits. The sickly old man was very mysterious and knew many secrets that no one knew about. His words caused people to be flabbergasted. That was a immortal transformation pond. Only the heavens know what kind of treasures were inside. The Azure Emperor was a green lotus. When he was born, he took root in the mud under the lake and planted himself on a piece of green copper. What? Yi Fan was shocked. He immediately thought of the piece of green copper in his body. It was rumored that the Azure Emperor snatched it from the central continent before he passed away. It stirred up a huge commotion, and the 5 great regions were all stirred up. The Immortal Transformation Pond is a true immortal transformation pond. It has existed since the Archaic era and contains endless divine materials. There are even some immortal treasures within. According to what the sickly old man said, the green copper was an immortal treasure. It was just a fragment, but it could snatch luck from the heavens. Perhaps there were a few pieces in the immortal transformation pond. The Kai clan had a great opportunity, and there were people who entered the immortal transformation pond before. The sickly old man said. Yi Fan's heart jumped. He felt that the secret of the Azure Emperor's extermination of the Kai clan was about to be revealed. The fog from 30,000 years ago was about to be blown away. The origins of this immortal transformation pond were terrifying. The sickly old man sighed lightly and didn't continue speaking. Instead, he talked about some other secrets and said, at the end of the immortal path, who is the peak? Seeing Wusher's Tao become empty. More than 100,000 years ago, that great emperor wanted to use immortal treasures to refine an emperor bell, so he also came to the immortal transformation pond. The materials for the Wusher bell were taken from the immortal transformation pond? Yi Fan was astonished. The sickly old man nodded and said, it was a piece of immortal treasure that was submerged in the immortal transformation pond. Yi Fan was truly astonished. The refinement of the Wusher bell had such a secret. Great Emperor Wusher actually came to the immortal transformation pond. It seemed like this ancient pond was truly extraordinary. 2,000 years ago, an outsider riding on a green ox also entered the immortal transformation pond. Not long after, a monk who called himself Sakyamuni also entered. What? Yi Fan jumped to his feet. An elder riding an ox and the Sakyamuni Buddha had gone to the immortal transformation pond. This news shook Yi Fan's heart and made him think of many things. Coming from the other side of the starry sky, this moved him greatly. Yi Fan wanted to return to Earth, to his hometown, but these two could cross the starry sky. He had always yearned for this. Elder brother, you know a lot. Can you tell me more? He humbly asked for advice. It was hard to imagine how the old man knew about this. Could it be that he had seen these two people before? Yi Fan couldn't help but size him up. This old man had sparse hair and was no more than 50 years old. He looked sickly, but it was hard to say what period he was from. I saw it in a letter from a predecessor, so my knowledge is limited, said the old man. However, he still explained some details so that Yi Fan could understand more. Starting from the Azure Emperor to the Kai clan, it was hard to calm down because there were some secrets involved. The immortal transformation pond's origin was mysterious. No one knew what had happened in the past. Immortal treasures had sunk into the pond, shocking people but unobtainable. Perhaps there had been a great battle in the primordial era and a divine being had been born. Even the supreme imperial weapon was broken and fell into the immortal transformation pond. Emperor Wusher found a primal chaos stone in the pond and refined the immortal item inside, creating the Wusher imperial bell. The bell's sound could shake the ancient with peerless power. Azure Emperor was originally a lotus that was born here. He took root on the green bronze piece and obtained great benefits. However, before he could take form, the green bronze piece was lost and left him. The demonic emperor was extremely talented. In the end, he didn't rely on external objects but himself to become an emperor in the post-primordial era, becoming one of the most powerful people in the past and future. The Kai clan also had a lucky person enter the immortal transformation pond. 30,000 years ago, someone obtained a piece of green bronze using the army's secret character and obtained great benefits from cultivating the army's secret character. Hearing this, Yi Fan was moved. Could this be the reason why the Azure Emperor destroyed the Kai clan? A historical mystery surfaced just like that. However, the sickly old man shook his head and said, ancient martial emperors are all very courageous. They wouldn't wipe out an entire clan just because of this. There must be another reason. Yi Fan was puzzled. What other reason could there be? It was all because of the ancestor of the Kai clan. The Kai clan possessed the secret character Bing, which was the highest secret art of Taoism, originating from the eastern wilderness. In fact, some people had investigated and found that their ancestors had crossed over from the eastern wilderness. This clan is inauspicious. Every 10 or 20,000 years, some strange things will happen, harming the people. That's why the Azure Emperor made a move. The Kai clan is inauspicious? When Yi Fan heard this, he was even more shocked. There were definitely many secrets to this. 70,000 years ago, their ancestor came to the Central Plains from the eastern wasteland in his later years. He went straight to the Qinling Mountains and wanted to bury himself in this special place. The sickly old man said slowly. The Qinling Mountains were 1,000,000 miles wide and boundless. However, compared to the vastness of the Central Plains, this was only a corner of its western region. Since ancient times, there had been countless legends about the Qinling Mountains. There were many ancient tombs underground, and old corpses would often climb out of the tombs at night, swallowing and spitting out moonlight. This was the most widespread legend. In reality, this was indeed the case. Since ancient times, who knew how many emperors and divine monks had been buried here? People were already used to it. It was said that those who were buried here could become undead immortals in the future. No one knew which ancient text recorded this, but it was recognized by some supreme characters. That was why later generations did this. The ancestor of the Kai clan came from the eastern wilderness in his later years and went straight to the Qinling Mountains. Originally, there was nothing much, but after he sealed the dragon's cave and made arrangements for his own funeral, many people were alarmed. During those days, the entire Qinling Mountains were filled with the cries of immortals and dragon energy. The scene was extremely shocking. However, it didn't last long before it disappeared and returned to normal. People knew that the ancestor of the Kai clan was an extraordinary person who could find the dragon vein and seal the immortal's cave. This clan is really inauspicious. The sickly old man continued. Not long after, the Kai clan of the eastern wasteland moved here. Their ancestor was still on his last breath, but no one dared to come close. He clearly had no more vitality, but it was difficult for him to die. He often left the Qinling Mountains and returned in the middle of the night. At that time, the clan saw many strange things. At that time, a great completion king from the Central Plains came to visit. A shocking thing happened. He was strangled to death by the ancestor of the Kai clan. A great completion king who lived for almost 4,000 years and was invincible in the world was strangled to death by a person whose vitality was withered and whose cultivation wasn't very strong. He only knew how to find the dragon's cave. This is like a fantasy. The sickly old man shook his head. Yi Fan was also stunned. He felt a chill down his spine because he felt that this was very familiar. It was like a legend. It was greatly related to him. In his final years, in his final moments, the place where he lived was dark all day. Red whirlwinds blew, strange and terrifying, and there were strange roars. The ancestor of the Kai clan only had one breath left, but he held on for more than half a year. All kinds of horrifying things happened, and even some of the clan's disciples were scared to death. In the end, no one dared to approach the place where he lived. He finally disappeared one night, leaving behind a letter with only a few words. If he couldn't be buried, his descendants would be in great trouble. The people of the Kai clan entered the Qinling Mountains and searched for decades, but they couldn't find his tomb. They didn't know what had happened, but they knew that the ancestors' later years were too strange. 8,000 years later, on a rainy night filled with lightning and thunder, the ancestor of the Kai clan returned. Said the sickly old man. What? How could he live for so long? Yi Fan was shocked. He died a long time ago. In the black rain, people caught a glimpse of him. He looked exactly the same as the portrait in the clan. The only difference was that he had red hair. Yi Fan's scalp went cold. He was more and more convinced that this was related to him. This was one of those legends. He was no longer human. After a brief appearance, he disappeared into the depths of the Qinling Mountains. However, half of the Kai clan died in one night. Strange things happened to the survivors, and they often lost their minds, wreaking havoc in the Qinling Mountains. After that, another 10,000 years passed. Similar things happened again, and they were even more terrifying. By that time, the Kai clan was very powerful, and the chaos was even greater. After things calmed down, they invited experts from the Central Plains, the Western Desert, the Southern Mountains, and the Eastern Wastelands to come and find out the truth. At that time, a golden Arhat from the Western Desert personally came. He said that the ancestor of the Kai clan had found the largest dragon cave in the Qinling Mountains, an immortal burial ground. Unless his corpse was buried, it would be difficult to erase it. A dragon-seeking celestial master from the Central Plains was horrified. He said that the ancestor of the Kai clan had encountered an inauspicious event in his later years, and had no choice but to do so. He wanted to use the Qinling Immortal Cave to fight against some kind of existence. The Yuan Taoist master's later years are so inauspicious. He fled to the Central Plains, but couldn't escape. Even his descendants lost their lives. A chill ran down Yi Fan's spine. He had also studied the original heavenly book and had sensed the strangeness. In the future, he would most likely experience the same thing. When the time came, he didn't know how to resolve it. That's right. The ancestor of the Kai clan was the Eastern Wasteland's third-generation Yuan Taoist master. After he left, he buried the original heavenly book in the Eastern Wastelands. 20,000 years later, someone found it. The fourth-generation Yuan Taoist master personally came to the Central Plains, but he only sighed and left. Yi Fan's heart trembled. Was this fate? Why did the Yuan Taoist master end up like this in his later years? Just what kind of existence had come to find him, and he couldn't even escape to the Central Plains. In the Eastern Wastelands, there were a total of 5 Yuan Taoist masters. In their later years, all of them had experienced terrible things. The third-generation Yuan Taoist master escaped to the Central Plains, and he was the ancestor of the Kai clan. The fourth-generation Yuan Taoist master had tried his best and schemed for decades. He escaped into the absolute beginning forbidden zone and hid in a place where things would move in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme. The terrain there was connected to a real dragon, and it was the true dragon's coffin-pulling cave. But in the end, he couldn't escape the disaster. The fifth-generation Yuan Taoist master, the first ancestor of the Zhang clan, disappeared in a night of ghostly wails. A young child was scared silly, and he was suspected to have entered the Purple Mountain, the place where Emperor Wuxia was buried. Without becoming an undead immortal, it's hard to erase him. Every 10 or 20,000 years, an inauspicious event will happen to the Kai clan. No matter where we escape to, we can't. The situation was complicated. 10,000 years ago, someone saw a red-haired humanoid walk out of the Qinling Mountains. Back then, countless lives had died in the Qinling Mountains. The ancestor of the Kai clan died 60,000 years ago, and his body hasn't been destroyed yet. He appeared again? Yi Fan was shocked. Yes, and he appeared in his own clan in the middle of the night. This ancient family is many times stronger than before, but they still can't resist the inauspicious. The Kai clan was destroyed 10,000 years ago. The reason is complicated. The Qing the Arch had entered the Qinling Mountains to search for the red-haired humanoid, but he couldn't find any traces of him. Otherwise, he would have wiped him out as well. In that case, he's still in this world. Yi Fan was horrified. As long as the corpse is not dismembered, one will not be free. There are many ancient tombs in the Qinling Mountains. The ancient people's words are not without reason. This place is very mysterious. Yi Fan was moved. The Yuan Taoist master couldn't live in peace even after his death. What kind of existence was that? Even the Arch had to take action to get rid of him. The sickly old man said, "There are no immortals in this world. It's almost impossible to become an undead immortal. However, he might not be able to live for long either. He must have been killed 10,000 years ago. What happened? 10,000 years ago, before the Qing the Arch died, he did many shocking things. He went deep into the ruins of God to seize the Desolation Pagoda and went to the middle ground to search for green copper. Finally, before he passed away, he wiped out the Kai clan with one finger. He even used the demon the Arch limitless mystical power to slash at the Qinling Mountains. The Qing the Arch didn't know where the red-haired humanoid was, but he sent a demon the Arch killing intent over. Even if he passed away, this killing intent wouldn't disappear unless it hit the enemy. Where did he send out the killing intent from? Yi Fan asked in shock. He sat in the eastern wilderness and moved the world with a single thought, the sickly old man said. What? Yi Fan was stunned. This was too unbelievable. Just how powerful was the Qing the Arch? The Qing the Arch is unfathomable. He was the only one to become an emperor in the post-antiquity era. Naturally, he stunned the world. His strength is immeasurable, the sickly old man said. The great ancient emperors were in harmony with the Tao and the pulse of the world. They were too powerful. Ordinary people couldn't understand them. Even if they died, it would take tens of thousands of years for their Tao to disappear. At the same time, he was very surprised. Where did the sickly old man come from? Why did he know so many secrets? Even the divine dynasties didn't know these things. Damn fatty Duanda. Suddenly, Yi Fan was surprised. He saw a familiar figure in the mountain range in front of him. I'm afraid more people will come soon. The Immortal Transformation Pool and the Qinling Dragon Cave both have unimaginable heavenly fate, the sickly old man said. Yi Fan didn't expect that the red-haired humanoid in the Dragon Cave would be so valuable. It was very likely that it contained an immortal divine pill. The people from the Qishir Manor are also here. Not long after, some familiar figures appeared in front of him, including the Yaoguang Saint Child and the Jade Lake Saint Daughter. He hadn't seen them for more than 2 years, and these people had made great progress. Even Wang Ting is here. His eyes flickered. An ancient golden chariot shot into the sky. Wang Ting stood on it, crossing the sky like a celestial emperor. The dragon and phoenix roared, the white tiger leaped into the sky, and the black turtle covered the sea. It was extremely dazzling. The sickly old man said, not long ago, someone saw some old corpses moving in the Qinling Mountains. They speculated that the existence in the Dragon Cave should appear. Every time there's a movement in the Dragon Cave, the Immortal Transformation Pool will appear. This was a heavenly fate that caused a storm in the Central Plains. It could be expected that experts from all walks of life would appear in the Qinling Mountains. The Jiuli Divine Dynasty is the most well-prepared. That Princess Yueling has been here for more than 2 years. It's not just for the 9 secrets. There were 2 treasured lands in the Qinling Mountains. One was the Immortal Transformation Pool and the other was the Ancient Dragon Cave. There was a rumor that obtaining one could prove one's Tao. There was no need to talk about the Immortal Transformation Pool. Even the Azure Emperor was born in there. How many such amazing characters were there since ancient times? This was enough to explain everything. The Qinling Dragon Cave was not the strongest dragon cave in the Central Plains. Otherwise, why would ancient emperors compete to be buried here? It was because of the legend that one could become an undead immortal that there were so many tombs underground. Everything was because of the ancient Dragon Cave. Everyone wanted to be buried there, hoping that one day they could become an undead immortal and live forever in this world. The 3rd generation Yuan Taoist master's origin technique stole the fortune of the heaven and earth and calculated everything. No one could find the Qinling Dragon Cave since ancient times, but he found it and buried his body inside. After so many years, a total of 70,000 years, even a weed placed inside would have gained sentience, let alone a strange corpse. The sickly old man speculated that this Yuan Taoist master's body absorbed the moonlight and Qinling ancestral qi. It was nourished by the Dragon Cave and had long become immortal flesh with life-prolonging essences. Where there is light, there is darkness. Where there is yang, there is yin. Where there is life, there is death. This is clearly an ancient corpse, but it was nourished by the sun, moon, and the Dragon Cave. It has the secret of immortality. The virtuous paragon had already guessed that the third-generation Yuan Taoist master had formed a divine pill inside his body. Just like the moon holding a bit of yang, it absorbed the essence of the sun and moon and condensed a yang pill. After cultivating for 70,000 years, only the heavens knew how powerful the effect was. Some ancient sages speculated that it was an immortal pill that was easy for the human body to absorb. This was an extremely rare and immortal medicine that had no value. It was a small matter to regenerate flesh and bones from the dead. Its greater advantage was that it had the opportunity to prove one's Tao. After understanding all of this, Yi Fan couldn't help but be speechless. He originally hated the red-haired humanoid creature because it represented inauspiciousness, but now it seemed that it contained a supreme immortal treasure. The Qinling Dragon Cave is indeed comparable to the Dragon Transformation Pond. There are rare treasures here. Obtaining one can prove one's Tao. It seems that the saying is true. He was tempted. Rather than looking for the Dragon Transformation Pool, he might as well start from the ancient tomb. He had obtained the inheritance of the Yuan Taoist master, so he had a great advantage in this aspect. In particular, the cave where the third-generation Yuan Taoist master was buried would definitely follow the topographical observation method of the Book of Source of Heaven. If one analyzed it in detail, they would definitely find some clues. The sickly old man said, "There is a great dragon hidden in the Qinling Mountains, so naturally, there is also fantasy-grade divine marrow. If it's not in the immortal transformation pool, then it's in the dragon's cave." This was another shocking piece of information. The precious marrow produced by an ancient great dragon was definitely a top-level divine object. If it turned into a living creature, it would be comparable to an undying divine medicine. There had always been a legend in the world that claimed that the fantasy-grade divine marrow truly existed and had its own life. It was very likely that it was extremely powerful, but no one had ever seen it before. I have a feeling that something amazing will appear in the Qinling Mountains this time. Maybe the fantasy dragon marrow alone will be enough to make the 5 regions boil, Yi Fan muttered to himself. However, the sickly old man shook his head and said, "I don't think so. I'm afraid that there will be a big mess. After so many years, it wouldn't be surprising if the fantasy-grade dragon marrow turned into a divine spirit." What? An ancient divine spirit that can compete with the great emperor? Yi Fan was shocked. If such a thing really existed, then no matter how many people came, they would all die. Li Heishui is here too. In the distance, Yi Fan saw Li Heishui, Jiang Huiran, Lu Kou, and Wu Zhongtian. Their strength had increased by a large margin. Last time, Li Heishui was humiliated. Even though Yi Fan avenged him and killed all those people, he was still traumatized and cultivated with all his might for more than 2 years. Yi Fan gave all the coffin boards of the Tree of Enlightenment to Pang Bo and asked him to give one to Li Heishui. As expected, it played a big role. In the Qinling Mountains, there were towering mountains and ancient trees. Many of the ancient trees were as tall as the mountains and were flourishing. This was an ancient land full of vitality. The radius of 1,000,000 miles was only a small area for the Central Plains, but in reality, it was boundless. It was many times larger than the Earth on the other side of the starry sky. It's too vast. This ancient dragon is hiding underground. It's impossible to find it. Yi Fan finally understood how big the gap was between him and the Yuan Taoist master. The latter could seal the true dragon's ancient cave, but he couldn't even find the door. It's him. The sickly old man's expression froze as he looked ahead. The ancient tree swayed in the wind. There was a large lake in front of them. The waves were clear and crystalline, and the blue waves were boundless. It gave people a feeling of vastness and grandeur. There was a man in his 20s beside the lake. He was majestic and powerful, but his face was expressionless. His hair was disheveled, and he stood there like a fossil. Time drives people to grow old, and old friends are buried in the yellow earth. Even a proud son of heaven can't stop it, but he managed to avoid it and came to this world. The sickly old man said to himself. At this time, they were standing on the mountain range. They were still a dozen miles away from the lake, so they weren't worried about being discovered. You're talking about him? Yi Fan was surprised. The Central Emperor, a generation's hero, Xianxia. At the age of 19, he suppressed all the heroes of the world and was the youngest emperor of the Central Plains. the sickly old man sighed. Yi Fan was shocked. Just what was the background of this sickly old man? This tone was a bit off. Just how old was he? Who was the central emperor? He was a hero from 9,000 years ago. Although he had revived in the present, he hadn't seen many people. How could the sickly old man speak like this? You think too much. Who in this world can live 9,000 years? The sickly old man laughed involuntarily. He shook his head and said, I've seen his life records, so I'm just a bit emotional. You really gave me a fright. Back then, the Central Plains was a land of heroes, and there were a few outstanding people. Unfortunately, other than Xiang Yufei, who was frozen by the Qishir Manor, the others have all returned to the dust. There's someone who can be compared to Xiang Yufei? Yi Fan was shocked. The appearance of such an outstanding person was enough to be recorded in the ancient books. There's another one who shocked both the past and the present. Unfortunately, if one continues on this path and never looks back, he can't resist the passage of time. The sickly old man sighed. Who is that person? Yi Fan asked. Gai Jiuyo. The sickly old man only spat out these 3 words. A trace of loneliness appeared on his face, but it disappeared in a flash. It's him. Yi Fan immediately remembered. This was an extraordinary unrivaled figure. 8,000 years ago, Gai Jiuyo was invincible in the world. No one in the 5 regions was a match for him. People thought that he could prove his Tao and become a great emperor, but he failed in the end. Qing the Arch had only died 2,000 years ago, and his Tao hadn't disappeared yet. This world couldn't give birth to a great emperor. Gai Jiuyo sighed and went to the eastern wasteland in his later years, finally buried in the soil. And now, a Xiao Jiuyo appeared in the eastern wasteland, a stubborn and powerful little girl who obtained Gai Jiuyo's inheritance. Once the Jiuyo celestial song was played, it could shake the 9 heavens. Qing the Arch was really too powerful. He proved his Tao in the post-antiquity era and stepped on another path for the later generations. However, it was also because he was too powerful that his Tao couldn't disappear even after 10,000 years. It was difficult for others to become great emperors. Yi Fan nodded in agreement. From all the things he had done, this demonic the Arch was so powerful that even the people around him couldn't look up to him. What kind of realm had he reached? The water flows far away, and the waves wash away the heroes. The mountains are still green, and the sun has set a few times. The sickly old man shook his head and said, Gai Jiuyo was so outstanding. He walked all the way to the end and never looked back. He didn't accept the good intentions of the Qishir Manor and was defeated in the end. However, it's not shameful to be defeated by the dead Qing. The Arch. Pressing forward with indomitable will. This is definitely a great man with unyielding character. Yi Fan sighed. In front, the central sovereign stood in front of the lake. He didn't move at all as if he had lost his life. He silently stared at the lake like a dead tree. After a long time, it was still the same. Yi Fan was astonished and asked, what is he doing there? The sickly old man pondered and said, in the past, Xiang Yufei died young. He wasn't even 20 years old. A girl died for him and jumped into the lake to commit suicide. Ah! With a loud roar, Xiang Yufei's figure disappeared in an instant. His speed was inconceivable. 9,000 years have passed. Even if he plucked the immortal divine medicine, it would be useless. He could only mourn the death of the girl he loved. The sickly old man shook his head. As expected, such a character has an unknown past and has his own story. Yi Fan muttered to himself. He walked with the sickly old man and saw many old friends along the way. In the end, he left alone and walked out of the great mountain. He wanted to collect some materials that only the Yuan Taoist master could use in preparation to explore the ancient dragon cave. Amidst the millions of Qinling mountains, there was an ancient capital. No one knew how long it had existed for. It was known as one of the 10 most ancient cities in the Central Plains, and its name was Qin City. The city walls were modeled and engraved with the traces of time. People came and went in the city in an endless stream. It was very prosperous. There were many commoners, but there were also many cultivators. Jugglers, medicine sellers, and all kinds of snacks rang out one after another. It was bustling with activity and bustling with activity. the atmosphere of the mortal world was boundless. Yi Fan spent 5 to 6 days and spent a lot of source energy. He visited many auction houses and only obtained a small amount of divine origin stone skin. It wasn't enough at all. The ancient dragon cave contained the illusory divine marrow and buried the third-generation Yuan Taoist master. Only heaven knew what kind of strange things were inside. He needed all kinds of materials and had to use the 6 seals to refine it. On the 7th day, Yi Fan walked towards the famous Tiandu Pavilion in Qin City. It was a super treasure house with a total of 9 floors. All kinds of rare and precious items were on sale. Even from afar, he could hear the sound of argument. In front of the majestic Tiandu Pavilion, there were 2 groups of people confronting each other. Yi Fan was startled. There were many old friends in front of the Tiandu Pavilion. The situation was a little tense. One of them was Li Heishui's group, including Pang Bo. The other side was led by a young man. He was Wang Ting's younger brother, the little monster who was already 11 years old. He was very domineering. He stood in the air and looked down at Jiang Huiran and Lu Kou. Beside him, there were more than 10 men and women. All of them were very powerful. They were all saints and saintesses in the dragon transformation secret realm. One of the women mocked Li Heishui's group and tried to provoke Wang Chong's group to attack. Is the Yin Yang sect going to change the saintess for the 3rd time? Pang Bo said without mercy. Another man glanced at them in disdain and said, "There's no point in exposing us like this. If we really fight, do you think you can survive? Yin Yang saint, you have to be careful with your words. You have to learn from your mistakes." Yin Yang saint sneered and said, "Are you talking about that saintess? He has been holed up for more than 2 years and doesn't even dare to come out. It's a pity that we have so many experts who want to take his life but don't know where he is." They did not attack because the Ji siblings were here too. They stood on the other side of Pang Bo. Even Wang Chong was afraid of them. The Yin Yang sect has chosen another saint. Don't you guys find it annoying? I don't think there's a need to exist at all. Yi Fan smiled and walked over from afar. Who are you? Yin Yang saint's expression darkened. This was the death of the Yin Yang sect, and he hated it the most. On the side, the saints and saintesses also looked over with unfriendly expressions as they stared at Yi Fan. You're just a passerby. Do you want to destroy my sect? Yi Fan smiled. I don't even need to think to know that you're standing up for those people. You're looking down on us. How arrogant, Yin Yang saint said coldly. He pulled Wang Ting and the others in, wanting to unite against a common enemy. On the side, Ji Ziyua's eyes blinked as she stared at Yi Fan suspiciously. She wrinkled her nose slightly as she observed his every move. 2 years had passed, but she had not changed much. She was the same as before. Her eyes were as large as black gemstones, and they were very lively. Her eyelashes were very long, and she had a pair of dimples on her face. She looked mischievous and cute. On the other side, Ji Haoyue's black hair draped over his shoulders. His eyebrows were straight, and his tiger-like eyes were full of spirit. His God King aura was even thicker, and he used a secret treasure to hide his cultivation. What shocked Yi Fan the most was Pang Bo, who had reached the 8th transformation of dragon transformation just like him. Yi Fan had no idea how Pang Bo cultivated. He was not slower than Yi Fan at all. Pang Bo was naturally burly, 1 or 2 heads taller than Yi Fan. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes, and his arm was as thick as someone else's leg. He was strong and powerful. How did you improve so quickly? Did you go mad? Yi Fan could not help but secretly send a message. Yi Zi, it's you. Pang Bo was overjoyed as he replied secretly. Now, Yi Fan looked like he was 17 or 18 years old. He was delicate and spirited, like an otherworldly immortal. He had consumed a saint medicine, so he always looked like a teenager. Luckily, he was no longer 15 or 16 years old like before. Now, he was finally a little older. The influence of the saint medicine was evident. Yi Fan entered Qin City and naturally concealed his true appearance. He did not want any problems to occur. He secretly sent a message. How did you improve so quickly? Pang Bo was overjoyed, but he remained calm on the surface. He didn't show it as he secretly held, "For the sake of cultivation, I'm going all out. I've eaten a huge piece of coffin board these past 2 years." As soon as he said that, Yi Fan's jaw almost dropped to the ground. He didn't expect Pang Bo's temperament to be so fierce. If he wanted to do something, he would do it without any restraint. He snatched half of the undying Heavenly Emperor's coffin and brought it out. In the end, he gave the rest to Pang Bo, because he had the Bodhi seed and didn't need to use it. Pang Bo had given Li Heishui a piece. As for the rest, other than meditating, he had swallowed a piece and completely refined it in the past 2 years. "You're really something." Yi Fan could only say that. But after thinking about it carefully, he wasn't worried, because it was definitely a treasure that could be eaten. Before the Archean era, the undying Heavenly Emperor was worshipped by all races as an existence that surpassed the divine spirit. He was the best in the world. He cut down the tree of enlightenment and refined it into a coffin. All of these were the extravagance of a divine spirit. Since ancient times, he was the only one who had done this. What was the ancient tree of enlightenment? This was an undying tree, the world's rarest spiritual root. Even the leaves it produced could be used to comprehend the Tao. There were great Tao imprints on them, let alone its main trunk. "Motherfucker, I've suffered retribution. I ate a piece of the coffin and suffered quite a few lightning strikes these past 2 years." Pang Bo was incredibly furious. Yi Fan was almost speechless. This brother of his was too fierce, eating a heavenly tribulation. This was enough to prove the wonders of the ancient tree of enlightenment. There were many great Tao fragments within. "It's fine as long as your cultivation can advance." "Correct, that's what I was thinking too. I even left a large piece for you. When the time comes, we can eat it together." Pang Bo laughed. "Forget it, I don't need it. You, eat the rest as well." Yi Fan wanted to laugh, but he couldn't. "Last time, I was scolded by that blind old man. He scolded me for wasting natural resources, saying how can this undying tree be eaten? If it is passed down, it can flourish a large sect," Pang Bo said. The blind old man carried the heaven-devouring demon jar and went to the unique scholar residence several times to support the little bandit. This was why Wan Chong and the others were fearful and did not dare to make a move. "Why are you in a daze? Are you scared out of your wits?" Someone beside him mocked. Yi Fan had not responded for a long time, so no one knew what he was thinking. "I don't want to make things difficult for you. I've come to pay my respects and apologize, and I won't argue with you," Wan Chong said. "Little brat, stay where you are." Yi Fan stopped transmitting his voice to Pang Bo and walked toward the dozen or so saints alone. "You're too arrogant. Do you know who these people are? Do you have no respect for anyone here?" The Yin Yang saint fanned the flames, hoping that Wan Chong and the others would attack together. The Yin Yang sect really doesn't learn from their mistakes. They always choose saints. Aren't they a laughingstock? Do they want to elect a 4th saint? Yi Fan said casually. "You deserve to die." The Yin Yang saint's face darkened. "That saint won't live long. He can't hide like a tortoise for the rest of his life. It's too troublesome to change." "I think the Yin Yang sect doesn't need saints," Yi Fan said. He took a step forward and slashed down with a large hand. Everyone was shocked. He seemed to have entered an unstoppable state, making it difficult to defend against. His speed was too fast. A crystal-clear palm fell like jade. The Yin Yang saint had nowhere to hide and raised his hands to meet the attack. In the air, the crystal-clear palm and fingers flowed with Tao patterns. There were runes flashing. That was the power of Tao. With a soft sound, the saint's hands broke inch by inch like they were made of paper. Then, he collapsed. He was powerless to resist the large hand in the air. Pfft, the Yin Yang saint didn't even have time to scream. The palm landed on his head and crushed him into meat paste. Even his bones melted. He didn't look like a human anymore. The people around all retreated quickly. They broke out in a cold sweat. That was the saint of the Yin Yang sect. He was killed with a single slap. It was shocking. The scene was noisy. Li Heishui and the others were naturally happy, but the other side was uneasy. Even Wang Chong couldn't help but retreat in fear. After the clamor, everyone knew that the Yin Yang sect was going crazy. In just a few years, 3 saints had died. This was too shameful. They would definitely become the laughingstock of the middle ground. Yi, you're too unkind. The old leader of the Yin Yang sect is about to die. He didn't die, but he's going to die because of you, Pang Bo said with a chuckle. They always want to find trouble with me. They want to get rid of me immediately. I have no choice but to make sure they don't dare to choose any more saints in the future. Yi Fan smiled. Then, he walked forward step by step, forcing Wang Chong and the others. The dozen saints retreated together. No one dared to face him head-on. They were all a little afraid. Wang Ting had personally suppressed the little monster in the past. Now that he had come out of seclusion, he was still very arrogant, but he was much stronger than 2 years ago. He didn't dare to be stubborn. There were many cultivators in Qin City. They were all shocked. They didn't expect a young man to force more than a dozen talents from the 5 regions to retreat. None of them dared to attack. Don't push me too far. Wang Chong clenched his teeth. Yi Fan was unmoved. He pushed out with his palm. Like a gale sweeping away fallen leaves, the dozen people all spat out mouthfuls of blood and were sent flying. Only Wang Chong was unharmed. He was blocked by 2 powerful ancient creatures. One seemed to be made of gold and was 3 meters tall. The other seemed to be made of silver and was very powerful. In the end, the battle didn't continue. A golden chariot flew across the sky. Wang Ting rushed into the depths of the Qin Mountains like a celestial emperor. Master received a secret report. There's an important clue. Let's go. The 2 ancient creatures brought Wang Chong far away. Don't tell me Wang Ting knows about the place we discovered? Pang Bo exclaimed. Ayaya, let's go quickly. We can't let someone beat us to it. Anyway, the things we need are almost ready. Let's go back quickly. Ji Ziyue shouted. What did you guys find? Yi Fan was surprised. I saw the mark of a monk and a mark left by a man riding a bull. It leads to a lake that is about to dry up. Pang Bo said. What? Yi Fan exclaimed. Yi Fan secretly transmitted his voice to Li Heishui and the others. They were so surprised that they almost cried out. They were especially enthusiastic when old friends met. Not long after, they left Qin City and went deep into the Qin Mountains. They hurried to the mysterious place that Ji Haoyue, Pang Bo, and Li Heishui discovered. It had to be said that Ji Ziyue's spiritual sense was too sharp. After traveling for less than 15 minutes, she wrinkled her nose and ground her teeth. She grabbed Yi Fan and said, It's you. Why did you hide it? Do you think we're outsiders? I don't want to talk to you. Yi Fan revealed his true appearance and pinched her nose. He smiled. I'm afraid of being beaten up by your adults. You dare pinch me? Ji Ziyue ground her teeth and blinked her large black eyes as she grabbed Yi Fan's ear. Let go. Yi Fan pinched her nose. On the other side, the god king of the eastern wilderness, Ji Haoyue, had a dark expression. He wanted to say something, but he also wanted to push Yi Fan to the side. He couldn't help but stride over. Your little sister is pulling my ear. I didn't hurt her. Hurry and make her let go. Yi Fan spoke first. Take your hand away from my sister's nose. Ji Haoyue said with a dark expression. Ji Haoyue, I saved your life. Be polite to your benefactor. Yi Fan mumbled. That's 2 different things. Ji Haoyue was usually very wise, but at this moment, the veins on his forehead were popping. Ji Ziyue's large eyes curved into crescent moons as she laughed nonstop. She pulled Yi Fan's ear a few times and floated away agilely. Pang Bo, Li Heishui, and the rest also laughed, harboring evil intentions. Only Ji Haoyue and Yi Fan glared at each other. Not long after, they crossed the void and entered the depths of the Qinling Mountains. They came to a stone forest where there was a dried-up lake. On a boulder, they saw the mark of a monk, and on the other side, they saw the mark of an old man riding a green ox. If there's no accident, this should be Sakyamuni, and the other one riding a green bull is Laozi. Purple qi comes from the east, even the stone walls have purple qi. Yi Fan was moved. This? Pangbo was shocked. Only he and Yi Fan knew the significance of these two names. The ancients from 2,500 years ago had actually appeared on this side of the cosmos. Where were they going along the ancient path of the cosmos? Laozi left Hanggu Pass and disappeared from China since ancient times. Who would have thought that he would pass here? Pangbo found it unbelievable. Laozi's path to the west was really too far. Could this be the immortal transformation pool? Yi Fan muttered to himself. The stone forest was huge and the rocks were all of different shapes and sizes. Some looked like a crouching bull, some like a green tiger, and some like a coiling phoenix. In front of him, there was a pond. It was originally a lake, but it was almost dried up. Could it be a celestial pond? Yi Fan wasn't sure. It didn't seem possible. How could a celestial pond dry up? Sakyamuni's imprint was very clear. His face was benevolent and dignified. He had the bearing of a wise sage and had the aura of someone being pitied. Some say he is the revered one, but others say he isn't. The traitor might be related to him. Some say he is the demon shell of the Buddha. He recalled the words of the white-robed nun. Sakyamuni had an extraordinary identity in this world. The reason for this was complicated and he still couldn't understand it. On Earth, if one talked about Buddhism, they would have to mention Sakyamuni. However, in this world, it was too ironic. This founder had become a traitor and was even an opposing demon. An elder of our Ji family saw one of the 10 disciples of Sakyamuni 1,000 years ago. At that time, that Buddha had just returned from overseas. Gzum muttered softly. Outside the 5 regions was an endless ocean. There were even islands scattered all over. Some said that there were divine islands in the vast ocean with supreme experts hidden within. There were even ancient emperors who had never been heard of before. Some even said that in the ocean that was even vaster than the 5 regions, there might be celestial islands that gave birth to gods. The main reason was that the ocean was too big. It was even vaster than the 5 regions. No one could cross the ocean to the end. People were filled with reverence for it. One of the 10 disciples of Sakyamuni, he crossed the ocean and returned. Yi Fan's heart moved. He thought about In Miaoi's words. Didn't she say the same thing when she gave him the Nirvana scripture? How is that person's cultivation? Pangbo asked. Unfathomable. At that time, a grand elder faced him and couldn't see through him at all. It was like facing the abyss. Gzus said. This was something she had only found out recently. The great Sakyamuni was called Buddha in another world, but here, he is a traitor. How ironic. Pangbo shook his head. Yi Fan thought about the Buddhism of his homeland. Although it was said that it was created by Sakyamuni, there were already Buddhists before that. Rather than saying that it was created, it was better to say that it was developed. In some ancient scriptures, it was recorded that when Shakyamuni was traveling, he saw Buddhists sacrificing themselves to cultivate. He thought that it was not the right way, and from then on, the Tathagata Dharma was created. Yi Fan gradually made a bold association. Earth had a history of annihilation. Not to mention the most mysterious ancient China, ancient India also had an extraordinary past. If Buddhism existed long ago and was born before Sakyamuni, would there be Buddhist sages who came to the other side with the help of the star door left by the ancients? If that was the case, there were too many possibilities. A corner of many mysteries would be revealed. In an instant, Yi Fan thought of the Paramitha, which was an extraordinary term in Buddhism. Has Earth really lost a part of its records? Has a part of history been annihilated? Perhaps this part of history is extremely long and not as simple as a few thousand years. Of course, there was another possibility, which was that the people of this world had gone to Earth along the ancient starry sky path and founded Buddhism. Later on, Sakyamuni came here to find the origin. Yi Fan thought of too many things. The ancient starry sky path was endless and far. It was definitely not built by 1 or 2 ancient stars. It involved many star regions. Where did the path of the ancients lead to? Look, the imprints he left behind are very particular. They are formed by a strange character that can't be seen, Li Heishui said. The others gathered around and were secretly shocked. The small characters were very fine, and it was difficult to see them clearly even with the divine eyes. They were too small and combined to form a human figure. It's Sanskrit, Pangbo said. He and Yifan looked at each other in dismay. These were ancient Indian characters, and they couldn't recognize any of them. No wonder. He left an imprint on the holy cliff, and there are also Sanskrit characters here. He left it for later generations, Yifan said thoughtfully. Last time, they were too careless and didn't see through the imprint on the holy cliff. There were actually many small characters gathered together, and this should be for the people from ancient India to see. Did they expect that later generations would follow in their footsteps? Where did they go to now? Yifan and Pangbo squatted there and stared at each other. These were the characters left behind by Tathagata, and most likely contained the secrets of the starry sky. Yet, they couldn't recognize any of them. Why is it Sanskrit? The two asked the heavens speechlessly. In the distant past, Earth didn't just have one Buddha. At the very least, there was an ancient person with great wisdom in the same generation. 2,500 years ago, ancient China was a place where hundreds of schools of thought contended for supremacy. All of them were extremely talented, and each of them was famous throughout the ages. They left an indelible mark in the sky of history. Just Laozi alone was comparable to Buddha. Sakyamuni was a deity with great divine abilities and great wisdom. There was no doubt that Laozi was also a person who was both a human and a god. They quickly stood up and impatiently arrived in front of the other imprint. The old man riding the green ox was leisurely heading west in an indifferent manner. As expected, there were also small characters carved together to form this picture of a green ox carrying a saint. It was also an explanation for the future generations. These two ancient people definitely wouldn't leave imprints randomly. They most likely knew that there would be future generations who recorded the path they had taken. Quickly. Look at what's written. Pangbo urged. He couldn't understand a single word. Although Yifan had some knowledge of ancient texts, he also frowned at this moment. A small portion of it was written in the Bell Cauldron script, and some of it was written in the Oracle Bone script. Not to mention him, even an old pedant who was proficient in this field wouldn't be able to read it word by word. Even on Earth, these two languages hadn't been completely deciphered. West out of Hanggu Pass. He could only make out this continuous sentence. There were other words that were separated, such as Great Emperor, Ancient Road, Domain, Immortal, Ziwei Ancient Star, North Star, etc. This old man is too awesome. West out of Hanggu Pass, and as he walked, he entered the realm of stars. Pangbo was speechless. There was a record in an ancient book, Laozi traveled to the west. Past Magistrate she saw violet energy floating in the pass, and Laozi passed by riding the green ox. The last time Laozi appeared in ancient China was at Hanggu Pass. Purple energy came from the east, and he left behind the 5,000 words of Tao Te Ching. Ishi remembered it, and he never appeared in this world again. Yifan also sighed. On the other side of the starry sky, he had never thought about Laozi. He only thought of him as an ancient person with great wisdom. But now, he had to admit that he was a cultivator who had entered the starry sky and arrived at the other side. Buddha and Laozi were almost born in the same era, and they were both people from 2,500 years ago. Was this a coincidence? They went to the realm of stars through the stargate left by the ancient people. Yifan muttered to himself. 2,000 years ago, the Buddhists on Earth were born in almost the same era, and there was not much difference between them. Was this a coincidence, or was there some kind of mystery? There was Buddhism in this world, but it wasn't the Buddhism of Buddha Gautama Buddha. It was understandable to revere Amitabha, and there was also this saying on Earth. However, there was also Taoism in this world, but it wasn't the Tao of Laozi, and it was difficult to trace back to its origin. Who created Taoism? Yifan couldn't help but ask. It's too complicated. The masters of Taoism are like wild cranes and clouds. They left behind their teachings and passed down their secret arts, but they are not as unified as Buddhism. They are very loose, and it is difficult to find the origin. Ji Haoyue shook his head. As for Taoism, it was difficult to say when it had been created, not to mention this world, even on the other side of the realm of stars. If one were to talk about Taoism, they would have to talk about the teachings of Elder Huang, and if one were to talk about Elder Huang, they would have to go back in time. Laozi was a person from 2,500 years ago, but the Huang in Elder Huang was a person from 4,000 years ago, or even 5,000 years ago. The Taoism named by later generations could, in fact, be traced back infinitely. In the long river of history, it was difficult to find the end. Laozi didn't leave many traces in this world. If he went along the ancient starry road, where did he go? The starry door left by the ancients led to an endless and unknown place. Where was the end? Yi Fan didn't know, but at least he felt that this world wasn't the end, and there were still ancient stars ahead. There was a picture in the bronze coffin. At that time, he and Pang Bo had seen it with their own eyes. It was a bright starry sky, and the earth and the Big Dipper were only a corner of it. There was still a wider road ahead. 2,500 years ago, the Buddhists were born, and they were extremely brilliant. It was a very glorious era. Yi Fan muttered to himself. Since Laozi and Buddha were almost gods, how could those outstanding figures of the same era be ordinary? Unfortunately, they were like fireworks at the end of the era. Since then, gods gradually faded away, and even if they did exist, they were man-made. Could it be that 2,500 years ago, the last group of ancient sages on Earth made a decision to leave the old haunt and go along the ancient starry road? In ancient China, the Ziwei star, the 4 symbols, and the 28 star domains were a vast sky map. Should they pass through the ancient starry road opened by the ancients? Where was the end? There were people who were far more ancient than Laozi, as well as the 72 ancient kings who were worshipping on Mount Tai. Did they enter the star domain one step earlier and go to the end of the starry sky? The ancients lived for hundreds of years in spring and autumn, yet their movements never faltered. Just how far back was the ancient era mentioned by the Yellow Emperor? For modern people, the Yellow Emperor was an ancient person from 4 or 5,000 years ago, and he was already an ancient emperor. What kind of period was the ancient era he was lamenting? How many past events had been annihilated in ancient China? It was very likely that a vast ancient history was covered in dust over the years. When could it be unraveled? Yi Fan was lost in thought, and his mind wandered far and wide. In this vast star domain, just how many ancient stars were there with life? Were the stars mentioned in ancient China a kind of enlightenment, or did they represent an even more important meaning? Earth, Mars, Ziwei. Ancient stars after ancient stars, where was the origin, and where was the end? What was the meaning of this ancient road? Where did it lead to? What kind of place was it? The 9 dragons pulling the coffin, did they die in battle and return to their homeland, or did they travel aimlessly? On the 5-colored sacrificial altar, the 9 dragons traversed the dark and cold sky. The origin was unknown, and the road ahead was unknown. Who was it picking up? Would it set sail one day? Yi Fan was at a loss. There were many ancient stars in the boundless star field. Where did the ancient path lead to? He and Pang Bo glanced at each other and thought of many things. This ancient star was definitely not the end. It was very likely to be a relay station. If they wanted to advance and return home, the only way was to transcend and become stronger. Only then could they leave this world. Otherwise, it would be like being trapped in a cage. Just how many secrets were there in the vast universe and boundless starry sky? Where did the preaching Qi practitioners go after leaving Earth? Sigh, don't think too much. We have no intention of joining in the fun with those ancient sages. Returning home is the right path. Pang Bo sighed. Now, it was useless even if they had such thoughts. If they wanted to enter the star field, they had to at least be on par with the ancient saints. Otherwise, they could only rely on the 5-colored altar. Maybe there are other star gates and not just the altar in the forbidden ancient land. If we want to go home, we need to understand this world. Yi Fan secretly transmitted his voice. Ji Haoyue used the divination divine art to calculate. He couldn't find anything even after looking at the 2 seals. This was a special talent of the divine body and was very useful in battle. In the end, they left this place and walked forward. Mist rose from the dried-up lake. It didn't seem far away, but it was difficult to approach. It's not simple at all. Yi Fan revealed a surprised expression. We've already been here once, but we couldn't go over. We specially prepared some materials that can break through the fabricated formation patterns. Let's try breaking through it. Li Heishui said. Jiang Huiran, Wu Zhongtian, and Lu Ko took action. They took out some star stones and withered dragon wood to fill the space in front of the stone forest and threw them into the lake. The mist lingered and didn't weaken at all. As they got closer, it became thicker. The dry lake with only a puddle was gradually covered in mist, covering the entire stone forest. This won't do. It's the same as last time. We can't go through. Pangbo frowned. The mist was very thick and quickly drowned the area. It made people lose their sense of direction. They had no choice but to retreat. This place was very strange. They grabbed a lone wolf and chased it into the mist. It melted in an instant and vanished into thin air. Not even its flesh and bones remained. It was very terrifying. This place is really strange. They took out their magic treasures, and not long after, they also let out cracking sounds as they were destroyed in the mist. Could it really be the immortal transformation pond? Yi Fan's heart thumped with excitement. If it was the immortal transformation pond, then there would be great opportunities. It had already dried up, becoming a small puddle. If there were immortal treasures, they could easily find them and obtain them. Sakyamuni, I've been here before. Maybe it really is the Qinling Celestial Pond, the birthplace of the Azure Emperor. Pangbo rubbed his hands. Since primordial times, who knows how many divine objects have sunk into the celestial pool. Legend has it that there are broken emperor weapons and immortal treasures. Jiziyu knew a lot. Her black eyes flashed with spiritual light. Don't act rashly. Let me take a closer look. Yi Fan retreated and observed the mountain from afar. Stone forests grew thickly, and precipices soared high into the sky. There was little green vegetation near the dried lake, but the surrounding mountains were full of vitality. This place is very unusual. Why do I find it more and more familiar the more I look at it? He mumbled. No one disturbed him because they all knew that he had received the inheritance of the Yuan Taoist master. He could be considered an authoritative figure in the study of mountains and rivers. This is the land of immortal ascension. Yi Fan's heart trembled. This terrain was very similar to the one recorded in the Heavenly Sourcebook. It was a mysterious and unfathomable place. The others were shocked. Just from the name, they could tell that it was not an ordinary land. It was definitely incomparably mystical. It was most likely close to the immortal transformation pond. As the name suggests, this is a rare and wondrous land. It is connected to a celestial land. The journey will be difficult and dangerous. Although it was recorded in the Heavenly Sourcebook, the land of immortal ascension was only a legend. They had never seen it before. Even the Yuan Taoist master had not been fortunate enough to see it. They could only speculate about the terrain. There was a path like this in the Qinling Mountains. Without a doubt, it led to the immortal transformation pond. The so-called road of immortal ascension must have originated from there. Is it easy to pass? Jiang Huiran asked hopefully. 9 deaths and 1 life. It is equivalent to rushing through a trial of death. It is extremely difficult to pass. Yi Fan said. This place was not inferior to the various dangerous lands of the eastern wasteland. Could it be that we can only watch helplessly? The immortal transformation pond might be up ahead. Since the archaic times, who knows how many pieces of immortal treasures have sunk into it. The land of immortal ascension was definitely a terrifying place that cut off the path of mortals. Otherwise, if everyone ascended there, how could it be considered an immortal land? We can give it a try. Now that it has appeared on its own, the danger should be reduced to the lowest. There is quite a bit of hope. The land of immortal ascension was normally not visible. It was hidden in the void all year round. Only those who cultivated the heavenly eye could see it, but it was still extremely difficult. It would only appear in the mortal world every 10,000 years and take form. Only then could the people of the world see some traces of it. Yi Fan finally understood why no one could find the immortal transformation pond. It only appeared once every 10,000 years. It was located in the void and did not belong to the mortal world at all. It was an immortal land not only in name but also in reality. It is as if it descended from another world. This was also a chance. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, even if he used the heavenly eye to capture traces of it, he wouldn't be able to enter at all. Each time it appeared on its own, it would weaken and wouldn't be that terrifying. If one's methods were good, they would be able to pass through. If we use an ancient saint weapon to open the path, we should be able to enter. Yi Fan said. Apart from this, is there no other way? Pang Bo was really unwilling. Brother, go and report to the family head. We will definitely be able to invite a saint weapon out. Ji Ziyue blinked her eyes and said. Didn't we agree long ago? If we get anything from this place, we will split it equally. If we invite those old things from your family, we will also invite the bandit grandfathers. Li Heishui said. If they really alerted the Ji family, the few of them would definitely run. Even if they invited their grandfathers over, they would have to bring the heaven-swallowing demon pot. Don't rush, let me try to open a path. Yi Fan said. According to the records of the Book of Origin, he observed the surrounding mountains and rivers and felt the pulse of the world here. He kept deducing and carving many heaven origin patterns on the ground. After a long time, Yi Fan stood up and walked towards the dried-up lake step by step. Genesis Heaven Rune Network automatically appeared under his feet, flashing like a star field. Yi Zi, are you confident? If you can't, then don't go. Pang Bo tried to dissuade him, afraid that he would be in danger. Don't worry, I am just testing. I definitely won't let myself fall into danger. Yi Fan smiled. You have to be careful, don't try to be brave. Ji Ziyue warned softly. She wrinkled her pretty nose and waved her snow-white hand. Little Yi Zi, you have to be careful. Li Heishui and the others also reminded. Not long later, Yi Fan's voice came from the mist, telling them to enter. He judged that this path was feasible. At most, they could retreat. Pang Bo, Ji Ziyue, and the others all entered the mist. It was as if they were standing in the clouds, sizing up their surroundings. The mist was so thick that they couldn't even see each other. It was very strange and made them feel uneasy. The heaven resentment pattern under Yi Fan's feet flickered. It was complex and profound. He became one with the pulse of the earth and obtained the path and secrets he wanted to know. The few of them followed closely behind, walking forward step by step. They were nervous and excited. After all, they were getting close to the legendary celestial transformation pond. The birthplace of the Azure the Arch. The green copper piece was also immersed in this place. As for what else was there, no one could say for sure. It gave them endless anticipation. Don't stray too far from me. You have to be within 30 meters of me. Otherwise, even if a powerhouse takes the wrong path, he will turn into pus and blood. Yi Fan reminded them solemnly. It's that scary? Jiang Huiran muttered. Even powerhouses could be turned into cramps. No, we have entered the dried-up lake. Why is there no water at all? Why does it feel like we are stepping on a mountain? Wu Zhongtian was suspicious. Yi Fan said, everything we see is mostly fabricated and not real. Unless one cultivates the heavenly eye, it will be hard to see through it. They carefully followed behind Yi Fan and seemed to be following his footprints. After advancing for a quarter of an hour, they had traveled quite a distance. The mist became even thicker. Suddenly, they felt that something was wrong. They couldn't say what was going on. It was too quiet along the way, and there was a strange aura. Damn it, there's one more person among us. Pang Bo was scared. When these words were spoken, everyone's hearts trembled. There were clearly 8 people, but now there was a 9th person following them. The mist was so thick that they couldn't see clearly even if they stood very close. A humanoid creature was standing among them, and they didn't know which one was the latecomer. At this moment, everyone's scalps went numb. There was actually one more person. This wasn't a good sign. They could vaguely smell a rotting smell. Hung. Ji Haoyue snorted coldly. A string of blood beads shot out from his finger. It was like a rainbow that illuminated the mist and penetrated through. A mournful cry like the wailing of a malicious ghost rang out. The humanoid creature in the mist was shot through, and it staggered and fled, vanishing in the blink of an eye. However, that terrifying cry was still echoing out, causing one's hair to stand on end. It was like the curse of a 1,000-year-old malicious ghost, cold and venomous. That creature is very strong, not weaker than a first-layer immortal. Brother, how you actually scared it away with a flick of your finger. Yi Fan was shocked. Divine blood can destroy evil, it's just a rotting corpse. Actually, the saint blood in your body can also be used, you can turn it into ashes, Ji Haoyue said. Ji Ziyue was very sharp. Her big black eyes swiveled as she mumbled. Why do I feel that it doesn't seem like we entered the immortal pond? If not, why would there be such a dead spirit? It's not strange to have these on the way to the immortal ascension land, Yi Fan explained. An hour later, they walked out of the mist. In front of them, the sunset glow was like blood, dyeing the sky red. At the same time, there was also a faint golden glow. What is this place? When we were observing the terrain from the outside, we didn't see such a landscape at all. Li Heishui frowned. This is the true appearance of this place. Everything we saw before was just an illusion, Yi Fan said. The terrain here was extraordinary. The mountains were majestic and the valleys were vast. Draconic chi lingered around the mountains, and it was a magnificent scene. Bang! The ground in front of them split open, and a tattered wooden coffin appeared. A huge hand covered in red hair stretched out and crawled out. What is this place? Is it really a place of immortal ascension? Why did another dead spirit appear? This is simply like a burial ground. Jiang Huiran felt goosebumps. This was a huge corpse. Under the blood-colored setting sun, it looked extremely horrifying. Its eyes were lifeless as it closed in on them. With a flick of Yi Fan's finger, 8 or 9 golden beads of blood flew out and landed on its body. With a chi-la sound, golden flames ignited, burning it until it howled miserably as it flew away. In the distance, there were more than 10 silver winged rickshaws. Their bodies seemed to be cast from silver and flickered with metallic luster. However, they didn't dare to approach. They stared fixedly at Yi Fan. After advancing for a short while, an enormous mountain appeared in front of them. At the top was a pool of water that flickered with radiance under the setting sun. It flowed with a dreamy radiance. Immortal pool, it must be the immortal transformation pool. The others were all excited. Something's not right. Look, there's another wondrous place not far away. Pangbo pointed to the other side. Beside it was a great peak, and on it was an ancient cave that took in and spat out draconic chi. It stirred one's mind. There were 2 banana trees that were who knew how many tens of thousands of years old. Green multicolored light flickered as they grew on both sides of the ancient cave. Qinling Mountain's ancient dragon cave. Yi Fan was shaken. The 3rd generation Yuan Taoist master might be buried inside. The immortal transformation pond and the ancient dragon cave existed side by side, not that far from each other. This shocked everyone. 2 pure lands that were coveted by the people of the world were in the same place. No wonder they always appear one after the other, turns out they are both in the immortal ascension land. This is almost the legendary yin and yang acupoint. Not to mention someone like Yi Fan who was proficient in origin techniques, even the others could see that this was a natural yin and yang divine land. The immortal transformation pond was at the peak of an enormous mountain. It was extremely spacious, and the water could be seen. Multicolored light flowed about and surged outwards. Yang energy was extremely heavy, rushing over like heavenly flames. On the other side of the great peak, the ancient cave at the base of the mountain took in and sent out draconic energy. Even though it was divine, there was a type of great yin true force flowing about. Qinling's ancient great dragon is moving. The others were shocked. The great peak where the dragon cave was wasn't stationary, but was moving at a speed that normal people couldn't see. It was extremely special. We found the immortal transformation pond just like that, and we even saw Qinling's #1 ancient cave. It really is a bit inconceivable. They all felt that this was a bit unreal. This was a great immortal opportunity that made them feel like they were suffocating. At this moment, Yi Fan frowned. Even though they were only a dozen or so li away, every step forward would be filled with killing intent. It wasn't that easy to approach. Difficult to cross the heavenly moat, this is a road of death that is difficult to cross. He solemnly reminded everyone not to act blindly without thinking and to absolutely not advance. Even though the immortal ascension land had weakened endlessly, the final part of the journey was still extremely terrifying. It was even more difficult than ascending to the heavens. It was known as crossing the heavenly moat. 100 li of death trial, 90 li of immortal ascension, and 10 li of crossing the heavenly moat. Even saints find it difficult to cross these last 10 li. It's that serious? The others felt a chill run down their spines. Every step forward was equivalent to crossing a trial of death. It's even more serious than what I said. Crossing the heavenly moat can also be said to be impossible for immortals to cross. It is one of the most terrifying terrains under the heavens. Yi Fan said in a low voice. He didn't expect the last 10 li to be so heaven-defying. It was actually impossible for immortals to cross. This type of terrain had never been seen since ancient times, yet it appeared here. What do we do? Even though they arrived at the Central Plains' most ancient dragon cave, they still couldn't approach it. They were extremely unwilling. Yi Fan said, "Now, we can only wait patiently. The celestial transformation pool and the ancient cave haven't truly descended into the world yet. After waiting for a few more days, immortals will most likely pass through." The 90-kilometer road of celestial ascension was a dangerous place to begin with. Normally, it would be impossible to pass through it. Even a divine leader would have to bear a grudge if he came here. It could cut off all the heroes of the world. Yet now, it was only because the immortal transformation pool descended on its own and manifested itself in the world that all dangers were greatly weakened and practically eliminated. That was why they were able to come here. The last 10 miles of the heaven crossing chasm was not weakened. Even if a king came, he would die if he took a single step forward. More than 10 silver-winged Xianxias flew past, letting out mournful cries before disappearing into the horizon. On the other side, several old corpses were swallowing the sunset glow. It was an indescribably strange sight. This place is really strange. Even though it's incomparably divine, why are there so many dead spirits? On the ground, the sunset glow dyed everything red. From time to time, humanoid creatures would appear, but they were definitely not humans. Most of them were lifeless. There are many ancient tombs under the Qinling Mountains. Some of the ancient corpses have astonishing origins. Some are intelligent, so it's not strange for them to come here. It seems like there really is a creature buried in the ancient dragon cave. After being nourished for so many years, who can deal with it? Suddenly, there was a commotion on the horizon. The silver-winged Xianxias, the flying ghosts, and the others all retreated in fright like 10,000 beasts fleeing. Something's wrong. It's as if the king of beasts has appeared, and all the beasts are frightened. A loud sound came from the horizon. A tall old man appeared. His hair was burnt yellow like weeds, and he walked over step by step. He was 2 meters tall, much taller than ordinary people. His body was majestic, and his strength was boundless. Every step he took caused the ground to tremble. This person's physical body is terrifying. How heavy is it? Why is it moving like a mountain? As he neared, the old man with yellow hair and eyes like golden pearls came closer. He was like a mountain that made it hard for people to breathe. This is a super old emperor of the Zhou divine dynasty. The others were astonished. This person had passed away a long time ago. The emperor's divine clothes on his body had rotted away, but the mark of the Zhou divine dynasty could still be seen. This is a divine garment on the same level as an imperial divine weapon, but it's rotted away. How long has it been here? Wu Zhongtian's pupil shrank. At least 40,000 years. Otherwise, a king's divine garment wouldn't be this rotten, Ji Haoyue said. The others were afraid, but the only thing that reassured them was that this ancient corpse seemed to have just gained intelligence. Its eyes were still dull and not very lively. His physical body is powerful, but he doesn't have many tricks up his sleeves. We should be able to deal with him. Yi Fan was secretly glad. If they had encountered the old monk from last time, they would all have died. He's coming for us. The majestic old emperor's golden eyes carried a layer of deathly aura. He took large strides forward and stretched out a large hand to grab Qin Mu. Ji. Haoyue flicked his finger. A string of 5-colored blood beads flew out and hit the red-haired creature's body. This was the divine blood of a king, and it contained the power to destroy evil. However, the power of the divine blood was too strong. When it hit the old emperor's body, it only made banging sounds. It couldn't penetrate or injure him. Not good. This person was inconceivably powerful when he was alive. He has a king's body. Although he didn't cultivate it to great success, the divine blood is useless against him because his body also has it. Xianxia said in shock. What? Everyone was shocked. This was actually an old king's body. This news was too shocking. What made people rejoice was that this evil spirit had just gained intelligence not long ago. It only knew how to swallow the essence of the sun and moon. It didn't have any terrifying methods, only its corpse was sturdy. Bang! Wu Zhongtian, Li Heishui, and the others took action. All kinds of magical treasures attacked together, but they couldn't shake this super old emperor. They were all blasted away. A king's body is so sturdy. The people on the scene took action one after another. Several magical treasures were shattered, but none of them were able to harm the king's body in the slightest. Let me do it. Pangbo walked forward and took out a few stone nails. They immediately pierced through the ancient corpse. The king's blood hadn't lost its spirituality yet and gushed out. Bang! In the end, the old emperor's corpse collapsed. Everyone rejoiced that he didn't have intelligence and was muddle-headed. Otherwise, the group would be in danger. Such powerful and mysterious stone nails. Xianxia was greatly astonished. These stone nails had a great origin. They were the nails on the coffin made from the Tao Comprehension ancient tree. Yifan gave them to Pangbo, and he regarded them as treasures. Although they were only used to nail the coffin, they were refined by an existence that surpassed the divine in the hearts of the 10,000 ancient races. They possessed inconceivable power. I really don't know how powerful the undying heavenly emperor is. Even the stone nails on his coffin are so terrifying. In the following half a month, Yifan circled around the immortal transformation pond and the dragon cave in detail. He didn't know how many heaven origin runes he had drawn. He used his Genesis arts to draw densely packed heaven origin runes on the ground 10 li away. They were as numerous as the stars in the sky, innumerable. According to my calculations, this place will completely appear in the world in another dozen or so days. Immortals will then be able to pass through. Great, we will have a great harvest in another half a month. You must be careful. Even if this place appears in the world on its own, there are only 8 paths leading to the 8 directions. Yifan solemnly reminded. After so many days of calculations, Yifan's heart was pounding. The last 10 li path was filled with peerless danger. Any emperor would be turned into pus and blood if they entered. You must remember this. He drew on the ground and marked out 8 paths leading to the immortal pond and the dragon cave. In the following dozen or so days, Yifan exhausted all his energy to lay down endless heaven resentment runes, including the terrain of this area. When it truly appears in the world, there will definitely be other experts coming. We can only be one step ahead. There were only 8 paths to pass through, and there were 8 of them. Each of them decided to take one path each. They wanted to be the first to compete with those who came later. As expected, there are people coming. Time passed quickly, and the mist on the 90-kilometer path of immortal ascension dissipated. Someone had discovered this place, and the news spread immediately. Another 2 days passed, and the last 10 li of the natural chasm changed. The danger weakened, and they could pass through it. Don't act rashly. Wait for another half a day. Yifan stopped them. There were other people coming. Many of them rushed over, but before they could even make a sound, they were turned into nothingness on the spot. Let's go. Yifan estimated that it was about time. The 8 of them moved separately, each choosing a path and advancing as if they were flying. Every step they took was very meticulous, and it was unknown how many times they had rehearsed it in advance. They had long since memorized every place they would land. This 10 li path was very special. Now that there were only 8 paths, no one dared to be careless, for fear of taking the wrong path. Aya! On one path, the Ji family's little moon screamed. Xianxia in the neighboring area was shocked, and then he let out a long sigh. So the Ji family's holy leader had come, and he was following his sister's footwork. Retreat quickly. Don't enter this place, it's too dangerous. The Ji family's holy leader said. He pointed at Ji Ziyua's forehead, and a map appeared. This old fox must have been here long ago. Yifan muttered to himself on the other path. Family leader, bring me in. Jiziyue pouted and shook the family leader's arm, unwilling to let go. Many people are going to die here today. Hurry up and leave. The Ji family's holy leader waved his sleeves and tossed her out, landing on a safe footing. Jiziyue wrinkled her delicate nose, turned around, and ran. After she came out, she chased after the path that Yifan was on and followed him in. In the distance, the masters of the Jiang family, Yaoguang clan, and the Wind clan all appeared with many experts. Among them, Ouyang Yi, who was infinitely close to the Earth Origin Master realm, was also among them. On the other side, the 100 sects of the Middle State, the 4 immortal dynasties, and the various sect masters all appeared with a few dragon-seeking Earth masters following them. There was no lack of extraordinary people in the world. After they made their deductions, they chased after the 8 paths that Yifan pointed out, and many experts followed. Swoosh, Cassius fluttered, and a group of old monks appeared. A few of them had layers of Buddha light behind their heads, and divine halos covered their bodies. They bemoaned the state of the universe and pitied the fate of mankind. They had bitter expressions on their faces, and it was obvious that they were top-notch experts. On the path to the east, a young man appeared on a golden ancient war chariot. He looked majestic, and his black hair draped over his shoulders. Wang Ting had arrived. He had cultivated the martial Dao Heavenly Eye, and his pitch-black pupils shot out 2 beams of light. He stared at Jiang Huairan's back, and his body radiated with boundless light as he chased after him. Bang! The golden war chariot brushed past Jiang Huairan's head, causing his hair to become disheveled. He almost cursed out loud, but seeing that it was the North Arch, he could only temporarily hold it in. Damn you, Wang Ting, do you really think that you are the Celestial Emperor? Just you wait. On the golden war chariot, Wang Chong stood next to his elder brother. He looked back and sneered in disdain. When we come in, don't let me see you guys. Scram as far as you can. That brat who made trouble for us in Qin City must be Yifan. This time, my big brother's real body is here. Let him wash his neck and wait to be slaughtered. The golden war chariot rumbled forward. There were saber marks and sword holes on its surface. It was like an ancient emperor's chariot traveling. There was an intimidating power around it. Dragons and phoenixes rose together, their cries shaking the 9 heavens as light soared into the sky. Jiang Huairan was infuriated. The golden war chariot rushed past and knocked him into a mess. His head was almost crushed. Even that little demon didn't care about him at all. Standing on the chariot, he looked down at him and said those words in a domineering manner. I'll wait for you inside. These were Wang Chong's final words. The golden war chariot was too fast, disappearing in a flash. In the distance, on another path, Yifan's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself, Martial Path Heavenly Eye. Wang Ting cultivated the Martial Path Heavenly Eye. It was even more terrifying than his divine eyes of origin. It could see through all falsehoods and see through everything. The most frightening thing was that during the battle, the Heavenly Eye could capture all openings. It was the most terrifying. Even after cultivating the Heavenly Eye, the movements of others became as slow as snails in its eyes, as if they were still. That person is very powerful, but my big brother said that he's still not the number 1 in the world. Ji family's little moon followed. Her black hair fluttered in the wind. Her eyes were intelligent, and her jade-like cheeks looked very charming and gentle. The 100 sects had all arrived. A large number of experts entered. The dragon-seeking Earthmaster had a unique insight. The path he chose coincided with the 8 paths of survival that Yifan had chosen. The Middle Emperor is here. Outside, there was a commotion. Many people started to discuss. A man with disheveled hair walked very slowly like a mountain. He followed the path of survival and entered the immortal realm step by step. 9,000 years ago, he was already the emperor of a generation. Now, even the various sect masters were apprehensive when they saw him. Although his body was no more than 20 years old, his cultivation was there to look down on all heroes. Little Yi, can we go in like this? Will that Wang Ting find trouble with you? Jiziyue mumbled. It's fine. This place won't allow the brothers to behave atrociously. Yi Fan didn't mind. The Alcade Holy Sun is also here. Ji Fanli's little moon pointed to the other side and said softly, my brother said that the Alcade Saint is far stronger than people imagine. On that path of life, Sacred Lord Alcade's sleeves fluttered in the wind. There was a man behind her who was bathed in a divine aura like the divine son of the sun. In addition, Xianxia also followed. She wore a long dress that trailed on the ground. She was graceful and beautiful, as if she was a fairy from the Moon Palace. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat, and he said, it seems like Sacred Child Yao Guang can take charge on his own. Otherwise, Sacred Lord Yao Guang wouldn't dare to bring him to this place. The people of the four great undying divine dynasties also entered. There were a few princes who were especially eye-catching, walking with majestic steps, following behind their fathers. After the western desert monks entered, the experts of the southern mountains arrived as well. Not only were there human battle lords, there were also some great demon lords. There were many great demons from the southern mountains. There's bound to be a fierce battle. Almost everyone from the 5 regions had come. The birthplace of the Azure the Arch was indeed no small matter. This time, many people were interested. It was divined by Master Godly Diviner. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people coming. Jiziyue revealed this secret. It's that Master Godly Diviner again. Just where did he come from? Yi Fan was suspicious. 2 years ago, Master Godly Diviner's disciple had helped the Yinyang sect calculate his position. If he hadn't grasped the God-striking whip, he would probably have been chased down. At this time, they entered the central region of the Immortal Land. They were in the open space between the Immortal Transformation Pool and the cave. There were many people coming. However, no one dared to act blindly without thinking because this place would be more dangerous the closer they got. They were all waiting for the dragon-seeking Earthmasters and Ouyang Ye's group from the eastern wastelands to come to a conclusion. Arriving here, Yi Fan was incomparably relaxed. He had been studying this place for more than a month and understood it better than the dragon-seeking Earthmasters and the other eccentrics. You guys really dared to come in. If you fall into the dragon cave and die a violent death, you can't blame anyone else. Wang Chong glanced at Jiang Huiran, Wu Zhongtian, and Pang Bo and sneered. They didn't stand together but in different directions. However, they stopped at this moment and didn't rush into the dragon cave or the celestial pool. That was because Yi Fan noticed something was wrong and told them not to act rashly. This little bastard is too arrogant. I really want to give him 2 slaps, Li Heishui cursed. They slowly gathered together. The main thing is that his older brother is too powerful. Those older generation figures don't dare to provoke him. His future achievements are limitless, Lu Ko sighed. Damn it, I'm waiting for little Ye's sage physique to reach the great success stage. In the future, I'll slap them to death. This 11-year-old brat really deserves to be strangled to death. Jiang Huiran's hair was disheveled. What? You guys are still not convinced? Wang Chong sneered. He was overbearing as he stood on the golden chariot and looked down at them. At this moment, Wang Ting wasn't at the front. He was actually standing side by side with those sect masters and talking about something. He indeed had the qualifications to do so. What are you being arrogant for? If your older brother isn't here, many people would dare to kill you with a finger, someone transmitted his voice to the left and right. No one knew who it was. Pang Bo knew that things were bad. Someone was fanning the flames and placing the blame on them, wanting them to fight. Who is it? Wang Chong wasn't big, but his hostility was very strong. He looked around and finally stared at Jiang Huiran and the others. Boom! Suddenly, a world-shaking collision came from the distance. The 2 peak experts actually made a move, and the ripples sent many people flying. Many people fell into the dangerous area and were immediately turned into pus and blood by the natural chasm. They no longer existed, and not even a hair was left. North Emperor Tang and the Middle Emperor made a move. No one would have thought that the 2 of them would have a conflict in this place. A single strike caused many sect masters' expressions to change. Why are the 2 of them fighting? Everyone was incomparably shocked, especially those who had some understanding of the unique warrior residents. They were even more astonished. During these 2 years, North Emperor had always been in seclusion. Some people said that he was cultivating a kind of strange technique and had never come into conflict with the Middle Emperor. However, everyone knew that a battle between the two was inevitable. The North Emperor was restraining himself and didn't want to fight with Xiang Yufei, whose name had shaken the world 9,000 years ago. Just now, North Emperor went up and said something, but the Middle Emperor refused. I don't know why the two of them suddenly attacked. Not far away, a sect master level figure said. He only saw the gist of it and didn't know why the two dragon and phoenix level characters were fighting. In this world, dragons and phoenixes cried out. Wang Ting's body was enveloped by divine light. The light surged and submerged this area. Every time he attacked, a dragon and phoenix would rise together and cry out above his head, making him look like a celestial emperor descending into the world. There wasn't a single person present that didn't change their expression, especially the various sect masters. They were the current rulers of the world, and their power and battle prowess were overflowing. At this moment, there was a powerful pressure in their hearts. The Middle Emperor's black hair was scattered behind him, and he was heroic and imposing. Each of his fists and moves was grand. There wasn't a divine light that soared into the heavens, but it had the power to turn something rotten into something magical. Every time the two of them exchanged blows, great disturbances would occur in all directions. Many people couldn't even stand still and were swept high into the sky. Even half a step great figures could only back up. If not for this place being special and everlasting, the endless mountain ranges would have long turned into dust. Their power was powerful beyond compare, and a single point of their fingers could crush mountains. Celestial Emperor's bearing, Holy Emperor's power. Everyone sighed in admiration. These two were too powerful, rarely seen since ancient times. They had such accomplishments at such a young age, suppressing the older generation sect master level figures. Every time Wang Ting attacked, a true dragon, divine phoenix, white tiger, and black tortoise would appear. Divine light surged and resonated with the 9 heavens. The sky was covered in brilliance. 9 true dragons, 9 divine phoenixes, 9 white tigers, and 9 black tortoises guarded the 4 directions, forming the 4 divisions of heaven and earth. Golden light surged, surrounding him at the center. It was as if a celestial emperor had descended into the world of mortals. The Middle Emperor was also unordinary, as if an archaic holy emperor had revived. He was incomparably dignified, and every movement he made was incomparably imposing. Every move he made was neutral and calm, but it contained the power to refine heaven and earth. There was no brilliance around him, but it was as if he was moving the stars of the heavens. He gave off an undefeatable feeling, as if a great human emperor had crossed the endless ages to arrive. My big brother will definitely win. He is not only number 1 in the younger generation. Wang Chong clenched his fists. In reality, all the sect masters felt a headache. Who would dare say that they could win against Wang Ting? Since ancient times, just how many people of his age had such accomplishments? Jiang Huairan was extremely unhappy. Just now, his head had almost been smashed open by the golden war chariot. Even his wooden hairpin had fallen off, and his hair was in a mess. He coldly said, I hope the Middle Emperor can hack him to death. Even though he had lowered his voice, Wang Chong's ears were extremely sharp. He caught the smallest of words. He suddenly turned around and said, You're courting death. Little brat, you're too arrogant. Wu Zhongtian and the others erupted. They were all descendants of great bandits, and they had always done as they pleased. When had they ever been humiliated like this? Are you all courting death? I'll help you out. Wang Chong jumped off the golden war chariot and pressed forward. Behind him were 2 ancient existences. One was covered in golden scales, and the other seemed to be forged from silver. Although Jiang Huairan, Wu Zhongtian, and Li Heishui were angry, they had to admit that Wang Chong was very powerful. He was worthy of being Wang Ting's younger brother. He wasn't even 12 years old, but he was already an expert at the 8th dragon transformation, the youngest monster of the unique warrior manner. You damned bandits, I heard that you're old friends with that Yi Fan. I've wanted to take care of you for a long time. Wang Chong sneered. With 2 ancient existences following him, he wasn't afraid of suffering at all. Pang Bo walked over and sneered, Little brat, do you think you've transformed into your big brother? You still don't have the right to say such words. I don't have the right? In a little while I'll trample all of you under my feet and throw you into the dragon cave to feed those red-furred humanoid monsters. Wang Chong wasn't very big, but his words were very aggressive. Standing on a rock, he looked down at them and said, "The person I met in Qin City was Yi Zhou, right? Have him get out here. This time I'm going to crush him to death." He indicated to the two ancient existences that they should prepare for battle, and then he scanned the surroundings, hoping to find Yi Fan. In the distance, Wang Ting's battle with the Central Emperor had attracted the attention of the vast majority of people, but there were also quite a few who had noticed the strange activity here. "You're not very big, but your tone is quite big. Arrogant to the heavens." A voice rang out, and then the void trembled. A foot more than 1 zhang long, shrouded in golden light, stomped down from the sky. Bang, dust billowed into the sky, and the earth quaked. Wang Chong shouted, but he couldn't dodge at all, and was trampled by the golden foot. Yi Fan sneered. He only used a magical divine ability, standing there like a golden war god. His figure was tall and straight, 10 zhang tall. Everyone was shocked. Wang Ting wasn't far away, but now, someone dared to act like this, trampling his younger brother into the ground. "Yi Fan!" Wang Chong shouted. He didn't dare to believe that his elder brother was here, but Yi Fan really stepped out and trampled him into the ground. "It's the monster from the eastern wasteland that disappeared for more than 2 years, Yi Fan." Many people were shocked. The Yaoguang Saint, Yao Shi, the Great Xia Prince, the Jade Lake Saint, the number 2 beauty of the Central Plains, Princess Moon Spirit, and many others of the younger generation also looked over. Many sect masters were also shocked. The North Arch was nearby, but Yi Fan dared to do this. It was beyond everyone's expectations. Wang Chong was insufferably arrogant, as though he was the North Arch. He looked down on Li Heishui, Jiang Huiran, and the others with impudent words. He pointed out a few of them and threatened to kill them at every turn. He was just an 11 or 12-year-old little monster, yet he was so arrogant and domineering, humiliating a saint of the younger generation without taking it to heart. At this moment, a large golden foot descended from the sky and stomped him into the ground. The ground shook, causing smoke and dust to soar into the sky. The surface of the ground cracked open, and the situation reversed. Wang Chong screamed. He was truly afraid. The golden foot was as heavy as a mountain, and his sternum was broken. He couldn't breathe, and his entire body was deformed. At this moment, when Yi Fan revealed his divine ability, he became an entire 30 m tall figure that seemed as if he was forged from gold, and he was like a war god that had flown over from the heavenly dimension with strength that could uproot mountains and a matchless aura. Yi Fan stomped his foot as if he were stepping on a bug. Wang Chong's bones creaked as if they were on the verge of breaking. Although they were at the same level, whose physical body could compare to the saint body, in comparison, Wang Chong was as fragile as a man made of glass, unable to endure the pressure. Blood gushed out of his mouth, his eyes venomous, but he said nothing. "You're courting death. Let him go. You dare to use such a deadly foot. Today, you will die without a complete corpse. Your soul will return to the underworld and be branded with the imprint of 18 purgatory, suffering endless torment." 2 loud shouts sounded from the side. Of the 2 ancient creatures, one was a zhang tall and covered densely in golden scales. The other was 2 meters tall and had a pair of silver divine wings. They were both sinister and ferocious, and their eyes were like blades. However, they did not dare to act recklessly against him. Yi Fan only needed to stomp down, and Wang Chong would be crushed into meat paste with not even his bones remaining. "Go to the side." Yi Fan didn't care at all. He shouted loudly and exerted force with his foot. The little fiend cried out miserably and coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. "You truly don't know the difference between life and death. Master is here, so how can I allow you to behave atrociously? It'll be hard even if you want to die. In a bit, I'll boil you into human oil and use you to light sky lanterns." An ancient creature threatened Yi Fan. "Hurry up and let him go. Otherwise, you'll regret coming to this world. You won't be able to die even if you want to." Another ancient creature shouted loudly. "Gotcha!" Wang Chong's reply was a forceful kick, instantly breaking more than 100 of his bones. His entire body spasmed, his face pale with fear. At this moment, only his head was exposed outside the golden foot. The rest of his body was under the foot, and his life hung in the balance. Li Heishui, Jiang Huiran, Wu Zhongtian, and the rest all felt refreshed. Seeing this scene, they all let out a long sigh of relief. They had been stifled just now. This little monster was too arrogant. Yi Fan, if you dare to kill me, my elder brother will not let you go. No matter what trump card you have, you will not be able to escape death. Wang Chong stubbornly refused to admit his mistake. With so many people watching, he didn't want to beg for mercy, or else he wouldn't be able to bring shame to his elder brother. Hurry and release him. The two ancient creatures also shouted. Ji Ziyue was worried. No matter what, Yi Fan was not Wang Ting's match. The difference in cultivation was too great. She reminded him softly, don't be rash. This isn't a good place to kill him. Lu Ko and the others also said the same. The North Thearka's battle strength was obvious to all. Now that he was fighting with the central sovereign, all the sect masters were afraid. Hurry and release me, or else you will know the consequences. Wang Chong shouted. Seeing their expressions, he knew that they were all afraid of his elder brother. He relaxed and sneered. You want me to release you? Yi Fan laughed and raised his foot. At least you know what's good for you. Wang Chong spat out a mouthful of blood and was about to get up. Bang, suddenly, the golden foot descended from the sky again. This time, it stepped on his face, causing half of his body to sink into the ground. You, what do you want? Wang Chong was frightened. He was afraid. He sent out his consciousness and said, don't act recklessly. Yi Fan raised his foot slightly, and the little monster's face was full of fear. His teeth were all knocked out, and his face was deformed. Bang, Yi Fan stomped down again, and Wang Chong was instantly like a pancake. His body was broken, and he was trampled. Save me. The little monster couldn't care about anything else and shouted with his consciousness. He was extremely terrified. You think I don't dare to kill you? How dare you be so arrogant in this situation? Today, I will stomp you to death like a cockroach. Yi Fan sneered. Bang, he retracted his Dharma idol ability and turned back to the size of a human. He stepped on Wang Chong's face again, and he didn't look like a human anymore. Everyone was shocked. It was obvious that Yi Fan wanted to end his life. He didn't plan to let the little monster live at all. Stop. The two primordial beings rushed forward. One was gold and the other was silver. They swallowed and spat out divine light like two ferocious beasts. In the distance, Wang Ting, who was fighting a life and death battle with the central sovereign, also looked over. His eyes shot out two frightening beams of light that could frighten one's soul. Give it to you. Yi Fan snorted and stomped down with force. Pfff, blood splattered everywhere. The golden foot crushed Wang Chong alive and turned him into a pile of mud. His green clothes didn't have a drop of blood on them. The crowd glanced at each other in dismay. Not a single sound could be heard. Yi Fan was truly audacious. In front of everyone, he trampled Wang Ting's younger brother to death. Yao Guang Saint Child, Yao Shi, the Great Xia Prince, the Jade Lake Saint Daughter, Ji Haoyue, Yan Ruyu, and other old friends were all here. They were all moved. There were many young people from the Central Plains, the Southern Mountains, and the Western Desert. They were also shocked. How many people would dare to stomp Wang Ting's younger brother to death in front of him? Even the older generation and the rulers of a region were apprehensive. The current North Arch could compete with all the Saint Lords and was a rising star that everyone was wary of. He was a dragon among men, and not many people dared to offend him. However, Yi Fan did it. He didn't care about anything. He stomped Wang Chong to death with one foot. He killed this little monster with shocking talent. He really doesn't care about anything. He even stomped Wang Ting's younger brother to death. This really requires courage. How many people would dare to do this? It's a pity that this little monster. Although his temperament isn't up to standard, his cultivation talent is rare. He's not even 12 years old, but he's already at the 8th transformation. This is rare. This monster from the eastern wasteland is too daring. He really dares to kill anyone. If the saint's younger brother came, he would be killed too. Everyone present, whether they were the older generation sect masters or the Five Regions monsters, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. You, damn it, you actually killed Master's younger brother. The two ancient creatures went crazy and pounced forward. Their bodies seemed to be burning, and their scales clanked. Tens of thousands of swords shot out at the same time. Each scale was a saint sword. Yi Fan had a cold smile on his face. He didn't make any other movements. He just took a step forward and dodged the kick. Boom, suddenly, an azure energy surged on the ground. A dragon-shaped energy pillar pierced through the sky, and pillars that supported the sky appeared. The dragon energy was like the sea, cutting off the two ancient creatures' path. The Qinling ancient dragon has come out. The expressions of the Central Plains dragon-seeking Earth Masters changed as they cried out in surprise. Ouyang Yi and the others who came from Genesis Technique clans from the Eastern Wasteland also changed their expressions. No, it's the essence energy of the Qinling ancient dragon. All the eccentric people who studied the mountains, rivers, and veins of the earth were shocked. This kind of method was very terrifying, and it required an extremely high-level special technique to draw out the essence energy of the true dragon. Yi Fan was calm and stood there without fear. He had studied this place for more than a month and had already understood everything. With his Genesis technique, he could fight against a peak sacred lord. In this place, he was in an invincible position. He could borrow the power of the Qinling ancient dragon for his own use. And now, he had drawn out the ancestral earth vein. Ah! In surprise, Yi Fan saw a flash of light in the distance. Wang Cheng's painfully reforming body was about to appear once more, and on his forehead was a divine symbol flowing with a strange light. No wonder Wang Ting didn't come. I was just wondering why he had such a life-saving symbol. Yi Fan strode forward and stomped down. Buzz. The divine symbol flashed and lightly trembled, bringing Wang Cheng back 100 zhang. A golden energy flowed on it, faintly reflecting Wang Ting's figure. It's Wang Ting's 9 revolutions divine symbol, immortal in all tribulations. He truly doted on Wang Cheng, passing it on to him to protect his life. Someone secretly cried out in alarm. What? The 9 revolutions divine symbol really exists in this world? Everyone stared at the divine symbol. It was less than an inch long and seemed to be forged from true gold. It flowed with a divine splendor, exuding an ancient charm and covered in Dao runes. The 9 revolutions divine symbol had been refined by the only ancient Chaos Emperor of the Northern Plains. It could die in place of one's body and could seize the world's fortune. It was a divine protective artifact. It wasn't hard to see just how terrifying Wang Ting's fortunes had been. If he had even obtained the divine symbol of ancient Chaos Emperor, he had probably long ago obtained his legacy. Wasn't the 9 revolutions divine symbol broken? How did it appear in the world again? Although it's a broken 9 revolutions divine symbol, it was still refined by a human emperor. It still has a divine effect of immortality. Everyone's eyes went red. Wang Ting truly did have great luck. He had obtained such a heaven-defying divine object and had given it to his little brother without any hesitation. The North Emperor shouldn't have obtained the complete legacy of ancient Chaos Emperor, right? This ancient emperor's strength had surpassed the ancients and dazzled contemporaries. No one knew just how powerful he was, and it was rumored that he had other roots. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. A divine symbol refined by an ancient great emperor, even if it was just a fragment, was still a priceless divine object. He used the dragon energy of the earth to separate the two ancient lifeforms and attacked. At this moment, many people were envious of him. Others were afraid of the North Emperor and didn't dare to snatch it, but he was fearless and wanted to kill Wang Cheng and take the symbol. "Brother, save me," the little demon screamed in fear. In the distance, Wang Ting was fighting the Middle Emperor, and it was hard to tell who would win. The spirits of the 4 great sages surrounded him. The true dragon leaped into the sky, the divine phoenix cried over the mountains and rivers, the white tiger roared at the moon, and the black tortoise swallowed the sea. He was like the North Pole Emperor descending to the mortal world. At this moment, he couldn't afford to be distracted. The Middle Emperor's every move was neutral and gentle, and it had the power to turn something rotten into something magical. However, at this crucial moment, the North Emperor still attacked with his sword. A golden divine sword flew out, emitting the divine might of a celestial emperor. Dragons and phoenixes circled it, and it was hundreds of feet long. Boom, the heaven source pattern appeared under Yi Fan's feet, and the dragon energy under the earth erupted like a volcano. One after another, a total of 81 heavenly dragons rushed up, startling everyone and forcing them to retreat. Clang, Yi Fan used the Xing character formula and closed in on Wang Chong. He reached out with a huge hand and slammed it down. Bang, the little demon's body was shattered again, and the 9 revolutions divine symbol was taken from his forehead. Yi Fan caught it in his hand, and it flashed with a bright luster. The 9-turn divine symbol was less than an inch in length and forged from divine gold. It was dazzling and sturdy. It spun about, wanting to fly away from Yi Fan's palm. You want to leave? Freeze. Yi Fan closed his palm and held it in his palm, refining it with all of his strength. The ancient Chaos Emperor symbol's radiance rushed into the heavens, making it difficult for others to look straight at it. This type of divine splendor was extremely dazzling. It shone through his palm and fingers, dyeing the entire land of immortal ascension in a bright golden color. Divine force surged. In the air, a holy sword hacked over. True dragons and divine phoenixes accompanied it, several hundred zhang in length. The pressure made the great earth tremble violently. If it wasn't for the immortal earth, the endless mountain range would have turned into dust. The power of this sword was too great. It was like a sword hacked out by a celestial emperor, severing time and space. Killing intent penetrated the body, directly pressuring one's soul. Before the sword arrived, the killing intent had already arrived. Pooh. Not far away, there were a few people who were standing too close. They couldn't endure this type of pressure and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Their bodies and spirits were almost destroyed by this sword intent. One has to understand that this was just the remnant waves that streaked across the sky. Everyone's expressions changed, because there were actually 2 half-step experts among those who spat out blood. This type of stunning sword made many sect masters' hearts tremble. It was just too terrifying. At Yi Fan's side, 81 dragon pillars rushed up like pillars that supported the heavens. They rushed into the heavens, their power penetrating the immortal earth. Every single one of them was as thick as a mountain ridge. A deafening dragon cry sounded. It was as if an ancient saint was roaring out from the boundless great wastelands. Many people were shocked. This was the power of the Qinling Great Dragon. How is this possible? Many people couldn't understand. This type of power was definitely enough to shake a divine lord. How could a dragon transformation realm cultivator display such a powerful attack? The 81 true dragons were thick and terrifying. They wrapped around the celestial emperor sword and roared together. The sound was cold and sonorous, piercing through metal and splitting stone. The ancestral roots underground revived, and endless power surged. The celestial emperor sword was blocked. Everyone discovered this fact with shock. The 81 true dragons were continuously cut down, disappearing one after another. However, they still managed to slow down the golden holy sword. In the blink of an eye, the 80 great dragons were completely killed. Only one was left to intercept the golden holy sword, but it had also dimmed down. Whoosh! The celestial emperor sword sank, but it did not slash at Yi Fan. Instead, it unleashed an even more dazzling light, creating a golden curtain of light that wrapped around Yi Fan's shattered body. At this time, Yi Fan finally suppressed the ancient Chaos Imperial talisman in his palm, turning it into a warm and sparkling treasure, flowing with a golden luster. Then, he did everything he could to mobilize the draconic chi under the ground to surround this holy sword. He also wanted to obliterate the broken body. The veins of the earth throbbed, and a scarlet golden divine dragon rushed out. Scarlet energy surged, and the heavenly dragon swung its tail. Its scales flickered with scarlet multicolored light, vivid and lifelike. It was no different from a real dragon. The surrounding people were all astonished, especially the few dragon-seeking geomasters, Ouyang Yi, and the others. Their hearts trembled. This was the power borrowed from the Qinling Great Dragon. Even though they were all extraordinary people, they had just entered not too long ago, so there was no way they could find the direction of the underground dragon vein, unable to do all of this. The scarlet golden dragon seemed to have a life of its own. It coiled in the sky and blocked the path of the celestial emperor sword. It emitted the power of a true dragon, and with a shake, all things were shattered. Unfortunately, people could not see the scene of mountains collapsing. This was the celestial ground, eternal and inextinguishable. Otherwise, such a scene would be shocking. Bang! The golden holy sword trembled, and some of its brilliance was obliterated by the scarlet golden dragon. The shattered body within almost fell out. The North Thearch's clone was flawless. At this time, his battle had reached the climax. Even though he had slashed out with the celestial emperor sword, it was only his consciousness that had entered and could not be strengthened for a long time. If my younger brother dies, I will start a massacre and kill everyone around you one by one. I don't care where they come from. Wang Ting's cold voice came from afar. The dragon and phoenix cried and danced above his head, divine and powerful. He was bathed in endless divine splendor, like the reincarnation of an ancient emperor. Everyone's heart trembled. The North Thearch would do what he said. A powerful person like him was comparable to the divine lords. Such an oath was very frightening. Even the overlord of the divine dynasty would be afraid when threatened like this. Otherwise, a large number of his descendants might be killed. Yi Fan did not stop and said, "Then I will kill you first." The scarlet dragon swung its tail and leaped into the void. Like a divine vein, it traversed the sky and strangled over. The celestial emperor sword was on the verge of falling. Rumble! Not far away, the golden ancient war chariot rushed over. It crushed the void and destroyed the obstruction of time. It arrived in an instant, flowing with the primitive aura of the universe. Bang! The golden war chariot broke through the obstruction, and a golden hole appeared in the sky. The celestial emperor sword entered it silently and disappeared. The ancient chaos Thearch's war chariot? The group of people was petrified. Their bodies were ice cold, and they were all frightened. No, how could the ancient chaos Thearch's war chariot be so weak? If it appeared, it would be enough to kill everyone here. But, this golden war chariot is too similar. After people recognized the Nine Turns divine talisman and saw the golden war chariot, they naturally had this kind of association. They all felt their scalps go numb. Wang Ting's encounter is too terrifying. Could it be that he obtained everything from the ancient Chaos Thearch? The people present were all frightened. In the history of the human race, those who had such great luck would become the main character of the world, suppressing and ruling a period of history. At this time, Wang Ting had not left the battlefield. He was still fighting against the Central Emperor. Both of them were dragons and phoenixes among men. They were rare since ancient times. Even the human race Thearch was just like them when he was young. They could not split themselves. The battle was so intense that it affected the minds of all the sacred lords. The top figures of the older generation were all watching nervously. And at this time, Yi Fan walked forward step by step. He was not afraid of anyone. He actually wanted to attack Wang Ting and kill him here. Everyone's eyes looked over. The Ji clan's sacred lord, the Xia emperor, the western desert divine monk, the southern mountains demonic lord, and the others revealed strange expressions. The Jade Lake Saint, Yao Guang Saint, Yan Ruyu, the Prince of Gu Hua, the second beauty of the Central Prefecture, Princess Moon Spirit, and the others were all stunned. In front of them was Wang Ting. He had the bearing of a celestial Thearch and was locked in battle with the Central Emperor. All the cult masters were afraid of him. Yet, he was fearless with the Dragon Transformation 8th transformation and dared to challenge him. Everyone still remembered that when Wang Ting threatened to kill his friends, Yi Fan said he would kill the North Thearch first. He actually went forward. This area contained ancient dragons. Yi Fan had studied it for a month and understood every inch of the land. He could borrow the power of the dragons for his own use, which was enough to fight against the sacred lords. "Brother, this is a battle with me, Wang Ting. Don't interfere," the Central Emperor said. His black hair fell over his shoulders. His fists and moves were calm and had the aura of an ancient sacred emperor. "All right." Yi Fan only spat out this word and stopped. He didn't go forward anymore and waited for the result of this battle. Wang Ting's expression was indifferent. He looked over and said, "I will use my Thearch sword to stain the blood of the sacred lords." "You haven't become a Thearch yet." Wu Zhongtian and the others sneered. If anything happens to my brother, all of you will be killed. No one will survive. Wang Ting was indifferent. How arrogant. Are you including me? A voice traveled over. It was sonorous and powerful like the ringing of a golden bell. Boom, a jet-black rod broke through the sky and smashed down. It was vigorous and powerful, and the laws of heaven and earth resonated with it. All the cult masters were shocked. The jet-black rod was so heavy that even the celestial ground cracked. If it was anywhere else, the endless mountain range would have been turned into powder. Clang, Wang Ting used the celestial large sword to meet the attack. It slashed on the black rod, and sparks flew everywhere like a meteor shower. All the experts dodged quickly. No one could imagine how terrifying this rod was. Black light flowed and almost collapsed the heaven and earth. It was definitely going to give all the sacred lords a headache. When the golden sacred sword and the jet-black rod clashed, Wang Ting felt a huge force. His hand went numb. He knew that a great enemy had arrived. He opened his martial Dao heavenly eye, and golden light shot out. Many people couldn't look straight at it. However, two beams of piercing golden light shot out from the other side. A pair of golden eyes were like two divine suns with flames burning. Who was this? Everyone was bewildered. He dared to interfere in the battle between the Central Emperor and the North Arch. He was extremely daring. Bang, it was another world-shaking strike. The jet-black rod almost sank the celestial ground. The power was too terrifying, and all the experts present were pale. Finally, Wang Ting, the Central Emperor, and the mysterious person separated and stopped temporarily. A sacred ape with golden fur and fiery eyes appeared on the battlefield. He held a black rod in his hand that stabbed upwards. The monkey had arrived. Li Heishui and the others heaved a sigh of relief. This was someone that even the sacred lords couldn't do anything about. He was ridiculously powerful. Boom. Not far away, the two primordial beings finally broke through the origin heaven pattern channel. They roared and rushed over, pouncing at Yi Fan. They didn't know what was going on. Damned brat, I'm going to kill you. I'll pluck out your soul and skin you for master. The monkey was furious when he saw the two primordial beings pouncing over. Before Yi Fan could make a move, a golden foot raised high and stomped over. His law divine ability was even more terrifying. The furry foot stomped the two powerful primordial beings into the ground as if they were two bugs. Aren't you guys ashamed? Your race has lost all face because of you, and you still recognize your master? The monkey didn't want their lives because that wouldn't satisfy his anger. He trampled on them. He was like a divine ape that could swallow the heavens. He was as tall as a mountain. The two pitiful primordial beings were trampled into pancakes. They were paralyzed there, trembling and almost scared to death. You are, the Sacred Prince? Sacred Prince, spare our lives. The monkey was the only son of the primordial Sacred Emperor Dozhan. Their race was too rare, and there wasn't anyone who couldn't recognize him. The two primordial beings were like mice that had seen a cat. Not to mention the difference in power, just the strict ranking of their race and the terrifying pressure made them tremble with fear. Disgraceful things, get over here. The monkey had a fiery temper. He turned into the size of a normal person and berated the two primordial beings. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. This monkey was too domineering. Perhaps only he would dare to berate the North deity's servants in front of him. Sacred Prince, spare our lives. We have our difficulties. The two primordial beings were trembling as they scrambled over. Since you're willing to be slaves, don't blame me for cleaning up your household in your king's place. Come over and kowtow to my brother and apologize. The monkey pointed at Yi Fan. The two primordial beings were extremely unwilling, but under the monkey's divine might, they had no choice but to brace themselves and kneel there to apologize. Everyone was shocked. The sacred battle ape was so close to Yi Fan. This made many people's eyelids twitch. This wasn't good news. Who was this monkey? The sacred prince of the primordial times. Many primordial beings couldn't forget the all-powerful and invincible old Emperor Dozhan. He dared to fight against the heavens and was fearful of his son from the bottom of his heart. The people present already knew some secrets. After all, the Eastern Wasteland ancient race had appeared. Seeing this scene, they were all shocked. Yifan dared to fight the North deity alone. He had just forced his way forward, and now the domineering monkey was here. Everyone revealed strange expressions. Damned monkey. Why does the saint physique have such a relationship with the monkey? Many people couldn't help but curse. The monkey looked like it was made of gold. Its golden fur flickered with brilliance, and its eyes were fiery and golden. The jet-black rod in its hand stabbed upwards. Yifan recognized it at first glance. This was the world-shocking weapon that was cut out from the divine source. It had pierced through more than one ancient king and drank the blood of a supreme king. Although the god within the weapon was in a deep slumber, it still had a terrifying demonic nature. Once it was awakened, it would be incomparable. The tip of the spear had been ground away by the monkey, and now it had turned into a jet-black iron rod. Although it was full of holes, it was hard to break. It wasn't very heavy either, and it was enough to cause the void to collapse. The identity of the sacred prince of the ancient times was too sensitive. He himself was so strong, and now that the ancient race was about to come into being, how many people would dare to provoke him? Many people's eyelids twitched. The two ancient lifeforms unwillingly kowtowed to Yifan and apologized. This caused Wang Ting, who was the host, to raise his eyebrows. If you're not happy, then come and die. Yifan spoke and took large steps forward. Dragon pillars rushed out from the ground and pierced through the surface. Everyone was astonished. Yifan dared to fight the North Arch. Could it be that he really had a chance of winning? Everyone turned to look at him. He is growing very fast. In just a few years, he can already compete with the older generation. As expected of a saint physique. In just a few years, Yifan's battle strength had increased a lot. Everyone believed that if this continued, there wouldn't be many people who could suppress him in a few years. Then I will fulfill your wish. Use your saint blood to stain my arch sword. Wang Ting walked over with steady steps. He held the golden saint sword in his hand and slashed at Xianxia from afar. Yifan faced him calmly. He took a step forward, and his heaven origin pattern flickered. They corresponded with the stars in the sky and flowed piece by piece. Pop! Suddenly, the ground split open, and a true dragon rushed out. Its green scales flickered, and its body was thick. Its huge claws flickered with cold light. It was majestic and unstoppable. A true dragon. Even though I know that it is formed from draconic energy, it is vivid and lifelike, too similar, no different from a living creature. This green dragon extended its body horizontally and slashed forward like a green saber. It collided with the celestial arch sword and emitted a blinding brilliance. Wang Ting snorted coldly and pressed forward with large strides. He raised his sword and slashed diagonally, but the azure dragon leaped into the air and slashed horizontally, once again blocking his footwork. It's just an external force. It's useless against me. After I kill it, you'll die. Wang Ting's black hair was like a waterfall, and his eyes were sharp. Yifan was calm and at ease. With a light shout, hundreds and thousands of azure dragons rushed out from the ground. Every single one of them was like flesh and blood, incomparably powerful. In the back, the expressions of many holy lords finally changed. This kind of attack made them feel dizzy. This was the power of the Qinling Great Dragon, and Yifan could actually summon it at will. 1, 2, a few dozen was still manageable, but now there were hundreds of thousands of them, and their attacks were astonishing. 10,000 dragons contended for supremacy, swallowing and spitting out divine pearls. The expressions of Ouyang Yi and the others changed. The origin technique's profoundness was endless. This was a unique secret technique recorded in the heavenly source book that could draw upon the dragon origin. This made them extremely jealous and envious. In this place, a saint body can really fight with the North Arch. The Jade Lake Saint Lady, the Great Xia Prince, Princess Moon Spirit, and the others were all moved. There were too few people in the younger generation who dared to wave their sabers at Wang Ting, but now, Yifan wanted to kill the North Arch. The hearts of all the sect leaders palpitated. They had to be careful in this place. If they were killed by the saint body's origin technique, they would really have no place to cry. The origin technique is so terrifying that it can kill a holy lord. 10,000 dragons rushed out together, and green lightning flashed. Thunder shook the 9 heavens, and the place was surrounded by dragon energy. Wang Ting moved and charged in the middle of the 10,000 dragons, but the dragon energy was endless. After one was cut down, another appeared, and there were dragon shadows everywhere. "Break," he shouted with his sword in hand. The power of laws was fully displayed, and all the dragon bodies were shattered. "Suppress!" Yi Fan also shouted. He formed seals with both hands and slashed the void. 9 ancient characters jumped out from his fingertips one after another. There were 9 mysterious ancient characters in the Tao scripture that could suppress one's body and achieve eternity. They were incomparably profound and unfathomable. Yi Fan had been studying them. In the past, he had used them against enemies, but he couldn't understand them. Now, there was endless dragon energy that he could borrow, which was equivalent to overflowing magic power. At this moment, he naturally thought of this divine technique. These were 9 the arch characters, and they possessed unfathomable power. Only the great emperor of the human race could recognize them. Ancient characters jumped out one after another, and a cage appeared in the air. The 9 characters sealed the sky, and no one could recognize them. What was the point? The 9-inch the arch characters intersected to form a cage. "It's too mysterious," everyone cried out. The 9 characters pressed down and slowly closed. A small world suddenly appeared, as if it was splitting heaven and earth apart. Chaotic mist flowed, and all the power was provided by the Qianling dragon. The Jade Lake Saintess and Princess Moon Spirit's eyes were filled with splendor. Yi Fan was really going to suppress the North Emperor. This was truly shocking. Many of the older generation were horrified. He was just a cultivator at the 8th transformation of the dragon transformation, but he borrowed the power of the Qianling dragon to display such a supreme divine technique. It was too terrifying. Wang, the world cage was about to close. Wang Ting's expression finally changed. His tongue was like thunder as he chanted a divine sound. The heavenly eye of martial path opened, and it was as if a star field was vanishing. 9 ancient characters shot out from his eyes. Each one was incomparably terrifying, and it seemed as if they could cause chaos in the world. Yi Fan was shocked. The other party definitely grasped an ancient scripture. These were also 9 the arch characters, and they could be compared to the 9 characters he had grasped. Moreover, Wang Ting's strength was astonishing. He had comprehended enough and refined the 9 ancient characters into his eyes. It was shocking. Could his heavenly eye of martial path be refined like this? The void shook violently as the 18 the arch characters clashed, emitting terrifying waves. The small world that was being created was constantly evolving, but Wang Ting used his 9 characters to rush out. Everyone was astonished. Yi Fan really had the strength to fight Wang Ting here. It was not a lie. At the very least, he was not at a disadvantage right now. After the two separated, they did not rush together immediately. Instead, they stood in the air. Bang, bang, on the other side, the monkey lifted his furry feet and gave them a vicious kick. In front of Wang Ting, the 2 ancient creatures were trampled until they wailed like ghosts and gods. "Shameful things, being someone else's slave, even I feel ashamed for your king. Just find a block of tofu and smash yourself to death." How was this kicking 2 ancient creatures? This was clearly cutting off Wang Ting's face. "Enough!" The North Emperor shouted. He strode forward with the celestial arch sword in hand, his eyes as deep as the starry sky. The monkey cast him a sidelong glance and stepped on the 2 ancient creatures. He pointed his black iron rod forward and said, "I'll die to the side." His words were exactly the same as Yi Fan's, exactly the same. In the celestial ground, everyone was shocked. How many people dared to scold Wang Ting? Even the top divine lords were afraid. No one dared to provoke him. However, the monkey was the same as Yi Fan. They did not put him in their eyes at all and attacked with their iron rods. They were not afraid of someone with the bearing of a celestial arch. Clang, who was Wang Ting? Even the great ancient arch when he was young could not compare to someone who had the bearing of the arch. He immediately drew his sacred sword and pointed it at the monkey's throat. "You dare to point it at me?" The monkey had a fiery personality. The black rod in his hand struck the ground with a bang, and the entire celestial ground shook. One was an immemorial sacred prince, and the other was known as the reincarnation of the human race's ancient arch. If the two clashed, it would be like a comet crashing into the earth. Buzz. The monkey attacked as soon as he said he would. He swung his black iron rod down. Black light swept across, and everything moved. This was pure power, powerful and overbearing. Wang Ting's black hair draped over his shoulders. He didn't retreat and slashed out with the celestial arch sword. It seemed to contain a heaven-splitting force. Around him, a true dragon, a divine phoenix, a white tiger, and a black tortoise appeared. The scene was extremely shocking. A violent tremor shook the hearts of everyone present. They were forced back by a hurricane-like force, and many people were sent flying like scarecrows. A few first-level Immortal Foundation experts coughed out blood because they were standing too close to the front and suffered from the impact. All of them were injured. The monkey attacked, and the North Arch countered. The two of them fought intensely, causing mountains to collapse and tsunamis to collapse. Two supreme characters of the younger generation contended for supremacy, stirring the hearts of many. Clang, another strike. The monkey's black iron rod was unparalleled. His divine strength was unparalleled, causing the celestial arch sword to wail and Wang Ting's arm to feel numb. Before the supreme ancient arch realm, there were tens of thousands of races. Although the Battle Saint Ape race was rare, with only 2 or 3 of them, they were famous for their battle prowess and were known as the Battle Saint tribe. Wang Ting's expression was emotionless. The golden holy sword rose up once more as boundless laws blasted out. The sky darkened as the stars revolved one after another, pushed by the sword. At this moment, the cries of dragons and phoenixes surrounded Wang Ting, radiating boundless light. He was like an ancient emperor that had been revived, pushing the stars in the sky towards the monkey. The monkey swallowed the essence of the sun, and with his law incarnation, he stood tall. He swung his cudgel, shattering a star with a single strike, causing the faces of many to turn pale. Breaking a myriad of techniques with brute force, his combat prowess caused the scalps of many sect leaders to turn numb as their hearts shook. This monkey was too powerful, able to kill a hegemonic-level expert with a single strike. Such a person basically couldn't be fought head-on. One could only use heaven-defying magic power to deal with him. If not, a single strike from the cudgel would be able to break the bones and tendons of Saint Lords. The monkey swung his cudgel, shattering 108 stars in a single breath. Only then did he let out a long howl as he rushed forward with unstoppable might. The cudgel smashed down, clashing with the holy sword, causing loud clanging sounds to ring out. Many people screamed in misery as they covered their ears. Some cultivators even had blood flowing out from their ears. Wang Ting used the celestial arch sword to block, enduring a mountain-like pressure. Every strike from the monkey was like a heavenly dome pressing down, causing his entire body to feel like it was about to break apart. He continuously retreated 9 steps as his body trembled violently. If it wasn't for the fact that the celestial arch sword was a divine item, it would have been broken long ago. He could sense how tyrannical the monkey was. This monkey is too powerful, even the North Arch has to avoid him. No wonder they're known as the Battle Saint tribe. In terms of strength, no one can compare to them. The only son of an ancient saint emperor, possessing an unrivaled bloodline inheritance. It's truly terrifying. This monkey's age isn't old, yet it has such might. Everyone was shocked and the various sect leaders were all mumbling. Could this monkey be comparable to its father and grow up to become the emperor of fighting in the future? The monkey didn't show any mercy. His cudgel strikes were more ferocious than the one before. He circulated his heavenly art and struck out a total of 81 times. If it wasn't for the immortal transformation pool and the dragon cave spitting out divine light, this place would have already sunk 81 times. What mountains and rivers, what heaven and earth. Nothing could withstand a single strike from the metal cudgel. It was enough to cause the entire mountain range to crumble and turn them into dust. Wang Ting retreated a total of 81 steps. The web between his thumb and forefinger had split open as fresh blood dripped down. In terms of strength, no one could compete with the monkey. You are known as the North Arch? Quickly keep it away. What arrogance! You want to kill this and slay that? I'll just send you on your way, the monkey shouted. Humph. Wang Ting snorted coldly. He didn't say anything and started his counterattack. Although his strength could be compared to the Great Arch when he was young, the other party was a true saint prince. Especially when the other party was known for their physique, his strength was truly incomparable. However, what kind of person was Wang Ting? He was comparable to the ancient Arch and could be the main character of a part of the human race's history. He naturally had his extraordinary points. At this moment, he used secret arts and laws to attack. The celestial arch sword was like a rainbow. Once it was struck out, the heaven and earth were drowned in divine brilliance. 9 true dragons, 9 divine phoenixes, 9 white tigers, and 9 black tortoises all appeared. He shouted loudly and charged forward. With invincible might, he forced the monkey back 81 steps. Each strike was stronger than the one before, and the sharpness pierced through the sky. The strength of the North Arch was also beyond everyone's imagination. Although the web between his thumb and forefinger was injured, it didn't affect his battle strength. At this moment, he could still fight against the monkey. The two of them fought intensely, neither giving way to the other. "Brother monkey, let me kill him," Yi Fan said. He activated the source of the Qinling Mountain's dragon power and wanted to make a move. Everyone was speechless. Who was the North Arch? Now, 2 people jumped out one after another and threatened to kill him. One was an immemorial saint prince, and the other had the human race's saint physique. Both of them were extraordinary. During the primordial era, the few emperors could pluck the stars and capture the moon. Their methods were extraordinary and unimaginable. They were all heaven-defying creatures. Now, people deduced a trace of the old emperor fighting's battle prowess from the monkey's strength. One had to know that the monkey had been sealed for over 1,000,000 years, but he had only cultivated for over 20 years. How terrifying was the emperor fighting who had lived for countless years? He might be able to climb up to the 9 heavens and descend into the 9 underworlds, refining the stars and absorbing the sun. He was omnipotent. The monkey was truly enraged and was determined not to retreat. He swung his black iron rod to fight Wang Ting with heaven-shattering power. His eyes were fiery and golden, and his fur was golden and flickering. Yi Fan had no other choice. The monkey's temperament was like this, so it was useless to say anything more. The black iron rod wouldn't stop until the enemy was smashed into meat paste. It had to be said that Wang Ting was truly too powerful. He used the celestial arch sword to block the black iron rod and unleashed all kinds of origin laws. He attacked and defended, showing no signs of losing. His eyes were terrifying. Every time he blinked, heaven and earth would ring as if the scriptures of the great Tao were ringing. When his eyes blinked, it was like a star domain, deep and unfathomable. It was destroyed and reborn, and the passing of an instant was like the passing of tens of millions of years. This was the martial path heavenly eye, all movements, moves, and secret techniques were no secret in his eyes. He could see through the origin, and no matter how fast the movements were, they would be as slow as snails in his eyes. Even the various sect masters didn't have the heavenly eye, yet he had cultivated it. This was a manifestation of the Tao on the path of cultivation. It was a qualitative leap. Some people couldn't form the heavenly eye even after becoming a saint. This was an extremely rare improvement of the physical body, and not many people in the world could have it. When Wang Ting's eyes opened and closed, terrifying power would flow out like a great millstone that could crush people. The martial path heavenly eye's light beam could destroy all things. Dang, dang, the monkey's black iron rod swung and struck these light beams, causing sparks to fly. Each strike was as heavy as the stars in the cosmos colliding. In the distance, everyone was astonished. The martial path heavenly eye was so terrifying, and its power was so shocking. It was comparable to the monkey's innate divine strength. Not only can he look directly at the origin of all things, but he also has such terrifying offensive power. Who can block him? There was no one who wasn't alarmed. The Eastern Wasteland's Sacred Lord, the Central Plains Imperial Lord, the Western Desert's Divine Monk, and the Southern Mountains Demon Lord were all moved. Ji Haoyue, the Holy Daughter of the Jade Lake, the princes and princesses of the Divine Dynasties, and the Evil Woman of the South Mountains gasped as well. Buzz. The void trembled like a painting. Wang Ting's eyes shot out 9 ancient characters, engraving themselves in the air. The martial Tao Heavenly Eye's radiance was terrifying, releasing a terrifying aura. It was as if it wanted to obliterate this world. That pair of eyes continuously flickered, as if stellar domains were being born and destroyed. The 9 ancient characters moved about, possessing a type of heaven-opening aura. Light shot out from his eyes, and the black iron rod was sent flying high into the air, almost piercing through the clouds. If it was any other weapon, it would have long turned into powder. It could destroy all living things, but this was a vicious weapon that gave birth to deities. Terrifying power, incomparable world-obliterating laws, these were the 9 characters left behind by the great ancient emperor. They possessed unimaginable origin power. The black iron rod in the monkey's hands almost flew out. He released a great roar, and only then did all of the golden hair on his body stand on end. Only then did he stabilize himself, almost suffering greatly. Swoosh, 2 sharp rays of light shot out. The monkey's golden eyes were also terrifying. He also had the heavenly eye, something he was born with. It was the inheritance of the old battle saint emperor. Chong chong. The heavenly eye confronted each other. The light from their eyes were like blades, colliding together. Radiance splashed in all directions, splitting heaven and earth. It was extremely terrifying. This was just the power of 2 pairs of eyes. The 9 ancient characters actually have this kind of wondrous use. Yi Fan rubbed his chin, seriously thinking about it. Would he also be able to refine the 9 ancient characters he grasped into his eyes? Unfortunately, he only obtained a Tao scripture that didn't explain how to use the great emperor's characters. Once he refined them into his eyes, only heaven knew what would happen. Moreover, he might not necessarily refine them into his eyes, but other parts of his body. Without a flawless ancient scripture, he always felt that he was lacking something and couldn't comprehend it. The monkey showed his prowess and launched another fierce attack, forcing the North Arch to retreat. The son of the Emperor of Fighting not only had the Tao of Strength, but he also had all kinds of Emperor-grade secret arts. The battle was getting more and more intense. Ancient Chaos, the Arc of Saint Art. Everyone was astonished. The more they looked, the more they felt that Wang Ting's secret art was similar to the legendary Ancient Chaos Sutra. From a certain perspective, this was the decisive battle between the Ancient Chaos the Arch and the Emperor of Fighting, and it was unfolding through their successors. The more the monkey fought, the more ferocious he became. His innate talents were incomparable, but the Ancient Chaos Sutra was also extremely terrifying. When Wang Ting used it, it was hard to resist. Yi Fan transmitted another message. He felt that the monkey wouldn't lose, but it wouldn't be easy to kill the North Arch. It was better not to let him borrow the power of the Qianling Great Dragon. No, I have to kill him with my own hands. The monkey's temper rose, and he became more and more courageous as he fought. He swung his rod like a black windmill. Everyone was speechless. These 2 were too powerful, and they were fighting to kill Wang Ting. That was the magnificent North Arch, and not many could match him. How did he become the prey now? Stop fighting, we're going to miss the time. The Qianling Great Dragon is starting to move. Someone cried out. Everyone knew that the Qianling Great Dragon would move. It would only stay in one place for a period of time before moving. It wouldn't stay there for a long time, and this was also the reason why no one had found it since the ancient times. That's right, the saint's body activated the great dragon's source power and alerted the dragon's cave. It has already developed intelligence and is about to leave. One of the dragon-seeking Earth Masters revealed the truth. What? Hurry up and charge over, don't miss the time. Many people cried out. However, the monkey and Wang Ting stood in front of them and fought without stopping. They blocked everyone, and there was no way for them to pass. The 2 of you, stop fighting. Otherwise, you'll miss the ancient immortal treasury. Someone advised. They really didn't want them to continue. Yi Fan observed the terrain, and his mind was moved. The great dragon was indeed moving. If they continued to delay, they might really miss the opportunity. Brother Monkey, stop fighting. If you can obtain either the immortal transformation pool or the dragon's cave, you will have a chance to corroborate your Tao. You mustn't miss it. When the monkey heard this, he slowed down his attacks. Wang Ting also retreated. He didn't want to fight to the death anymore. Entering the immortal transformation pool or the dragon's cave was the most important. Rumble, that dragon vein moved, and the ancient cave at the base of the mountain surged with essence energy. A dragon roar resounded through the 33 levels of heaven as if it came from the desolate land. In the blink of an eye, numerous figures dashed over. The sect leaders and holy lords were all on the move. Not a single one of them wasted any time. North the Arch didn't move. His eyes were cold and emotionless as he stared at Yi Fan's side. He stood on the golden ancient war chariot and looked down disdainfully. "I'm not late, right?" The blind old man appeared and waved his hand to call Li Heishui and the others over. He glanced at Wang Ting and said, "You haven't become an emperor after all. If you dare to hurt my juniors, I will dare to go to the northern plains and kill your people." Obviously, he had heard what North the Arch said before. As a living fossil, he normally wouldn't say such things. However, today, Wang Ting threatened to kill Li Heishui, Wu Zhongtian, Lu Kou, and the others. This made him very unhappy. The sacred ground of the eastern wasteland was so strong, but none of the experts had ever attacked the descendants of the great bandits. They were all afraid. If the 13 bandits were ruthless, they could also kill all their disciples. On the other side, the Red Dragon Daoist and Peacock King appeared. They stood beside Yan Ruyu and waved Pang Bo over. The great demon Pang Bo had a special status in the demon race. His status was no lower than Yan Ruyu's, and he was the inheritor of Azure the Arch in name. Wang Ting was shocked. The golden ancient war chariot under his feet shone brightly and could pierce through the void at any time. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't do anything against these living fossils. One of them could hurt him, but 2 of them could destroy his body and soul. These living fossils were unfathomable, and their strength was there for all to see. Wang Ting's eyes narrowed. He didn't say a word. Yi Fan, the monkey, the red dragon, and the others could all threaten him. He drove the golden ancient war chariot into the depths of the celestial ground. "Brother monkey, don't go to the dragon cave. There's a terrifying creature there, and no one here can deal with it." Yi Fan transmitted a message. "No, I need the mortal elixir in the dragon cave. The immortal transformation pool doesn't have it." The monkey leaped up and rushed into the ancient cave. "Brother monkey, I worshipped you the most in my hometown. I didn't think there would be someone like you." "You all came out from a rock," Pang Bo shouted. The monkey was speechless and scratched his head. He didn't know what Pang Bo was talking about. He carried his black iron rod and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The Crimson Dragon Daoist, Peacock King, and the blind old man nodded at Yi Fan. They also took action and rushed into the dragon cave. Living fossils like them all wanted to find the illusory dragon marrow to prolong their lifespans. After Yi Fan's reminder, the few of them nodded and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yan Ryu also followed. She probably had an extreme Dao Emperor weapon that could protect their lives. Most of the older generation people rushed into the ancient cave. The immortal treasures there were priceless to them. The undying god pill, illusory immortal essence, and other things couldn't be found in the mortal world. Now, there were clues. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, Li Heishui, and the others rushed into the immortal transformation pool. Ji Haoyue had already met up with her family members. However, Ji Ziyue was like a little tail that slipped away with Yi Fan's group. The immortal transformation pool was at the peak of a huge mountain. That place was overflowing with brilliant light and multicolored mist. It was extremely illusory, and the water was like jade. Spiritual energy surged down and submerged the entire mountain. When they got close, no one could fly. They were all blocked by a mysterious power. They could only climb up the mountain on foot. Even the sect masters couldn't do it. They could only climb up step by step. There were many people on the winding mountain road, and all of them were experts. As Yi Fan walked along the mountain path, he saw many old friends. The Jade Lake Saintess smiled sweetly, making the flowers pale in comparison as she joined them. "Brother Yi, long time no see." "I'm here." A bronze-skinned barbarian wearing beast skin walked over with large strides. He held a wolf fang club in his hand. It was Dongfang Yi. "Barbarian." Pang Bo laughed and punched him. Naturally, he recognized him. Dongfeng Yi was famous in the unique warrior residence. Because one time, he almost smacked Wang Chong to death with his club. This time, the third beauty of the Central Plains, Princess Yudai, didn't come. Otherwise, the trio that robbed Duanda would have gathered together. They all laughed. I saw that fatty just now. I reckon he's also coming up. Dongfeng Yi said. Quickly hide the 9 divine weapons. That fatty is not a good person. Yifan reminded Pang Bo, don't worry. The 9 divine weapons have fused with my 9 slashes of the demon god. He can't do anything even if he sees it. Pang Bo said. Don't be afraid of him. Jizu's black gem-like eyes looked around. She searched for Duanda and said angrily, if he dares to appear, my Saint Lord won't let him go. He's too evil. Before Duanda left the eastern wasteland, he had visited the Ji family cemetery. In the end, he had stolen a divine king's tomb. The Ji family's elders chased him for hundreds of thousands of li, but he still managed to escape. This damn fatty is really unpopular. Yi Fan laughed. Why are there so many sect master level characters? Li Heishui felt that something was wrong. Those were supreme characters with unfathomable strength. It would be difficult for them to compete. Not all the older generation characters rushed to the Dragon Cave. Many people rushed to the Celestial Transformation Pond. They were all powerful characters. This time it was divined by Divine Diviner. It is different from the past. That's why so many people came. Jade Lake Saint Lady opened her mouth. This Divine Diviner is not simple. Yi Fan had heard of him more than once. He had always wanted to catch his disciple. He is indeed mysterious. Few people know of his background. Jade Lake Saint Lady smiled. Sister of Jade Lake, you are really beautiful. You are as beautiful as me. Jizuyue was a little mischievous and narcissistic. Her eyes turned into crescent moons. How narcissistic. Yi Fan knocked on her smooth, jade-like forehead. This is called confidence, okay? Jizuyue slapped his hand away. She grinded her shiny little canine teeth and rolled her eyes at him. The group was very relaxed. They arrived at the mountain peak calmly. In the process, no one dared to harm them. In this place, Yi Fan could activate the Qinling dragon source. He even dared to kill the North Arch just now. Even the older generation avoided him, not daring to touch him. At this moment, Yi Fan had the power of the initial formation of the Saint Physique. No one dared to stop him. In the distance, a fat Taoist appeared. He came to the mountain and stared at Yi Fan and the barbarian. Unscrupulous. Celestial being. Duanda wanted to vomit blood. Last time, he was stripped naked. Even the shoes and socks, which were secret treasures, were worn by the barbarian. The worst thing was that he even worked with the two of them. It was only when Yi Fan used the 9 divine weapons that he realized which bastard robbed him. This. Dao Grandpa is not done yet. Duanda gritted his teeth. Finally, Yi Fan and the others approached the Celestial Transformation Pond. The water flowed with multicolored light. The mist was dense and beautiful. Brother, you're here too. At this place, Yi Fan saw the sickly old man and went up to greet him. Pang Bo and the others didn't dare to be slow. They also went up to greet him. They had heard Yi Fan talk about this before. They knew that this was most likely an extraordinary mutant. That's not right. There's life in the celestial pool. Could it be that another creature like Azure the Arch was born? Some of the older generation was surprised. Since ancient times, this lake had too many secrets. There were countless precious materials like the green copper. Azure the Arch was born from it. It was said that during the ancient times, fragments of imperial weapons had fallen here. It was hard to imagine how many divine items there were now. Since ancient times, not many people had successfully entered. This time, it was very special. Someone had deduced it, which led to the gathering of heroes. The lake water was clear and bright like a pool of fine wine. Multicolored light overflowed, mists rising, mists curling about. It was a sparkling and translucent expanse. The immortal transformation pool was at the summit of an enormous mountain. Even though it wasn't that large, it gave one the misconception of a world. Correct, it wasn't like a pool of water, but rather a lively and beautiful small world. This place seemed to contain the secrets of the origin of life. There is a sound. A pool of jade liquid connected the endless blue skies, releasing the sound of surging tides. It was as if someone was seated in the void, explaining the great Tao of the creation of heaven and earth. The immortal pool's surface was clear and crystalline, multicolored mist swirling about. 5 colors shone brilliantly, water specks speckling about. It wasn't that intense and could be considered gentle, but it made quite a few people frown. It was because they could vaguely hear heaven and earth chanting ancient scriptures. Pudong, a cultivator, couldn't hold himself back any longer, the first to jump into the lake, fiercely diving down to search for emperor weapon fragments and other holy objects. It is definitely the extreme Tao emperor weapons that shattered here. It is the great Tao scriptures within them that are echoing. Chong, there were cultivators who raised their swords, fighting for the sake of choosing an advantageous position. With a pu sound, a head flew, blood splashing outwards, corpse falling onto the ground. Everyone couldn't remain calm when facing the immortal pool, all of them taking action. Many people jumped into the lake one after another, wishing to fish up world-shocking holy objects. Pung, intense fluctuations transmitted outwards. 2 sect master level figures took action, stirring up a great wave. The immortal pool's life essence energy flowed in all directions, making the hearts of everyone here tremble. If one could obtain either the immortal transformation pool or the ancient dragon cave, then they would have a sliver of hope of verifying the Tao. This legend spread far and wide, so everyone was naturally moved. Everyone wanted to obtain something. In that short instant, there were already several dozen people who jumped in. The others weren't willing to fall behind, jumping in one after another. Something's not right, why isn't a single person coming up? Gzum muttered softly. The lake water was clear, pure like sapphire. Streak after streak of auspicious multicolored light swirled about, but no one jumped out from the water surface, only entering but not coming out. Many experts were alarmed, already sensing that something was wrong. They all stopped their footsteps, and those who had just jumped up also cried out in alarm, forcefully flipping back. Just now, a great figure also jumped in, not coming back up. Someone said softly. The others all shivered inwardly, no longer daring to act blindly. Could it be that something unexpected happened to these people, dying below? People were scared. Let this old man take a closer look. One of the dragon-seeking earthly masters stepped forward and opened his eyes to observe the immortal lake. Everyone held their breaths and quietly listened to what he was going to say. They were faced with an immortal land that could prove their Tao, but they were unable to enter. Everyone was nervous and anxious. There should be no problem. This is a true land of ascension, indescribably wondrous, unparalleled in the world. How could there be danger? The dragon-seeking geomaster muttered to himself. Xianxia stepped forward. He came from the eastern wastelands and was extremely famous in the origin technique world. He was infinitely close to becoming an origin master, and his methods were outstanding. This immortal lake is extremely perfect, not the slightest flaw to be found. It could be said to be a place where true immortals descended. There are definitely no problems. They didn't come up, could it be that they are hiding below? The Genesis technique grandmasters from the eastern wilderness all stepped forward and agreed with Xianxia's judgment. This was a perfect place for immortal ascension. A Genesis technique grandmaster said, "Brother Yi is also here. His Genesis techniques are unique, and as the successor of our eastern wastelands heaven masters, I believe that he must have some brilliant ideas. Little friend Yi, don't hide anything. If you have any ideas, I hope you can share them and give us some pointers," Xianxia said in a neutral tone. Yi Fan glanced at him. This old thing had bullied him time and time again in the eastern wasteland. When his identity as a saint physique was exposed in the northern region's divine city, he had almost died because of it. At this moment, if no one else was present, Yi Fan would have already made his move and sent this old thing to hell. However, he was walking together with several powerful experts, so he was not easy to deal with. "You've already said what you need to say. What else do you want me to say?" Yi Fan said. Xianxia twirled his beard and said, "That's not right. You've obtained the inheritance of the Yuan Taoist master, so you should have some unique ideas. I hope you won't be stingy and dispel the doubts of everyone here. There were several sect master level figures beside him, and they were the ones who had invited him from the eastern wasteland. At this moment, he had nothing to fear. Old fellow, are you tired of living? Even now, you still want to sow discord. Be careful that Master Pang doesn't catch you and feed you to the dogs. Pang Bo spoke in a boorish manner. Young man, why must you be so overbearing? This old man is merely seeking guidance on behalf of our fellow Taoists, Xianxia said. If Brother Yi knows, I hope you can give us some pointers so that our fellow Taoists won't die in vain, an elder spoke. From the way he addressed Yi Fan, one could tell that he had a certain degree of trepidation towards Yi Fan. A first-layer Immortal Foundation expert actually spoke in the tone of someone of the same generation. At this point, other than mortal enemies like the Yin Yang sect and Xianxia, at the very least on the surface, not many people were willing to offend the Saint Physique. His growth was simply too fast. In just a few years, he was already at the 8th transformation of the Dragon Transformation. Every time he was suppressed, he would grow even stronger, causing people to feel incomparable trepidation. Little friend, please enlighten us. A sect master level character spoke. Many people echoed his words. Yi Fan naturally wouldn't offend the crowd. He circled around the immortal transformation pool and seriously pondered for a long time before speaking. When things reach an extreme, they will always move in the opposite direction. If one is too perfect, there would definitely be a great regret. This place is undoubtedly the flying immortal grounds, but there would definitely be great danger. Everyone, please be careful. What? It's said in the legends that the immortal transformation pool is a place of great danger? In that case, those who entered earlier all died? Instantly, the countenances of many people changed. Little friendy, please don't be stingy and allow us all to have an immortal fate, Xianxia spoke. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. When these three fuse together, there's no solution in this world. Yi Fan spoke. What he said was the truth. Just the first, when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction, was something no one could break. Back then in the forbidden grounds of the Absolute Beginning era, the 4th generation Yuan Taoist master died there. In his later years. Little friend, this is where you're wrong. So many of us came here. Are you going to let us all return empty-handed? Since you obtained the original heavenly book, you must have a way to break it. Don't tell me you're going to monopolize this place? Xianxia sneered. Old man, I think you're tired of living. Do you want to force us? If you want to die, just say it. Dong Fengyi was like a barbarian. He held the wolf-tooth club in his hand and glared at him. You. Xianxia was protected by several sect masters. Although she wasn't afraid, she was still angered by such direct words. Die far away. If I want to kill you, no one can stop me. Yi Fan stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes were ice-cold as he stared at the original technique expert. Help. Suddenly, the water in the immortal pool split open. A 3-inch-tall silver person rushed out and cried for help. This was an incomparably powerful divine sense belonging to the almighty expert who had just jumped into the lake. It was a humanoid god formed from the mind power in the space between his eyebrows. At this moment, his physical body had disappeared. Only the silver person had escaped. This was enough to explain the problem. He had encountered a disaster. Dao friend, what happened? A sect master shouted. Ah. The silver person was incomparably terrified. A crack appeared in the space between his eyebrows. Then, with a bang, it shattered into 4 pieces and turned into a white light that disappeared into the lake. This was an almighty expert, but he died just like that. Everyone couldn't help but retreat. Their bodies were shivering and their hearts were filled with cold air. After a long time, a sect master opened his mouth and said, Little friendy, please give us some pointers. The people beside Xianxia also spoke up one after another, asking him to explain and point out a path. The Heavenly Origin book was a wondrous book. Many people were almost superstitious about it. They believed that it could decipher all the terrains in the world. Young man, don't be so solitary. In this kind of place, we need to work together. It's not too realistic to want to swallow the immortal transformation pond alone. Otherwise, there will be a great disaster, Xianxia said. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Yifan didn't have the slightest good impression of him. He took a large step forward and the heavenly origin rune under his feet flickered. A scarlet dragon rushed out and turned into a scarlet sky as it pounced towards Xianxia. Clang! A sect master took action and blocked the scarlet sky. The mountain peak shook violently and everyone was shocked. Yifan could really compete with a sect master. Little friend, why do you have to kill him? That sect master said. We just looked down on this lowly person. Have all these years been wasted on a dog? Xianxia was the first to speak. The others all stared at Xianxia. This is the land of flying immortals. It's accompanied by great calamity that can't be resolved. If everyone wants to obtain something, then search the shallow waters. Yifan spoke. He was the first to walk towards the lake. Pang Bo, Dongfang Yi, Xianxia, the Jade Lake Saintess, Ji Ziyue, and the others followed. They entered the lake and the water was knee-deep. They didn't dare to go any further. The others also followed after seeing this. They scattered around the lake and searched carefully. Not long after, someone cried out in alarm, "Divine object." One of the middle-aged men scooped up a piece of scarlet jade from the water. It was as big as a person's head, and it was bright red and glistening. The multicolored light it emitted illuminated all the bones in his body, making his body almost transparent. Scarlet Jade, King of the Ninth Heaven. Heavens, this is a peerless divine object that even the ancient saints couldn't find. It can be refined into an immortal holy weapon. The group's eyes were red. The sect masters couldn't sit still and rushed over. Many people secretly wanted to snatch it. Suddenly, the head-sized Scarlet Jade King turned into a scarlet rainbow and left the man's palm. It flew into the center of the lake and disappeared. That young expert almost fainted. He thought he had ascended to heaven, but the next moment, he was kicked out. He let out a heart-wrenching scream. The peerless divine object that the ancient saints couldn't find in their entire lives. I hate it. The others were also stunned. They were all incomparably regretful. The Scarlet Jade King of the Ninth Heaven had gained intelligence and escaped on its own. There are treasures in the celestial pond. Since ancient times, fragments of imperial weapons have fallen here. Even Emperor Qing was born here. Quickly search. The people on the shore were boiling. This was just the beginning and someone had already seen a divine object. One could imagine what was in the lake. There really are treasures. Pangbo muttered. He poked Yifan and said, "You have to find the heavenly book of origin. Search carefully and find 2 extreme divine objects. Yeah, if we can fish out an imperial weapon fragment, it'll be worth it no matter what price we pay." The barbarian's eyes shone. "Little Yi, you have to look carefully." Little Moon of the Ji family said in a small voice. The Jade Lake Saintess smiled at the side. "You guys follow me. I want to walk a certain distance in the depths," said Yifan. Now, not only did Yifan make this decision, the others were also fearless. They walked into the depths bit by bit in search of immortal weapons. Hong, suddenly, a great tremor sounded. The ancient dragon cave at the base of another great peak took in and spat out a true dragon origin. A draconic cry rose into the 9 heavens and descended into the 9 netherworlds. It was clear that a group of sect master-level characters had entered and triggered a great change. The ancient dragon cave seemed to have revived. In the ancient cave, there were mortal immortal pills, fantasy-grade divine marrow, and even sacred spirits comparable to great emperors. Many people's expressions changed. The ancestor of the Kai clan, the 4th-generation Yuan Taoist master, has also come into being? Yifan was bewildered. Hee. Xianxia laughed coldly and said, "The draconic energy here has returned to its origin. It can't be used by others." As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at Yifan. Xianxia was clearly telling them that they could kill him now. "Xianxia, you will die today without a doubt. No one can save you," Yifan said calmly. "Can you compare to me if you can't summon the draconic energy?" Xianxia laughed coldly. He had already made sufficient preparations to eliminate Yi Fan. Something's wrong. Is there still a great emperor alive in this world? On the shore, the sickly old man spoke in horror. His dim eyes shot out two terrifying rays of light, causing the nearby sect masters to retreat in fright. Inside the eternal dragon cave, draconic cries sounded. The ancient cave flickered between light and darkness, a pair of lantern-like eyes flickering about, making one feel suffocated. Dragon, don't tell me there really is a deity like this? This is the Ascension Immortal Land, perhaps there really is such an existence. Xianxia Dragon Cave's name had been passed down through the endless ages. It wasn't impossible for there to be a true dragon here, because there were all types of rumors about deities before the Archaic era. There is a true dragon sleeping in this ancient cave? The language used by the 10,000 archaic clans was divine text, created by deities. If there was an unmatched existence in a certain period of history, then some people could accept it. The ancient cave was clearly dark and unstable, continuously taking in and sending out dragon essence, as if it was reviving. A divine pearl appeared, bright red and replete with moisture, rising and falling within the 10,000 streaks of vital energy. When this pearl appeared, everyone became petrified. Then, many people's eyes became red, rushing forward while striving to be the first. The living fossil-level figures all went crazy. A pearl spat out by a true dragon. This is a divine pearl, there is a deity inside. The legendary dragon pearl has appeared, there really is this type of immortal treasure. The bright red and replete pearl was sparkling and translucent like an agate, its diameter more than a meter. It was an enormous immortal pearl, its dreamlike colors making one feel intoxicated. In front of the eternal dragon cave, everyone's blood vessels surged, their hearts stirred. Most of them were sect master level figures, their achievements great, doing everything they could to seize it. Dragon essence surged, the ancient cave deep and serene, taking in and sending out sunlight essence. The divine pearl disappeared with a flash. Everyone rushed inside, not a single person able to remain calm. In front of the ancient cave, there was no one left, all of them disappearing. Everyone rushed in. By the immortal pond, many cultivators looked at each other in dismay. Many people regretted not choosing the dragon cave. That really was a divine pearl. They saw it with their own eyes, able to seize natural luck from the heavens, allowing one to corroborate the Tao. A divine pearl left behind by a true dragon, is this indirectly proving the existence of immortals? Figures flickered. There were two sect masters who rushed down the mountain, changing their choice to the eternal dragon cave to seize opportunities, because that enormous divine pearl was too important. Little Leaf, did you see anything? Can we seize the dragon pearl? That really is an immortal treasure. Li Heishui rubbed his hands. Don't go. There is most likely an ancient sacred spirit there. No one in the present world can fight against it, so it is even more dangerous than this place. Yi Fan's expression was serious. According to his judgment, the ancient cave at the base of the mountain could only be entered but not exited. Unless one was protected by an extreme emperor weapon, no matter how many people entered, they would die. Young man, can I borrow the source heavenly scripture to take a look? Let us study it together so that we can break through the celestial pool and let our fellow Taoists here have a mortal fate. Ouyang Yi twirled his long beard and said in a neutral tone. This old thing is about to make a move. Don't get too close to me. Yi Fan secretly warned. That won't do. Now that the dragon source is restrained, you can't borrow the power of the Qianling dragon. Let us help you, said Dongfang Yi. It doesn't matter. I can kill him with my own methods. Yi Fan shook his head. The others also stepped forward, wanting to attack together with him. He is just an Earth Source Master. I can kill him with the 9 slashes of the Demon Sovereign without a problem. Don't worry. Although the Qianling dragon's power is restrained, there are other benefits underground. This is the immemorial celestial pool. It contains endless mysteries and can be used by me. Yi Fan smiled. Hearing him say this, the others were instantly relieved. Li Heishui glanced at Ouyang Yi and said, Old thing, you really have nothing better to do. You are courting death. Junior who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Ouyang Yi's face darkened. She stared at Yi Fan and then scanned the surroundings, saying, Yi Fan, if you want to take the celestial pool for yourself, many Taoists will not agree. A man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Maybe even your myriad chi cauldron will be thrown away here. This was definitely a fight. He purposely pointed out the great emperor's exclusive holy relic so that the others would also attack and kill Yi Fan. You are really a snobbish person. Yi Fan had no fear. He waded through the lake water and walked towards Ouyang Yi, his killing intent soaring. Young people don't know their limits. Although you have some fame, you shouldn't be so disrespectful to people of the older generation. Not far away, 4 old men walked out. 2 of them were actually half-step supreme experts. Ouyang Yi had a smile on his face. He flicked his sleeves and clasped his hands behind his back as he stood there with his head held high. He had a carefree look on his face as he watched the show. Flaunting your seniority. All of you, scram. If I want to kill Ouyang Yi, no one can stop me. Yi Fan spoke in a heavy voice. You are still young after all. Don't you know that it's very easy for you to die like this? Since ancient times, many geniuses died prematurely. Do you want to follow in their footsteps? One of them coldly spoke. Scram. Yi Fan roared. He flicked his sleeves and transformed into a beam of blue light that lashed out. Junior, you are courting death. One of the mid-stage first-layer Immortal Foundation experts coldly spoke as he lifted his hand to attack. Bang! The 2 of them collided violently. Yi Fan stood there unmoving while that old man was like a wooden puppet that was flung through the air. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood as his face turned as pale as paper. Another person stepped forward. His palm glowed with a divine light as he took out a pair of dragon shears. The shears transformed into a beam of light and flew over. The 2 flood dragons intersected, wanting to slice Yi Fan into 2. Bang! Yi Fan spat out a strand of Xianxia essence chi that destroyed the shears like a candle being blown out. The mixed origin unity chi caused that person to spit out blood as he was flung through the air. Merely SOSO. He stood there proudly as he took large strides forward. What? The crowd exclaimed in shock. Almost everyone didn't dare to believe that Yi Fan could so casually injure 2 first-layer Immortal Foundation experts. He didn't borrow the draconic chi for his own use but was using his own strength. Even first-layer Immortal Foundation experts were defeated so miserably. But there's a difference of 7 to 8 levels between them. 8 level, he has touched upon the 8-level domain. Instantly, the countenances of some sect leader-level characters changed as they guessed the truth. If not, it was impossible for Qin Wentian to cross so many levels. The human body had a total of 5 great secret realms. They were the Sea of Reincarnation, Tao Palace, for extremes, Dragon Transformation, and Immortal Foundation. Among them, the Immortal Foundation was the most unique. Every layer was equivalent to a great secret realm in the past, and the difference in strength was immense. The first layer of the Immortal Foundation was equivalent to 9 levels in the past. However, it wasn't divided into different levels. Instead, it was divided into initial stage, mid-stage, and peak stage. 8 level, after so many years, there's actually someone who has touched upon the 8-level domain. The expressions of the older generation all changed. Since ancient times, such people were extremely rare. Usually, they would grow up to become heaven-shaking experts. Previously, when Yi Fan revealed the combat prowess of an 8-level domain, no one spread the news. Hence, the people of the world didn't know about it. Today, for the first time, they were in an uproar. 8 level. The crowd could only mutter these 3 words. The Jade Lake Holy Maiden had a strange look on her face. The Alcade Saint Child had a look of shock on his face. The number 2 beauty of the Central Prefecture, Princess Moon Spirit, had a divine glow in her eyes. The kings of the 5 regions were all moved, the emotions of the younger generations were all different. The various sect leaders all had solemn expressions on their faces. They didn't say a word as their thoughts spun like lightning. No one knew what they were thinking. The gazes of everyone were focused on Yi Fan. 8-level domains were extremely rare. Once one touched upon them, they would be invincible in the entire world. This was the explanation given by the ancient people. It's merely an 8-level domain. Before he matures, there's nothing special about killing him. As long as he attains the major completion saint physique, everything is possible. Xianxia sinisterly spoke. This was to remind everyone that they had to kill as soon as possible. Now was the best opportunity, and they could still obtain the myriad chi cauldron. Two old men blocked the way. Right now, both of them were ruthless. These two were half-step experts, characters at the peak of the first level of Immortal Foundation. One of them opened his mouth and spat out a copper pagoda that was 1 inch tall. In an instant, it expanded to over 10 feet tall and descended, enveloping Yi Fan's head, wanting to suppress him. Junior, so what if you've reached the 8th level? With my absolute cultivation base, I can crush you like stepping on an ant. Before you mature, you're nothing. The other person's eyes gleamed sinisterly. He opened his mouth and spat out a small bronze man. At first, it was only 1 inch tall, but it rapidly grew into a giant with the strength to uproot mountains and rivers. With a single step, the mountains trembled. If you haven't reached the major completion stage, you're just an ant. Stomping you to death will end everything. Your so-called future is nothing but a dream. I won't let you continue growing. The two of them laughed sinisterly. They each took out their weapons, wanting to kill Yi Fan. They had long decided that they wouldn't give him a chance to grow. Boom! Suddenly, elemental energy surged, and immortal light shot out from the celestial pool. Yi Fan's right hand enlarged, grabbing the copper pagoda that was over 10 feet tall. He snatched it over and smashed it down like a piece of straw. What? The half-step mighty figure was shocked and retreated decisively. But it was already too late. Yi Fan was like a god. The copper pagoda in his hand smashed down, shattering the half-step mighty figure and turning him into a pile of blood paste. He couldn't resist at all. Boom! Yi Fan swung the copper pagoda and smashed it heavily onto the bronze man. The two weapons released dazzling sparks and both shattered. At the same time, the half-step mighty figure was smashed until his bones were broken. His body and spirit were both destroyed. Nothing was left. In the blink of an eye, two half-step mighty figures had died. The people beside the celestial pool retreated in complete silence. Yi Fan could draw upon the power of the celestial pool and still fight a top holy lord. This made many people feel that things were not good. The Book of Source Heaven is indeed extraordinary. Xianxia was horrified. Even he couldn't summon the power of this place, but Yi Fan did it. He laughed coldly, and Genesis runes appeared under his feet. In that instant, Yi Fan's hair stood on end. A strong sense of danger surged in his heart. He used the row formula and flew to the side. Bang! A small sun flew out. Its golden light shone brightly and evaporated the place where Yi Fan had been standing. Mist flowed, and everything disappeared. A divine source block. This was a divine source block the size of a human head. It was densely covered in runes that contained endless mysteries. It could instantly flatten the endless mountain range. Divine light shone brightly, and the other 3 divine source blocks appeared. They were similar in size and froze in the air. Intense divine power waves destroyed everything, and Genesis runes covered them. Xianxia, you're crazy. Yi Fan's heart turned cold as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Each divine source block was worth 500,000 kilograms of pure divine source. There was a large block with complicated Genesis techniques carved on it. Once it was broken, all life within 100 miles would be exterminated and turned into scorched earth. Don't worry, this is the 4 symbols heaven origin formation. It will only refine you and not harm anyone else. Kid, I'll send you to see the previous Yuan Taoist master. Xianxia chuckled, which made one's hair stand on end. 4 divine source blocks the size of a human head were arranged in 4 directions, trapping Yi Fan in the center. A terrifying aura flowed out, and golden divine light shot into the sky like 4 suns hanging there. The densely packed divine source runes glowed and rushed out together. Every divine source block transformed into a celestial spirit, and a suffocating power flowed out. A small dragon, a divine phoenix, a celestial tiger, and a black tortoise were all less than a foot long. They were all golden and lifelike. They guarded the 4 directions, and each opened their mouth to spit out a stream of light. They began to refine Yi Fan. With a violent tremor, the myriad chi cauldron appeared and floated above Yi Fan's head. Wisps of heaven and earth chi poured down, protecting him inside. The 4 divine source blocks contained boundless divine power, and the pressure they brought him was too great. He sat cross-legged on the ground, formed seals with his hands, and guided the celestial light in the celestial pool for his own use. He carved words in the void, and each word flashed with a metallic luster. They were branded in the void, and they rang like heavenly swords being unsheathed. 6 seals for immortals. Ouyang was shocked. Yi Fan's improvement in Genesis techniques was too fast, and it was beyond his understanding. It had only been a few years, and this heaven origin forbidden technique had already reached the 3rd seal. The position of the 6 seals for immortals in Genesis techniques was like the peerless secret technique deduced by the great human emperor. It was at the peak, and it contained infinite mysteries. I can even seal powerful beings, you. Ouyang's face was pale, and he staggered back. Yi Fan used the 6 seals for immortals, and ancient characters jumped out one after another, branded in the void, forming a pattern, and tore a corner of the 4 symbols heaven origin formation. With the myriad chi cauldron above his head, he stood up and slowly walked out. Pressing forward. Not good. Ouyang's expression changed, and a trace of fear appeared on his face. Don't worry. At this moment, a powerful being beside him stood up and shouted, "Go back." This was a powerful being from the Shao clan of the Central Plains. Like the Yin-Yang sect, they had a great grudge against Yi Fan, and Ouyang was invited by them. He stretched out a hand to cover the opening, wanting to push Yi Fan back into the origin formation and turn him into ashes. Don't move recklessly. Ouyang shouted, but it was too late. Yi Fan drew the divine power from this powerful being, and he quickly stepped out of the origin formation. The foot-long little dragon, divine phoenix, celestial tiger, and black tortoise all let out a cry and entered the god origin formation. Clang, clang, the ancient characters that Yi Fan carved flashed in the void, and they were like sword hums, shaking the heavens and earth. The 4 god origin formations were suppressed. With a flash of light, Yi Fan took out the cauldron and put them in. This is a great gift. To thank you, I will personally send you to immortality. With every step he took, an immortal light rushed out from the lake, surrounding him in the center. After 9 steps, his body was resplendent, and every inch of his flesh was almost transparent. Endless immortal light enveloped him, and with every move, he could command the heaven and earth. With the source of the great Tao, he could look down on many powerful beings. You can't kill him. The powerful being from the Shao clan sneered. Other than that, there were 2 other powerful beings from the Yin-Yang sect near the celestial pond. They walked out from the darkness and pressed forward. Their main force was at the dragon cave. 3 powerful beings attacked together to kill Yi Fan. Yi Fan finally calmed down. His allies didn't throw him away, and they laughed coldly as they stared at Yi Fan. Those who block my way will die under my feet, and blood will splatter everywhere. Yi Fan was unwavering as he walked forward. The younger generation, the Jade Lake Saintess, Yao Guang Saint Child, Princess Moon Spirit, and the kings of the 5 regions were all shaken. They stared forward and watched this battle. The sect masters also had serious expressions as they stared at the people in the field. Voila, the lake water boiled, and endless immortal light surged, submerging Yi Fan. The battle began. 4 figures soared through the clouds like dragons, mountains collapsing and seas roaring as they fought intensely. In this place, his battle prowess can really be compared to a divine lord. Yi Fan's movements were bold, and the immortal light was like a sea. He was like a true dragon leaping about, and his palms and fingers continuously smashed the void. Not long after, Ouyang shouted, "Not good." Unfortunately, it was too late, and nothing could be stopped. Wherever Yi Fan slapped the void, there would be imprints flickering. The immortal forbidden 6 seals appeared, sealing the 3 powerful beings within. He used the power of the immortal light to complete all of this. I said that those who block me will die. Yi Fan took out a divine source block from the cauldron and activated it. He withdrew himself from this sealed land. Hung, dazzling divine light surged. Everything within this narrow space no longer existed. The small world was melted down, returning to its original state. The The great being released a heart-tearing, lung-splitting scream. The divine source block engraved with endless innate patterns exploded. The scene was horrifying, as if a sun was collapsing. However, all of this was blocked by the immortal forbidden 6 seals. No. Xianxia shouted loudly. The divine source block was refined by him, and the expenditure was great. The cost was shocking, yet in the end, it caused the deaths of people on his side. Damned immortal forbidden 6 seals! He roared. All of the spectators felt a chill from head to toe. In this kind of place, Yifan summoned the power of the immortal pond for his own use. It was just too terrifying. There were 3 great beings, and they were finished just like that. When everything calmed down, the characters engraved in the void also became dim. The immortal light couldn't hold on anymore either. The power of the divine source block was too terrifying. The narrow space was unsealed. One of them had his body and soul destroyed, and the other 2 had badly damaged bodies. They staggered out, but they had lost all of their magical power and couldn't fight anymore. Peng, Yifan struck out with his palm, and one of the bodies shattered. He raised his leg and kicked to the side, and the last person also turned into dust. Don't kill me! Xianxia shouted loudly, retreating in fear. Now, who dared to stop him? 3 great beings had died tragically, and no one was willing to fight against Yifan in this place. It wasn't worth it. I said that no one can save you. Yifan walked forward and pointed out with a finger. A bloody hole appeared on Xianxia's head. He screamed and fell to the ground, dying a violent death. Boom! At the base of another great mountain, the dragon cave shook violently. All the sect masters were fighting over the divine pearl. Crack! The divine pearl with a diameter of more than a meter finally cracked under the power of many holy lords. From within, a humanoid creature covered in red hair fell out. What, there was such a creature in the dragon pearl? Everyone was shocked. Roar! The humanoid creature with red hair opened its eyes and shot out 2 beams of bloody light. It let out a loud roar, causing the holy lord's blood to churn, and they almost fainted. What is that? Above the celestial pond, everyone looked down and saw everything in the ancient cave. All of them were shocked. The 3rd generation ancestor Yuan Tian, an ominous event happened in his later years, and he grew to this state. What exactly is he? Yifan's heart trembled. He opened his divine eyes and observed carefully. The Yuan Taoist master had too many terrifying secrets in his later years. This must be the 3rd generation ancestor. All the ominous events gathered in one body, and perhaps it was about to be revealed. Boom! An even more horrifying aura erupted, rushing out from the depths of the eternal dragon cave. It made everyone's minds tremble, almost kneeling down. There really is an ancient saint spirit. The sickly old man's eyes shot out 2 terrifying beams of light, and he muttered to himself, if the ancient emperors don't appear, who can fight against them? Ouch! Beside the celestial pond, many people couldn't bear the pressure and fell to the ground. A young man even fell into the lake, and when he struggled to get up, he grabbed a green copper block from the bottom of the lake. There was a small green lotus growing on it. This was a youngster that was still a bit tender. He sat in the shallow waters of the immortal lake, and in his hand was a fist-sized green copper piece that was mottled with rust. The most peculiar thing was that there was a foot-tall little green lotus that took root on it. Sturdy and sparkling roots intertwined around it, and the 2 were born together. Yifan's scalp became numb, and his mind was greatly shaken. This green copper was incredibly tattered, and it was similar to the one in his body. It was quite possible that it came from the same source. The most crucial thing was that there was a little green lotus growing on the green copper piece. This was too similar to the legends. Back then, the demon emperor was born precisely like this. He wasn't the only one that stared at the green copper and little green lotus. Everyone else cast their eyes over as well. Even though they didn't know the origins of the copper piece, they were still moved when they saw the green lotus. A great emperor had walked out from the immortal transformation pond before, and this was something everyone knew. There wasn't a single person who wasn't horrified after seeing this scene. There are no creatures in the immortal lake, not even a single fish. Yet now, another demon emperor is about to appear? this green copper piece, could it be a fragment of an extreme Tao Emperor weapon? Who knows how many immortal treasures have sunk into it since the archaic times? The sect master's heartbeats all sped up, thumping continuously. They walked forward together. The item in the youngster's hands was extremely important, and they had to obtain it. The youngster trembled. Several sect masters closed in on him, making his blood run cold. He felt as if he was hovering on the edge of life and death. He knew that he obtained something he shouldn't have. Right at this time, a fatty ran over from the distance. On his head was a broken bowl the size of a wok. His feet didn't touch the ground, and he was a foot above the ground as he flew over. He was the only cultivator here who could fly. He fell into the lake like a stone pillar, and his face was full of excitement as he reached out towards the green copper piece. Several sect masters took action together, crushing down like a mountain to stop the heartless Taoist Duanda. The immortal lake was shaken until white waves rushed into the heavens, and the fatty fell inside with a putong sound. Everyone was alarmed. The sect masters couldn't injure him, and he was stopped by the black light released by the broken bowl. He only fell into the lake. Immeasurable celestial being, this poor Taoist's past and present life has fate with it. Duanda took action again. At the same time, the broken bowl above his head released countless strands of black radiance, covering everything below. Brazen! The sect masters shouted loudly, all of them attacking again, activating magical artifacts to suppress him. This young man was scared stiff. A few great figures were fighting like this, making him feel as if he had eaten a bitter gourd. His expression was bitter, unable to advance or retreat. To him, this was originally an enormous opportunity, but under the gazes of everyone present, he did not have the fortune to enjoy it, so it was impossible for him to put away the precious material in his hands. Several sect masters descended from the sky. The broken bowl's 10,000 streaks of dark light also descended. However, right at this time, the green lotus above the green copper gently trembled, breaking through everything. Plop! It was less than a foot tall, but it possessed an immortal divine power. It smashed through everything and brought the green copper piece down to the center of the lake. Ah! No! Duanda screamed as if his mother had died. He was about to pounce over. The sect masters also felt incredibly pained. They leapt forward, reaching out their large hands, doing everything they could to fish towards the depths of the immortal pond. However, all of this was futile, unable to grab anything. Heavens, I missed this opportunity once again. Just a little bit more, yet I missed it just like that. Duanda felt dizzy, almost falling into the lake. Yifan also felt a wave of nervousness. When he saw the green copper piece sink into the center of the lake, he felt a sense of disappointment and frustration. The immortal energy in the lake couldn't stop it at all, powerless to reverse the situation. A fragment of an extreme Tao Emperor weapon, something that has existed since the archaic era. This lake's name is Immortal Transformation Pool, maybe an immortal really was born before. That might even be a fragment of an immortal weapon. Everyone wrung their wrists and sighed, all of them feeling incomparable regret. The sect masters and Duanda felt like crying, wanting nothing more than to smash their heads against the ground. Ho! A loud roar rang out from the distance. The lake water boiled, multicolored mist rushing into the skies. This place was enshrouded in auspicious colors, sparkling and resplendent. At the base of another mountain, the situation there was incomparably miserable. After the red-furred humanoid creature appeared, it began a massacre. 18 first-level Immortal Foundation experts died in an instant. The red-furred humanoid creature rushed over, a large claw covered in red fur, tearing off their skulls, brain juices splattering everywhere. Arg! Finally, a supreme expert also met with misfortune. He let out a miserable scream as half his body was torn off. Fresh blood gushed out as his intestines and internal organs flowed out. He took out over 10 weapons, but they were all swallowed by the red-furred creature in a single gulp. Crunching sounds rang out as the weapons were destroyed between its teeth. Pah! The red-furred creature tore open his skull and sucked it clean. Only a few drops of brain juices were left on the thick red fur at the corner of its mouth, making it look exceptionally malevolent. Everyone's hair stood on end as their skin and bones turned cold. This red-furred humanoid creature was even more terrifying than a malicious ghost. Its killing intent was extremely heavy and incomparably cruel. Undead immortal, could it be that it has succeeded in its cultivation? So terrifying. There was no one who wasn't afraid. Even a supreme expert had fallen. How could they still fight? No one was a match for it. Unless a saint of the human race came, all of them would die. Bloody light flickered in the red-furred humanoid creature's eyes. They were like two bloody abysses that could scare people to death. No one would have thought that the so-called divine bead contained such a creature. It was more appropriate to call it a demonic bead. Breaking it was equivalent to opening the gates of hell. It's the ancestor of the Kai clan, the Eastern Wasteland's third-generation Yuan Taoist master. An inauspicious event happened to him in his later years, and he was buried in an ancient dragon cave in Mount Qinling. He actually became like this. Someone knew the secret and cried out loudly. Attack together, or else everyone will die. Even the various sect masters couldn't remain calm anymore. They roared together and took action, taking out all kinds of weapons. Dang, a long and drawn-out bell sound rang out. A large golden bell shook the 9 heavens and fell down like a star, striking towards the red-furred humanoid creature. Hong, heavenly flames surged. An incomparably large 8 trigrams furnace flickered. It was cast from black gold and released the source laws of the Great Tao to suppress the third-generation Yuan Taoist master. Rumble. A large black millstone rotated. It seemed to be cast from black divine gold and crushed downwards as if it wanted to obliterate all creatures in this world. The great sect masters all took action, using the weapons they cultivated with their lives to attack. The situation was extremely dangerous. A single mistake and they would be completely wiped out, not a single person able to survive. The red-furred humanoid creature really was extremely ferocious. It turned into a streak of bloody light and faced all types of weapons head-on. In just a breath of time, weapons were broken and the miserable cries of great figures could be heard. The great golden bell that shook the 9 heavens was broken into several dozen pieces. The 8 trigrams furnace that was burning with raging flames split into several large pieces. The great black millstone was crushed into a pile of scrap iron, all of them destroyed. A great figure cried out miserably. His heart was dug out, throbbing in the red-furred large claws. It was crushed and swallowed by it. Chi. The red-furred humanoid creature turned around. Its 5 fingers opened up, leaving behind 5 finger holes in the skull of another great figure. 5 streaks of white brain matter rushed out. Gotcha, it forcefully pulled, tearing off the right arm of the third great figure. It placed it in its mouth and began to chew on it with gabbing sounds. White bone stubble could be seen, blood flowing out from the corners of its mouth. The scene here was bloody and cruel. The third-generation Yuan Taoist master was like an evil god that escaped from the shackles of hell. He killed everyone he saw, no one his opponent. He didn't deliberately operate anything, but he could use the source of heavenly Tao power at will. The great experts just now were all locked in place, unable to even struggle. Without the human race's saints coming, there is no way to resist him. Someone broke down. A great figure cried out in fear. There are only 2 saints in the present world, one in the distant eastern wasteland, the other victorious fighting Buddha in Mount Meru, far away. There is no way to suppress him. Suddenly, a long roar sounded. The Peacock King's hair flew about, and the Crimson Dragon Daoist's robes fluttered about. The 2 of them received a weapon from Yen Ryu's hands, releasing endless green light. The aura of an ancient great emperor pervaded the air, and a terrifying fluctuation akin to the great destruction of the cosmos rose and fell. The endless blue skies were about to become empty, the extreme Tao Emperor weapon was revived, and the Azure Emperor's divine might reappeared in this world. All sect masters couldn't help but want to kneel down, and even the ancient deities were trembling because of it. This was a primal chaos green lotus with 9 leaves supporting the heaven and earth. A jade green vine pressed down on the deities. This was like a living demon emperor because it was refined from his original body. Once the emperor weapon appeared, it seemed as if it was going to crush the 10,000 worlds. A few great figures nearby finally couldn't help but kneel down. They couldn't withstand this great emperor's pressure. The humanoid red-haired creature was alarmed. He stopped his slaughter and trembled slightly. He continuously retreated, feeling fear from the bottom of his heart. This was the might of a demon emperor, the only one to prove the Tao in the post-ancient era. He broke the laws of heaven and earth and suppressed this great world with his power. Zheng. At this moment, another dragon cry sounded. A dragon sword flew out, and it seemed as if it could collapse the heavens. It possessed unparalleled offensive power. The dragon head sword's edge had 9 claw sword patterns, and the dragon tail turned into the sword hilt. Even if 10,000 suns gathered together, they still wouldn't be as brilliant as its radiance. The Tai Imperial sword appeared, not letting the number 1 in 100,000 years monopolize it. The two weapons shone brilliantly, making the sun and moon lose their radiance. Pooh! Quite a few sect masters coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Even though they were the rulers of this world, they still couldn't endure this type of power. They all staggered backwards with snow-white faces. The two emperor weapons were like 2 streaks of eternal light that no one could resist. This was a type of allegiance that came from the bottom of their hearts. Even the holy masters couldn't help but kowtow in worship. The humanoid red-haired creature was extremely powerful. Killing a sect master was as easy as picking flowers and weeds. However, at this moment, it had the intention to retreat. No matter how powerful it was, it still didn't dare face the emperor's might head-on. It continuously retreated. Then, it released a loud cry and rushed out of the ancient cave, running in a different direction. Not good. By the immortal pond, the cultivators on this side felt a chill run down their backs. The humanoid red-haired creature rushed up this mountain peak, rushing at them as if it was chasing after their lives. Where do you think you're going? Behind it, the Scarlet Dragon Daoist and the Peacock King shouted. They held the primal chaos green lotus in their hands and circulated the power of creation as they chased after it. The Tai Imperial sword hovered above the great Xia Emperor's head. He turned into a golden dragon and also rushed down. The moment this sword appeared, the heaven and earth trembled. The humanoid red-furred creature rushed to the top of the mountain. Before it could do anything, miserable screams could be heard from the lakeside. The Genesis Technique Grandmasters from the eastern wasteland all had red fur on their bodies and were rolling on the ground like ghosts. Yifan felt like his body was about to split apart. At the crucial moment, the Golden Saint blood ignited and a terrifying aura was blocked outside his body. He was the only Genesis Technique master who didn't fall down. Everyone who saw this scene felt a chill from head to toe. This scene made their hearts feel like they were going to split apart. They didn't know why this was happening. At this moment, everyone was as quiet as cicadas in winter. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They quietly waited for the arrival of the Emperor weapons. No one dared to take the mortal pill from the monster's body. Noisy. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the deepest part of the ancient cave at the foot of the mountain. It was as if a supreme existence had awakened from a deep slumber and emitted a terrifying ocean-like fluctuation. An ancient chariot rushed out. It was less than a foot tall, and it was pulled by a foot-long purple qilin. There was also a foot-long green dragon coiled around it, and a half-foot-long scarlet blood divine phoenix was flying behind it. In addition, there were 7 or 8 little people half a foot tall leading the way. They were of different colors and looked like jade sculptures. They quickly ran in front of the chariot. On top of the ancient chariot stood a foot-tall humanoid creature. He was like a deity with 108 divine rings coiling around him. He shouted, "Who dares to make such a ruckus here, waking up my race's immortal ancient emperor?" It was a superior being and not the immortal ancient emperor. However, it had a monstrous and terrifying aura. Although it was only a foot tall, it was enough to shatter the heaven and earth. Emperor? There's a living ancient emperor? Everyone was dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. How could there be such an existence in the future? There was actually an ancient emperor sleeping in the Qinling ancient dragon vein. Who was he? Great Emperor, these 2 words could suppress the past, present, and future. They represented the pinnacle of battle prowess, the pinnacle of the Tao, and the pinnacle of humanity. From ancient times until now, there were only a few great human emperors. Every single one of them left behind glorious achievements that shook history and could not be surpassed. After the desolate era, in the last 100,000 years, only the Azure Emperor had proven his Tao and become an emperor. Now, it had only been 10,000 years since he died, yet another great emperor had appeared, this news was like the universe exploding and the starry river going out. It was almost impossible to believe. It was just too shocking. Everyone was horrified and alarmed. This group of creatures shone with brilliant colors. They were all sparkling and translucent, and they were all less than a foot tall. They were like a group of divine jade spirits, but they were all extremely powerful. The ancient war chariot seemed to exist with the world. It was polished from stone, and it was only a foot tall and 30 centimeters long. It was pulled by a purple qilin as it rushed out of the ancient cave. Those who disturb the great emperor's slumber will die. On the stone chariot, the foot-tall humanoid creature roared. 108 divine rings surrounded him as he shouted loudly. With a light wave of his hand, an expanse of ancient characters flew out and engraved themselves in the void. Several great experts cried out miserably as they were sent flying like tattered scrolls. Every single character was like a divine hammer, smashing the great experts until they spat out blood and broke their bones. They were so powerful that they couldn't be defended against. This was the embodiment of the Tao, and each character was a type of Tao. 2 of the great experts never reassembled after their bodies were shattered. Their bodies and souls were completely destroyed. The souls of the other 3 were dim, and their bodies were bloodless. When everyone saw this, they didn't hesitate and quickly fled. They couldn't stay in this ancient cave any longer. Now that such a terrifying existence had appeared, how could they resist? They weren't inferior to the red-haired creature in the slightest. "Where do you think you're going?" the little person that was like a jade spirit shouted. The divine ring on his body shone brightly as he shouted from behind and chased after them. Above his head, the little green dragon that was less than a foot long and the scarlet blood divine phoenix that was half a foot long danced about, chasing after them. In addition, the 7 or 8 little people that were half a foot tall also raised their weapons and attacked. Beside the immortal transformation pond, Pang Bo's eyes revealed light. These little people all have jade weapons in their hands. They aren't much inferior to my 9 divine weapons. Everyone was horrified. Just what kind of creatures were these? They were so short, yet they were all ridiculously powerful, not a single person able to resist them. The living being on the chariot is covered by a divine halo. Apart from Crazy Ol and the victorious fighting Buddha on Mount Meru, I'm afraid no one in the world is his match. I feel a power that can destroy everything. That living being and the humanoid red-haired being are almost at the sage realm. Their combat strength is terrifying. The sect masters all rushed up the mountain where the immortal transformation pond was. Now, only the primal chaos green lotus and the Tai sovereign sword could suppress the strong enemies. Otherwise, they would die no matter where they ran. The might of an ancient emperor cannot be blasphemed. You have disturbed his slumber, so you can only atone for your sins with death. That humanoid creature seemed to be announcing the end of the world. The red-haired humanoid creature roared loudly, shattering the corpses by the immortal pond. Quite a few people lost their lives. The Genesis technique grandmasters from the eastern wasteland all had their hair standing on end. They no longer rolled around and crawled up from the ground to stand beside him. Their eyes glowed with a blood-red light that seemed capable of erasing all human emotions. Just what kind of monster is this? How can it be contagious? People were terrified. The Red Dragon Taoist and the Peacock King held the primal chaos green lotus in their hands, while the Tai sovereign sword hung above the Grand Xia Emperor's head. The 2 imperial weapons shone brilliantly, piercing through the past, present, and future. Most people knelt on the ground, unable to withstand the pressure of an ancient emperor. The 3rd generation Yuan Taoist master's eyes glowed with a blood-red light. He no longer retreated and was about to attack again. Seeing him like this, the people with imperial weapons also muttered. If they really fought, it was uncertain who would live and who would die. The imperial weapons were indeed powerful, but how many attacks could they unleash? They could kill sages, but the group of jade spirits was chasing after them. They couldn't use the imperial weapons all the time because the consumption was too great. The group of cultivators was sandwiched in front of the immortal transformation pond. It could be said that there were wolves in front and tigers behind. They couldn't advance or retreat. The sect masters were all terrified and didn't know what to do. Let's kill the humanoid red-haired creature first, but what about the dozen jade spirits behind us? The Grand Emperor and the Red Dragon Taoist discussed. At this moment, the third-generation Yuan Taoist master also saw their fear. He let out a roar and a dozen bloody lights rushed out of his body, followed by many miserable screams. The Central Prefecture's dragon-seeking Earth Masters were all affected without exception. All of them turned into humanoid red-haired creatures like malicious spirits. At the same time, the golden sacred blood in Yifan's body ignited once again. A layer of demonic energy was repelled outside. Oh no, it's hard to distinguish the real from the fake. He has taken control of so many bodies. Which one is the host of the main soul? Everyone was shocked. They could keenly sense that the third-generation Yuan Taoist master was splitting his divine soul. Even if the imperial weapon was used, the main soul would still be able to escape this calamity. Those with red hair are all origin technique masters and dragon-seeking masters. Could it be that those who walk in the depths of the earth veins have long been infected with a terrifying imprint? Yifan muttered to himself. At the same time, the foot-long Qilin pulled the ancient chariot and appeared on the mountain peak. The Peacock King and the Great Xia Emperor wielded their imperial weapons. It was unknown which side to kill first. A true imperial weapon. This is a feast. Our race's great emperor just so happens to be lacking weapons. You guys can present them together. The little person on the chariot sneered. I think you're tired of living. The red dragon Daoist shouted and swept the primal chaos green lotus forward. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Our race's master has already become a great emperor. In this land of immortal ascension, he's the ruler. Everything is at his disposal. In front of the Qilin chariot, 8 little people half a foot tall each held a flag. They stood in 8 different directions and started to worship the heavens. The little green dragon and the half-foot-long scarlet blood divine phoenix started to cry. The Qin mountains violently trembled. Endless draconic energy rushed into the heavens and gathered into an enormous true dragon. It condensed in the sky and looked downwards. The draconic might was like an ocean, making everyone feel suffocated. This is an ancient dragon vein. All of the draconic force has rushed out to resist the imperial weapon. Everyone was shocked. This was the Central Plains' most powerful dragon vein. It had existed for endless years and stretched for millions of li. It had long produced an ancestral root deity and possessed inconceivable power. This is using the Central Plains' ancestral root to resist the extreme Dao imperial weapon. Everyone was shaken. The Central Plains' most powerful ancestral root represented the great fate of the Central Plains, yet today, it was being used to deal with an ancient great emperor's weapon. One could well imagine how serious this matter was. If the draconic force was scattered, the Central Plains would undergo great changes. Only heaven knew what kind of terrifying consequences would occur. It was because this was the collapse of the great Earth's essence energy. From this, it wasn't hard to see how powerful and terrifying the Emperor weapon was. It required the boundless Central Plains' great fate to resist. How domineering and powerful was this? Human, so what if you all have an Emperor weapon? My clan's great Emperor is still alive, and he is about to come into being. Which one of you can stop him? The humanoid creature surrounded by 108 divine rings shouted. However, his body couldn't help but tremble. He was completely suppressed by the extreme Dao imperial weapon. Even someone as powerful as him couldn't endure the aura of an ancient great emperor. However, neither side attacked. Once the Qin Mountain's great dragon and the emperor weapon collided, it would be a calamity. Right now, they were only mutually intimidating each other. Unless absolutely necessary, no one dared to take action. Hung. The Peacock King snorted coldly and said, the Central Plains' great fate is already barely enough to contend against an emperor weapon. We have 2 here, so what are you going to use to suppress us? Suddenly, a cold snort sounded from the depths of the earth. A strand of emperor might surged. The emperor weapon's might immediately became much weaker, as if it was sealed. What? There really is a great emperor? Everyone was dumbfounded. Many people thought that the Jade Fairy was intimidating them, but now they knew that there really was a supreme existence sleeping in the depths of the earth. Ignorant humans, you've alarmed the great emperor. Even death won't be enough to wash away your sins. Hand over the emperor weapon, the humanoid creature shouted from the chariot. On the other side, the third-generation Yuan Taoist master led a dozen or so red-haired creatures toward Yi Fan step by step. They pressed forward with boundless killing intent. Yi Fan used an origin art. Runes flew out one after another and imprinted themselves in the air. This was the secret art recorded in the Heavenly Origin Book. At this moment, the third-generation Yuan Taoist master's body stiffened. He became absent-minded for a moment and was actually in a daze. Ancestral Master! Yi Fan called out. The third-generation Yuan Taoist master let out a low roar. Tears of blood rolled down from his eyes, filled with endless despair and sorrow. He stretched out his hand as if he wanted to grab something. Yi Fan was absent-minded. What had happened to the Yuan Taoist master? Why did he have such an expression? What was the ominous feeling of his old age? However, the third-generation ancestral master suddenly raised his head. All his emotions disappeared, replaced by a boundless cold aura. He pounced over as fast as lightning. Swish! Yi Fan was frightened. He used the Ro incantation and disappeared in a flash. He arrived in front of the Peacock King. The chaotic green lotus trembled. The red-haired creature screamed and fell back, not daring to come closer. Blood-curdling screams rose one after another. The third-generation Yuan Taoist master attacked continuously, killing everyone in sight. No one could resist him. The chaotic green lotus and the Tai sovereign sword were blocked by the Qinling dragon and the monarch's killing intent. They didn't dare to be distracted. It's the fantasy-level divine marrow. He must have taken a human form. Did he really prove his Tao and become a great emperor? Blood-curdling screams rose one after another. The third-generation Yuan Taoist master and a creature with 108 divine rings started a massacre at the same time. Even some sect masters were killed. This was a catastrophe. People were powerless to resist. They cried and ran to the Tai sovereign sword and the chaotic green lotus for protection. The human race is only SOSO. You people are too weak to be the rulers of this land. You can't even withstand a single blow. The humanoid creature on the Qilin chariot sneered cruelly. People knew that even the crazy old man or the victorious fighting Buddha from Mount Meru might not be able to solve the problem. That was because the existence in the dragon vein was emitting an increasingly powerful aura. It was about to come into being. A young girl cried out as she was hit by the Qilin chariot. Her flower-like life came to an end as she was crushed into two halves. Too weak. The human race can't even withstand a single blow. They're like ants. The creature on the chariot sneered. Not far away, the third-generation Yuan Taoist master also slaughtered his way into a demonic state. His entire body was dyed red with blood. There were countless corpses on the ground, and it was unknown just how many hearts he had swallowed. Are you all the so-called experts? Too weak to speak of. The humanoid creature on the chariot cried out. Voila! Just as the mountains of corpses and seas of blood were rising and falling, the water in the immortal lake splashed in all directions. A green bronze appeared with a small green lotus growing on it. Shwa! With a flash of light, the small green lotus took form. A heroic male figure appeared and walked out of the lake step by step. His eyes swept over and green light erupted. On the chariot, the creature with 108 divine rings released a miserable cry. It was immediately cut into 3 pieces. What kind of power was this? Just a glance was enough to cut apart the body of this terrifying creature that had slaughtered sect masters from all directions. It was simply too shocking. Green Emperor. It's actually Green Emperor. Green Emperor didn't die. He's actually still alive. There were demon lords and holy lords who cried out in alarm. All of them were overwhelmed with shock. The demon emperor had died less than 10,000 years ago. With his painting in the hands of an undying great power, this heroic male was definitely Green Emperor without a doubt. Correct, it's Green Emperor. He really didn't die. The proud emperor from 9,000 years ago, Xianxia, became absent-minded. Ancestor! Yan Ryu cried out in alarm. Green Emperor has always been alive. Stars flickered in the sickly elder's eyes. The lake water released noises. A male dressed in green clothes walked ashore step by step. He was extremely heroic, and the depths of his eyes were filled with scenes of the creation of the world, the birth of the universe. It was incomparably deep. A piece of green bronze mottled with rust floated above his head. It followed him ashore, arriving in front of everyone. His every movement was extremely natural. There was no oppressive might, nor was there an aura that made others tremble. It was as if he was an eternal immortal body. However, everyone wanted to bow down, as if they were looking at a deity. They wanted to prostrate themselves in worship. Finally, people knelt down one after another. This wasn't forced, nor was it caused by pressure. They all came from the bottom of their hearts and were incomparably devout. It was impossible to say what kind of atmosphere this was. It was sacred and peaceful, dignified and strange. Even the sect masters of all sides felt their hearts become empty. It was as if they were worshipping a deity, continuously kowtowing in worship. You. On the ancient war chariot, the little figure whose body was broken into 3 pieces couldn't reassemble. 108 divine rings surrounded his body. He said with a trembling voice, "Who are you?" The one who came was too terrifying, making him feel fear from the bottom of his heart. Just a single glance was enough to make his body shatter. This type of power had never been seen before. One has to understand that he had continuously killed sect masters, and his magical force was boundless. However, in front of this heroic male, he wasn't even comparable to an ant. He didn't have the slightest bit of power to resist. Noisy. Pangbo spoke, helping Green Emperor berate this creature. When facing the Demon Emperor, he felt a sense of closeness. The 9 slashes of the Demon Emperor circulated smoothly within his body. You dare to do this to me? That foot-tall creature's eyebrows rose. 2 terrifying beams of light shot out from his eyes. You dare act unbridled in front of Green Emperor? Pangbo loudly berated. Courting death. This foot-tall creature didn't dare resist in the slightest when facing Green Emperor, but against a cultivator like Pangbo, he was high up above and was about to take action. His strength was incomparably terrifying. Killing a sect master was as easy as tearing apart a painting. No one could measure just how powerful he was. Peng, the Demon Emperor only took a step forward. He didn't make any offensive movements, but that foot-tall creature released a miserable cry. The 108 divine rings were destroyed, and then his body turned into light, completely evaporating. What kind of power was this? The various sect masters couldn't help but suck in a cold breath of air. There were some who knelt on the ground, not daring to move at all. With just a raise of a hand or a foot, the shockwaves from a single stomp had wiped out a matchless expert. The Azure the Arch has been revived. The demon monarch that has amazed the ages has been reborn. Everyone cried out in alarm. They couldn't help but tremble. This news was just too shocking. 10,000 years had passed in the blink of an eye. A great emperor who was thought to have died actually reappeared in this world. Moreover, it was precisely in the place where he was born, still accompanied by a piece of green bronze. This was the #1 major event that shook the heavens above and earth below, no one able to calmly face it. Why is it like this? The Azure Emperor's lifespan has dried up and he passed away long ago. What exactly happened? The ancient emperors aren't completely dead. Could it be that they can return to the mortal world? Inconceivable power. There is no way of contending against it in this world. This exceeds the scope of extreme divine might. Everyone discussed spiritedly. Even their souls felt suffocated. A living great emperor had reappeared, toppling a lot of people's understanding. They could actually do this. A living, great emperor. The little azure dragon that was more than a foot long, the scarlet blood divine phoenix that was more than half a foot long, the little Qilin that was pulling the carriage, and the 8 little people that were leading the way, all rushed over. Even if the demon lord, divine monk, sacred master, and emperor were in front of them, they would still be crushed into ashes. They possessed an indomitable and extremely powerful power. However, in front of the Azure the Arch, they were as insignificant as dust. When they were still a few dozen zhang away from the handsome man, they evaporated one after another and turned into nothingness. Such a group of powerful creatures could originally kill everyone here, but in front of the Azure the Arch who didn't even retaliate, they were all turned into ashes. It was like a fantasy story. The ancient emperors are too terrifying. There is simply no way to estimate their cultivation. The people could only sigh in admiration. Not far away, a scarlet light flickered. The third-generation Yuan Taoist master and a dozen or so red-furred monsters were trembling and wanted to escape. The demon monarch's divine might made them tremble in fear. However, they had only run a few steps when one red-furred creature after another fell to the ground. They were stopped by a divine force field. The Azure the Arch walked over step by step. His eyes were calm, and a wisp of azure light flowed out. Everywhere he passed, there was a series of noises. It was incomparably peaceful. The dozen or so red-furred creatures were purified. Their bodies emitted green smoke, and their blood-colored fur was all burned away. Screams of pain could be heard as the dozen or so corpses turned into ashes. Streaks of blood-colored light rushed out from their bodies, wanting to fly into the sky and escape. Chi. The divine aura that the Azure the Arch emitted was like a divine blade that slashed across. All the blood-colored light was cut off, turned into ashes, and completely disappeared. Azure the Arch. The third-generation Yuan Taoist master spoke for the first time. His words weren't very clear, and it sounded like the growl of a wild beast. His eyes flickered with blood-colored light, and he looked especially fierce. The Azure the Arch didn't say a word. He only slowly raised his hand and pointed a finger. A beam of eternal light shot out and imprinted itself on that human-shaped red-furred creature. Demon the Arch, you will pay the price. A human-shaped beam of red light rushed out from the top of the Yuan Taoist master's head. However, everything was futile. The Azure Thearch's finger represented eternity. It was omnipotent and invincible. A green finger descended, and that human-shaped blood-colored light instantly turned into ashes. Another terrifying creature was destroyed. The Azure the Arch killed the various sect masters like cutting vegetables, but under the Azure Thearch's finger, they couldn't even be considered dust. They didn't even have the strength to resist. Pop. The red fur on the third-generation Yuan Taoist master's corpse disappeared, revealing an old and withered body. There was no longer a trace of life. His life had already ended 70,000 years ago. Yi Fan's heart trembled. The Yuan Taoist master's later years were too terrifying. Now that he saw this scene, he couldn't explain clearly what had happened. He walked forward, wanting to bury this patriarch's body. However, many people let out cold snorts, and waves of killing intent filled the air. The immortal elixir belongs to us all, an old man shouted in a low voice. Bang! Suddenly, the third-generation Yuan Taoist master's corpse split into pieces. A fist-sized divine elixir soared into the sky, even more resplendent than the sun. It was blazing and gorgeous, and its yang qi was exceptionally heavy. This was the immortal elixir of immortal elixir. It was born from the Yuan Taoist master's body and was nourished by the Qinling eternal dragon. It formed a bit of true yang within the extreme yin, which then transformed into a treasured elixir. The Peacock King and the Crimson Dragon Daoist controlled the primal chaos green lotus together, and the Grand Xia Emperor had the Tai sovereign's sword hovering above his head. All of them felt apprehensive. With the rebirth of the Demon the Arch, they didn't dare to wantonly use their ultimate emperor weapons for fear of incurring the wrath of the Demon the Arch. They only trembled slightly, and the immortal elixir of immortal elixir immediately split apart, turning into dozens of pieces that flew in all directions like streaks of multicolored light. The Demon the Arch didn't even glance in their direction. He strode forward and faced the eternal dragon lair. There were billions of stars in his eyes, constantly revolving. Many experts took action one after another, sacrificing the magic treasures they had cultivated with their lives to fight over the legendary immortal elixir of immortal elixir. Not a single expert could calmly face it. The sky was overflowing with brilliant colors, and a refreshing fragrance drifted down, making the entire immortal transformation pond seem like a dream. The rain of light was like smoke, and many people directly collapsed on the ground from intoxication. The more it was like this, the more people felt the third-generation Yuan Taoist master's power. This was the extreme yang elixir that he had cultivated for 70,000 years. It was refined using the eternal dragon lair as a furnace. However, such a powerful existence couldn't withstand the power of a single finger from the Azure the Arch. His divine soul turned into ashes, leaving behind only his physical body and the treasured elixir. Yi Fan was the closest. He took out the myriad chi cauldron and, like a sky-swallowing treasure bottle, collected the 3 fingernail-sized, crystal-like elixir fragments. The other sect masters also took action one after another, using their life treasures to fight over the elixir. Each of them had their own gains, and the one with the most obtained 4 divine elixir fragments. All of them were incomparably excited. To living fossil-level characters, this was a peerless divine medicine that could extend their lifespan. It was something that couldn't be bought with millions of gold. It could be said that this was their life. Clang! Someone attacked Yi Fan. An 8 trigrams mirror shone with a dazzling brilliance, wanting to stop the myriad chi cauldron and snatch it away. Clang, clang, like the chime of tens of thousands of swords, Yi Fan drew upon the power of the celestial pool and branded 81 heavenly origin runes in the air. A true dragon flew out and knocked away the 8 trigrams mirror. Chi! An even more frightening divine light shot over. The people from the Yin Yang sect made their move. An ancient scripture flowed with the aura of life and death. It shot out a ray of deathlight and slashed at Yi Fan. These people not only wanted to snatch the undying deity elixir fragments, but they also wanted to snatch the myriad chi cauldron. Hence, they were very decisive and heavy-handed. Yi Fan let out a cold snort and used his original art. The clouds in the immortal transformation pool were rosy, and rays of celestial light appeared. They turned into monstrous magic power for him to use and attack the enemies. This was a cruel battle. Yi Fan succeeded in retrieving the myriad chi cauldron and the elixir. At the same time, he sent a ray of celestial light into the space between the eyebrows of an expert, causing him to scream and fall to the ground. PFFF. In the distance, it was also very intense. 2 sect masters died a violent death, and several experts were killed in body and soul. In order to snatch the elixir fragments, people risked their lives. Boom! Suddenly, a monstrous divine light rushed out from the ancient dragon cave. All the people fighting stopped, and many people fell to the ground. An ancient dragon carriage rumbled out from the dragon cave. On it was an existence that was emitting divine light all over. He was as tall as an ordinary person, but he made people tremble. If it wasn't for Qing the Arch standing in front of the immortal transformation pool, people believed that most people would have already fallen to the ground. It was him who resisted the power that reigned supreme in the heavens and earth. The dragon carriage was ancient, and that person wore a great emperor's crown and ancient emperor's clothes. He was like a god walking out from the primordial earth. The great emperor that the group of divine jade spirits in human form had appeared. Another living great emperor? Many people felt like they were going crazy. The ancient great emperors were like gods. They only existed in legends and couldn't be seen in later generations. How could one of them appear now? People almost didn't dare to believe it. Since ancient times, there had never been 2 great emperors in one era. Why did such a thing happen? It didn't make sense. Gods vanish, countless grains of sand in the Ganges River. I am the immortal emperor of the Central Plains. The ancient dragon carriage was filled with saber marks and sword holes. It was engraved with the marks left behind during the primordial war. Eternal clear sky one lotus, Qing the Arch said calmly. The green bronze piece quietly floated above his head. Impossible. The immortal transformation pool definitely had a terrifying demonic power that made people hallucinate. It was impossible for 2 great emperors to coexist in the heavens and earth. This was what all of the sect masters were thinking. However, everything seemed so real. No matter how they probed, they could still sense the auras of 2 unmatched existences. Ancient great emperors, why did 2 of them appear? Even those living fossils were full of doubt. So it was like this. I understand now. The sickly elder said to himself. Since time immemorial, 2 great emperors had never met before. If both of them were emperors, it would be an unprecedented miracle. Was there an immemorial emperor sleeping under the Qinling dragon vein? I don't believe it. It must be an illusion. Someone with great power must have made everyone hallucinate. Someone refused to believe it. The demon emperor stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His azure robe fluttered in the wind. He looked very young, heroic, and indifferent, but there was a formless emperor's might around him. As powerful as the Red Dragon Daoist and the Peacock King were, they couldn't help but shiver. The primal chaos lotus in their hands swayed, and strands of primal chaos lingered, responding to the emperor in azure. At this moment, they couldn't bear it at all. They couldn't hold on to this emperor weapon anymore. All of them knelt down. Qingdi didn't suppress them, it was just an aura of origin that made them unable to bear it. This was the great emperor of the demon race. Even though he stood there calmly, even the strongest demon kings could only look up to him. Their souls trembled. In the distance, Yi Fan's heart was shaken. What kind of might was the demon emperor? Thinking back to his brilliant life, it was truly awe-inspiring. It could be imagined that when the demon emperor was young, he must have been an expert that could look down on the past and present. At that time, all his peers would be in despair, unable to catch up to him. Clang, clang, tens of thousands of swords hummed in unison. Beams of light shot up to the sky. Each beam was like a great mountain, and they were all emitted by the Tai Sovereign Sword. This was not sword chi, nor was it sword light. It was only the natural flow of energy when it was awakened. Even so, it was about to break through the sky. One could imagine how terrifying the power of the Emperor weapon would be once it was awakened. No wonder even the eternal fate of the entire Central Plains couldn't resist it. The Tai Sovereign Sword's strange movements were all caused by the self-proclaimed immortal Emperor of the Central Plains. He was activating the sword, wanting to seize the past and fight against the Demon Emperor. However, the Tai Sovereign Sword had awakened a little. It had its own life, and its strongest power was equivalent to the resurrection of a human emperor. Although it was still far from coming back to life, it wouldn't be so easy to take away. Clang, clang, the Tai Sovereign Sword hummed softly. With a flick of the demon monarch's finger, the Tai Sovereign Sword fell silent. It was stunned by the invincible existence of the demon race. Hiss! In the distance, everyone took a deep breath. The Qing the Arch was too powerful. He had calmly put away the Tai Sovereign Sword, causing the immortal sword, which was said to have unparalleled offensive power since ancient times, to not even dare to struggle. "Do you want to hold this sword in your hand?" The monster race great emperor calmly asked. Not far away, on top of the ancient war chariot, that deity-like existence's entire body shone. He stood there without moving, feeling a type of pressure. "Then take it." The Lotus the Arch flicked his finger, and the Tai Sovereign Sword let out a buzzing sound as it turned into a huge dragon and flew forward, bearing its fangs and claws. Clang! On the primordial war chariot, the godlike existence raised his hand and grabbed the Tai Sovereign Sword. His aura suddenly rose by a large margin, and the millions of Qinling mountains trembled. All the birds and beasts wailed. Even far away in the sky, they all prostrated themselves. They didn't have the slightest strength to resist, and all they could do was prostrate themselves in worship. As for the people present, they felt it even more deeply. There was no one who wasn't afraid. Almost everyone knelt down, their bodies trembling. Apart from the calm behind the Qing the Arch, the other regions were like terrifying waves, shaking violently. Only the people behind him could stand. "You're too careless," the immortal emperor of the middle ground said coldly. The Tai Sovereign Sword in his hand hummed as it shot out a sky-piercing sword chi, piercing through the sky. At this moment, many of the major powers in the middle ground with ancient inheritances were shocked. Even though they were tens of millions of miles away, they could still feel an unusual aura. Boom! The Tai Sovereign Sword continued to shine brightly, transforming into a huge dragon that pierced through the heavens and into the star domain, disappearing into the dark and cold universe. Bang! In the eternal and desolate starry domain, a meteor that flew past was blasted into pieces by that thick sword radiance. Another meteor region was swept through, turning into dust. This was the power of the Tai Sovereign Sword. When it was activated by someone, it didn't even completely revive, yet it already displayed terrifying might. A single person stood on this great earth, yet he could hack apart a meteor that flew past. This was like a legend, the power great to the point where it made all experts collapse. What kind of power is this? Not even deities have this kind of offensive power. Many sect masters' expressions turned pale, their faces incomparably gloomy. This type of power was something they couldn't achieve even if they cultivated bitterly for 100 lifetimes. This is just an emperor weapon that hasn't completely revived. If it truly revives, what kind of power would a true great emperor have? It is rumored that ancient great emperors could easily hack down stars in the cosmos no matter how far away they are. It seems like this is true. When people thought of this rumor, they all trembled. This kind of power was too terrifying. It wouldn't be a problem for it to destroy the entire world. No wonder, since ancient times, great emperors have always been taboo. When they live, they die. When they die, they come back to life. It's hard for two emperors to meet, Buzz. On the war chariot of the primordial era, the supreme expert wearing the great emperor's crown and the ancient emperor's sacred robe repeatedly praised. Good, good, good. He continued to wave the Tai sovereign's sword, and with a forceful shake, an even thicker sword radiance pierced through the cosmos. It was extremely terrifying. At this moment, some of the living fossils in the central plains opened their eyes in shock. They looked at the vast sky in disbelief. The might of a great emperor. Someone is fully activating the emperor weapon. An ancient great emperor weapon has been revived. How is this possible? Just how much power is needed to do all of this? The Tai sovereign sword was almost revived by a supreme power. The most powerful group of people in the central plains all sensed something and were all alarmed. The four great immortal dynasties in particular were even more uneasy. They knew that the Tai sovereign sword was reviving. Who was leading all of this? What were they trying to do? Beside the immortal transformation pond, Qingdi was still unmoved. He looked forward calmly as the stars in his eyes evolved and the cosmos was born. All sorts of mysteries were circulating together. Qingdi, you are too arrogant. Do you really think I don't know your actual situation? I will send you to liberation and make you disappear from this world forever. On the ancient chariot, the immortal emperor roared. He suddenly waved the emperor weapon in his hand and slashed forward with a world-destroying aura. This sword was incomparably vast. If it slashed down, not to mention the immortal transformation pond, even the Qinling mountains would be destroyed. Qingdi was startled. He sighed and didn't say anything. He only stretched out 2 fingers and pinched forward. A world in the palm. The divine monk from the western desert was shocked. A world in a grain of sand. The Buddha's hand could transform into a great world of stars. It possessed boundless divine abilities and was a secret technique not passed down by Buddhism. However, Qingdi could also easily display it. Ding! A light sound rang out. The Beast Emperor's 2 fingers extended for more than 10 li, clamping down on the mysterious Tai sovereign sword and easily freezing it in place. Even this emperor weapon that was about to completely revive couldn't move and couldn't be slashed down. Just now, even the meteorite was destroyed, yet now, it can't even do anything to 2 fingers. Everyone's fine hairs stood on end. Just how powerful was the Beast Emperor? There was no way to measure it. Beast Emperor, worthy of being the #1 figure in 100,000 years. You created a golden age after the desolate antiquity era. The immortal emperor on the chariot said. I gave you a chance. Qingdi said calmly. What chance did you give me? This godlike existence retreated. The ancient chariot rumbled. I didn't lend you the Tai sovereign sword to kill me, but to remove your own evil thoughts and leave behind an unmatched benevolent heart. The Beast Emperor shook his head. Stop acting like a great emperor. Don't think that I don't know your actual situation. You died 10,000 years ago, and the current you is no longer at your peak. You are about to become a holy spirit. Your 9 apertures psychic took millions of years to form. It isn't easy at all. If I kill you, even the heavens will blame me. I originally didn't want to kill, but now, I have no choice but to do so, Qingdi said. Everyone was shocked. It turned out that this so-called immortal emperor wasn't a true great emperor. He was just an existence that was about to become a holy spirit. You yourself are just a killing intent. You are no longer the you of the past. What can you do to me? This existence that could be compared to a holy spirit shouted. Everyone was shaken again. It was too unexpected. The Beast Emperor wasn't revived, but just a killing intent. Only now did everyone understand. How could there be two great emperors in the same era? It turned out that neither of them were great emperors. There was a hidden story. It really is him, the Qingdi's killing intent that existed for a long time to kill the Kai clan's ancestor, the sickly old man muttered to himself. Yi Fan suddenly understood. He had heard of a secret before. Before the Beast Emperor passed away, he had released his killing intent in the eastern wasteland. He wanted to kill the humanoid red-haired creature that was wreaking havoc in the Qinling Mountains. However, at that time, the Qinling Mountains had moved and sunk into the ground. The third-generation Yuan Taoist master had disappeared and couldn't be found. The Qingdi's killing intent had been released. As long as it didn't hit its target, it would exist forever. It would automatically absorb the essence of heaven and earth to replenish its killing intent. It took root on a piece of green copper, turned into a small green lotus, and sunk into its birthplace. Everyone came to their senses and pondered over the cause and effect. But, that piece of green copper. Greed appeared in many people's eyes. Since the Qingdi was a killing intent, he would definitely disappear. That piece of green copper would naturally become an ownerless object. It was definitely a treasure. To enter the ruins of God, go through the southern heavenly gate and the leaping heavenly palace. I once killed 2 real holy spirits under the immortal peach tree. Now, I don't want to kill a third one, but I also don't want to see you bring disaster to the world, the Qingdi said calmly. Hearing this, everyone's scalps went numb. How strong was the Beast Emperor? From his words, it seemed that killing 2 holy spirits didn't take much effort at all. You killed 2 real holy spirits in the ruins of God, one of the 7 great forbidden zones of the eastern wasteland? The creature's voice was very unnatural. The 9 orifices psychic was nurtured for millions of years before it was truly formed. At this stage, you were all favored by the heavens. I didn't want to kill, but if I left you alive, you would bring disaster to the world. You have no benevolent heart. If the heavens resent you, I will use my emperor's strength to resolve it. The Qingdi became dignified. Everyone was shocked. It was said that if one killed someone with great luck, endless disasters would befall them. They would suffer from heavenly punishment and die without a doubt. Every holy spirit was formed after millions of years. It could be said that they had gathered great luck from the heavens. Killing them would bring about endless disasters. Since ancient times, only the great emperor of the human race dared to kill them. He could use his own strength to resolve the disasters of the heavens and refine the heavens. Boom, the being that was about to become a holy spirit swung the Tai sovereign sword while fighting for the chaotic green lotus. He wanted to use the 2 sovereign weapons to fight the Beast Emperor. However, the Qingdi didn't care at all. He let the chaotic green lotus fly away. He only said indifferently, I am the great emperor. Do you think I can't kill you without the sovereign weapons? At this moment, he slowly raised his hand and pressed it down. There was no light, no terrifying ripples. However, when the 2 imperial weapons came slashing down, they were both frozen in place. Boom, when the large hand descended, this sacred spirit released a loud cry. Its body shattered inch by inch, burning up inch by inch. Together with the ancient war chariot, it turned into an expanse of light, evaporating. An existence that could compete with the great emperor after becoming a holy spirit was killed so easily. Everyone was shocked. Ding! There was a soft sound, and a piece of green bronze fell to the ground. The Beast Emperor's figure faded and then disappeared completely as if he had never appeared. On the ground, only a piece of green bronze mottled with rust proved that everything just now was real. Qingdi. Ancestor. All kinds of voices sounded, and many people exclaimed. So what if I am alive? So what if I am dead? I came from the primal chaos and returned to the primal chaos. I am a lotus in the sky. The ethereal voice sounded at the end, and then everything went silent. He was like a lotus in the sky, only leaving behind a sigh in the void. He disappeared forever, never to appear in this world again. Many people felt incomparably regretful, even feeling a sense of loss. This kind of world-shaking great emperor disappeared forever just like that. Back then, Xianxia was heroic and full of vigor. When he was young, he was also frivolous, leaving his peers far behind, stunning the world. Now, the hero's hair had turned white, passing away forever, returning to the yellow earth. The glory that belonged to him drowned out the entire era. No one could compete with him, not even the sun and moon in the sky. They could only dim in comparison. Those of the same generation had long passed away, covered by him. After many years, only he remained alone in this world, but the curtains had also completely fallen. What would Qing Emperor be like when he was 20? How heroic and majestic. What kind of scene would he be when he was 40? How unrivaled would he be when he was 100? Everyone here asked themselves, if they were the same age, how great of a difference would there be between them and Qing Emperor? If they were of the same generation, how far would they be left behind? The living fossil-level figures were comparing themselves. If they were Qing Emperor, what kind of state would he be in when he was 3,000 years old? He definitely wouldn't be struggling because his lifespan was about to run out. He would most likely be unrivaled since ancient times. Many young girls felt ripples in their hearts. If they could accompany Qing Emperor, they would have no regrets in this life. He was dressed in azure clothes and lived a heroic life. In the end, he came from the primal chaos and returned to the primal chaos. There was only a sigh. Thousands of illusions of sword energy rose up. An expanse of sword light illuminated the endless mountains of Qinling. Not everyone was sentimental. They had long since taken action to snatch that piece of green copper. All kinds of magical artifacts and all kinds of divine weapons appeared. Golden cauldrons, stone bells, copper pagodas, silver furnaces, and others flew out together. They were densely packed in the sky, descending together. The immortal transformation pool was the birthplace of Qing Emperor. He took root on the green copper piece, and now that he had returned, there was not a single person who wasn't moved. The golden Taiji circle appeared. Yi Fan shouted loudly, fighting against the experts from all sides. Immortal light rushed out from the lake, providing him with heaven-overflowing magical power. Once the circle appeared, no technique could touch him. He sent a half-step expert flying, coughing out blood, his body trembling. Pooh! On the other side, North Emperor Ting appeared. He was even fiercer. The martial Tao heavenly eye opened and flickered with light, deriving the mysteries of the universe. Every ray of light was like a primal chaos sword. Clang, clang, Wang Ting's eyes were like the sea. His martial Tao heavenly eye shot out in all directions like heavenly swords slashing down, slashing the furnace that the great expert had summoned into pieces. Pooh! His black hair fluttered in the wind, and lightning shot out from his eyes. With the celestial Arch sword in his hand, he took a step forward and slashed horizontally. With a flash of blood, a head flew off. A great figure was killed just like that. His corpse was split into two, each side flying in different directions. Blood rushed far into the distance, dyeing the banks of the immortal transformation pond red. Bang! A demon lord stepped forward, wanting to grab the green copper piece. A golden divine light shot up into the clouds beneath Wang Ting's feet as an ancient emperor's chariot appeared. 9 true dragons, 9 divine phoenixes, 9 white tigers, and 9 black tortoises revolved around it. The war chariot charged over and forced the demon lord back. The green copper piece flew up and became an ownerless item again. Wang Ting stretched out his hand and grabbed it. Clang! Yi Fan's body turned into a Taiji diagram's dragon-shaped Tao mark curve, smashing Wang Ting's war chariot to the side. With a loud rumble, it almost flipped over. Courting death. Wang Ting was very cold. He raised his sword and slashed out with a golden rainbow. On the other side, the Eastern Wasteland's Saint Lords took action. They grabbed forward and fought for the green copper piece. All sorts of Saint Lord-level weapons were used. Boom! Suddenly, mist rushed into the sky from the Dragon Vein ancient cave. The monkey swung his rod and pierced through an ancestral root. Over a dozen creatures flew away. Some were horses, some were swallows, fantasy-level divine marrow. Everyone cried out in surprise. There was a fragrance coming from that place. No matter how far away they were, they could still smell it. It almost seeped into their bones and souls. Bang! The monkey reached out with a golden hand and grabbed a squirrel-like creature. He roared at the sky and did his best to refine it into a piece of dragon marrow. Oh heavens, fantasy-level divine marrow. All the Saint Lords couldn't stay calm anymore. Many people gave up on fighting for the green copper piece and ran towards the ancient dragon cave. To those who were at the end of their lifespans, that was the most precious immortal treasure in the world. The monkey had caught one, and the others were all excited. There were still over 10 immortal spirits. If they could catch them all, what kind of divine treasury would that be? Of course, the green copper was the supreme treasure of the central prefecture. Not everyone would give up on it. Many people were still fighting for it. Yi Fan and Wang Ting almost clashed. He used the battle saint technique to form a golden taiji circle that was unbreakable. He used the celestial pawn's light to replenish his divine power to fight against the North Arch. The two clashed fiercely. Ordinary people couldn't get close at all. Only one Saint Lord could fight against him. Both sides wanted to kill each other, and it was especially bitter. Bang, a golden taiji descended from the sky and clashed with the 9 dragons, 9 phoenixes, 9 tigers, and 9 xuanwu. There was a deafening sound. The golden war chariot rumbled with thunder and lightning. It was dazzling. On it, the image of an ancient emperor was faintly discernible. It was almost as if it was going to materialize. It emitted a terrifying wave that made one's scalp numb. The sound was unending, and there was a violent rumble. Yi Fan's golden taiji circle and the ancient war chariot were both shaking, as if they were going to break apart. At this moment, Yi Fan was shocked. If it wasn't for the sea of immortal light flying over, this ancient war chariot would really be hard to resist. The image of the emperor on it was too terrifying. Boom, there was another tremor. Yi Fan used the immortal's forbidden 6 seals and the others, turning the immortal lake into his own. The void was filled with imprints and strange words, like little dragons swimming around. The golden war chariot was also like the deep sea. Golden divine light rushed out, and the 4 great sage spirits each had 9 of them. It was as if they were protecting the Ziwei ancient imperial star, causing people to tremble. Boom, finally, the ancient emperor opened his eyes and let out a cry that sounded like the beginning of the universe. It pierced through heaven and earth. Yi Fan's body went cold as he retreated. A series of screams could be heard. More than 10 powerful cultivators behind him were stained with blood. They all fell to the ground, pierced by the power of the ancient emperor's image. Yi Fan, hand over your life. Wang Ting roared. The celestial arch sword in his hand slashed down. He also opened his martial path heavenly eye. At the same time, a strange power attacked. Yi Fan's heart shook. He felt a familiar aura. There was a power on the other party that made him feel close and familiar. 9 secrets. The other party used the 9 secrets to attack him. It was obviously a terrifying ultimate art. At this moment, Xianxia used the row formula to dodge to one side. Then, he used all kinds of ultimate arts, combining them into one and attacking. With a boom, the original art triggered the celestial lake, causing it to boil. It was like a vast ocean, fighting against the North Arch. Boom, suddenly, there was a tremor in the distance. The great Xia Emperor grasped the Tai Sovereign sword again. He was rushing over from a mountain far away, and his extreme emperor's aura was surging. This was a very frightening power. Although it was not as frightening as when it was in the hands of a saint spirit, it could destroy the meteorites in the outer realm. However, it could also destroy all the living beings in this place. However, he did not dare to attack everyone at the same time. After all, in this world, Great Xia was not the only one with extreme emperor weapons. The other major forces also had them. If he killed everyone now, there would definitely be people who would dare to destroy Great Xia in the future. On the other side, the Red Dragon Daoist and the Peacock King also grasped the Primal Chaos Green Lotus and confronted the Tai Sovereign Sword. They immediately offset most of the Emperor's aura. Otherwise, it would have been completely destroyed. Boom, Duanda finally made his move. He actually stood together with the blind old man. The 2 incomplete Emperor weapons merged together, forming the most frightening ancient sky-devouring devil jar. At this moment, everyone trembled. A faint sigh faintly sounded out, causing many living fossils to be horrified. The deity inside this extreme Emperor weapon is still alive. It will be very easy to revive. Everyone's hair stood on end. If this attack were to be unleashed, the millions of Qinling mountains would cease to exist. Duanda and the blind old man did not have any ideas about the green copper. They actually appeared in front of the Eternal Dragon Cave to fight for the fantasy-grade Divine Quintessence. There was only one stalk of the so-called fantasy-grade Divine Quintessence, but its growth was very frightening. A few small creatures were born from the mother stalk. Although they were very agile and possessed extreme speed, they could not escape from the Emperor weapon. As soon as the sky-devouring Devil Jar appeared, a Supreme Emperor's aura surged violently. It could almost reach the 6 directions and 8 desolates. In an instant, it rushed into the ground and forcibly restrained 2 creatures, a golden puppy and a pink mouse. Haha. Fatty Duan laughed wildly, but his eyes were fixed on the green copper in the distance. The blind old man's eyes rolled back and revealed his true heavenly eye. He was incomparably excited. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the others became even redder. A portion of the peak characters who were fighting for the green copper piece rushed over and entered the ancient cave. Boom! The Central Emperor appeared. Each of his fists smashed an ancient cave as he approached the deepest part of the dragon vein step by step. At the same time, the Ji clan's Holy Master, Alcade Holy Master, and the Jiang clan's Holy Master rushed over, stained with blood. They killed several powerful enemies and killed their way into the dragon cave. Roar! The roars of the peak characters shook the mountains and rivers as they fought to the death. Beside the immortal pond, the battle had almost reached its climax. 8 Holy Master-level characters had died. This was a world-shaking event. In the era of the ancient emperor's disappearance, they were the masters of this land. Clang, clang, Yi Fan and Wang Ting's battle finally separated. Wang Ting's golden chariot was truly strange. Moreover, it had an endless secret technique. It displayed an unparalleled secret technique of the ancient Chaos Grand Emperor and killed the second powerhouse. It could be said that in this place, the golden chariot he controlled was almost invincible and invincible. Yi Fan, hand over your life. Bang, another fierce battle ensued. The golden Tai Chi circle was almost shattered, but the lake had endless immortal light to borrow, which made up for Yi Fan's lack of spiritual power. He used his Genesis techniques and Sage techniques to fight against this powerful opponent. Facing the golden chariot, not only was Yi Fan apprehensive, but the other holy masters and demon lords were also fearful and had to retreat. This was because once the ancient emperor's shadow on the golden chariot opened its eyes, it could kill almost all enemies. Everyone had to dodge. In the bitter battle, many people died. However, the green copper block had not fallen into anyone's hands yet. Those who dashed close all died. Boom! A dozen cultivators were smashed into the lake. One of them screamed as he stepped on an object the size of a fist. His foot was pierced, and fresh blood flowed. When the others saw the object, they were all shocked. It was a fragment of a sacred weapon. PFFF. This cultivator was beaten into a mist of blood on the spot. A group of experts pounced over to fight for the fragment. On the shore, everyone was fighting. Wang Ting could fight holy masters and was unparalleled. Moreover, he was standing on the golden chariot. There were ancient emperors opening their eyes to kill experts from time to time. He was unstoppable. Only Yi Fan could compete with him with his Genesis techniques. It had to be said that the Origin Heavenly Book had obtained the mysteries of heaven. In such an exceptional celestial ground, one could be invincible. Finally, the North Arch had the absolute initiative. He was the first to rush to the green copper block and grabbed it. His eyes looked at Yi Fan not far away, revealing a trace of cold light. Dong! However, all of a sudden, the green copper block trembled and flew out of Wang Ting's hand, flying towards Yi Fan. At this crucial moment, he finally displayed the army formula, which he had just peeked into the profound mysteries, to seize the holy weapon. Buzz! Suddenly, the void trembled. A frightening flying immortal power came, attacking Yi Fan's back. In the distance, 365 golden god phantoms appeared at the same time, as if a starry sky was moving horizontally. Behind Yi Fan, there were 81 waterfalls that flowed in reverse towards the sky. They were like 10,000 horses galloping, like a vast body of water flowing in reverse, straight into the clouds. This was the immortal light that flew out from the lake. It turned into a divine waterfall that blocked behind Yi Fan, defending against the terrifying attack. The flying immortal art was an extremely powerful secret technique that Great Emperor Vicious created to deal with the 9 secrets. It had the power of flying immortals and surpassed the limits of humans. Resplendent light collided with the golden vortexes. Buddhist chanting came from there as if it came from the ancient era. This was a terrifying scene. There were 365 golden vortexes, and every one of them was like the birth of a star field. A deity sat cross-legged in the middle and slowly opened his eyes. Boom! There was a violent tremor as all the deities in the vortexes interweaved with golden laws. A golden ancient temple descended from the sky, and the corpses of golden arhats and bodhisattvas floated up and down, lingering in the surroundings. The power of flying immortals combined with this terrifying golden power, and it could cut apart the heavens and the earth. Li Xiaoman. A cold light flashed in Yifan's eyes. He suddenly turned his head and saw magic power surging over like an abyss. In the past, Hua Yunfei had a protector. Even the incarnation that elderly Ruoyu killed was a terrifying half-step almighty. His true body had finally appeared this time. He was actually a divine lord-level character. At this moment, he was activating his overflowing magic power and pouring it into a white-robed beauty, using a shocking secret technique. A black vase floated above his head, and endless terrifying fluctuations spread out. Li Xiaoman was borrowing the power of an almighty to attack. This secret technique was extremely terrifying. Yifan coldly snorted, and his eyes became as deep as the universe. The golden taiji circle shook the 9 heavens as it slowly rotated. At the same time, the immortal forbidden 6 seals appeared, transforming this part of the world. Earth, fire, wind, and water moved, and strands of primal chaos aura filled the air. It was as if heaven and earth were being split apart, transforming the energy of the birth of all things. Following that, the 9 ancient characters recorded in the Tao scriptures jumped out one after another, imprinting themselves in the nothingness and condensing in the small world that had been opened up. An intense collision and a soundless blazing light engulfed the banks of the immortal transformation pool. Yifan completely destroyed the golden ancient temple and the power of the flying immortal. However, with this obstruction, Wang Ting had already charged over. His eyes were like icy swords, and they surged with killing intent as he stared at the piece of green copper and attacked. This was a battle to the death. Aside from Wang Ting, there were other almighty beings who had arrived. How could they not be excited when faced with the precious treasure of the central prefecture that the old man had mentioned? There was no way they would allow him to take it away. 9 slashes of the demonic god, form destruction. Pangbo shouted loudly. A 2-inch-long purple sword was spat out from his mouth. It was sparkling and glistening, and then shot out like lightning. Yifan used his Genesis technique to channel endless immortal light into Pangbo's body, giving him endless magic power to participate in the battle. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. The Heavenly Origin book was truly a wondrous book. It contained inconceivable profound mysteries in such a special place that shocked even the gods. However, Yifan was also in a difficult situation. Using his Genesis technique to its fullest consumed a lot of energy. Facing so many powerful enemies, he was truly unable to do as he wished. Although the purple sword was 2-inch long and sparkling like water, it was exceptionally sharp. It turned into a ray of purple light as it flew over and cut off the heads of 3 almighty beings. Boom! Yifan and Wang Ting clashed head-on. It was like 2 gods of war clashing. Vast and mighty divine light blasted the almighty beings back. Both sides' eyes were bloodshot. Kill, battle cries shook the heavens. Many experts rushed over from all directions. Yifan felt a strong pressure. With so many people coming for the green copper in his hand, it was impossible to kill them all. Moreover, there was no lack of Holy Lord-level figures among them. Such frightening cultivators posed a great threat to him. One attack from each of them would be enough to destroy him. Demon the Arch Slash, divine injury. Pangbo shouted. His eyes flickered with silver light as 2 silver true dragons shot out. They coiled around a 3-inch-long scarlet jade spear, cutting through all fabrications and cutting open everyone's origin. An almighty who was attacking Yifan screamed. His forehead was hit, and a crack appeared. It couldn't be closed anymore. Every slash of the demon the Arch 9 slashes was earth-shattering. With the help of the immortal light, this attack was extremely terrifying. Even almighty beings couldn't withstand it. PFFF. With a soft sound, that person's head split open and turned into a pile of paste. He died a violent death without any hope of resurrection. Everyone's hair stood on end. They looked at Pang Bo with fear and disbelief. Qing the Arch had just died, and his divine might was unpredictable. Now, someone was using his supreme secret technique. Boom! With Pang Bo's help, Yi Fan knocked away the golden ancient war chariot. He used the golden Tai Chi circle to protect himself and rushed out. He used the 9 ancient words of the Tao scripture to seal an almighty being. Waves of immortal light flew out from the lake. Ah! A scream rang out. The 9 words rotated and sealed him in a small world cage. Then, he turned into a pile of ashes. Go! Yi Fan shouted and rushed down the mountain. He couldn't stay here anymore. Even though there might be broken pieces of the arch weapon in the lake, he had become the target of everyone now that he had the green copper. If he didn't leave now, he would definitely die here. Kill. The sound of killing was deafening. They rushed down the mountain as though they were flying. Where do you think you're going? Wang Ting drove the golden ancient war chariot and chased after them. The other experts kept on killing, and this was a path stained with blood. Clang, clang, Yi Fan fought against the North Arch. Pang Bo was also valiant. He used the demon the Arch 9 slashes and combined them with the 9 divine weapons to kill in all directions. Although the 9 jade weapons were small, they were the Arch divine weapons. They were invincible and unstoppable. Those of the same rank had to retreat. Yi Fan also took out the black ancient war chariot and stood on it. At the same time, he held the deity striking whip in his hand and the myriad chi cauldron above his head. This was a path stained with blood, but there were too many strong enemies. There was no end to them. They came to the foot of the mountain covered in blood. There were countless corpses lying on the road. However, the North Arch was too strong. He drove the golden ancient war chariot, and there was no way to get rid of him. There were also some divine sovereign level experts chasing after them. They were in a bad situation. Let's see where you can run to. The North Arch had absolute confidence. As long as they got out of this place, Yi Fan's original art would be useless. Buzz. From the side, a black iron rod smashed over. Monkey appeared with fiery eyes and an unparalleled murderous weapon in his hand. He almost crushed the heaven and earth. He swung his rod down and hit the golden ancient war chariot, almost sending Wang Ting flying off. Then, he attacked fiercely. The pressure on Yi Fan was greatly reduced. He focused on dealing with the other terrifying experts and rushed out. However, the immortal light they could use was much less here. Swish, suddenly, a ray of purple light flew out from the ancient dragon cave. A small snake rushed out. It was not more than a foot long, and it was intelligent and crystal clear. A group of important people chased after it. Another living creature grew from the dream divine pith mother rhizome. This was a priceless immortal treasure. The eyes of the older generation were red. They all chased after it. Even those who were attacking Yi Fan and Pang Bo were stunned. They all used their divine arts to fight for it. Clang, clang, the 9 divine weapons vibrated at the same time. Yi Fan poured all the immortal light he could gather into Pang Bo's body. He activated the imperial divine weapon and slashed out. This was a terrifying power. The 9 divine weapons came out at the same time and interweaved into a blazing divine net. It destroyed everything in front of it. Boom, the small purple snake was imprisoned by the imperial divine weapon and was captured by Pang Bo in an instant. Let's go. The two of them knew that they had encountered a great taboo. Their spoils of war were too bountiful. People were already envious of them. It was likely that most people wanted to kill them. Suddenly, the Tai sovereign sword trembled slightly. Its attack power was unparalleled in the world. It emitted a wisp of extreme pressure and pressed over. Even though this was a deity ground, it couldn't withstand it. The earth was about to collapse and sink. Everyone felt that doomsday was coming. Green light flickered and the primal chaos was hazy. The Peacock King and the Red Dragon Daoist took out their demonic the arch weapons and blocked the Tai sovereign sword, resolving the crisis. Yi Fan and the others were bathed in blood as they rushed out. This place was too dangerous. One more minute would mean death. Wang, on the other side, another terrifying fluctuation surged. This heaven and earth were about to be destroyed. Another extreme Tao Emperor weapon appeared and transformed into all things in the sky. It was going to destroy everything. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. The undying inheritance had long been prepared, and there were other unmatched emperor weapons as well. Who could contend against them? Hong, the ancient heaven-devouring devil jar revived. Its faint sigh reached everyone's hearts. An enormous black hole appeared and a terrifying precious vase floated up and down. The old blind man led all of this, blocking the other emperor weapon. At the same time, Li Heishui, Wu Zhongtian, and the others were transported out from the chaotic army, allowing them to leave this place of trouble. All the great powers are going crazy. For emperor weapons have already appeared, and there might be one or two more. This many great emperor weapons are going to clash. This has never happened in the past 100,000 years. This deity ground is going to be destroyed. The immortal transformation pool might not even exist anymore. All of the immortal treasures will be seized. Everyone was horrified. They couldn't stay here any longer. Without emperor weapons, they could only die. The undying inheritance was fighting over it, and the immortal transformation pool and eternal dragon cave were about to be completely cut open. This way. Not far away, Jiziyue waved her lily-white hands and transmitted a message to Yi Fan and Pang Bo, guiding them to escape. This was a path controlled by the Ji family. Jiziyue smoothly led them through and escaped the chaotic battlefield. Very quickly, they met up with Wu Zhongtian, Jiang Huiran, and Li Heishui in the outer region. They escaped together and were about to leave this bloody deity ground. Hee hee. Cold laughter rang out. Two powerful beings walked out together and stared at them from a mountain. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Now that we don't have dragon power and the immortal transformation pool, let's see how you can borrow power. The two's eyes were sinister and murderous. Yin Yang sect, it's you guys again. Yi Fan was furious. The two closed in step by step. Everything was within their control. Origin techniques were useless outside, and they had nothing to fear. As powerful beings, they had boundless magic power and could definitely sweep through these people. There were pursuers behind and powerful beings blocking in front. The situation was extremely dangerous. Yi Fan tried to mobilize the power under Qinling Mountain, but he discovered that it was too difficult. I'll do it. Jiziyue grinded her shiny canine teeth. Her large eyes contained astonishing spiritual energy. She sat in the void and said, I'll borrow the power of heaven and earth. Boom. A celestial light flew over and entered her body. Then, it rushed into the top of Yi Fan's head and drowned him. What kind of physique is this? Everyone was shocked. He said he would borrow the power of heaven and earth, and he really did it. Yi Fan was instantly filled with the powerful feeling from before. Without saying anything more, he charged forward and displayed the phenomenon of the holy body. Heaven and earth rumbled and rumbled. At the same time, he borrowed Pang Bo's 9 divine weapons. He stood on the Black King's war chariot and rushed past. At this moment, he had the battle power of a powerful being. Coupled with the king's divine weapon, he could be said to be invincible among those of the same level. The phenomenon was displayed and the king's weapon was used. Such destructive power was terrifying even to outsiders, not to mention the two powerful beings in the middle of the battle. Yi Fan held a large jade halberd in his hand and cut a powerful being in half. His head split open and blood splattered everywhere. He died a violent death. Pfft. The phenomenon was displayed and destroyed everything. Together with the black ancient war chariot, it crushed another powerful being into a pile of mud. He didn't even have time to make a sound. Jiziyue's face turned pale. Forcefully borrowing the celestial light of heaven and earth obviously had to pay a huge price. She coughed out a small mouthful of blood. Ziyue, are you okay? Yi Fan asked. I'm fine. She just smiled sweetly and urged everyone to hurry up and leave this dangerous place. Everyone flew all the way to escape this land of death, wanting to go far away. Suddenly, Yi Fan was horrified and said, This road is very wrong. What's wrong? Li Heishui asked. An instinctive feeling. This road is very bad. Yi Fan suddenly raised his head and looked around. There were no birds chirping or beasts roaring. Everything was very quiet. Buzz. Suddenly, rays of dark light rushed up from the mountains and rivers and gathered into a huge black vase in the sky. It floated up and down and floated there. A corner of an incomplete Great Emperor formation pattern. The huge vase in the sky looks like a devil jar. It's Great Emperor vicious formation pattern. It's them. They attacked again. Yi Fan's expression was cold as he looked forward. Are you talking about Li Xiaoman? No matter how heartless she is, she shouldn't be like this. Pang Bo said. It's okay. Although it is a Great Emperor formation pattern, they can't even unleash 1/10,000th of its power. It's too badly damaged. We still have a way to escape. Ji Ziyue blinked her big eyes. Still want to leave? A cold laugh could be heard. Hua Yunfei's protector appeared and stood in the formation pattern with his hands behind his back. He was incomparably indifferent. In the distance, a girl in white stood on the peak of a mountain, quietly observing everything here. Young man, do you really think you are invincible just by relying on external power? There are too many people in this world who can subdue you. On the other side, a living fossil walked over. It was the Yin Yang sect's leader, Wang Yangzhan. Another cold snort could be heard. Grand Tutor Xiao appeared and stood in the east. Footsteps could be heard from the west. The two major powers of Eastern Wasteland, Zifu and Wanchu, both had experts appear and blocked there. Whoosh! A golden flag fluttered in the wind. The experts of Northern Plains Gold family appeared and blocked in front. Many of Yi Fan's enemies had arrived and blocked him here. This was simply a dead end with no way to escape. A corner of the damaged Great Emperor rune trapped Yi Fan's group. A group of powerful enemies glared at them with killing intent as they surrounded the young experts. No matter which side it was, they were all incomparably powerful enemies. They were in a dangerous situation and had no way to escape. Pang Bo gritted his teeth and looked at the white-clothed girl in the distance. He couldn't understand and said, Li Xiaoman, are you really so heartless? You even want to attack your classmate? In the distance, a cool breeze blew the grass and trees, sweeping up the petals of the wild flowers on the mountain. Li Xiaoman stood on the mountain and didn't say a word. What should we do? Li Heishui also frowned. The current situation was really not good. This group of powerful enemies was stronger than the last. There was no hope of survival when they were trapped in the Emperor rune. Yi Fan, my younger brother died with everlasting regret. He told me in my dreams to grind your bones to dust. Today, I finally see you. Under a golden flag, a middle-aged man was very valiant. His long golden hair reached his waist. He was an expert from the Gold family of Northern Plains. Beside him was a powerful expert. Let's see how you escape from the Emperor rune. Yin Yang sect leader's expression was cold. Brat, you will die without a burial. Wanchu and the powerful experts of the Zifu faction also revealed their killing intent. It was fine if their saint's son died, but even their holy lords were either dead or injured in the nest of 10,000 dragons. On the other side, Hua Yunfei's protector smiled sinisterly. He used his divine eye to stare at Yi Fan's source and didn't say anything. You bunch of old bastards, do you have nothing better to do? Why do you always provoke us? Pang Bo didn't care at all and scolded. A bunch of old bastards. Yi Fan also spat out these words. Yin Yang sect leader, Shao clan's powerful expert, and the others had green veins on their foreheads. They had never been cursed like this before. They immediately urged Hua Yunfei's protector, do it. The Holy Lord level protector laughed sinisterly. He walked forward step by step, activating the incomplete runes to trap and kill a few people. Follow me, this way. We must charge out. Ji Ziyue said. Her purple clothes fluttered like a fairy. She frowned slightly and took the lead. Boom, in the sky, the huge vase shook, and a large amount of black light poured down. Thousands of strands fell down densely like a curtain of rain. Pooh. Ji Ziyue coughed out a small mouthful of blood. She was injured. Her body flickered with sparkling immortal splendor as she retreated. If not for the secret treasure protecting her body, she would have been smashed into smithereens. We can't break through. Yi Fan pulled her behind his back, took out the myriad chi cauldron, and suspended it above his head. That's right, but we have to force our way through, said Ji Ziyue. She had done some research on array patterns and saw the only way out. You want to live after being trapped in the Great Emperor Divine Formation? What wishful thinking. Struggle on your deathbed. I'm happy to see that. Hua Yunfei's protector sneered. Is there really no other way? Pang Bo took out the 9 divine weapons, but he did not dare to move recklessly. I have a few pieces of jade left behind by the Black Emperor. They have Great Emperor Wusher's killing formation carved on them. However, they are even more incomplete, not even a third of this emperor pattern. Yi Fan secretly transmitted his voice to the others. It's enough. I have already seen the only way out. We can use this to break through in one go. It's not like we have to break the entire divine formation. Ji Ziyue was full of confidence, but her face was a little pale. Ding! The jade stone released a light sound. Yi Fan was tossed out, drawing out a few mysterious trajectories in the void. They contained the ancient Great Emperor's killing formation fragments. As soon as they appeared, there was a world-shocking scene that made ghosts and gods weep. This was Yi Fan's trump card. Originally, he would not use it unless he had no other choice. However, he was forced to use it today. Boom, in just a breath's time, the mountain ridge in front of them was overturned. The earth sunk, the sky collapsed, and the only way out was opened. A terrifying spatial passage appeared. Let's go. Yi Fan led the way and rushed out. Their figures flashed. Ji Ziyue, Pang Bo, Wu Zhongtian, Lu Kou, Li Heishui, and Jiang Huiran rushed out together, using the Great Emperor's killing formation fragments to escape from the danger zone. This path of life was only opened for a moment. The jet-black bottle in the sky immediately sprinkled down millions of black light, completely drowning the path and destroying everything. In the distance, everyone's expression changed. They did not expect them to be able to escape. This was not a small change. This is really unexpected. Even the Great Emperor's formation fragments were broken. You really have a lot of good things on you. The Yinyang hierarch was a living fossil-level character. He was the first to rush over and react quickly. Yi Fan and Pang Bo used their monarch divine weapons to resist, but they were sent flying at the first moment. They both coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. This old antique had lived for 3,000 years, his magic power was boundless. Borrow the celestial power of heaven and earth. Ji Ziyue shouted delicately. She was like a purple-clothed fairy. Her entire body was filled with holy multicolored light. She sat cross-legged in the void and sent strands of magic power towards Yi Fan. At the same time, Yi Fan displayed his phenomenon and protected everyone. He received the boundless magic power from Ji Ziyue, and his strength increased rapidly. PFFF. Yi Fan waved the god-striking whip and sent one of Wanchu's experts flying on the spot. He broke 10,000 laws with one force, shattering his magic treasure and injuring his divine sense. Brat, leave your life here today. The Zifu realm expert rushed over. A huge jet-black gourd fell from the sky like a black hole, wanting to suck Yi Fan in. Break for me. Yi Fan shouted loudly. He waved Pang Bo's 9 divine weapons and went against the sky. He punched out 9 small holes in the terrifying black gourd. Wang. Hua Yunfei's protector attacked. He used the flying celestial power right from the start. It was incomparably sharp and attacked from behind, causing Yi Fan and the others to spit out large mouthfuls of blood and fly far away. At the same time, the living fossil Yinyang sect leader arrived again. His magic power was like the ocean, and he covered the sky with his huge hand, pressing down on them. Bang! Yi Fan used the king chariot to attack. The black ancient chariot shook violently like thunder. Black light shot out in all directions, but it couldn't break through and almost fell down. A living fossil is much more terrifying than ordinary experts. We can't fight him head-on. At this moment, they were in a dangerous situation. They were surrounded, and the experts attacked one after another. Their methods were sharp and terrifying. Jiziyue was on the verge of collapse. Her face was snow-white in the void. Borrowing the celestial power of heaven and earth made her pay a huge price, and she couldn't hold on for long. This isn't a solution. Li Heishui was anxious. They couldn't break out, and they would die just like this. Yifan used all the strength in his body and started to activate his phenomenon. He hoped that he could combine all of his powers and display the ultimate phenomenon of his sacred body to give the Yin-Yang sect leader a fatal blow. Let's all transform into phenomena and become one. Suddenly, Pangbo shouted. Back then, he was almost taken over by an old demon king. His main-will was trapped in his sea of consciousness for many years, and he only managed to escape after being rescued by Yifan and the Black Emperor. However, it was a blessing in disguise, and he obtained many inheritances. This was an ancient secret technique that could merge with another person's phenomenon, and its power would increase by several times. It was extremely terrifying. Pangbo quickly transmitted his voice and told the others about the secret technique. Then, they all started to move. Yifan unleashed his avatar, and a few of the strongest ancient avatars appeared one after another. When the immortal king descends to the 9 heavens appeared, Pangbo was the first to move. He held the 9 divine weapons and became one with the immortal king, turning into an incomparably divine phenomenon. Once the lovely land phenomenon appeared, Wu Zhongtian's body became faint and turned into mountains and rivers. He became one with this phenomenon, and a powerful aura spread out. Li Heishui, Lu Kou, and Jiang Huiran also became one with a phenomenon and became the embodiment of a great Tao. They lined up beside Yifan. Jiziyue was the most special. She wanted to provide magic power for Yifan. She turned into that green lotus and accompanied him. Then, she became one with the golden sea of bitterness. The 7 of them became one. When Yifan activated his phenomenon, his power was monstrous, and he became many times stronger in an instant. He attacked with great force and wanted to kill his way out. Pfft! The purple mansion powerhouse was smashed away by him with the myriad chi cauldron, and he forced a bloody path out. However, at this moment, a loud shout was heard, and a golden ancient war chariot charged over. Wang Ting slashed over with the celestial arch sword and shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" His battle prowess was extremely terrifying, and ordinary powerhouses would die if they went up against him. He rushed over at the crucial moment and blocked the path. Clang, clang, the phenomenon of the immortal king descending to the 9 heavens shook, and Pangbo merged with it. He activated the 9 divine weapons to resist, and a monstrous and terrifying wave was released. The two clashed fiercely, and endless divine light was released. The surroundings were dazzling, and there was an energy storm everywhere. Pfft! Jiziyue, who was beside Yifan, vomited a mouthful of blood. She had a heavy burden in such a battle. She needed to provide even stronger magic power, and she was continuously injured. Qi. The Yin-Yang cult master also charged over, and his hand almost blasted lovely land apart. Wu Zhongtian vomited a mouthful of blood, Yifan's body shook, and Jiziyue's face turned pale again. With a group of powerful enemies here, it was hard for him to resist them all even if he was made of iron. After all, he was only borrowing the power of heaven and earth through Jiziyue, and he didn't cultivate it himself. There were too many enemies, and the gold family of the northern plains attacked again. Yifan activated all kinds of phenomena and sent a golden-furred monster flying, but he also fell back hundreds of feet. Little Moon of the Ji family coughed up blood. "Ziyue, are you all right?" "I'm fine, let's go." Although she said she was fine, her eyes were dim, and she was about to fall. However, she was still trying her best to borrow the power of heaven and earth. Fight! Yifan gritted his teeth, and his body shook. He forcefully burned his own holy power, and imprinted the 9 ancient words of the Tao scripture on his body. At the same time, he flipped the myriad energy cauldron over, and aimed it at every attacking expert. "Brat, what chance do you have? Hand over your life!" The Yin-Yang cult master shouted. The other experts followed and attacked together. Torrential magic power surged over, and all kinds of Yifan's phenomena were almost destroyed. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't be a match for so many enemies. Buzz! The myriad energy cauldron shook, and the Yin cult master stretched his hand in, wanting to grab it. His eyes flashed with excitement, and it was as if he had become 1,000 years younger. Ah! Suddenly, he screamed. His entire arm was shattered, and half of his body was broken. He screamed and retreated. At that moment, he grabbed a divine source block, but he didn't bring it out. Instead, he was heavily injured. Pfft! Yifan used the immortal king descending to the 9 heavens phenomenon, and it was equivalent to him and Pang Bo attacking together. A small blue hammer smashed down, and the broken half of his body was completely smashed into a bloody pulp. The Yin cult master flew backwards, and his hair and beard were all standing on end. He roared in anger, and it was unknown how many years it had been since he had suffered such a great loss. Buzz! The 9 ancient words on Yifan's body merged with his body, and an indescribable terrifying power was produced. He shouted loudly, and the deity-striking whip lashed out. Crack! The Zifu realm expert's head turned into a broken watermelon, and his corpse fell to the ground. Jiziyue coughed out blood, and her magic power surged like the ocean, forcefully pushing it into Yifan's body. Her body became dimmer, but she still persisted. Die! Yifan roared, and all kinds of phenomena rumbled. In that instant, there was a short moment of fusion. The 7 of them were like 7 gods, and their magic power filled the sky. Pfft! Pfft! One of the North Plains Gold family's experts was torn into pieces, and one of the 10,000 beginnings experts was turned into a sieve, pierced by all kinds of divine light. It was as if a world was being created on Yifan's side, and all kinds of creation divine light rushed out, destroying everything in its way. Boom! The North Emperor rushed over, and the golden ancient chariot was sent flying. The celestial arch sword in his hand emitted sparks, and the martial Dao heavenly eye was almost pierced through. He was also sent flying. Kill! When Yifan saw Jiziyue's eyes, which were filled with spirit qi, dimming and losing their luster, he became anxious and rushed forward with all his might, wanting to leave this place. All of you, go and die. He used his phenomenon, leaped up, and finally jumped out. But at this moment, the flying immortal's power surged over, and Hua Yunfei's protector attacked again. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Yifan roared, and the 9 ancient words on his body quickly imprinted into his body. He activated his combat power without a care. Buzz! He brandished the deity-striking whip, causing heaven and earth to collapse. With one strike, Hua Yunfei's protector's body shattered like a porcelain jar, and his body and soul were both destroyed. With me around, you can't escape. The North Arch controlled the golden ancient chariot again, and he charged over with the celestial arch sword. 9 dragons pressed down, 9 divine phoenixes danced, 9 white tigers leaped into the sky, and 9 black tortoises covered the sea with radiance. Boom! The two clashed, and Yifan flipped the cauldron again. He almost took out the immemorial saint, and an indescribable prowess penetrated through. Boom! Wang Ting's expression changed drastically as though he was avoiding a snake or a scorpion. The celestial arch sword flew out of his hand, and he flew backward. Luckily, he reacted quickly and wasn't injured. Keep it! Yifan shouted, and he wanted to keep the sword in the cauldron. With a clang, the golden ancient chariot rumbled, and an ancient arch appeared. He grabbed the sacred sword, and it couldn't fly away. Cough! Jiziyue coughed lightly, and there was almost no light in her eyes. She almost collapsed, and her life was in danger. Yifan hurriedly poured the spring of life into her mouth and left without looking back. Where are you going? The North Arch chased closely behind, his killing intent soaring. At the same time, many people rushed over from the direction of the immortal transformation pool. There were quite a number of martial experts. Yifan didn't want to delay. He used the Xing word formula and left like lightning. His eyes were cold as he glanced at Li Xiaoman on the cliff far away. He didn't say anything and just kept feeding Jiziyue the divine spring of life. After running for an unknown amount of miles, heaven and earth suddenly shook. A huge ancient scroll appeared in the sky, covering the entire world. An unparalleled prowess spread out and covered everything. In front, there was a beautiful woman whose beauty made the sun and moon dim. It was as though she had descended from the 9 heavens. She was Princess Yu Ling of the Jiuli God dynasty, the second most beautiful woman in the Middle Prefecture. In the sky, an old patriarch of the Jiuli God dynasty was summoning his the arch weapon, and he wanted to keep Yi Fan in it. The weapon of an ancient the arch was known as the Extreme Tao. Although it had just started to awaken, it wasn't something a human could resist. Yi Fan's heart trembled, and he was close to despair. The Jiuli scroll contained all things in the world, including the 3,000 great worlds. It could suppress and refine everything. Most of the people chasing behind were shaken and vomited blood. This ancient scroll was filled with an unparalleled prowess, shaking the past, present, and future. All the worlds were shaking. Buzz. With a light tremble, the green copper piece that Yi Fan had obtained from the immortal transformation pool appeared. At the same time, the green lotus in the sea of bitterness swayed and flew out on its own, taking root on the copper. Everyone's expression changed, and they all turned pale. Green copper, mottled with rust. It was only the size of a fist, but it affected everyone's minds, making them all feel incomparably nervous. A green lotus took root on it, only producing 3 green leaves. There was a mysterious meaning to it, Tao to 1, 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to all things, explaining the great Tao. Why was it like this? This was the question everyone was wondering. Green Emperor passed away, so why was there a similar scene? This was just too similar, making everyone feel apprehensive. An old and gray-haired elder stood in the void, an ancient scroll covering the sky, refining 3,000 great worlds. It suspended above his head, as if it could pierce through the past, present, and future. This was an ancient diagram that could seal the heavens. It possessed immeasurable divine might, and even the endless heavens would tremble because of it. The souls of cultivators were shaken, and many people prostrated themselves in worship. They couldn't endure this, and it was a feeling of innermost fear. A few powerful beings who chased here coughed out blood, suppressed by the awakened emperor weapon's fluctuations. Even those as powerful as them knelt down, unable to resist. This was precisely the power of an extreme Tao emperor weapon. Once it awakened, even if it only released a strand of power, it wasn't something the experts of the mortal world could resist. They could only submit. However, right now, Yi Fan and the others were an exception. The 9-li diagram covered the sky, covering this great world, but it didn't suck them inside. There, the green copper piece suspended above his head. Even though it was covered in rust, looking extremely ancient, even tattered, it suddenly released specks of green multicolored light, flowing over Yi Fan's body. Right now, he didn't suffer too much pressure, still able to walk forward. This was simply a type of miracle. Under the pressure of an extreme Tao emperor weapon, no one could contend against it. Those who made it their enemy would inevitably die. Unless the great ancient emperors revived, there was no power in the mortal world that could resist it. Yi Fan's body hadn't been destroyed, and he could still move, walking forward step by step. This was rarely seen since ancient times. Just how powerful of a physique did one need to be able to do this? It's the green copper piece. Central Continent's supreme treasure, it is operating immortal force on its own to protect its divine body. Everyone was shocked, all of them horrified. They stared at everything with stupefied expressions. This was just too outrageous, too shocking. Since ancient times, there were too many rumors about green copper, but not many people could clearly explain it. Some said it was a fragment of an emperor weapon, some said it was a weapon of the gods. Princess Yu Ling's small mouth widened in shock. She stood in the void, her black hair like clouds. 9 phoenix hairpins were inserted into her hair, and divine beads hung down, flickering with sparkling immortal splendor. She was worthy of the title of the second most beautiful woman in the central prefecture. Her skin was like snow, her hair was jet black, her eyes were like water, her teeth were white, her neck was slender, and her figure was slender and graceful. She possessed a beauty that could overshadow the moon and put flowers to shame, a beauty that could cause the downfall of a city and a country. Why is this happening? The ancestral patriarch of the 9-li God dynasty frowned. He stood high in the sky and activated his imperial weapon. The divine diagram fell down, causing the ground to sink. Pooh! Yi Fan finally couldn't take it anymore. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood and his body swayed. This piece of green copper was only flowing with a bit of green mist after being suppressed. It hadn't recovered yet, so the power it could protect him was limited. At the same time, blood was flowing out of Xianxia's mouth. Her face was pale. The divine spring she drank was dyed red and then flowed out again. She was under a terrifying suppression. The 9-li painting was said to be able to smelt everything. It contained 3,000 great worlds and was the peerless imperial weapon of the mortal world. There was nothing it couldn't kill. At this time, the mighty pressure was enough to kill countless experts. It was only because of the green copper that Yifan escaped certain death and didn't turn into ashes. How can this be? Has the green copper piece come back to life? Many people in the sky were horrified. Pooh. On the other side, some powerful cultivators who were too close didn't even have time to make a sound under the terrifying fluctuations of the imperial weapon. They were turned into human-shaped ashes. Bang! Thousands of cracks appeared on a supreme expert's body. Then, with a loud roar, he shattered under the extreme pressure. People were even more terrified. This wasn't something a human could resist. Finally, Yifan was about to leave the ground and be forcefully sucked into the 9-li painting. The green coppa's blue clouds could protect him from being destroyed, but it couldn't be used by him. At this moment, anyone would feel despair. After being suppressed by the extreme imperial weapon, they would never be able to escape. There was no hope at all unless they could prove their Tao and become an emperor. Use your heart to move the green copper piece. This is the most precious treasure of the Middle Plains. It can exist for eternity and is imperishable through all tribulations. It can suppress immortals to death. Don't give up. Xianxia coughed out blood and activated her magic power. She borrowed the eternal immortal light and poured it into Yifan's body. Ziyue, don't activate your magic power. Yifan was shocked. Ji-Fanli's little moon's condition was bad. She had lost all color of blood, but she was still holding on. It's fine. We can definitely escape. Even the extreme imperial weapon can't kill us, she said weakly. Between her long eyelashes, her eyes lost all luster and spirit. I can do it myself, Yifan shouted. He forcefully pulled Ji-Fanli's little moon behind him so that she wouldn't exhaust her vitality. Buzz. The painting of 9-li trembled and ripples as vast as the ocean spread out. The ground within a radius of 500 kilometers was pulverized. If it weren't for the fact that the cultivators there had retreated in fear, not a single one of them would have survived. Even so, many of them didn't even have time to make a sound before their bodies and souls were destroyed. Among them were dozens of half-step experts and 3 great experts. They couldn't even withstand a single tremble from the imperial weapon, Yifan shouted. Golden blood seeped out of his mouth. Pang Bo and the others in the other avatars were also roaring in pain. All of them were on the verge of shattering. Although the green light from the green copper piece also flowed on the other people's bodies, they didn't have a divine body after all. Thus, they suffered even more damage. Bang! Wu Zhongtian's right arm exploded. Blood, flesh, and white bones fell off from his shoulder. The other parts of his arm were also cracking. Ah, Li Heishui screamed. Half of his body was tattered and was about to melt. Just a trace of the extreme imperial aura seeped in, and it wasn't something a human could resist. PFFF. Blood splashed out. Lu Ko's forehead was covered in sweat. He was almost cut in half by the imperial aura. If it wasn't for Yifan blocking the shockwave for him, he would have died. Even so, his shoulder was completely shattered. It turned into bone dregs and fell to the ground. The scene was quite horrifying. Jiang Huiran screamed. His internal organs were all pierced. Other than his head, his torso was ruined beyond recognition. He was almost killed. Pang Bo's physique was only inferior to Yifan's, but at this moment, he also roared out in anger. He was almost cut in half. The Holy Lord level God Lotus weapon left behind by the old monster king that wanted to possess his body turned into powder and died in his place. Even so, he was almost cut in half. His body was covered in blood. The 9 divine weapons had dimmed and were about to shatter at any time. Yifan was both shocked and furious. His friend was in danger, but just this shock was enough to break out of his vision. He had 1 foot in the gates of hell. Jizu's situation was the most dangerous. She was seriously injured and couldn't hold on any longer. Under the imperial aura, she was hovering on the line of life and death. Yifan grunted and helped her block the shockwave. She coughed out a few mouthfuls of golden blood and finally escaped death. Of course, it wasn't that he was strong enough to resist the 9 dawn painting. It was because the green light overflowing from the green copper block blocked the imperial aura that couldn't be resisted by humans. The power that rushed in was only a trace. Buzz. In the sky, the old man's expression was cold. His eyes flickered as he activated the 9 dawn painting. The world shook violently again, trying to suck Yifan in. "Break for me!" Yifan shouted. The green lotus in his sea of bitterness took root on the green copper and finally had a connection with him. It blocked the void with the green copper and shook continuously. At the same time, he gritted his teeth and used the sea of bitterness to face the imperial weapon. He blocked in front of everyone and even rushed out of the range of the flowing green clouds. In the eyes of others, this was no different from suicide. No one in this world could use their corporeal body to block an attack from an imperial weapon. It was purely suicidal. Little Yi. Ji family's little moon was about to lose consciousness, but he suddenly woke up and cried out. "Yi!" Pangbo also shouted. "No, little Yi." Li Heishui and the others' expressions changed. Pfft. Yifan's sea of reincarnation broke and golden blood splattered. But what was shocking was that it didn't evaporate. A wisp of the imperial weapon's aura was enough to turn him into dust. But he was only injured and didn't die. Boom. With a light tremble, another piece of green copper flew out from his sea of reincarnation. It was it that broke through this certain death situation. Yifan was gambling with his life. He finally forced out that piece of green copper that was submerged in his sea of reincarnation. This piece had a lot of spirituality and had interacted with him before. It had saved his life in the ancient desolate Forbidden Land and the Bronze Immortal Palace. Clang! With a violent tremble, this piece of green copper flew out. It didn't dissolve the imperial weapon's unparalleled aura and only protected Yifan. Then, it collided with another piece of green copper and the sound shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Outside the boundless void, everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. Their jaws almost dropped to the ground. They couldn't believe that all of this was real. Why did another piece of green copper appear? Why does he have a second piece? It didn't dissolve the imperial might, but it helped him block this calamity. Heavens, another piece of green copper. Is the Central Plains supreme treasure going to reunite and reappear in the world? Yifan was almost crippled. His sea of bitterness was cut open and golden blood flowed all over his body. The sky was resplendent. The imperial might just now was too terrifying. Just a wisp of fluctuation was enough to shatter everything in a radius of 1,000 miles, turning it into a desert and sinking thousands of feet. Little Yi, leave quickly. We can't fight against an imperial weapon of extreme path. Leave while the green copper is protecting us. Little Moon's voice was weak and intermittent. However, she was trying her best to attract the immortal light to replenish Yifan's mana so that he would have the strength to escape. Escaping is not a solution. He will keep chasing us. We have to get rid of this dangerous situation while the 2 pieces of green copper are protecting us. Yifan's eyes were filled with madness. Under the infusion of magic power from Jizuye, his strength was comparable to that of a holy lord. His entire body was burning with golden blood energy. He raised his combat strength to the limit and went against the heavens. He's crazy. Outside the boundless void, the powerhouses were all shocked to see this scene. Since ancient times, who would dare to clash with an imperial weapon of extreme path? This was like a moth flying into a flame, a matter of certain death. Even a holy lord wielding an imperial weapon wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Because the collision of 2 imperial weapons would most likely cause the earth to sink, and the one who activated them would be destroyed in body and soul. But today, someone dared to go against an imperial weapon with his bare hands. This was something that had never happened since ancient times. He wanted to go against an imperial weapon head-on. Back then, Great Emperor Wuxia also received an imperial weapon with his bare hands when he was about to become an emperor. He dares to do this too? The Central Plains Supreme Treasure is damaged and won't attack on its own. It won't be used by him, but he dares to do this. Everyone was stunned. In the sky, Yifan's golden blood energy was burning fiercely, illuminating most of the sky. He was like an awakened god of war, going against the heavens. Damn it! The Jiuli Divine Dynasty's white-haired elder's expression changed. This was because the 2 pieces of green copper truly protected Yifan. It was extremely strange that the Imperial weapons didn't obliterate them. At this time, he was controlling the Jiuli painting and activating all the magic power in his body. He was almost completely exhausted, so he was horrified to face this person who was charging over like a comet without being affected at all. This was something that had never happened before. The 2 pieces of green copper didn't attack, but they protected Yifan just like that. They didn't let him suffer any harm as they rushed. Over. Extreme Dao recovery, the old man roared. Buzz. The sleeping deity in the Jiuli painting seemed to have sensed something and immediately woke up. The eternal heavens trembled at the same time, and a terrifying pressure surged up to the 9 heavens. Yifan let out a long sigh. As expected, he couldn't contend against an imperial weapon of extreme path. He couldn't go forward, and a world-destroying power was awakening, wanting to suppress him. Damned green copper, it's going to sleep again. I can't use it, he said angrily. A feeling of powerlessness welled up within him. The 2 supreme treasures' splendor was about to dim. Boom, the world shook violently. The Jiuli painting was truly going to revive and frantically absorb the world's essence energy. Yifan and the others once again felt a destructive pressure. Oh no! Pangbo and the others cried out. How could it be like this? However, the first one to cry out in alarm was the Jiuli Divine Dynasty's emperor-level figure. That old man was incomparably terrified. Hurry and help me! He shouted. However, a peak expert had just appeared in the distance when he turned into a bloody mist. He was immediately evaporated by the Imperial weapon and couldn't approach at all. What happened? Why is the Imperial weapon reviving itself? The amount of energy required is too great. I can't support it. The old man was terrified. In just a short moment, his essence energy was almost sucked dry. Ah, no, he cried out in alarm. Then, he did his best to cut off his connection with the Imperial weapon, wanting it to sleep again. I'll risk it. When Yifan saw that the other party had a problem and was separated from the Imperial weapon, his eyes flickered with cold light. He was incomparably crazy. He grabbed a piece of green copper and attacked with all his divine power. Pfft! The distance wasn't very far. The old man's essence energy was almost sucked dry by the Imperial weapon. He couldn't defend at all, and his head was smashed to pieces on the spot. How could this be? Everyone was dumbfounded. This was something that had never happened before. It was simply impossible. Why was the Imperial weapon reviving itself? The person controlling the Imperial weapon had been killed. This was like a fantasy story. The army formula. Unless a saint suddenly attacked and used the legendary army formula to interfere with the Imperial weapon. The Jiuli Divine Dynasty's emperor appeared in the distant sky, his hair standing on end. However, there were only 2 saints in the present world. One was in the eastern wasteland, and the other was in the western desert. If the crazy old man appeared, he definitely wouldn't act like this. It didn't match his temperament, and he hadn't mastered the army formula. Could it be that the western desert's victorious fighting Buddha had come? Thinking of this, many people felt their hair stand on end. If a saint was hiding in the dark, that would be too terrifying. The Jiuli painting calmed down. The god within it fell into a deep sleep and floated down to the ground. In the endless void, it was unknown how many experts were nervously watching. They knew that something major was about to happen today. An Imperial weapon might change hands, however, even after a long time, the victorious fighting Buddha still hadn't appeared. The Jiuli painting fell to the ground, but no one picked it up. At this moment, everyone finally couldn't hold back anymore. They rushed toward the Imperial weapon, and the Jiuli Divine Dynasty's emperor personally came. Swoosh! A figure moved as fast as lightning. Yifan was on the battlefield. He had grasped the Ro word formula, so naturally, he was the first to rush over. He grabbed the ancient scroll in his hand. When everyone saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. All of you, go to hell. He shook the ancient scroll in his hand. Miserable screams rang out, and in an instant they were turned to dust. They couldn't withstand a single attack from the imperial weapon. The Jiuli painting was a terrifying emperor weapon that could kill all experts in the world. It was the ultimate weapon in the world. At this moment, it was grasped in Yifan's hand. With a rumble, a wave that could trample over the three realms and destroy all living things rushed out like a tide. Miserable screams could be heard. A group of cultivators in front of him were like scarecrows that were lit on fire. They were torn apart in an instant and turned into ashes. Under the power of an extreme god, even if you were a peerless genius, you wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. Like a chicken or a dog, you would be smashed into pieces in an instant. Nothing would be left. Rumble. The Jiuli painting unfolded as if one world after another was moving up and down. It destroyed all living things and the world returned to its original point. The attack power was terrifying to the point of suffocation. This was a terrifying god that couldn't be resisted by humans. No one could defend against it. Those who stood in its way were all crushed into dust in the blink of an eye. Many cultivators could only let out a cry of fear before their names were removed from the world forever. Among them were close to 20 half-step experts and many famous figures. All of you, die! Shouted Yifan. He was truly enraged. He was besieged and suppressed by an extreme weapon. After a narrow escape, he finally succeeded. A large golden ship cracked open, and two powerful beings fell out. Both of them died a violent death at the first moment. A golden ancient pagoda exploded, and another peerless figure fell from the sky. He turned into a pile of broken bones and mud on the spot, and then turned into ashes. With a loud bang, a Holy Lord-level copper lamp exploded. Flames filled the sky and a great figure was killed. Nothing was left behind. Pft, pft, blood shot into the sky. 5 experts were killed by the Jiuli painting. They could only let out an unwilling groan or growl before their names were forever removed from the world. The Jiuli painting was unstoppable. It was like the revival of an ancient emperor. It had endless power and could destroy any opponent. Even someone as strong as a holy lord was like an ant under its power. Surnamed Xiao, do you want to leave? Yifan's eyes were very sharp. When he saw Grand Preceptor Xiao at the end of the horizon, he chased after him using the Xing formula and shook the Jiuli painting. Such an extreme Dao Emperor weapon was simply unimaginable to ordinary people. Possessing it was akin to controlling the life and death of this great world. It was practically omnipotent. No matter how great a hero you were, if you were enveloped by it, only death awaited you. You couldn't even be considered a bug, and you wouldn't even have the slightest ability to retaliate. No. Grand Preceptor Zhao's expression changed drastically. His entire body started to burn as he ignited his source energy. He turned into a beam of light and charged out over 100 miles. However, everything was futile. The 9-li painting covered the sky, shaking with walala sounds. It immediately unfolded, quickly extending forward. Even an extremely powerful figure who was fleeing for his life couldn't escape the terrifying divine might's range at all. The ancient scroll covered the sky, immediately submerging heaven and earth as it swept over. Pooh! Grand Preceptor Xiao spat out a large mouthful of blood. His torso split into 7 pieces and rushed in all directions. Fresh blood dyed the sky red. He screamed in terror. Life and death were right in front of him. Everything had happened because of his grandson, Xiao Mingyuan. In the end, the entire Xiao family had been dragged into this. Stop. His heart was filled with panic and terror. If possible, he was willing to pay any price in exchange for a hope of survival. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. At this point, there was no room for turning back. The 9-li painting was like a vast ocean that instantly spread out for hundreds of miles, submerging this part of the world. Grand Preceptor Xiao directly vaporized and was completely evaporated. His spirit also dried up and disappeared forever. In another direction, the 9-li Divine Dynasty's imperial lord chanted an incantation and fled far away like a great rock. He didn't stop at all, temporarily abandoning the extreme Dao Emperor weapon. Yi Fan slaughtered in all directions, searching for enemies. He hated this group of people to the bone. They had caused Pang Bo, Li Heishui, and the others to be seriously injured. They had caused the Ji family's little moon to be on the verge of death. At this moment, he wanted to kill everyone. Wang Ting, get out here. Finally, Yi Fan found traces of Wang Ting. Hundreds of miles away, he carried the 9 Li painting and chased after him. The ancient scroll was like the sky, vast and boundless as it spread out to the horizon. Boom, the golden ancient war chariot flipped over. Wang Ting was like a rolling gourd in the void. The unparalleled extreme Dao divine might was something that even someone as strong as him couldn't withstand. However, it was good that he was far enough away. Hundreds of miles away, he wasn't really affected by the terrifying ripples and was only slightly affected. Even so, he was severely injured and coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. His body was almost destroyed, and his whole body was stained with blood. Boom, the 9 Li painting spread out like a torrential flood, boundless and boundless. Yi Fan fought in all directions, and no one was able to stop him. The North Arch was severely injured, but he didn't dare to stop at all. Otherwise, those experts would learn from their mistakes and die without a burial ground. Bang, just a trace of the Emperor weapon's aura from the outermost ripples was enough to flip his golden ancient war chariot over 3 kilometers away. It then crashed heavily into his body. Pfff. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, and his entire body was cracking. His bones were cracking like beans being fried, almost breaking inch by inch. Boom. One had to admit that the ancient Thearcha's weapon was too terrifying. It had boundless divine might, and the 9 Li painting was still moving. It spread out in all directions and covered the heaven and earth. At the crucial moment, an ancient Thearcha's image appeared on the golden ancient war chariot. It suddenly opened its eyes and helped to block the flood that was sweeping over. However, this ancient arch was also shattered and destroyed. Wang Ting's hair was disheveled as he fled for his life. This was the most miserable time he had ever been in. When had he ever been so severely injured? Even the Saint Lords were apprehensive when they saw him. Wang Ting, go and die. Yi Fan roared as he locked onto Wang Ting. However, he couldn't catch up in a short period of time. Activating the arch weapon consumed too much energy. Even with his powerful physique, the essence energy in his body was about to dry up. Bang! Wang Ting was once again sent flying by the golden ancient war chariot. Dozens of his bones were broken, but his eyes were cold as he chanted the ancient incantation. Boom! The void opened up, and a golden cave appeared. It looked like it led to the supreme heaven realm. The golden ancient war chariot carried him in and was about to disappear. Whoosh! The 9 Li painting was activated, and Yi Fan used all his strength to attack. He wanted to make the North Arch stay because he was an extremely terrifying enemy. He was the ruler of the world, and no one would be able to stop him in the future. Pop! The golden cave in the void was shattered. One could clearly see the North Thearcha's body contorting and changing shape. His body was stained with blood, and his white bones were visible. However, the golden cave eventually disappeared. No one knew if he was dead or alive. There was no trace of him. No matter if he was dead or alive, the North Arch was beaten up like this. Yi Fan finally vented his anger. Of course, if he could kill him, he would feel even better. At this moment, Yi Fan really couldn't hold on anymore. He was able to display such prowess and Jizu's previous efforts. She gave him boundless magic power that was comparable to a Saint Lord. Right now, Ji Clan's little moon was already half unconscious and on the verge of death. She couldn't transfer any more magic power. Even so, Yi Fan was still very terrifying with the extreme Dao Emperor weapon. He poured the divine spring of life for Jizu and the others. He was also drinking big mouthfuls just to activate the Emperor weapon. This is really fate. All of you, go to hell for me. Yi Fan swept through the enemies and met Wan Chu and a dozen supreme elders from the Zifu clan. They immediately rushed over. Whoosh! Once the 9 Li painting was activated, these people's faces turned ashen. They ran for their lives. Divine flames burned on their bodies, and they wanted to burn their origin completely. Ah, miserable cries rose and fell. Under the weapon of the ancient arch, even invincible monarchs had to die, let alone them. Even though they were important figures of the sacred ground, they were like stray dogs at this moment. They were in a state of panic. Screams of terror could be heard. These people were like fallen leaves, falling down and shattering in the sky. All of them died a violent death. At the end of the endless void, many experts saw this scene and felt a chill from head to toe. How could they resist this? The saint body went berserk. The endless Xianxia mountains trembled. Who knew how many people would die? Yifan was completely crazy. Along the way, countless experts fell from the sky. The sky turned blood red. No one in the central region had a complete corpse. Corpses fell from the sky in the distance. It's you guys. In front, a golden flag fluttered in the wind. A group of people was fleeing. They were the supreme elders of the Gold family, one of their young masters, and a supreme existence. Yifan, if you start a massacre like this, there will be no place for you in the world. One of them shouted. He was clearly trying to be tough. Where's the justice of the heavens if I don't kill you guys? Yifan rushed over like a gust of wind and shouted, today, even if deities come, I will kill them all. Who cares if they flood the sky? If my friends die, I will overturn the entire central continent. Boom, he shook the Jioli painting, and this great world almost collapsed. The experts of the Gold family all cried out in fear. Then, like dumplings falling into a pot, they fell down with a pitter-patter. Corpses fell from the sky one after another, including one of their young masters, a supreme existence, and many supreme elders. They all died a violent death. Yifan shook again, and these corpses all shattered. Next, the mountain peak below was completely flattened and leveled to the ground. In the distance, there were even more mountains collapsing. Messy trees were uprooted from the ground and broken leaves fell. This was a scene of the apocalypse. And this was only because Yifan's magic power was insufficient and he couldn't maintain it. Otherwise, it would be unimaginable. Who was it that interfered with the imperial weapon and let me take it? Yifan was exhausted after killing so many people. He slowly calmed down. Unless it was a saint who interfered with the imperial weapon of the ancient emperors with the 9 secrets of Taoism, no one else could do anything. Could it be that the Western Desert's victorious fighting Buddha has really come? He felt that it couldn't be that crazy old man. At this point, Yifan could barely hold on. He used the imperial weapon's power to carve out a bloody path and quickly rushed out of the Xianxia mountains. And during this process, the Jioli painting was still trembling, absorbing his endless essence energy. His magic power flowed out like water, and he felt extremely weak. Not good. Yifan cursed inwardly. He was about to fall from the sky. Imperial weapon, return. In the distant horizon, the Jioli dynasty's royal lord and some supreme existences were sitting cross-legged, shouting and chanting an ancient incantation. At the same time, the Holy Lord of all beginnings, the Purple Mansion Holy Lord, the Alcade Holy Lord, the Golden Family Lord of the Northern Plains, the Southern Mountains Demon Lord, the Western Desert Divine Monk, and other supreme existences appeared. They followed unhurriedly. Moreover, there were fluctuations of imperial weapons. Someone was coming with an imperial weapon. Suddenly, a supreme divine might came from the other side. It approached quickly, and a roar rang out. Who dares to hurt my sister? Ji Haoyue's hair was disheveled, and an ancient mirror hovered above his head. Behind him, the Ji family's holy lord and 2 other supreme existences were channeling their magic power. Using godly king source energy to activate the extreme Tao Emperor armament, Void Mirror, this was a terrifying might. The divine king physique had an extremely special talent. With the help of the Ji clan's holy lord and the others, it was all revealed. The Void Mirror seemed to have come to life. This was a type of true unmatched might that approached from far away. All those who stood in its way were swept away, as if a star domain was evolving. The entire heavens and 10,000 worlds trembled. All of the Holy Lord level figures were horrified, quickly withdrawing. Big brother. Beside Yifan, Jizue sensed something. She opened her eyes and looked into the distance, weakly calling out to him. Boom. In the distance, Another extreme Tao Emperor weapon roared, releasing an aura that could collapse the 3 realms and 6 paths. It was powerful, domineering, and boundlessly terrifying, shocking all the cultivators. Holy Lord of all beginnings, Holy Lord of Alcade, Demon Lord of the South Mountains, Divine Monk of the Western Desert, and other supreme characters all retreated and rushed into the sky. The Emperor weapons were about to clash. This was a world-shaking event. Even ancient saints would fall if caught in the middle. Who is it? Ji Haoyue shouted. He was anxious to save his sister. His long eyebrows were standing on end, and his eyes were like sharp swords as he stared into the distance. However, this Emperor weapon didn't attack. It only stood in confrontation at the end of the boundless horizon. It didn't actually appear and attack. Boom. On the other side, the Jiuli painting above Yi Fan's head fluctuated violently. The deity inside seemed to have come to life, trembling on its own. It was like the birth of the universe, the creation of heaven and earth. Chaotic energy filled the air. Buzz. The void collapsed, and a terrifying aura spread out. Primal energy flowed, shocking everyone into retreating. It was as if they were facing a true great emperor. At this moment, the Jiuli painting flickered with extremely shocking light. It could refine the 3,000 great worlds and shake the heavens. At this moment, it was coming to life. Yi Fan's heart trembled. The Jiuli Divine Dynasty's emperor weapon was out of control. If not for the 2 pieces of green bronze beside him, he might have been turned to ashes. Emperor weapon, return. Loud shouts came from the distant horizon. At the same time, there was a kind of ancient sacrificial voice. It was vast and mighty, unhurried and intimidating. Damn it. Yi Fan was alarmed. He grabbed the emperor weapon tightly and didn't let go. In a flash, he struck towards another part of the sky where the emperor weapon was confronting Ji Haoyue. Crazy! At the limits of the endless void, all those who saw this scene were horrified. If the 2 emperor weapons truly clashed, then it would be a catastrophic result. Millions of Qinling mountains would cave in, destroyed in an instant. Extreme Tao Emperor weapons were rarely used in a confrontation, normally used to intimidate others. If they truly clashed, then that would be an unimaginable disaster. Corpses would flow for millions of li, blood flowing like rivers. It would be a terrifying great chaos. Ji Haoyue's eyes flickered. His hair was disheveled and his eyes were as sharp as a knife. He strode forward and actually cooperated with Yi Fan's attack. 2 emperor weapons came out at the same time, suppressing one at the same time. This was a divine might that made people tremble. All the sacred masters couldn't help but be terrified, and they all kept quiet out of fear. This part of the world was about to collapse. A formless pressure swept out. The sun, moon, and stars seemed to be suppressed. Everything trembled under the emperor's might. Boom. In the distance, the unknown emperor weapon finally retreated. It couldn't really collide with the 2 emperor weapons, especially when it was facing someone like Yi Fan who was bloodshot, as well as the divine monarch physique with high battle intent. You guys dare to injure my younger sister? Ji Haoyue roared. The blue sea behind him surged into the sky. A bright moon slowly rose and merged with the ancient mirror. A strand of extreme Tao Emperor's might shot out. In front of him, a group of cultivators cried out miserably. All of them were turned into bloody light and turned into dust, disappearing from this world. There were experts from various sects among them, but Ji Haoyue didn't care at all. Just like Yi Fan, he killed all of them. And you guys? He roared in another direction with a terrifying gaze. You dare to injure my younger sister? Do you think there's no one left in the Ji clan? The people on the other side didn't have a small background. They were a group of experts from the Central Prefecture's Xianxia sect. They had escaped a calamity before, and now, they encountered Ji Haoyue's group. At this moment, Yi Fan was already exhausted and couldn't use the emperor weapon. However, Ji Haoyue was like a ferocious tiger at his peak. With the support of a supreme existence behind him, his bravery was boundless. Buzz. The void mirror shook and shot out a blazing divine light. This group of experts from the Central Prefecture's Xianxia sect, including the 2 supreme existences, all cried out in fear. No. However, it was already too late. The terror of the void mirror surpassed their imaginations. The divine light shot out and everyone turned into wisps of smoke. Not even ashes were left behind. This was a very serious consequence. The Yin-Yang sect was, after all, one of the few supreme sects in the central prefecture. Jihaoyue actually killed a group of people just like that. This was a declaration of war. If the top powers started a war, it would be a very serious matter. Blood would flow like rivers and many people would die. The Ji clan's people are too confident. They even dare to offend a supreme sect like this after coming to the central prefecture. People were shocked to find that the Ji clan's holy lord was standing behind Jihaoyue. Without a doubt, this was a tacit agreement and didn't stop him at all. A holy land with an ancient great emperor's weapon is indeed very domineering. They don't care about these things at all. This is a declaration to the world not to anger the Ji clan. Otherwise, their anger can burn all strong enemies. That Jizu's status is probably not below Jihaoyue's. Otherwise, the Ji clan's people wouldn't be so angry and nervous. What kind of physique does she have? Everyone had this kind of speculation and association. They had already seen that the Ji clan's little moon could borrow the power of heaven and earth. This was simply a kind of miracle. At this moment, there were even more thoughts. Boom! The Jiuli painting's aura was terrifying. Even Yi Fan almost couldn't bear it. He already knew that he definitely wouldn't be able to keep this emperor weapon, but he didn't expect it to come so quickly. It was about to fly away now. Every emperor weapon was alive. Back then, when the many great sects attacked the Purple Mountain where great Emperor Wuxia passed away, there was a holy lord who said that even if an extreme Dao weapon sunk in, there was a way to restrain it. Moreover, just 2 years ago, even Duanda had been robbed of half of the sky-devouring demon jar. In the end, he had used an ancient spell to forcibly take it back. There was no way to keep it. The immortal divine dynasty had controlled the Jiuli painting for more than 100,000 years, maybe even 200,000 years. Naturally, it had already been branded with an irremovable mark. They had a heaven-defying method to summon it back. In addition, the god contained in the painting was refined by the Jiuli divine dynasty's ancestor when he became an emperor. He had long set his sights on this divine dynasty. If an outsider forcibly held it, there would be a great disaster in the future. Unless they used a supreme secret art to suppress it with another extreme Dao Emperor weapon and completely subdue it, the wielder would definitely die or be sealed forever. No, I can't let it fly away now. Yi Fan felt that he had to wait until he was in a safe place before letting go. Otherwise, he might be hunted down with an emperor weapon. On the other side, when Jihaoyue saw the weak Jizuyu, he became even more enraged. He shouted, "Do you really think there's no one left in the Ji clan? How dare you injure my sister like this?" He used the power of the ancient void mirror to attack forward. The emperor weapon shook, and the power spread for thousands of miles. The people of the Jiuli divine dynasty were all frightened and quickly retreated. Boom, a blazing light flickered, and at least 100 people turned into a mist of blood. Among them, there was no lack of experts from the 100 sects and the Jiuli divine dynasty. Everyone's hair stood on end. It was useless to hide at the end of the void. They couldn't stay here anymore. The Ji clan actually dared to act like this. Separated by thousands of miles, more than 100 experts had died a violent death. This was a terrifying disaster. It seems that the Ji clan's little moon is the lifeblood of their race. This has touched their nerves. Damn it, are they crazy? They attacked without caring about the price like the Saint Fiziki fan. They're simply sweeping up the aftermath for him and harvesting another life. Many people were scared, but there were also those with discerning eyes who could see the depths of the situation. Jihaoyue and the Saint Lord didn't chase after the various sect masters. Instead, they were just sending some kind of signal. But this was enough. It was truly shocking. Freeze! Yi Fan gripped the Jiuli painting and roared with all his might. All kinds of strange phenomena appeared as he operated the army formula, wanting to forcefully control this imperial weapon. At the same time, he took out 2 pieces of green copper, one in front and one behind, to block the Jiuli painting. A misty blue mist flowed out, cutting off the summons from the outside world. Otherwise, even if he had grasped the 9 secrets of Taoism, he wouldn't be able to control this imperial weapon. The army formula wasn't omnipotent. It still depended on one's cultivation. After all, he wasn't an ancient saint. He didn't have that kind of omnipotent divine power, so he couldn't truly seize the imperial weapon. But the radiance from the green copper cut off the summons from the outside world. Everything was different now. Oh no. At the end of the horizon, the Jiuli divine dynasty's emperor who was sitting cross-legged in the void suddenly stood up. The other imperial elders also opened their eyes, looking incomparably shocked. "Build the sacrificial altar and awaken the deity within the imperial weapon," ordered the emperor of the Jiuli divine dynasty. A black sacrificial altar made of dragon crystals appeared. There were blood-red patterns on it, and it emitted a strange fluctuation. Everyone stood on it and chanted an ancient mantra in unison. Boom, in the distance, Yifan couldn't control it anymore. The Jiuli painting awakened, and as if piercing through the ancient worlds, it suddenly soared into the sky. If not for the 2 pieces of green copper beside him, he, Pang Bo, and the others would have died a violent death. Not even their bones would be left. The imperial weapon had flown away on its own. The consequences were very serious. Almost in a breath's time, a huge pressure covered the sky and earth, like an endless river of stars falling down, suffocating everyone. The Jiuli painting and the other hidden imperial weapon came together to confront the void mirror. The situation had been reversed. At this moment, the Ji family's sacred lord finally spoke. He said in a deep voice, "My Ji family has never been afraid of trouble. Do you really think you can suppress us with just 2 imperial weapons? A battle between extreme Dao Emperor weapons. If it was a life-and-death struggle, the entire Central Prefecture's western region would collapse." Everyone was fearful and fearful. "Sacred Lord Ji, why do you have to do this? Your little girl was just dragged in by accident. You can just take her away." "But Yifan can't leave. He killed too many people. He needs an explanation," someone said telepathically. "That's right. He has the ultimate treasure of the middle ground on him. He can't take it away. We won't be greedy. Invite everyone here and we'll decide together," someone else said. With so many people watching, no one could take the 2 pieces of green copper for themselves. However, they could openly keep them and slowly decide who they should belong to. In short, they wouldn't belong to Yifan anymore. They couldn't be controlled by him anymore. Before long, many sect leaders of the middle ground arrived. The demon lord of the South Mountains, the divine monk of the West Desert, and the sacred lord of the Eastern Wilderness had also arrived. Most of them didn't say a word. In the end, the Purple Mansion sacred lord and the sacred lord of all beginnings spoke up one after another. Yifan killed the innocent. Even death cannot wipe out his crimes. He should be executed. There's no need to let him live. They expressed their opinions one after another. As sect leaders of immortal legacies, their words carried great weight. Yifan's murderous heart is too strong. If he stays, the world will be stained with blood in the future. Someone from the Jiuli god dynasty also spoke up. Humph. Suddenly, a cold snort sounded. Another type of extreme Dao pressure descended, boundless and endless, spreading out in all directions. Many mountain ranges immediately turned into ashes. Do you really think you can command the world with 2 imperial weapons? The Red Dragon Taoist and the Peacock King arrived. They held the chaotic green lotus in their hands and pressed down. More than the imperial weapons? In the distance, another terrifying pressure descended. It was especially frightening. As soon as it appeared, a murderous and domineering aura rushed out. The heavens and the earth, the 9 heavens and the 10 earths, everything bowed down beneath its feet. It was as if an ancient great emperor had been revived. All the worlds trembled. The blind old man arrived. Duanda followed beside him. Their imperial weapons merged into one, forming a heaven-devouring demon jar. It was especially terrifying. This was something that had never happened before. The gathering of 5 imperial weapons was shocking. If they really fought, the western region of the middle ground would most likely sink and disappear forever. The weapons of the ancient great emperors were confronting each other. There were a total of 5 weapons. This was something that had never happened before. If they all came back to life and collided, the result would be unimaginable. The central planes would sink in and even disappear forever. This was definitely not an alarmist talk. It was very likely to happen. Do you really think that you can command the world just because you have 2 emperor weapons? The blind old man rolled his eyes, no longer looking outwards. They were bright and full of expression as he sneered. Now, 3 emperor weapons against 2 emperor weapons. They had the absolute advantage. There was nothing to be afraid of. Do you really want to go to war? There has never been a battle between 5 emperor weapons since the Desolate Era. If it really happens, there will be a few holes in the sky. The emperor of the Ninely God dynasty spoke. This is your fault. Can you blame others? The Peacock King said coldly. His appearance was elegant and otherworldly, but he had a domineering aura. The green copper is the supreme treasure of my central plains. Outsiders can't take it away. It's useless even if you have 3 emperor weapons. Don't think that the central plains only has 2. The person in the dark spoke. His tone was unyielding. Boom, the blind old man activated the ancient heaven-devouring devil jar. A strand of the power of an extreme Tao weapon erupted. It was like a million volcanoes erupting, pressing forward with incomparable unyieldingness. You said you want to keep the person and the green copper piece, but you still want to threaten us? His voice became louder and louder. In the end, it was like the rumbling of thunder from the 9 heavens. You don't even need to think about the person. If you want the green copper piece, find it yourself. You want to rob it now? Dream on. The Crimson Dragon Daoist's words were resounding. Both sides were furious and unyielding. They didn't have any intention of backing down. The 5 emperor weapons had come back to life. This kind of aura made this land seem like hell. A few terrifying fluctuations rippled out like a tsunami. Those without emperor weapons were like duckweed in the raging sea, their hearts pounding. Ji family's holy lord, what do you have to say? The people of the Ninely God dynasty asked. Someone wants to kill my clan's outstanding disciple. We can't let this matter go, the Ji family's holy lord said calmly. I think you have killed enough people, right? The person in the dark spoke coldly, carrying a terrifying fluctuation. It's not enough. Old Blind continued, glancing at Yi Fan a few times and seeing the heavily injured Li Heishui and the others, he said, do you want to kill us all? Do you think we, the 13 great bandits of the north, are useless? They want to kill all of our descendants. The more he spoke, the colder his voice became, completely different from his usual self. In the end, it was as if he was roaring, this isn't over. You dare to kill the successor of the Azure the Arch? The Peacock King shouted as well. The demonic the arch weapon in his hand emitted a jade-green light that soared into the sky, and the primal chaos mist pervaded the air. Then are we really going to fight? The person in the dark said unyieldingly, not backing down at all. Why would I be scared of you all? At worst, I'll just sink Central Continent. The Crimson Dragon Old Daoist walked up, his voice rumbling like a golden bell, resounding and powerful, his words terrifying. Destroy the Central Plains? There wasn't a single person in the distance who wasn't horrified. The ultimate revival of Emperor weapons could definitely accomplish this, even stars in outer space could be hacked down. Now, the situation was out of control, already seriously breaking away from everyone's grasp. Now, none of the great powers relaxed, all of them unyielding. This was going to bring down a great disaster. Don't you all think about the future? If a great battle breaks out, what kind of consequences will there be? An expert from Central Continent's side transmitted sound. What can happen in the future? Today, we will decide life and death, a confrontation between extreme Tao weapons. If you don't agree, then fight until the heavens collapse and earth rend, life and death up to fate. The Peacock King said. Hong, it was unknown who took action first, but the divine might of the ancient great emperors revived, covering heaven and earth, vast and mighty for thousands of li, submerging this Qinling mountains. Every inch of space trembled. Hong, several emperor weapons revived, piercing through the heavens like great pungs soaring 90,000 li. The divine might of the ancient great emperors reappeared, as if they pierced through the past, present, and future. 2 emperor weapons against 3 emperor weapons, defeat is inevitable. In the distance, everyone was alarmed, continuously retreating. They couldn't stay in this place for long. Perhaps a sixth emperor weapon will appear. Someone guessed. Hong, sure enough, everyone's speculations came true. A great dragon swept over, the dragon sword unmatched, crushing all ages. It appeared on the battlefield, its offensive energy peerless. The Thai imperial sword appeared. After all, they came from the central continent, and after receiving a request for help, they took action at the crucial moment to resist the three emperor weapons from the eastern wastelands. Both sides' strength was now on the same line. 6 emperor weapons appeared at the same time, and they were all reviving. This shocked the present world, the past, and the future. This was a world-shaking event with incomparably far-reaching effects. When the 6 emperor weapons appeared together, all types of great emperor auras surged, as if 6 great emperors were reviving. Terrifying energy fluctuations suppressed the Qinling Mountains, sweeping towards the central continent. Dong, in the end, the heavens were blasted apart, and a terrifying hole appeared, piercing into outer space. None of them were great emperors, nor were they holy spirits, so they couldn't completely release the divine might of the emperor weapons. However, despite this being the case, it still exceeded everyone's imagination. 6 streaks of light rose together, entering outer space. At this moment, it was unknown just how many people in the central continent's great lands were overwhelmed with shock. They all gazed towards the western region. This type of aura shocked all of the peak characters. Even if one was far away, as long as one's strength was great enough, they would definitely be able to sense the aura of the ancient great emperors. Divine might surged, as if an ancient emperor was reviving. In the eastern wasteland, a tall figure with disheveled hair stood at the peak, gazing into the distance. He didn't say anything for a long time. In the western desert, within an ancient temple, a sacred ape wearing a kasaya pushed open the dilapidated door of the temple that had been sealed for 1,000 years. He walked towards the edge of the cliff, lost in thought as he gazed towards the central continent. Within the 5 great regions, the immortal inheritances, holy lands, divine dynasties, ancient temples, and divine halls were all shaken. The strongest experts of the ancient races suddenly woke up, and their divine senses gazed towards the central continent. At this moment, the world was shaken. The strongest experts were all shocked, and there wasn't a single person who wasn't horrified as they gazed towards the central continent's Qinling Mountains. The aura of the ancient great emperors. If the 6 emperor weapons really collide, it will be comparable to a great dark upheaval. Who knows how many lives will suffer, and the central continent will be torn apart. Are we really going to fight? We will all become sinners for all eternity. Someone from the Jiuli divine dynasty spoke. All of this was caused by you all. Peacock King said. Their forcefulness was only for the sake of forcing their opponents to submit, but if they really fought, they would all hesitate. No one could endure this kind of disaster. It was because it was rumored that in the ancient times, if they really wanted to fight with emperor weapons, they would normally choose to fight in outer space. Otherwise, the great earth would be destroyed. However, they were all saints from the ancient era. Only people with their cultivation could leave this world and head to the outer realms. There were many barren lands that had been flattened by emperor weapons, and it was easy for a vast region to be wiped out. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they wouldn't fight a great battle without any regard for the consequences. Dong, terrifying fluctuations spread out. The 6 emperor weapons resisted each other, but in the end they didn't dare to strike down. At this critical juncture, there wasn't a single person who didn't feel restraining fear. Kill the sacred body, leave behind the green copper piece, and we will pretend that nothing has happened. The hidden person spoke. There is no need to make such a big fuss. Just kill Yi Fan, and everything else can be discussed. Holy Lord of all beginnings spoke. He didn't have an emperor weapon, but he was still the lord of a holy land. His words carried great weight. That's not right. Why do we have to kill the sacred body? A powerful figure from the Jiang clan said. The Wind clan lord also objected. The demon lord of the South Mountains, the divine monk of the West Desert, the giants of the Northern Plains, and the other holy lords of the Eastern Wasteland were also standing at the end of the void, watching everything from an endless distance. They all had great backgrounds. At this point, Yi Fan wasn't afraid at all. In front of everyone, he poured divine spring water for Li Heishui and the others to heal their injuries. Walk out, don't look back. Suddenly, a voice rang out. It was hard to tell if it was male or female. Yi Fan's heart jumped. He wanted to walk out, the two pieces of green copper hanging above his head, flowing with green light and smoke. You still want to leave? The Purple Mansion Holy Lord's cold voice came from afar. Holy Lord of the Ji clan, bring your little girl back. Otherwise, we might accidentally injure her, the Jiuli God Dynasty Lord said coldly. Blind old man, Red Dragon Taoist, bring your juniors away as well. Otherwise, there will be a misunderstanding, the hidden person also said coldly. Clang, suddenly, the Tai sovereign sword pierced through the sky, and the Jiuli painting trembled violently. Another sovereign sword also broke through the void. Who is it? Everyone was terrified by the three immortal legacies. Someone was interfering with the sovereign weapons. This was too frightening. To be able to do this, it had to be a saint. Moreover, it was likely that this person had mastered the army formula and could control all the weapons in the world. This was a great threat to them. Which senior is here? The three factions were all scared. They weren't worried that the extreme Dao weapons would be taken away, because they could still summon them back. In fact, if they were careful, even an ancient saint wouldn't have a chance. However, the situation was too delicate. The other three sovereign weapons were threatening them. If another ancient saint jumped out, they would definitely meet a tragic end. Buzz. The extreme Dao weapons moved. The Jiuli painting, the Tai sovereign sword, and the others all leaped up. Although they were on guard and the other party couldn't take them away, it was still very unstable. Swoosh, Yi Fan rushed out like a beam of light. The people of the three divine dynasties watched helplessly. They didn't dare to use their extreme Dao weapons and let him escape into the distance. Cough. Yi Fan heard a cough that was extremely familiar. There was a voice that sounded by his ears, saying, I'm old, struggling at death's door until now is already a miracle. After taking action twice, I don't have any strength left. Yi Fan's heart was pounding. There really was a saint here in the Qinling Mountains, but his body was in trouble. It seemed like he didn't have much time left. Let's go. That voice came again. Could it be him? Yi Fan used the Rho formula and turned into a bolt of lightning that shot into the distance. His speed was shocking, like a ray of light. Little Yi, are we out? Jiziyue opened her eyes weakly and asked. At the end of the endless void, the others didn't know that a saint had intervened. They were all shocked, not knowing why he had suddenly rushed out. You still want to leave now? The divine leader of all beginnings flew over, a group of people behind him. Apart from that, the Purple Mansion's sacred leader also appeared with a group of grand elders and surrounded them. What is the meaning of this? The experts of the Jiang family and the leader of the Wind tribe stepped forward to face the two people from the great sage's side. Boom! Jiziyue activated her dermic powers and injected them into Yi Fan. She saw the danger. Ziyue, there's no need to do this. At most, I'll send everyone on their way. Yi Fan's eyes were cold. He flipped the myriad chi cauldron over. Cough. I'm fine. Jiziyue's face was snow white. Almost instantly, Yi Fan's body was filled with dermic powers. His eyes flashed, and he attacked. Pfft, bloody light flashed. Yi Fan rushed past, crushing a group of people in an instant. A divine source block fell from the cauldron, filled with killing intent. Ah, the divine leader of all beginnings screamed. Half his body was in tatters, and he fled as if he had seen a ghost. Pfft, the Purple Mansion's sacred leader also wanted to snatch the cauldron, but he also didn't expect something to fall from it. His chest was almost torn into pieces, and he flew for his life. Whoosh, Yi Fan used the cauldron to put away the divine source block that sealed the primordial sage. He leaped over, waved the 9 divine weapons, and killed more than a dozen grand elders beside him. What is that? The Purple Mansion's sacred leader paled, but he realized that Yi Fan was charging over with the Rho technique. The divine leader of all beginnings came to help. The two powerful experts attacked together, but they were too seriously injured and had lost half of their cultivation. Pfft. Yi Fan tore off one of their arms and fled into the distance. He disappeared without looking back. The surrounding experts didn't even have time to react. He was too fast. This was a snowy maple forest. The ancient trees were connected together, lush and fragrant. Pure white snowy maple flowers floated down one after another, sparkling and translucent. The fragrance assailed the nostrils, like ice flowers dancing in the air. In front of the snowy maple forest was a cemetery. Tombstones after tombstones were engraved with the marks of time, exuding a sense of vicissitudes and heaviness. A gust of autumn wind blew, swaying the ancient trees. Flower petals danced in the air and rustled down. Everywhere was snowy white, bringing with it a sense of desolation and coldness, as if the heavens were shedding tears. Yi Fan walked in the cemetery, step by step. His eyes swept across a few tombstones, but he didn't say a word. The autumn wind blew his black hair, covering his eyes. He stopped in front of a few tombstones. There were familiar names carved on the tombstones. Flower petals fell on the tombstones, adding a sense of coldness to the air. There were 6 tombstones, no more, no less. 6 names were carved on them: Pang Bo, Wu Zhongtian, Lu Kou, Jiang Huiren, Li Heishui, and the last one was the grave of Ji Clan's little moon. Yi Fan only stopped for a short while before leaving. He passed through the cemetery and came to a bamboo forest. There were a few thatched cottages here, which was his current residence. 2 months had passed since the Qinling War. He lived in a remote corner, away from the outside world, and cultivated in silence. There was no noise from the mortal world, no disturbance from the secular world. It was peaceful and remote. Unfortunately, it lacked vitality. He could not see the faces of his old friends, nor could he hear their laughter. Only the falling flowers and the silence accompanied him. Yi Fan stood in the bamboo forest, listening to the rustling of leaves and watching the falling flowers gradually wither. He was like a passerby, his eyes as calm as water, untainted by the mortal world. This was a kind of transcendent temperament. Yi Fan lived like this every day. He walked in the mountains, appeared by the mountain springs, and comprehended the nature in silence. The northern birds flew south and gradually disappeared, giving people the feeling that they didn't know where was home and where was home. Another group of northern birds flew south, old friends, he had not deliberately cultivated for the past 2 months, but he had improved very quickly. Perhaps it was time to prepare for the heavenly tribulation. Without you by my side, cultivating alone seems to be lacking something. Yi Fan sighed softly. Time passed quickly, and another month passed. Yi Fan never left this place. He sat quietly in the thatched hut, guarding the opposite cliff. Boom, after an entire 3 months, an enormous sound finally rang out. A cliff split apart, and a majestic figure flew out. 9 streaks of divine light pierced through the heavens. The 9 divine weapons weaved about and surged, cutting through heaven and earth. They were like 9 divine phoenixes dancing about, causing the entire mountain region to tremble. The mountains were all trembling. Yi Zi, I'm out. Pang Bo shouted loudly. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes, and was a head or 2 taller than ordinary people. He was strong and robust, and was extremely tall and sturdy. Yi Fan laughed heartily and welcomed him. Have you recovered from your injuries? There's no problem. I've been reborn and am far better than before. Pang Bo opened his mouth and inhaled. The 9 divine weapons turned into 9 rays of light and entered his mouth. His thick black hair danced in the air as he landed on the ground. Pung, on the other side, 4 ancient caves collapsed one after another. Rubble flew into the air, piercing through the clouds and flattening a large area of the bamboo forest. Smoke and dust rose in all directions. Wu Zhongtian, Li Heishui, Lu Kou, and Jiang Huiren came out one after another and flew out. All of them were brimming with energy. Their injured bodies had completely recovered, and there was a type of metamorphosis. The 6th cave dwelling shook slightly, and then beams of immortal light shot out. With a pung sound, it exploded. Giant rocks flew in all directions, and a purple-clothed girl rushed out. Her black hair danced in the wind, and her purple clothes fluttered. Her figure was slender, and she was like a fairy. Her long eyelashes trembled, and her eyes were filled with spiritual energy. The heavily injured Ji Ziyue also came out. After 3 months of recuperation, her injuries were all gone. She was intelligent and ethereal, and her beautiful eyes were full of mischievous and quick-witted. I've come out. It's so boring. Normally, I hate cultivating in seclusion the most. The 6 of them came out at the same time, full of energy. Compared to 3 months ago, they had improved in every aspect. Their magic power had increased, and their consciousness was condensed. I've set up tombstones for all of you. Go and worship yourselves. Yifan smiled. You really have a bad taste. Jiziyue wrinkled her nose and said. Her skin was as white as ivory, shining with light. Her hair fluttered, and her eyes were like black gems. It's one thing to burn a broken body to ashes, but what tombstone? Little Yi, you really don't know how to do it. Li Heishui also muttered. 3 months ago, the extreme path weapon had awakened in that battle. Even Yifan's body had almost split open, not to mention the few of them. At that time, half of their bodies had been turned into meat paste, or a part of their bodies had been shattered. It was a narrow escape from death. Especially Jiziyue, her injuries were the heaviest. She kept borrowing the power of the large world, and paid a huge price. She had almost overdrafted her source, and injuries had appeared on her body. She had almost died. Their broken bodies were all buried in a cemetery by Yifan, which was why there were 6 tombstones. At their level of cultivation, broken arms and broken bodies could naturally grow back. It was impossible for them to be disabled. When they reached the 4 extreme secret realm, they had the ability to regenerate. Of course, the prerequisite was that their heads and consciousness had not been destroyed. Otherwise, even immortals would be useless. They could only die. They had all been injured by the extreme path weapon, which was equivalent to the great Tao being severed. It was difficult for them to survive. If they did not have special methods, they would definitely die. However, all of this was nothing to Yifan. He had the divine fruit from the forbidden land of antiquity. He had prepared it for divine King Jiang, but he had not been able to use it. Now that he had used the fruit to heal them, there was naturally no need to worry about their lives. Moreover, they had all been reborn and obtained great opportunities. You've all come out of seclusion. It's time for me to find a place to go through the tribulation, Yifan said. So much pressure. Looks like I should go eat coffin planks, Pangbo mumbled. He had been reborn again, and it was time for him to break through. How's the outside world? Li Heishui asked. It's probably calmed down after the ruckus. Yifan was very calm. He already knew about this. Why don't we go out and take a look first? Yeah, we've been away from the world for 3 months. We don't even know what's going on outside. 2 days later, the group left the mountains and arrived at an ancient city in the west of the Central Plains. They heard a lot of news as soon as they entered the city. 3 whole months had passed, and the storm from that battle had not subsided yet. It was still a topic of discussion. Cultivators were talking about it in restaurants, and many other places. The battle between the extreme path weapons. These words appeared the most frequently and affected everyone's nerves. Everyone revealed a look of awe when they talked about it. A total of 6 extreme Tao Emperor armaments. They can destroy the stars in the outer realms, overturn the central plains, and cause a great region to sink. So many Emperor weapons, yet they weren't able to stop the divine physique Yifan. He took away the green copper piece. The battle that day could be said to have dyed the skies red. Who knows how many half-step experts died, and even some Holy Lord level figures fell one after another. The battle of Qinling Mountains was too bitter. Many great figures died. This was a tremendous storm that shook the 5 great regions. Even now, people's expressions would change when they talked about it. It was a world-shocking battle. So many Emperor weapons were mobilized. This was something rarely seen since ancient times. Even the great sex trump cards almost all came out to hurry to the Central Plains west. Rumor has it that many great figures died. Many great sex eyes are red. Sigh, is there even a need to say this? Who didn't kill until their eyes were red? Too many people died, corpses falling in large amounts. Even more people didn't have their corpses left, evaporated by the extreme path weapons. Yifan and the others shivered inwardly. After they left, for the sake of fighting over the immortal transformation pool and illusory divine marrow in the eternal dragon cave, many great sects fought again. There were countless casualties. In the end, the immortal transformation pool disappeared. The eternal dragon cave sunk into the great earth. That was an ancestral root that could move. It wouldn't stay in one place for too long. Too bitter, corpses piled up like mountains. The sect masters of a region and the most powerful figures were all killed. This was a great battle that many people found hard to forget. No one knew just how many people died, but all of the great powers that participated felt incomparably pained. They lost many experts. It could be said that this was a disaster rarely seen in tens of thousands of years. The sect masters of all sides were either injured or killed. It was truly a rare sight. Speaking of which, the divine physique really is formidable. 6 extreme path emperor weapons were used, yet they weren't able to stop him, instead allowing him to kill so many people, shocking the world. Now, who doesn't know that a divine physique with limitless potential has spread through all sects because of this battle? Even living fossils feel restraining fear. Everyone is predicting that once this child matures and reaches the divine lord level, there won't be many people in the world who can control him. He will be able to look down on the world. It was hard for Yi Fan not to become famous after the Battle of Qinling. He had seized the Jiuli Divine Dynasty's Extreme Path Emperor weapon and almost taken it for himself. He had slaughtered everyone. Those who had personally experienced this battle still felt a chill when they thought about it. With a shake of the Jiuli painting, many experts were destroyed in the sky. Not even their bones were left behind. He beat the Yin-Yang sect master until only half of his body remained. He even tore off the Purple Mansion Divine Master's arms. Yi Fan's battle accomplishments shocked many people. He had reached the 8-limit realm and even obtained the Yuan Taoist Master's inheritance. Once he matured, he would definitely be able to look down on the world. The monster from the Eastern Wastelands is indeed astonishing. People could only sigh like this. He had taken the head of a powerful expert in a chaotic battle and killed many powerful enemies. This battle had made Yi Fan famous. After this battle, the blind old man and the Crimson Dragon Taoist announced that if anyone dared to touch their disciples, they would wipe out all their descendants with emperor weapons. It could be said that they were very domineering. Wu Zhongtian, Pang Bo, and the others had disappeared for 3 months. This made many great powers uneasy. They were really afraid that these 2 living fossils would come with emperor weapons and start a massacre. If you all swagger out like this and return to the unique scholar manor, there won't be any problems. Many people will even heave a sigh of relief. Yi Fan smiled. I have no choice but to return to the unique scholar manor, said Ji Ziyue. The Ji clan knew of her whereabouts and had been secretly guarding her for the past 3 months. Now, someone had sent her a voice transmission, asking her to return. There is a huge secret in the unique scholar manor. My clan's ancestor said that it can lead to an ancient star in outer space. There is an unparalleled opportunity there. This is the main reason why all the Undying Inheritances send their outstanding disciples there. Ji Ziyue revealed this secret. The people behind you have already spoken ruthlessly. I don't need to worry about you all. Yi Fan smiled. He needed to find a place to undergo tribulation and needed to leave temporarily. Soon, I will go to the unique scholar manor to drink with you all. Yi Fan waved his hand and walked into the distance. Now, everyone thought that Yi Fan would definitely hide for a long time and wouldn't dare to appear. Otherwise, just the 2 pieces of green copper would make the great powers of the Central Plains go crazy. However, no one expected that while the outside world was still in an uproar, a shocking piece of news came. Yi Fan was undergoing tribulation. The location he chose was in front of the Yin-Yang sect. He was extremely arrogant and blocked the entrance of the sect, attracting the tribulation for half a day. In the end, apart from the pure land at the center of the Yin-Yang sect, everything outside was flattened. It became a scorched land without a single blade of grass growing. If it wasn't for the sect's heaven-deceiving formation, that place would definitely have been razed to the ground and nothing would be left. When this news came out, the Central Plains was shaken. Everyone was shocked. The Saint Physique was too powerful. He dared to run to the mountain gate of a supreme sect to undergo tribulation and destroy everything. He was simply too daring. The Yin-Yang sect really has 8 lifetimes of bad luck. They were blocked in the divine land that took them hundreds of thousands of years to build. How sullen. You guys don't know. That kind of tribulation is too terrifying. If it wasn't for the 4 great emperor formation patterns circulating in this world and being able to deceive the heavens, the Yin-Yang sect would have probably been flattened. The Saint Physique is forcefully declaring war. He's telling those who have evil intentions against him that he can do anything if he's forced into a corner. Not long after the battle at the Qinling Mountains, such a thing happened. The various sect leaders were all alarmed. Many people were speechless. The rise of the Saint Physique was most probably unstoppable. In the past, a grand completion Saint Physique could contend against ancient emperors. Now, a person who could break the curse appeared in this world. If he matured, he would most probably be able to recreate the glory of the ancient era. How long has it been? He's already at the 9th transformation and is about to step into the immortal foundation realm. When people learned of this situation, they were even more shocked. Many people were restless. Yi Fan's growth speed was too fast. This is a true demon-level genius. His origin arts are unparalleled, his combat prowess is powerful, and he's advancing by leaps and bounds. In the future, how many people would be able to stop him? Why isn't Wang Ting making a move yet? Would the undying inheritance strangle the Saint Physique in the cradle? Many people were paying attention and waiting quietly. Yi Fan underwent his tribulation outside the Yin-Yang sect. He felt extremely refreshed. After turning the outer region into scorched earth, he decisively fled, not daring to delay. This was because the Yin-Yang sect had a saint weapon that was passed down through generations. In the past, it was in the hands of an ancient saint. Everyone in the Yin-Yang sect was so angry that their lungs were about to explode. This time, they had lost all face. Since the founding of the sect, there had never been anyone who dared to block the entrance of the sect and act so arrogantly. In an ancient town, Yi Fan sat in a small tavern and drank by himself. A faint smile could be seen on his face as he quietly listened to the discussions of others. Arrogant, too arrogant. I heard that the people of the Yin-Yang sect are about to go crazy. They are searching for the Saint Physique all over the world. Oh, the North Emperor said that as long as Yi Fan appears, he will definitely kill him. Previously, Wang Ting suffered a great loss because of the Saint Physique in the Qinling Mountains. He was almost killed by the 9 Dawn painting. The Saint Physique really dares to do anything. Mount Qinling was located in the western part of central continent. It was vast and boundless, with a circumference of no less than 1,000,000 li. There were mountain ridges and ancient veins everywhere. Under the night moon, the earth was silvery white. Ancient trees and mountain peaks were covered in a thin layer of mist. Moonlight lingered about, and from time to time, old corpses could be seen swallowing moonlight essence. From time to time, ancient chariots could be seen rushing out of the mountains, rumbling under the moonlight. Some were the chariots of emperors, while others were the mounts of some supreme existences. Unfortunately, all of these were ancient corpses. They were buried here when they were alive, and now, they had grown up and moved at night. It was strange and mysterious. Under the cold moonlight, Yi Fan walked alone in Mount Qinling. He took one last look at the mountains and rivers, avoiding 7 or 8 ancient corpses comparable to holy lords. The sickly old man left after all. Did he get what he wanted? The Qin sect was still there, but some people were missing. The sickly old man, Princess Moon Spirit, the delicate and pretty scholar, Hua Yunfei, and Li Xiaoman were all gone. During the Battle of Mount Qinling, an unparalleled existence comparable to the ancient saints took action. At the last moment, Yi Fan even sensed the fluctuations of his divine sense. It was somewhat familiar. Is it really the sickly old man? What is his identity? To be able to seize an extreme Dao Emperor weapon, this is simply shocking. In the present world, there was one living saint in the eastern wasteland, the old madman. There was also one on Mount Meru in the western desert, the victorious fighting Buddha. Their magical power was boundless. A strand of hair that fell could kill a half-step supreme existence, and a drop of blood from their body could kill a holy lord. These were unimaginable existences, unrivaled in the present world. No one could compare to them. Even the undying inheritances with extreme Tao Emperor weapons didn't dare to provoke them. Is he really that person? Yi Fan recalled the words the sickly old man had told him. Back then, when they traveled together in Mount Qinling, they had talked about many things from 8 to 9,000 years ago. A heavenly genius of the past, an unrivaled existence. He actually survived until now. Then his true age should be over 9,000 years old. How terrifying. Yi Fan wanted to meet the sickly old man and give him an undying fruit, but he couldn't. This sickly old man had already left. His lifespan is coming to an end. If he passes away like this, it would be too much of a pity. He wouldn't be able to deliver an immortal medicine. The Qin sect was still the same, and its main peak was only 1,000 meters or so tall. It was extremely ordinary and didn't stand out. However, there were peerless experts overseeing it, and there was no lack of kings who had been cleansed by the god-cleansing art. This was an unfathomable place. Yi Fan had obtained the army character formula, so there was no need for him to stay any longer. This time, he had come back to take a look and would leave for good. I shall begin a new journey, cultivating from here on out. I shall hang the sails of the clouds to aid the vast ocean, reaching immortal foundation. Yi Fan left Central Continent's western region, heading east. He didn't go into isolation. He had just broken through to a brand new cultivation realm, so he needed to temper himself and consolidate his strength. Seclusion was admittedly important, but tempering one's heart in the mortal world was also indispensable. Now that they had reached such a realm, everything needed to be comprehended. Sometimes, sitting in the mountains for 100 years might not necessarily be as fruitful as walking through the boundless secular world. Yi Fan was like an ascetic cultivator, heading east, experiencing the various forms of life and cultivating in the mortal world. Everywhere he passed by, he would observe the terrain of the mountains and rivers. After half a year, he finally stabilized his cultivation in the Dragon Transformation 9th Transformation. He advanced on foot, passing through many regions, and saw the flourishing and powerful sects of the Central Continent. Many people in Central Continent were searching for Yi Fan. Leaving aside the myriad Qi cauldron, just the 2 pieces of green copper were enough to make people restless. Sadly, no one was able to find them. Yi Fan, get the hell out here. My big brother can kill 100 of you with a single hand. After more than half a year of peace, an arrogant voice resounded through the heavens. Wang Chong was still alive and had shouted these words. The younger brother of the North deity didn't die. After recuperating for half a year, he recovered and became even more arrogant than before. He shouted in Central Continent that he wanted to kill the Saint Physique and grind his bones to dust. In the Battle of Qinling, Yi Fan became famous in Central Continent. With the Jiuli painting, he defeated all the experts and even seriously injured Wang Ting. Wang Ting's bones were broken, and he escaped on the golden ancient chariot. However, in this battle, the North deity also shocked the world. Because the strength he showed was cultivated by himself, and he didn't rely on the Emperor weapon to fight with the Divine Lord. A young man in his 20s had shown such earth-shattering strength at this age. His future was limitless. The legend of the reincarnation of the ancient emperor was even more popular. In the past, many people believed that in a few years, he would break through the realm again, surpass the Divine Lord, and become an invincible king. In the Battle of Qinling, although Yi Fan was in the limelight and injured the North deity, it didn't affect Wang Ting's reputation at all. In the face of an extreme emperor weapon, everyone had to retreat. In the bitter battle that day, who knew how many almighty beings had died? It was already a miracle that he had been able to escape unscathed. Yi Fan, come out. My big brother can crush you with one finger. Wang Chong shouted. The North deity definitely had the strength to look down on the world and fight against all enemies. Wang Chong was so domineering because he wanted to provoke Yi Fan to come out and kill him. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to find him. In these half a year, everything about Wang Ting was gradually revealed. He came from a super-ancient family in the northern plains, which was equivalent to the immortal dynasty in Central Continent and a clan of the ancients in Eastern Wilderness. When he was not even 2 years old, he was carried by an immortal crane and disappeared into the clouds. He often disappeared for a month or 2, and every time he disappeared, he would be reborn. The first time, his clansmen were very worried. Then, the immortal crane picked him up and only stopped when he was 12 years old. During this time, he received the inheritance of the ancient chaos the Arch. At 5, he danced with the flood dragon in the deep pool. At 7, he entered the northern region ancient god lake alone and obtained the golden ancient chariot. At 9, he entered the ancient emperor mountain and obtained the ancient chaos divine talisman and a celestial emperor sacred sword. At 12, he fell into the divine phoenix cave and obtained the immortal divine phoenix blood. All of this seemed like a dream, but it really happened to Wang Ting. It was not inferior to the legendary experiences of the ancient Arch. When people heard all of this, they were all dumbfounded. All of this was unimaginable. It was impossible to obtain unless one was blessed by the heavens and earth. He was definitely a leading role in the history of the human race. If he doesn't become an emperor, he will be letting down his experiences. Even if there is a huge change, at the very least, he will be an existence comparable to an ancient saint. This was the thought in everyone's mind. Wang Ting's experiences left people speechless. He was definitely a child of heaven, blessed by the heavens. In these half a year, many super forces wanted to form a marriage alliance with the Wang clan of the northern plains. 3 of the top 10 beauties of the central continent had families that had contact with the North deity. The genius of a generation, Divine Diviner, had once divined that if there were no accidents, the North deity might really become a real Arch in the future, and not just a title. Yi Fan, are you afraid of death? My big brother only used one finger to fight you. Do you dare to come out? In these past half a month, Wang Chong had become more and more arrogant. Yi Fan's mind was calm, and he continued his journey east, quietly comprehending in this mortal world like an ascetic monk, barefoot and dressed in hemp clothes. The willpower of the mind is so powerful. To cast aside honor and disgrace and cultivate the mind alone, disregarding everything in the outside world, to think that there is such power. This was his sigh. Yi Fan was already a cultivator of the ninth transformation of the dragon transformation, and his spine was about to form a dragon. He raised his head and gazed at the immortal platform. The so-called immortal platform was the head, and the heart was at the center of the forehead. This was the source of the final secret realm. My spiritual sense has never been weak. Cultivating in this secret realm will be of great help. The central continent was vast and boundless. Although Yi Fan had been walking east for more than half a year, he was still in the western region, far from the central region. Normally speaking, he would need to fly for several years to leave the western region. In the end, he began to travel through the void to the central region, where the immortal vein of the unique scholar manor was located. Yi Fan was no stranger to this place. He had stayed here for a very long time, and after seeing an ancient city, he became even more familiar with it. West Dam City had existed for a very long time. It was one of the 10 ancient cities of the central continent, and it was more than 5,000 li from the unique scholar manor. The city was majestic, grand, and imposing. The walls seemed to be cast from black iron, like a great black steel wall. The layout of the city was grand and flourishing. There were all kinds of people here, and there was an endless stream of carriages and horses. Back then, Yi Fan had bought the dragon marrow here, and he had also killed Jin Qishao of the Golden Clan of the Northern Plains outside the city, stirring up a storm. West Dam City, I've returned. The geniuses of the unique scholar manor often came to this ancient city, where they could bid for all kinds of precious weapons or purchase the rare Dao Comprehension dragon marrow for astronomical prices. The ancient city was still flourishing and grand. As Yi Fan walked along the streets, he soon heard Wang Chong's clamor. Of course, it was from the discussions of others. The Saint Physique is just SOSO. He's nothing compared to my big brother. If he dares to appear, I'll trample him to death. Everyone was discussing. Recently, Wang Chong's tone had become more and more unyielding, criticizing Yi Fan to the point where he had no good points. He was just short of stepping on Yi Fan's face and cursing him. This little evildoer is going too far. He's shouting like this. He's too high profile. He's very young, but his heart is very vicious. He's determined to disturb the Saint Physique's mind and make him unable to calm down. Many people have seen it. If the Saint Physique matures, he will become a great enemy of the North Emperor's path. Wang Chong is worried for his big brother. He's so young, and he's already sweeping the path for his big brother? Yi Fan had nothing to be angry about. He had experienced too many things, and he didn't care about these insults. He smiled faintly. However, he didn't plan to ignore it. When he had to attack, he would. Wang Chong has come to West Dam City. When he heard this news, he smiled and felt that it was time to intimidate them. No one had expected that Yi Fan would suddenly come to West Dam City. He didn't hide his tracks and entered the city with his real body. His roar echoed throughout the city. Wang Teng, come out and accept your death. This roar caused the entire ancient city to shake. Many figures appeared on the black city walls, and many people flew into the sky. The Saint Physique has appeared again. He really dares to come. This time, he's here to kill the North Emperor. He dares to be so brazen. Can he kill him? Yi Fan stood outside the city, dressed in battle clothes. Golden divine light shot into the sky from his body, and his blood energy was like a dragon piercing through the heavens. Even from a distance, one could feel the pressure. Wang Teng, come out and accept your death. He stood there like a god of war. His thick black hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were clear and sharp. He faced West Dam City, one of the 10 great ancient cities of the Central Plains. Surname Yi, you really dare to appear. Wang Chong flew out of the city and stood in the sky, his eyes full of hatred. Last time, he had almost been killed by Yi Fan. Call your brother out. Don't hide. I'll send you to the immortal domain to reunite with your ancestor, Yi Fan calmly said. Whoosh, Wang Chong landed, followed by a row of old men. Among them were 2 ancient life forms, their scales flashing with a golden luster. They looked savage and fierce. Many people in West Dam City had been alarmed. They stood in the air and watched. There were many disciples of the extraordinary warrior residents, princesses of the divine dynasty, and direct descendants of great sections. Where is your brother? Tell him to come out and fight, Yi Fan said. Humph, you think you can fight with my brother? I've already prepared an inescapable net for you. You can't escape even if you grow wings. Wang Chong sneered. Wang Ting, where the hell did you go? Yi Fan was very blunt. My big brother has already gone to the eastern wastelands and has no time to deal with you. I'll just kill you here. Wang Chong sinisterly extended a finger. Today, I'll crush you to death. Wang Teng was going to the eastern wastelands. He might be going to the nest of 10,000 dragons, or he might be going to Mount Indigo, where Emperor Wuxia had passed away. He might even be going to another ancient land to meet the kings and princesses of some ancient race. This was the shocking news that Yi Fan had bought from the 100 Days Gate, the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets, and the Red Dust Pavilion. These 3 ancient sects were ranked among the 100 schools of the Central Plains, and their origins could be traced back to before the primordial era. They were the most well-informed, and each word they sold was worth 1,000 taels of gold. At the same time, there was also news that Wang Teng was going to the eastern wastelands to propose marriage to one of the ancient clans. Wang Chong was brimming with confidence, as though he had already eaten Yi Fan whole. Although he wasn't big, he was extremely arrogant. He pointed a finger at Yi Fan, his gaze sinister as he spoke. Today, even if I lend you 9 lives, it won't be enough to slaughter me. Behind him, there was a row of old men, all of them looking hale and hearty. All of them were supreme elders at the first level of Immortal Foundation or above. You are just a little brat, why are you not suckling your mother at home? Why are you running out to cause trouble? Yi Fan teased. You can be happy for now. In a while, I will make sure you won't even be able to cry even if you want to. Wang Chong was only 11 or 12 years old, yet he had his hands clasped behind his back as a sinister smile appeared on his face. Sure, I will stand here. Come over and beat Uncle up. Yi Fan remained unmoved. He stood in front of the ancient city and stared at these people. At this moment, many figures soared into the air, paying close attention to what was happening outside the city. All of them were shocked. Yi Fan dared to do this, it was out of everyone's expectations. Since he didn't flee, I will grant you your wish. Elders, kill him. Wang Chong coldly waved his hands. That cruel gaze of his didn't seem to belong to a child at all. Behind him, 8 first-level Immortal Foundation experts stepped out. In addition, there were two other supreme ancient immortal realms walking over step by step, their countenances extremely malevolent. In the current world, only the North Emperor would have such an imposing manner, subduing these supreme ancient immortal realms as slaves to protect his younger brother. Have the two of you forgotten about the sacred prince? Are you guys addicted to being wanting slaves? Yi Fan mercilessly berated. The sacred prince has an esteemed status, but he has no right to interfere in the matters of our race. Master has gone to meet with the king of our race, the others have no right to interfere. The 3-meter-tall creature covered in golden scales spoke. Yi Fan's heart stirred. The news he received was indeed true. Did Wang Ting go to the eastern desolate barren to enter the nest of myriad dragons? Or to the violet mountain where immortal Emperor Wuxia passed away? What was the North Arch trying to do? Was he trying to befriend the primordial royal race? If there was a conflict in the future, it would most likely involve the terrifying ancient kings. This was not a good thing. For the sake of the sacred prince, I'll give you a way out. All of you, scram as soon as possible. Otherwise, none of you will live. Yi Fan reprimanded. You're just a human in the dragon transformation 9th transformation. Do you really think you're the sacred prince? I can kill you with a single slap, said an ancient creature, revealing a mouthful of sharp, snow-white teeth. If it was your royal family that came, it would be understandable. But a lowly person like you dares to speak rudely? Yi Fan said calmly. It's said that the physical body of a sage physique is unparalleled. However, in the immemorial era, I've never heard of such a thing. On the other hand, it has eaten many human experts. The ancient creature took large strides forward, revealing his snow-white teeth. The taste of the golden divine blood should be very sweet. I heard that once it's achieved a small success, it would be considered a spiritual medicine. Let me have a taste. This was a very powerful ancient creature. One of his feet had already entered the divine lord realm. He was a half-step almighty being and could almost fight against almighty beings. This was because the bodies of the primordial races were exceptionally strong, far surpassing that of the human race. They were almost indestructible. This was a precious body bestowed by the heavens, especially for their race. Buzz. He stretched out a huge golden claw and slammed it down. It was as big as a wheel, and astral winds blew, causing people's faces to hurt. Sand and stones were sent flying. Yi Fan smiled coldly. This ancient creature really dared to compete with him in terms of physical strength. He didn't believe in the sage physique of the human race and wanted to kill him with a slap. Sage physique of the human race, kneel. This ancient creature was too confident. He thought that apart from the battle sacred apes, their race's physical body was the strongest. Slap, Yi Fan stepped forward, and his right hand slammed out like a huge golden millstone. The two hands collided, and a deafening sound rang out. Then, the sound of bones cracking rang out. The ancient creature's right hand spasmed and almost twisted. The sound of bones cracking rang out continuously, and the stubble of bones was exposed. Broken bones flew everywhere, and blood dripped everywhere. Bang, Yi Fan followed up and slapped out again. This ancient creature's soul almost left his body, and he was almost terrified. He said with a trembling voice, "How can the human's physical body be so strong?" Pfft, this time, it was even more thorough. Yi Fan's palm pressed down, slapping off one of its arms. Half of its body was ruined, and it was like a watermelon that had fallen to the ground. It was bright red and ruined. This ancient creature screamed miserably and flew out like a rotten wooden block. With a plop, it fell thousands of feet away, and half of its body was destroyed. Even the bodies of supreme sacred lords aren't as strong as my race. How can his body be so strong? It's no weaker than that of the battle sacred apes. This ancient creature groaned, and he used the lesson of blood to face the terror of the human race's sage physique. Humph. On the side, Wang Chong held his hands behind his back and sneered. So what if you have the strength to pick up mountains? You can't stop the monstrous magic power of supreme experts. At this time, the 8 grand elders had already closed in. Another silver primordial creature also flew over with a pair of wings as bright as heavenly blades. These few people aren't enough. Yi Fan shook his head. Young man surnamed Ji, you were too arrogant. Now, you can't even leave if you want to. A clanging sound came from behind. A muscular middle-aged man with eyes as sharp as knives walked over, cutting off his path of retreat. This was a supreme expert, and there were 5 people at his side, all half-step supreme experts. They could be said to be extremely powerful, enough to kill a cultivator of Yifan's level. "Uncle!" Wang Chong called out. This person was the uncle of Wang Teng and his brother. He was an extremely famous supreme expert of the northern plains, comparable to the sacred lords. He was an expert of a generation and had great authority in the Wang clan. There was also an expert among the 8 grand elders. With so many people surrounding Yifan, with 2 top experts holding the line, it could be said that even if he grew wings, he wouldn't be able to escape. "Young man Xianxia, hurry up and kneel. When the time comes, I'll torture you a little less. Otherwise, you won't even be able to die." Wang Chong clenched his teeth, his resentment soaring to the heavens, and his eyes vicious. He hated Yifan to the bone. He had almost killed him twice. 2 supreme beings, more than 10 supreme elders, you guys really do think highly of me. Yifan was extremely calm, not showing any fear at all. "Young man Xianxia, don't be so stubborn. In a while, I'll trample on your face so that you have no face to speak of. Let's see how you'll continue to be brave then," Wang Chong said darkly. "Little brat, you're dreaming again. I let you escape the first 2 times, but I won't do it the 3rd time. Today, I'll send you on your way," Yifan said with a smile. "Young man, it's not good to be too arrogant. You've injured Chong'er twice, and there's nothing more to say today. Will you kill yourself, or will you wait for me to kill you?" Wang Ting's uncle, Wang Qingfeng, said in a deep voice. "Actually, this is what I wanted to say to you. Will you kill yourself, or will you wait for me to send you off one by one?" Yifan was very calm. Everyone was shocked. They did not know why he was so confident. Facing 2 supreme experts and 10 some grand elders, he actually did not run and was fearless. Something was very wrong. "I don't believe it. How can someone at the 9th transformation of Dragon Transformation compete with us? Today, we must kill him." A half-step supreme expert stepped forward and was about to attack. "Be careful, or else you might immediately turn into ashes," Yifan said unhurriedly. Everyone stopped in their tracks. Even the heroes watching from afar were indescribably shocked. They did not know what else he had up his sleeve. "Yi, don't try to be deliberately mystifying. No matter what, I won't let you leave alive today." Wang Chong called out, "Uncle, make your move. Cut off half of his life and leave me to take care of him." Wang Qingfeng nodded and did not press forward. His hands moved, carving the laws of heaven and earth, preparing to suppress Yifan. At this moment, sand and stones flew, the wind blew, and the clouds surged. The world lost color. Devils descended from the sky one after another, throwing themselves at Yifan. This was the power of interweaving natural laws, drowning out this place. Yifan lightly shouted. His hands were also moving, producing one seal after another, constantly imprinting them into the void. Countless patterns appeared, mysterious and mystical. "Yi, aren't you going to get over here and die? No matter what you do, you can't change the result," Wang Chong shouted. "Young man, if you don't kill yourself, don't blame me for refining your soul in a bit," Wang Qingfeng coldly said, and then his hands shook. Boundless magic power descended. Yifan coldly snorted. His hands pressed down, and countless characters appeared, covering him and concealing him. At the same time, there was a flash of light in the air, and a divine source block the size of a human head appeared. It was densely covered with millions of inscriptions, and it flowed with a world-destroying aura. A foot-long divine phoenix flew out. The divine source formation that Ouyangyi had carved was formed from a total of 4 divine source blocks. That day, he had used up one of them, and its power was extraordinary, able to destroy everything within 100 li. "Yi, you're truly ruthless." Wang Chong paled. "How about it? Is it enough to send all of you on your way?" Yifan smiled. "Young man, you're still inexperienced. We've been on guard for a long time. Today, not even a god can stop me from killing you. You reckless thing." Wang Qingfeng's face darkened, his killing intent surging. Whoosh! With a shake of his hand, an ancient scroll flew out and froze in the air. The divine source block that was densely covered with origin heavenly patterns immediately quieted down, and the foot-long divine phoenix entered the inscriptions, no longer appearing. In this world, origin techniques are not invincible. There have long been martial sages who carved the source forbidden divine diagram, and those origin characters are completely useless. Wang Qingfeng sneered coldly. Is that so? It seems that you've made ample preparations, Yi Fan said. My big brother has already predicted all of this. You've received the legacy of the Yuan Taoist master, so we have to be on guard. Wang Chong sneered again and scolded, Yi, if you kneel down, I'll torture you a little less. Otherwise, you'll wish you were dead. There's no need for that. I'm about to make a cauldron of precious pills, and the divine body is the best material. Not a single inch of flesh can be wasted. Wang Qingfeng smiled faintly. Clang, 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 with a flick of Yi Fan's finger, ancient characters appeared in the air one after another. They danced as if they had souls, and all of them turned into imprints. The divine source block was instantly revived, and a divine phoenix rushed out. What, how could this be? The people of the Wang clan paled in shock. You've underestimated the Yuan Taoist master too much. You can only seal a part of the void. You can target the people of other origin technique families, but the successor of the Yuan Taoist master is not included. He can change the world, and you want to seal me with just a diagram? Yi Fan sneered. Retreat. Wang Qingfeng grabbed his nephew and was the first to fly back, wanting to escape this terrifying place. However, it was all too late. Yi Fan activated the divine source block, and millions of inscriptions appeared. A terrifying divine might suddenly exploded. In an instant, the world was filled with light, and even the sun in the sky was drowned. It was as if countless stars were falling and crashing into the ground. Miserable screams rang out. The people of the Wang clan were all submerged, and not a single person escaped. Within West Dam City, everyone felt a chill from their bones. This kind of power was too terrifying, and it was impossible to resist. Even a divine lord would be turned into a sieve by the divine light. Dao patterns appeared on the ancient city walls, turning into multicolored light that blocked the invasion of this tyrannical power. Otherwise, they would suffer a catastrophic impact. In that instant, the power was like a vast ocean, refining all living beings. The dozen or so grand elders turned into light on the spot, their bodies and souls destroyed. When everything disappeared, only the two powerhouses and Wang Chong were left. Their bodies were tattered, and they seemed like they were about to fall apart. The two powerhouses had relied on their own strength to survive, while Wang Chong had relied on all kinds of secret treasures to block. He had destroyed all his divine items to survive. Wang Qingfeng continuously vomited blood. Everything had been under his control, but at the last moment, he had been so badly injured. The other powerhouse staggered. He wanted to fly into the sky and escape, but with a bang, Yi Fan's palm slapped down, and he was smashed into meat paste. You still want to escape after using up all your magic power? A cold smile hung on Yi Fan's lips as he walked forward. On the ground, silver scales flickered. An ancient entity had not died, and it was struggling to crawl out of the dust. Pfff. Yi Fan's finger jabbed out, piercing through its forehead. Then, a golden palm came down, leaving only a puddle of blood. Don't come over. Wang Chong's hair stood on end. This change was so sudden that he was filled with despair. Didn't you want to stomp me to death? Come over. Yi Fan beckoned him over. Yi Fan. Wang Ting's uncle clenched his teeth and staggered to his feet. Then, he roared and ignited his life energy to forcefully increase his power. Bang! Yi Fan used his avatar's divine ability, instantly growing larger. He raised a golden foot and stomped down. Pfff. Wang Qingfeng vomited blood as he was stomped into the ground. He could not move, and all his bones were broken. You want to use me to refine medicine? Today, I'll refine you first. Yi Fan stomped down with his foot, crushing Wang Ting's uncle into the ground like he was crushing a bug. All his magic power was destroyed. My nephew Wang Ting will come to kill you. Wang Qingfeng was flustered and exasperated, coughing up blood. I'll wait for him. Yi Fan stomped down, and the expert was torn to pieces. He finally died a violent death. Uncle! Wang Chong cried out in alarm. He quickly retreated and leaped into the air. Yi Fan's body shrank, returning to his normal size. He descended from the sky and stomped Wang Qingfeng into the ground. You're already so vicious at your age. You've provoked me time and time again. Even the heavens won't forgive you if I don't kill you. Yi Fan kicked out, sending Wang Chong flying. Don't kill me. Wang Chong screamed. His whole body was trembling, and he knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Your brother is known as the North Arch, but you're kneeling here. How can he endure this? You've lost all his face. I'd better send you on your way. Yi Fan pointed with his finger, and a flower of blood bloomed between Wang Chong's eyebrows. He screamed and fell to the ground. This time, nothing unforeseen happened. The various life-saving Dharma treasures that the North Arch had given him had all been destroyed by the intense light earlier. They had all been destroyed. Wang Ting's brother was killed. The North Arch's uncle was killed by Yi Fan. The news spread as if it had wings and flew in all directions. It shook the central prefecture and alarmed many powerful forces. This time, the North Arch and the Divine Physique will not rest until one of them is dead. This grudge is huge. Everyone immediately thought of the future consequences. There will be a huge battle between the two of them. Only one of them will survive. In the distant East Wasteland, there was a dangerous land that humans thought was extremely evil. Many cave abodes were flashing with divine origin blocks, and many primordial life forms were sealed inside. In a spacious ancient cave abode, the North Arch and a young primordial imperial family member sat opposite each other. This place was filled with primordial aura, and everything was very mysterious. Bang! Suddenly, Wang Ting stood up in shock. A jade pendant on his body shattered. He knew that his brother was dead. What happened? The young primordial imperial family member asked. Someone killed my brother. Wang Ting's knuckles turned white, and his expression was frightening. His eyes shot out divine light that was several meters long, and it pierced through the stone wall like a sharp sword. Who is so bold? I'll send a few people to kill him. Even the leader of a sect won't be able to keep his head, the young primordial imperial family member said casually. It's him, it must be him. Saint Physique Fan, I will definitely kill you. Wang Ting's voice was low, but it was sonorous and forceful like a golden bell ringing. The human race's Saint Physique is not weaker than the battle Saint Ape race's physique. Once such a person reaches the phenomenal stage, even the primordial kings will be afraid, the young primordial imperial family member said. No matter what physique it is just the difference between a living person and a dead person. He is just a whetstone in my eyes, and he won't live for long. The light in Wang Ting's eyes was frightening, but he quickly calmed down without a trace of anger. He said, when will your ancestral king awaken? This is the most important thing. It's hard to say. It might be soon, or it might be several years. The young primordial imperial family member took a sip of wine and said, let's wait patiently. Suddenly, the sound of pearls and jade rang out. A graceful figure walked into the cave abode. She had waist-length blue hair, an absolutely beautiful figure, and skin like suet jade. She was extremely beautiful. Brother, the ancestral king has awakened, and he wants you to bring this human cultivator too. Meet him. This woman was very stunning, and she was no different from a human. She didn't have any characteristics of an ancient creature. Oh, the ancestral king has awakened. The young primordial imperial family member's expression turned serious, and he didn't dare to be careless anymore. The North Arch stood up and looked into the depths of the ancient cave. It was dark and unfathomable, and there was a faint aura that made people tremble. Even someone as strong as him felt his hair stand on end. Let's go. The young primordial imperial family member took the lead and walked forward. That's good. I want to meet your ancestral king and enter the ancient sovereign mountain where great the Archwusher passed away, Wang Ting said solemnly. A piece of divine source with 1,000,000 runes had crippled 2 powerhouses. West Dam City was in a state of desolation, and the ground was cut dozens of feet deep. Only some bloodstains were left on the battlefield, and nothing else existed. The people of Wang clan stood there for a long time without saying anything. It was already 3 days later, and it was already too late when they rushed over. Junior Yi, you dare to provoke my Wang clan, killing the powerhouses of my clan and the direct descendants of the Wang clan. There is no place for you in this world. A loud roar resounded throughout West Dam City. This time, the storm was huge. Yi Fan had killed Wang Ting's younger brother, Wang Chong, and his uncle, Wang Qingfeng. This was an irreconcilable enmity. The Saint Physique really dares to make a move. He even killed 2 of North Deity's closest relatives. Is he not afraid of piercing the heavens? Wang Ting had obtained the inheritance of ancient Chaos Emperor and had shocking fate. Even the godly diviner said that he might prove his Tao and become an emperor in the future. Now, not many people dared to offend him, and even some undying inheritances wanted to marry him. All the sect masters have to be wary of Wang Ting. Yi Fan is too straightforward and killed 2 of his relatives. There is no way to resolve this enmity. Now, almost no one was willing to be enemies with Wang Ting because he had already matured and could not be killed. Perhaps only Yi Fan was fearless. In the future, there will be a bloody battle on the path to becoming an emperor. I wonder who will win and advance by stepping on the corpses of many kings. The only one who can prove his Tao. With the arrival of the Great Era, many kings rose and stars shone brightly. However, in the end, it was still the glory of one person. If others did not back down, they would all be corpses under his feet. A great Saint Physique can compete with ancient emperors. Yi Fan's future is limitless. Even if Wang Ting walks the path of ancient emperors, he can still fight. West Dam City was 5,000 miles away from the Great Scholar Manor. This was not much for cultivators and could be said to be very close. The news immediately spread and caused an uproar. Although the monster from the eastern wasteland had not truly entered the Great Scholar Manor, there were many topics about him. He was in the limelight and would be talked about every once in a while. Who do you think is the #1 expert in the world? Is there even a need to say it? It's definitely that crazy old man from the eastern wasteland. He was already an unrivaled figure 6,000 years ago, and now he's comparable to an ancient saint. In an ancient town adjacent to West Dam City, a few young cultivators were discussing in a tea house. They all yearned for the person the old man spoke of. The world's #1 expert should be the victorious fighting Buddha of Mount Meru. He has been in seclusion in an ancient temple for many years. No one can estimate his depth. That's not necessarily true. The 5 major regions are vast and boundless. Who can say that there are no other saints? There are also many immortal islands overseas. Who knows, there might even be gods. These people argued, but no one could convince the other. They all had different opinions. That's hard to say. However, if we're talking about the #1 expert of the younger generation, it's either the Middle Emperor or Wang Ting. Wang Ting's uncle was killed by the Divine Physique, and his younger brother was killed by Yi Fan's finger. His reputation has been tarnished. It's hard to say now. Isn't there still the Southern Demon and the Western Bodhisattva? It's hard to say who will be #1. Moreover, the Divine Physique's growth is so fast. In the future, he will definitely be able to compete with anyone. In just a few years, the #1 expert will emerge. Don't you guys know that the Qishur Manor can lead to the outer realms? A starry ancient path will be opened there. Only the 3 strongest people of the younger generation can go there. Yi Fan was also sitting in the tea house. He was leisurely listening to them while drinking tea. These were all the elites of the Qishur Manor. They were all passing through this place. A few days later, Yi Fan arrived outside the Qishur Manor. According to the agreed location, he met Pang Bo in a mountainous region. Damn it, coffin planks are so disgusting. Pang Bo's first words were this kind of complaint. Yi Fan was speechless. The temperament of this brother of his had always been like this. There was really nothing he could say. He then asked, "Didn't you capture a snake in the Qin mountain range?" The bark of the Tao Comprehension ancient tea tree is an immortal grade treasure. That snake isn't of any use to it. I plan to leave it for you to break through to Immortal Foundation. Pang Bo spoke. With a flash of light, a beam of violet light shot out. A small snake that was only a foot long appeared in his palm, exuding a fragrance that permeated the air. This was a life form that was birthed from the divine dream pith. This was a priceless immortal-grade treasure. Even living fossils would feel their eyes turning red at the sight of it. Back then in the Qin mountain range, it was unknown how many people risked their lives for it. There was a total of over 10 life forms and Pang Bo managed to obtain one. AI, the divine dream pith's mother stock, still managed to escape in the end. Not a single person managed to capture it. That's a heaven-defying treasure that's comparable to a mature undying divine medicine. You should be content with what you have. If you really managed to obtain that thing, you would surely attract a great calamity. I have 3 pieces of immortal-grade pill fragments here. It's sufficient for you to break through to immortal foundation. You should keep this violet snake well. Light flickered in Yifan's palm, and 3 small fragments appeared. They were of different colors and emitted a fragrance that refreshed the mind. Among them, one was golden, one was green, and the last was purple. They flickered with a dreamlike radiance, and these were only 3 out of over 100 fragments. What a pity. If this was a perfect immortal pill, it could help one corroborate the Tao in the future, yet it's broken into such a state. Pang Bo felt that it was a great pity. A perfect undying immortal pill, if obtained by a single person, would definitely incur the jealousy of the heavens. Being able to obtain even 1% of it would already be considered heavenly luck. Yifan didn't feel any regret. That's true. This type of immortal pill is too heaven-defying. I fear that no one would be able to enjoy it now. Pang Bo agreed. Even the great ancient emperors have a stock of undying divine medicine. Only they could possess such a heaven-defying thing and plant it by their side. Yifan said. No harm. In the future, each of us will plant one as well. I don't believe they are truly extinct. Pang Bo yearned for it. A stock of heaven-defying undying medicine could extend one's lifespan for an entire lifetime, seizing the fortune of heaven and earth. The two of them chatted for a very long time before leaving this mountain range. You killed Wang Ting's uncle and younger brother. He will most likely go crazy. You must be careful. Pang Bo said. I'm fine. I'm just afraid that he will act against you and Li Heishui. Yifan frowned. Why don't we leave the unique scholar matter first? You don't need to worry. Old Blind and the Scarlet Dragon Daoist have come a few times already. They have already spread the word that if anyone dares to kill their descendants, they will use their emperor weapons to exterminate all of their descendants. On the surface, we are only friends with you and not from the same clan. We don't originate from the same inheritance. Even if Wang Ting takes his anger out on us, he won't offend one major power after another. It's better to be careful. Don't stray too far from the unique scholar manor. Don't wander alone to an uninhabited place. Yifan warned. Are you going to meet Li Heishui and Ji Ziyue? It's not very suitable for me to go in. Moreover, the Wang clan is looking for me everywhere. Yifan was a bit worried. It's fine. Killing is strictly prohibited in the unique scholar manor. No one can behave atrociously there. If little friend wants to enter the unique scholar manor, we can open the gate for you now. An aged voice suddenly came. Yifan and Pang Bo were startled. Their divine senses were very powerful, but they didn't notice the person in advance. Who is it? Pang Bo was bewildered. He looked towards a distant mountain peak. The fluctuation was coming from there. Yifan also didn't say a word. He activated his divine eyes of origin and looked over. This was an immortal vein. Normally, it was covered in clouds and purple mist. Looking from afar, one could see tens of thousands of dragons spiraling in the air. This was a heavenly divine land. In this place, there were precipitous cliffs. There were no weeds. Orchids emitted rosy clouds. One could often see very old herbs. However, the mountain peak ahead was very special. There were no spirit herbs, only some thistles and weeds. On the mountain peak, a rock moved and dust fell down. That's a person. Pang Bo was shocked. A person was submerged in yellow soil. Weeds grew all over his body, and there was even a bird's nest on his head. With the slightest movement, dust would fall down. How long did one have to sit here to become like this? The two of them were shocked. This person had been sitting here in seclusion without moving for at least several decades. He truly had great willpower. You two don't need to worry. I don't have any ill intentions. This was an old man. He carefully put down the bird's nest on his head and then stood up. The weeds and soil fell to the ground. This was an ordinary old man without anything special about him. If he was thrown into a crowd, he would be forgotten. There was nothing special about him. I am one of the vice masters of the unique scholar manor. Even though I am sitting here, I am not completely unaware of the matters outside. He invited Yi Fan into the manor. I want to know, is there really an ancient path that leads to outer space in the unique scholar manor? Yi Fan asked. This was the answer he wanted to know the most. Correct, there is an ancient starry sky path that leads to the ancient outer space, Lin Daochen replied. There really is such an ancient path? Yi Fan and Peng Bo glanced at each other. Their hearts were shaken, and they immediately grasped the hope of returning home. There are only 3 spots every 10,000 years. Only the strongest of the young generation can go to the outer space. You have a saint physique, so you can fight for it in the future. Lin Daochen smiled. Which ancient star is the outer space? What is on the other side? Peng Bo couldn't help but ask. I am already making an exception by telling you all this. This is an enormous secret. If you want to know, you must suppress your peers and obtain the qualifications to be in the top 3. Little Yi can consider entering the unique scholar manor. Even though there is a high chance of meeting that bastard Wang Ting, he wouldn't dare to make a move in the manor, Peng Bo said. Young man, don't you want to know the cultivation experiences of the 9 great completion saint physiques? Don't you want to know what divine techniques they cultivated? Don't you want to obtain their inheritance? Lin Daochen had a smile on his face. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat, but then he cursed silently. Damn it, why did this old thing turn into a cunning old fox in the blink of an eye? Even though he still looked very simple, he still gave off a feeling of insecurity. He shook his head forcefully and said, I'm not going. Young man, you are too cautious. What do you think I want from you? If I wanted to rob you, I would have killed you with a single slap if I had caught you off guard. Yi Fan rubbed his chin and said, why don't you let me take a look around first? For example, let me take a look at that ancient path in the starry sky and browse through the cultivation methods of the 9 great completion saint physiques. Lin Daochen laughed involuntarily and said, your request is too much, but I can let you walk around and gain some experience. The unique scholar manor was located at the center of this immortal vein. Purple mist rose everywhere, and it was indescribably noble. The more Yi Fan studied the heavenly book of origin, the more he felt that this place was indescribably mysterious. This should be a terrain that can only be formed in the immortal world. I wonder what I can dig out after digging it up. In front of the ancient mountain gate, on the Dan cliff, on the 1,000-feet cliff, on the 1,000-feet cliff, tens of thousands of years old Lingji shone brightly, and tens of thousands of years old ancient medicine wafted with the wind. Lin Daochen was startled and said, young man, I know you have learned the original technique, but don't have any ideas about this place. If you really dare to dig around here, be careful that someone will pull out your tendons and tear your bones apart. Yi Fan rubbed his chin embarrassedly and said, I was just saying. Not long after entering the unique scholar manor, Lin Daochen was asked to leave by a top expert who had something to discuss with him. Why do I find that young man so familiar? F*CK, isn't that the Supreme Great Overlord? He actually ran into the unique scholar manor. What overlord? He is that Saint Physique fan. Don't tell me it's the Saint Physique fan who just killed North Thearka's uncle and killed his brother. That's right, it's him. Oh my god, he is too daring. He actually dares to come here. Is he really going to fight to the death with North Arch? As soon as Yi Fan came in, he caused a commotion and attracted a crowd. No one dared to believe that he would dare to come here. Hey, isn't that Chick Chi? As soon as Yi Fan came in, he saw a familiar person. It was Ji Huashui. Princess Chi was a peerless beauty that could cause the downfall of cities and countries. Her beauty could be said to be unparalleled. Her dark hair hung down naturally, and her skin was as delicate as fine white jade. Her eyes were like limpid autumn waters, and her waist was soft. She walked leisurely by the side. She could be called a calamitous beauty, a peerless beauty who could captivate all men. When she happened to come here and heard Yi Fan's words, she turned her head and immediately frowned. She turned and left. She ran very fast, but she was also swaying like a willow, and her figure was very alluring. "Chi, why are you running?" Yi Fan shouted from behind. "He thinks that she is not running." Pangbo felt that something was wrong. Princess Moon Spirit, someone from the Jiuli God dynasty. When Yi Fan saw the second most beautiful woman in the Middle Prefecture, his eyes froze. He would never forget that the Jiuli God dynasty attacked him in the Qinling Mountains. There were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the Qixia residence. All of them were elites from all over the world. Princesses of nations, successors of sacred grounds, saintesses of great sects, sons of gods from god halls, and heaven demons from demon imperial palace. It was not strange to see them here. "Princess Moon Spirit, that person is looking at you." At the side, a woman reminded. Princess Moon Spirit was the most beautiful woman in the world. This time, she did not disguise herself, and her beauty was suffocating. She looked over and immediately saw Yi Fan. She was startled and said, "It's him. He actually came to the Qixia residence. What does he want?" Suddenly, there was a hubbub of voices from afar. A large group of people ran over, and Qi Huishui was at the front. She twisted her waist and gritted her teeth. Her bright red lips flickered with an alluring luster, and her long hair fluttered as she rushed back. "That's him. Surround him and capture him," she ordered in an unruly manner. "I knew it. This Chi is the most resplendent pearl in the southern mountains. Her cultivation is very powerful, and she has countless escorts. She also has a monster brother who knows many people. She's here to cause trouble for you," Pangbo muttered. As soon as Yi Fan entered the Qixia residence, he was surrounded by people. Qi Huishui raised her snow-white and beautiful chin and said, "You dare to come here, Chi, my coming here has nothing to do with you. Don't be so enthusiastic, okay?" Yi Fan said. Princess Qi brought over 40 to 50 people, and in addition to a group of onlookers, the place was crowded. There were many beautiful mountain peaks within the Qixia Manor. Qilin lay in front of the cliffs, accompanied by old herbs, and overflowing with fragrance. There were also many open lands decorated with pearl-like lakes and flood dragons. As soon as Yi Fan entered the Qixia Manor, he was discovered. Qi Huishui brought dozens of people to block him at the mountain gate, attracting the attention of many people. "The monster from the eastern wasteland has come. His real body has entered the manor." This news quickly spread out. Many people rushed over, wanting to see his real face. Recently, his reputation was too great, so many people wanted to see him. Of course, there were many arrogant geniuses who were unwilling to accept this and rushed over. Moreover, the monster-level existences were all alarmed and came out of seclusion. "Ye scoundrel, you won't be able to leave today." Qi Huishui clenched her teeth. There was no need to doubt her beauty. She was the pearl of the southern mountains, a peerless beauty that made hundreds of flowers lose their splendor. "Scream all you want. It's useless even if you scream until your throat breaks. It's not like Yi Fan did anything to you," Pangbo said in an extremely vulgar manner. Qi Huishui was so angry that she almost fainted. Her face was flushed red, and she almost couldn't speak anymore. She forcefully exhaled and shouted, "You, damn it." Once these words came out, everyone's jaws dropped to the ground. Qi Huishui was a peerless beauty, and she was usually very elegant. But now, she was clearly angered. "Who did I offend? Yi Fan really didn't do anything to you. Did I say something wrong? Is there something else?" Pangbo looked like he was asking for a beating. "You, disappear immediately." Qi Huishui was so angry that she wanted to bite someone. "We're not that familiar with each other, right? Don't be so excited after seeing me. Did you make such a big scene to welcome me or something?" Yi Fan asked. "Shut up, I'm here to suppress you." Qi Huishui became even more excited. Her face was red, and her slender body was almost trembling. She shouted to the people beside her, "Attack together, seal him for me." However, even though there were dozens of people who came aggressively, none of them dared to make a move when they got close. They turned a deaf ear to her words. Qi Huashui was flustered and exasperated. She shouted for a long time, but no one came forward. She was the only one left to face Yi Fan. What are you all afraid of? Isn't it just a holy physique? So many people can't beat him? These people still didn't make a move. They all looked at each other, not moving at all. What a joke, this was a killing star, someone who even dared to kill powerful beings. Who dared to go up now? Region Mistress, he just killed the North Thearcha's biological uncle. Are you sure you want to suppress him? A lady at the side reminded softly. So what? Qi Huashui did not care at all. The North Thearch is someone that even the various sect leaders are afraid of. His uncle was killed, which is enough to show that the Saint Physique is very arrogant. It's not a good idea to provoke him now. So what if he's the North Thearch? My brother is a southern demon. So what if he has a Saint Physique? My distant cousin, Yao Yuekong, has a heavenly demon physique, Qi Huashui muttered. You're a demon? Pangbo was surprised. Shut up and disappear. Qi Huashui was extremely disgusted with him. The veins on his smooth and jade-like forehead were throbbing. No wonder you're so beautiful. You're a demon girl. There are many demon lords in the southern mountains. You're from the Demon Imperial Palace, Pangbo cried out. Princess Qi's forehead was filled with black lines as she said, Big fatty, I'll remember this. You and the Saint Physique are not good people. Just wait and see. Actually, Pangbo wasn't fat at all. He was just too tall and sturdy. He was 2 to 3 heads taller than the average person. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes, and his arms were as thick as the thighs of others. You're the fat one. This brother here is called Majestic, okay? You've never seen such a manly demon, right? Pangbo said. Go and die. Qi Huashui ordered the others to make a move. Since he couldn't order them around, he took out a demon pagoda. With a flash of silver light, he flew forward. Ding! Yi Fan made his move. He caught the pagoda with his bare hands and knocked it away. He rubbed his chin and looked at Qi Huashui from left to right. He said, You're really a demon? He had captured Qi Huashui before, but he didn't expect her background to be so great. She came from the Demon Imperial Palace that had existed since ancient times, and she was the younger sister of the Southern Demon. Regardless of whether it's the Eastern Wasteland Sky Demon Palace or the Southern Mountains Demon Imperial Palace, they all produced world-shaking great demons. Their descendants were born in human form, and their original form couldn't be seen at all, just like Yen Ryu, Pangbo said. He knew a little more than Yi Fan. After all, he had stayed in the demon race for a long time and knew a lot. Demon Qi, I don't have any grudges with you. Don't get so worked up when you see me. I still haven't planned to start a war with that legendary brother of yours. The people from the Extraordinary Warrior Manor had heard of the Southern Demon. The Southern Demon was extremely mysterious and rarely appeared. He had always been reading the personal letters of the Extraordinary Warrior Manor's predecessors and had been in seclusion. Yi, don't be so arrogant, cousin, what are you doing? The flood has rushed into the temple of the Dragon King. These are all my friends. A chuckle sounded out from not too far away. A purple-clothed male walked over. Brother Yuekong. Yi Fan laughed. It was the young master of the Sky Demon Palace, Yao Yuekong. He was in high spirits as usual. Long time no see. Brother Ye's name has shaken the world. It's really impressive. Yao Yuekong walked over. Cousin, how did you know him? Princess Qi was very unhappy. She couldn't forget that Yi Fan had taken her as a maid. She had been imprisoned for a month, and just thinking about it made her gnash her teeth. Let bygones be bygones. Brother Yi is not an outsider. Yao Yuekong smiled. Boom. In the depths of the Extraordinary Warrior Manor, an ancient mountain was filled with demonic aura. Endless divine light pierced through the sky, and an ancient demon imperial palace appeared. It was like the ancient heaven, majestic and grand. A supreme figure appeared out of thin air. His black hair was like a waterfall, and his eyes were filled with endless stars. It was incomparably deep, as if a demon god had descended. Could it be the legendary southern demon? Many people were shocked. Yi Fan's expression froze. No matter if it was the demonic King Hall or that godlike man, they were merely formed from a strand of divine sense that came out from the ancient mountain. For such an earth-shattering scene, one could imagine that person's cultivation. Just like a demon god. Pangbo was also shocked. Chi-Chi, come back. A cold voice was heard. That strand of divine sense turned into a divine light, piercing through the void and took Princess Chi away. The southern demon is so powerful. Just a strand of divine sense is enough to surpass the other young experts. Everyone was shocked. This was the first time they saw the southern demon in action. Little Yi, Li Heishui and the others rushed over. They didn't think that Yi Fan would be so daring to come to the extraordinary warrior manor. Come, let's find a place to drink, Wu Zhongtian said. Not long later, they came to a small wine shop. It was just by the roadside. It wasn't very big, and the peach blossoms were in full bloom. It was impossible for the extraordinary warrior manor to have a big restaurant, but this kind of small wine shop was a bit different. It was a place that was decorated with natural beauty. Brother Yue Kong, you actually have the heavenly demon physique. You really hit it well. Yi Fan raised his cup and said. My heavenly demon physique doesn't live up to its name. Yao Yue Kong shook his head. Before he was born, he was plotted against in his mother's womb. He was congenitally deficient. It was already a miracle that he was able to survive, but it limited his future achievements. Unless I pass the 9 stages of death, I will be able to recreate the supreme elegance of the heavenly demon physique. Yao Yue Kong didn't go into details, as if he didn't want to talk about the past. Is Chi Huashui's brother really that powerful? Pangbo asked. That is my distant cousin. There is no doubt that his strength is on par with the Middle Emperor and the North Arch. Yao Yue Kong nodded and warned them not to anger him. Extremely powerful. In the middle of the peach forest, a barbarian dressed in beast skin walked over. His black hair was thick, and he exuded a wild aura. It was Dongfang Yi. He rushed over after hearing the news and didn't stand on ceremony. He sat down and drank a big bowl of wine before saying, I am also from the southern mountains. Back then, I saw him in an ancient forest. He killed a demonic dragon with a single hand. How strong was that demonic dragon? Comparable to a supreme existence. What? Everyone drew in a breath of cold air. Are you sure that the demonic dragon was comparable to a supreme existence? Jiang Huairan didn't believe it. Of course. I roasted the dragon and ate it. Dongfang Yi nodded. Then what cultivation level is he at now? Li Heishui was shocked. 3 years ago, he killed a demonic dragon with a single hand. I saw it with my own eyes. At that time, he had just passed his heavenly tribulation and entered the 2nd level of Immortal Foundation. Now, I think he has already consolidated his foundation and is comparable to a peak stage Saint Lord. The southern demon is actually so strong? I always thought that it was a story purposely made up by some busybody. Who would have thought that there would be such a terrifying young demon lord? Little Yi, are you here to see me? The fiery red peach blossoms were in full bloom. The fragrance of flowers permeated the air. Ji Ziyue walked over with a radiant smile on her face. 2 dimples could be seen on her face as her violet robes fluttered in the wind. Beside her, Ji Haoyue, who had the God King physique, walked with a majestic gait. His black hair draped over his shoulders and his eyes were deep. He exuded the aura of an invincible God King, forming a stark contrast with the mischievous Ji Ziyue. At the table, Ji Haoyue didn't speak much. He was very steady, but each of his words carried weight. Some people soared up to the heavens when they were young, but they stopped there. Some people matured late, but they were full of potential. Looking at the ancient saints, the majority were the latter. For those with boundless potential, they would need to spend their entire lives unearthing it. That's right. It has always been so since ancient times. Hundreds or thousands of years later, in our generation, there might be some geniuses who would be forgotten by people, while there would be some fools who would soar up to the heavens. Yao Yue Kong nodded. In that case, there's a high possibility that I would beat Wang Ting into a pig so badly that even his mother wouldn't be able to recognize him? Li Heishui asked. Everyone was dumbfounded and speechless. People like North the Arch and South Demon can't be lacking in potential. Such momentum is unstoppable in the future. It's hard to say how far they will go. Late at night, the stars twinkled, and the moonlight was gentle. Even Jizu's face was flushed red from drinking. She was shouting that she wanted to suppress her brother. Ji Haoyue's face was full of black lines. He helped her sober up and wanted to pull her away. I'm not drunk. I can drink many cups of 1,000-year-old immortal brew. I just drank 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cups. She breathed like orchids and danced among the peach blossoms. Under the night moon, she was like a fairy, dancing drunkenly. Little Yi, let's go suppress South Demon, suppress Middle Emperor, suppress Prefecture Master together tomorrow. Jizue was forcefully pulled away by her brother. She was indeed a little drunk. She mumbled that she still wanted to suppress her evil brother. Do you know where the starry ancient path to the outer region is? Yi Fan sent Jizue and her sister away and returned to ask Yao Yuekong and Dongfang Yi. No one knows. The few of them shook their heads. It was late at night. They left the small wine shop and came to a spiritual mountain. There were many mountain peaks, and everyone had their own cave abode. Under the pure white moonlight, auspicious qi flowed. In the latter half of the night, everything was silent. Yi Fan walked out alone and stood on the mountain peak. He looked at the entire Qisha residence. As far as the eye could see, there was the light of ascension. Suddenly, he felt a strong aura. He quickly turned around and saw a man walking out of nothingness. He stood in an ancient demon sovereign palace like a demon god. South Demon. Yi Fan's heart jumped. South Demon was unfathomable. He opened up a small world with a strand of his divine will. It was as though he was standing in ancient heaven. He looked down and there were star regions in his eyes. It was as though the ancient demon sovereign had been reborn. I've seen you before. You come from the outer region, South Demon Qi Lin said calmly. Yi Fan was shocked. He stared at him and didn't understand why he said that. The moonlight was like water. South Demon Qi Lin stood in the nothingness. His eyes were deep as he said, 9 dragons pulling a coffin. You came from the outer region. There were more than 10 of you who crossed the star region. You are one of them. You. In the dead of night, the mountain peak was extremely empty. A divine moon hung high in the sky, sprinkling down white light onto the ground. A clear spring gurgled, and from time to time, birds would cry. Yi Fan stood on a boulder, his heart trembling. How did the other party know these secrets? Could it be that an old friend had fallen into his hands? How did you know? Qi Lin, the southern demon, had an imposing figure and an imposing aura. His black hair was thick, and his eyes were frightening. He said, I witnessed everything from the ancient demon imperial palace. I saw all of you descend from the sky and appear in the forbidden area of the desolate antiquity. How is that possible? How could you have seen what happened in the eastern barren territory when you were in the Nanling Mountains? Yi Fan was shocked. The distance between the southern mountains and the eastern wasteland could be measured with astronomical figures. It was extremely far, and a cultivator would need to fly for more than 10 years to reach it. How could a person travel such a long distance? The demonic king palace, which has been left behind since the ancient times, contains a blood sacrificial altar. On it, there is a heaven and earth Dharma eye. It is one of the most precious immortal treasures in the world. If a person's arcane energy was strong enough, they could use this Dharma eye to observe the 3 realms, the 6 paths, the universe, the stars, the past, the present, and the future. However, unless one was an ancient emperor, one could not use this eye. The amount of spiritual energy required to use it was far too great. It was not something a normal person could handle. Therefore, although there was such a heaven and earth eye, the many demons in the Demon King Palace could not investigate everything in the world. It was only during the cycle of reincarnation every 10,000 years that the Dharma eye would flash on its own, allowing it to be used for a short time. Since ancient times, the biggest problem that plagued cultivators was life and death. No one could live forever, not even the ancient emperors. Because of this, during this 10,000-year cycle, a few peerless old monsters used it to observe the eastern wasteland's 7 great life-forbidden zones and explore the various secrets of the immortal divine medicine. And it was precisely because of this that they coincidentally discovered the 9 dragons' coffin falling from the sky and landing on the ancient desolate forbidden land. It was easy to imagine the shock in their hearts. Since ancient times, there has been no lack of tales of visitors from the outer realms, but I never thought that I would be able to witness it with my own eyes. Qi Lin's eyes were bright and full of expression. The sun and moon rose, and dragons and phoenixes flew out. The brilliance was terrifying, and it was extremely mysterious. That's right. We came from the outside and somehow ended up on this side of the starry sky. At this point, there was no need for Yi Fan to hide anything. Qi Lin took a step out of the Demon King's palace and descended from the sky. His steps were calm as if he was stepping on the stairway to heaven. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and he had the unique aura of a demon king that could shock the world. He had no intention of attacking. He sat cross-legged on the ground and asked Yi Fan about everything on the other side of the starry sky. It was very important to him. Different star domains had different foundations. This was a clash of ideas. Yi Fan's past and various experiences were like a 1,000-year-old divine treasury to the people of this world. Yi Fan responded calmly and talked about the situation on the other side of the starry sky. This caused the southern demon's thoughts to wander, and he said, "Just how vast is the outer realm?" Yi Fan also asked him about many of the secrets of this world. The two of them sat facing each other for most of the night. Finally, the southern goblin stood up and said, "If I can't personally visit that world, it will always be an illusion. There's an ancient starry sky path here that leads to the outer realm. Can you find it?" "I don't have any clues. I don't know at all. I suspect it's not in the Cheshire Manor." The southern goblin shook his head and turned to leave. After that, in the following days, the southern goblin would come every night. The relationship between the two of them was very special. They would consult each other and verify what they needed. On the last night, before the southern goblin left, he said, "In the future, we will compete on the path of the great emperor. If you are defeated, I will let you go and repay your kindness today." After that, he never appeared again. The powerful southern goblin was unfathomable. Just a wisp of his divine sense was enough to show disdain for the younger generation. He was extremely mysterious. And now, at this stage, Yi Fan, as a saint physique, would definitely compete with others on the path of the great emperor in the future. Even if there was no conflict between them, they would still have to fight. This was a helpless choice because there would only be one great emperor in a world and an era. It was impossible for two to be born. The rise of many kings seemed to be prosperous, but in the end, it was also filled with endless sorrow. The path of the great emperor was a path of no return. One could only move forward. If one fell behind by a step, it would mean that the yellow soil would be stained with blood. One could only move forward by stepping on the corpses of many kings, singing triumphantly all the way to the end. As long as one failed or made a mistake, they might be consigned to eternal damnation. There would no longer be a path of life and death. The southern goblin had no great enmity with Yi Fan, but in the future, there was destined to be a life and death battle. It was unavoidable. There was no right or wrong. It was only a cruel choice to walk on the path of the great emperor. Yi Fan's arrival at the Cheshire Manor caused a commotion. In the past few days, there were many people who came to watch from afar. There were those who admired him, but there were also those who were unconvinced and hated him. "Little Yi Zi, a follower like you is really incompetent. Wherever you go, you attract attention and trouble." Ji Clan's little moon grumbled. "Since when did I become your follower? I brought you everywhere to look for that ancient starry sky path, but you followed behind me. What is that?" Ji Ziyue blinked her large eyes and said with dissatisfaction. "That works too." Yi Fan was speechless. In the past few days, he had asked Ji Ziyue to help him search for the ancient starry sky path. This caused Ji Clan's divine king physique to glare at him as if he was a thief. They were afraid that he would abduct Ji Clan's little moon. After the battle at Qinling, Ji Clan's protection of Ji Ziyue was greatly strengthened. They could not allow anything to happen to her. And it was also because of this battle that countless major powers and immortal inheritances came to visit. They only had one goal, and that was to propose marriage. All of them wanted to form a marriage alliance. Those major powers also did not know what kind of physique Xianxia had. Only the Peacock King and a few extremely knowledgeable people knew, but this did not prevent people from paying great attention to her. She could borrow the power of heaven and earth to push Yifan to the height where he could fight against a divine lord. At that time everyone was shocked. This kind of physique was definitely extraordinary. Divine physique, stop. I want to fight with you. Finally, someone could not hold back and stood out, blocking Yifan's path and challenging him. In the Xianxia residence, private fights were not allowed. Only challenges could be carried out with the consent of the other party. Everything was to protect the weak. Who are you? Do I know you? Yifan looked at the other party. It doesn't matter if you know me or not. What's important is that I don't like you. I want to kill you. The person was very arrogant. He was just short of pointing at Yifan's nose and cursing. Are you tired of living? Pangbo was impulsive. And wanted to slap him to death. Divine physique, do you dare to fight with me? I won't use any Genesis techniques and will fight with my real cultivation. This young man was very arrogant. His voice was very loud and startled many cultivators in the vicinity. All right, I will fight with you. Yifan nodded and agreed. Little Yi, something is wrong. Now, other than North the Arch and some other heaven-defying monsters, how many people would dare to make a move against you? Although this person is very strong, he is still far from North the Arch. Pangbo was puzzled. The Exterminating Immortals platform was a place specially used for duels in the Xianxia residence. Yifan climbed up and took out his black chariot against the man who was shouting. It rumbled and rolled over. Are you kidding me? That's the legendary Imperial Divine Weapon. How can we fight against it? It's invincible in the same cultivation realm. Even a dozen people won't be enough to kill it. You're cheating. The man in front of him was so scared that he rushed into the sky and didn't dare to take it head-on. I didn't say that I couldn't use it. It's better to end it quickly. Yifan was too lazy to make a move. He used his artifact to suppress the man and didn't want to waste time. Boom. The black chariot flew up and hit the man in front of him. He coughed out blood and his body cracked. He screamed and fell on the Exterminating Immortals platform. If it wasn't for the rule that one couldn't kill the opponent, this man would have died without a doubt. Someone like you wants to challenge me? Pangbo shook his head. However, things didn't stop there. In the next half a month, there were people who jumped out to challenge Yifan from time to time. Many people were involved. After that, they finally got serious. Some people wanted to fight to the death and went to the dragon-scraping platform in front of the mountain gate. Yifan was very unyielding and didn't refuse anyone. He killed 3 people in 2 days. Go to the immortal vein and fight to the death. Let's go all out. Finally, someone took a step forward and wanted to fight to the death with Yifan without caring about the consequences. Are they tired of living? The real heaven-defying genius didn't make a move. Did these people eat immortal guts? Pangbo was even more hesitant. They're trying to lure me out of the Xianxia residence step by step, away from the perception range of the powerhouses in the residence. Someone wants to kill me. Yifan sneered disdainfully. What do you want to do? This immortal vein contains great dragon qi. I'll carve some formation runes. If they dare to come, I'll make them all stay. Yifan said coldly. Dongfeng Yi said, Brother Yi, the saint bone you gave me has been refined into the mace by my granduncle. It can release an attack of a legendary saint weapon. He handed over the mace, wanting to lend it to Yifan. It was a priceless saint weapon. Although it could only release one attack, it could definitely destroy the world. Even an invincible king would be turned into ashes if hit by an ancient saint's weapon. Divine lords wouldn't be able to escape. Carrying the heavy mace, Yifan and Pangbo's hearts jumped. Enough. With such a saint weapon, no matter how many people come, they'll die. Pangbo said. Hiss. Yifan sucked in a cold breath and said, Are those people really going to make a big move? Don't tell me they brought a saint weapon too? It was impossible to bring an emperor weapon because they had just used it not long ago. The inheritances of the Undying couldn't be taken out immediately and had to be used to suppress their foundation. Every time they were brought out, they had to prepare for a long time. Someone wants to kill me. Ziyue, go and ask your brother if he can borrow a perfect saint weapon. Yi Fan said. What do you think a saint's weapon is? Even an undying inheritance can't be used. Yin Yang sect relied on a mirror to establish themselves in central state and become a supreme sect. Because of that, they became invincible. Go and ask your brother. Maybe we can get the mirror and give it to your Ji family as a betrothal gift. Yi Fan smiled. Go and die. What are you thinking? The ancient saint's weapon contains a god's will. It's almost impossible to subdue. It's an invincible existence. Ji Ziyue rolled her eyes. Central State has a dragon-seeking Earth Master. This place is suitable to draw the dragon chi. In order to resist my Genesis art, they might have invited a peerless genius. Yi Fan muttered to himself. 5 days later, Yi Fan walked out of the unique scholar manor and arrived at an immortal vein. As soon as he arrived, he didn't hesitate to throw out over 1,000 pieces of jade, all of which were engraved with heaven origin divine marks. Loud noises rang out one after another. All the dragon chi in the ancestral root rushed out. A terrifying ripple came from afar. A peerless killing formation was activated. As expected, they invited a genius and drew the power of the ancestral root. Yi Fan's heart trembled, but he was not afraid. He had already made the first move. Damn it! A curse came from afar. The dragon-seeking Earth Master's runes were activated and destroyed everything. Roar, a huge dragon roar resounded. 81 heavenly dragons rushed out from the ground and rose into the sky. They were several thousand zhang long. The huge dragon formation had been activated. Damn it, a genius was indeed attracted. Yi Fan sneered. The power of the ancestral root and the terrifying great dragon god formation could definitely grind the Saint Lords to death. Boom! A terrifying ripple came from afar. A blazing light shone down and an ancient mirror floated in the air. It emitted a ripple that could even make peerless kings tremble. The ancient saint's weapon, Yin Yang mirror. Yi Fan's heart trembled. Just as he had expected, a saint weapon had been invited. Boom! Behind Yi Fan, a divine splendor flew out. A scarlet blood divine phoenix soared into the sky. A scarlet gold divine lamp blocked the terrifying light beam and stopped the Yin Yang ancient mirror. Such a powerful force. How many Saint Lords would die here? Pang Bo was alarmed. This is only an imitation of an ancient saint weapon. Even though it came from the hands of a saint, it is not a true saint weapon. It is incomplete. Behind them, Ji Haoyue appeared. Wang Yangzhan, so your lifespan is almost up. Yi Fan shouted. The Yin Yang sect master appeared. There was a red and black ancient mirror above his head. A terrifying aura covered the sky and earth. He was expressionless and lacked vitality. There was an additional aura of death. Time waits for no one. My lifespan is almost up. Today, I will eliminate you for the later generations. The Yin Yang sect master was very helpless. He had lived for more than 3,000 years, but in the end, he could not resist the erosion of time. His lifespan was exhausted, and he could no longer survive. Originally, he should have died a few years ago. He had been using the dragon marrow to prolong his life, but in the end, he could not obtain the illusory divine marrow. Ordinary dragon marrow was no longer effective. Do you think you can kill me like this? Yi Fan laughed coldly. The Yin Yang sect master's life force was almost completely extinguished. He was more or less like a dead person. Right now, his smile that was like that of a malicious spirit was extremely terrifying. Even though the Yin Yang mirror I brought isn't that holy weapon, it still came from the hands of this saint. Who would have thought that the Ji family's great figure would also come and hold a similar weapon? Yi Fan's expression was cold. He calmly looked at him and didn't say anything else. However, none of this is important. Inviting an extraordinary person and obtaining a damaged saint weapon isn't a method to kill you. Speaking up to here, the Yin Yang sect master shouted loudly, the important thing is that I saw you. With just a glance, you are dead for sure. Retreat. Someone cried out in the darkness, warning him with a cry of alarm. However, it was a bit too late. A terrifying aura pervaded the air and immediately locked onto Yifan. Hong, the Yin-Yang sect master's body shattered. He died in a seated posture, evaporating into a streak of blazing radiance. Then, he turned into a fist-sized silver little person. His left eye was black like ink, and his right eye was scarlet red like blood. It was extremely strange. Even though it wasn't the size of a palm, it made one's blood run cold. Not good, the Yin-Yang sect's death curse is unbreakable in this world. After killing the enemy, one will fall into purgatory as well. They will only be destroyed after suffering the most terrifying torment in this world. Yin-Yang sect master cared so much about the holy body, actually releasing the Yin-Yang death curse before dying. The great figures cried out in alarm. Even they didn't dare approach because touching it would result in certain death. I died, but I also completely eliminated a great disaster for my descendants. The Yin-Yang sect master roared loudly. One could imagine what kind of pressure the current Yifan brought them. His rise was already unstoppable, yet this living fossil even used this type of method. Even before death, he still wanted to drag him down with him. The silver little person seemed to be crying yet not crying, smiling yet not smiling. One eye was pitch black like ink, the other scarlet red like blood. It crossed time and space, impossible to avoid, impossible to shake off. It threw itself in front of Yifan. Hong, the radiance was endless. Yin-Yang life and death force immediately buried Yifan inside. The death curse erupted, and a boundless hell appeared. Dark azure hall and purgatory rose and fell, erasing everything. Yin-Yang death curse. This was the strongest attack of the Yin-Yang sect leader before his death. No matter if you were a holy lord or a fiend lord, if you were hit, it would be hard for you to escape. Azura hell, Yama kings of the 10 halls, all sorts of illusions appeared. Pitch black palaces appeared one after another. They were grand and horrifying. It was as if they had arrived in a realm of death. The small silver person that was less than the size of a palm was formed from the Yin-Yang sect leader's entire life's battle strength. Before his death, he gathered all his power and turned it into a blazing light that buried Yifan underneath. It's over, little Yifan won't be able to escape. Not good, the Yin-Yang death curse has no solution. As long as he is hit, he will die without a doubt. In the back, the expressions of the people who were concerned changed. It was useless even if the powerhouses came. Touching it would mean certain death. There was no solution at all. Little Yifan, hold on. Jesus sat in the void and released divine light. She borrowed the boundless power of heaven and earth to activate a scarlet gold divine lamp towards her brother. This was a damaged holy weapon that was left behind by an ancient saint of the Ji family. Even though there was a huge flaw in it and it couldn't compare to a true holy weapon, it was still extremely domineering. It wouldn't be a problem for it to kill a holy lord. The scarlet gold divine lamp was incomparably precious. Because of this, 3 powerhouses came to protect it. They helped Ji Haoyue and activated it with the source of a divine king. Qi. The ancient lamp flickered and hadn't been extinguished since ancient times. The red divine gold flickered with scarlet light. It was incomparably bright. The light was resplendent and a divine phoenix soared into the sky, its voice resounding through the 9 heavens. The scarlet blood divine phoenix soared through the sky and wiped out the boundless formation patterns. The mountain range in front burned like paper and turned into ashes. Bow. On the other side, a black and red ancient mirror appeared and floated up and down. One side was as black as ink and the other was as red as blood. It shot out a yin-yang death light. Clang. The scarlet blood divine phoenix and this ancient mirror collided continuously. In just an instant, the boundless mountain range turned into dust. Nothing was left. During this process, almost all the people hiding in this area died. 2 powerhouses couldn't escape this calamity. This terrifying scene caused those even further away to tremble uncontrollably. These were the weapons of the ancient saints, but they were only damaged replicas and not true sacred objects. The might of a saint is unshakable. A single drop of blood essence is enough to kill a top saint lord. Even though this broken weapon is almost completely destroyed, it still can't resist. Little Yi Zi. Everyone cried out in alarm. That scarlet blood divine phoenix was extremely powerful. It circled around Yi Fan, but it couldn't swoop down at all. That yin-yang ancient mirror blocked his path. It was extremely terrifying, devouring the power of heaven and earth. There was no way to get close. Moreover, even if he were to get close, it would be very difficult to neutralize, and he might even be turned into ashes. At this moment, Yi Fan felt as if 10,000 arrows were piercing through his heart. The yin-yang death curse approached his body, wishing to strike at his soul. This was a strange power that was pervasive and difficult to defend against. Around him, lovely land, immortal king descending on the 9 heavens, golden sea of bitterness, and other phenomena appeared. However, the most effective one was still the yin-yang picture of life and death. It intertwined with that death curse and continuously evolved. A yin-yang picture floated up and down, emitting a terrifying might. Around it, dark azure hall, 10-directional purgatory, and other phenomena revolved. Yi Zi, hold on. Pang Bo roared loudly. The demon emperor 9 slashes were executed at the same time, and they contained his life essence. Bang! A powerhouse from the Ji clan slapped his palm and used his hand to forcefully draw back his life essence. He poured it into Pang Bo's body and said, "It's useless, you will only lose yourself." Then what should we do? Ji Ziyue asked. After thinking for a moment, she opened her mouth and spat out a divine multicolored light that shot towards Yi Fan like a waterfall. Ziyue, what are you doing? Ji Haiyue was astonished. The phenomenon of a bright moon rising over the sea appeared. The blue sea was boundless, and the waves were clear and crystalline. A bright moon rose up and blocked that divine multicolored light. This secret treasure has fused with your primordial spirit. You can't use it, and you can't destroy it either. Otherwise, you will die. The powerhouse from the Ji clan was so frightened that his soul almost left his body. Chi. The divine multicolored light trembled and was forcefully drawn back into Ji Ziyue's body. She shook and said, "This is the divine item from the Bronze Immortal Palace. It should be able to break the death curse. I will be fine." "No, you haven't fused with it. If you use it rashly, you will definitely die. There will be a great disaster." The Ji clan's elder quickly sealed her, afraid that she would act recklessly. In the distance, everyone was astonished. They all knew that Ji Ziyue had a secret treasure in her body, but they didn't expect it to be so powerful. Countless years ago, someone carried out half of an immortal corpse from the Bronze Immortal Palace. It was divided equally by the strongest sacred grounds in the eastern wasteland. The Ji clan obtained an immortal treasure from it and nurtured it in Ji Ziyue's body. Back then, in the eastern wasteland, little Nan Nan revealed a strange expression and said that there was a treasure in Ji Ziyue's body. The yin-yang life and death curse was very special. It was all-pervasive and couldn't be blocked by any secret technique. Once it locked onto a person, it would go straight to the source. Boom! Yi Fan's body shook violently. The yin-yang death curse entered his body, extinguishing his life force. Death energy surged, wanting to destroy everything about him. "Suppress!" he shouted lightly. 9 ancient characters appeared and entered his body. The 9 emperor characters from the Tao scripture flowed in like mercury, wanting to suppress the yin-yang life and death curse. No, his realm is too low. Even if he has the emperor's formation runes, he can't truly activate it and can't display its true effects. In the distance, a Ji clan expert said. The yin-yang death curse burned Yi Fan's divine power, destroying his life force. It wreaked havoc in his body, wanting to devour him and turn him into a corpse. This wasn't an ordinary attack, but a type of resentment curse. It was extremely strange and impossible to defend against. Once it locked onto someone's aura, it wouldn't stop until one party died. Immortal 6 seals. Runes flickered in Yi Fan's eyes. Countless stars flickered. He used his divine will to carve words in his body. They were densely packed like the vast starry sky. Boom! Divine flames burned fiercely, but it was still useless. The yin-yang death curse couldn't be destroyed. It was formed from the source of heaven and earth, a formless and intangible thing. "Ah!" Yi Fan shouted loudly. The golden blood in his body quickly flowed, and his heart thundered like a heavenly drum. The fluctuations it released caused everyone's ears to ring. The yin-yang death curse could kill a saint lord. He relied on his powerful physique to resist until now. Yin-yang runes appeared one after another on the surface of Yi Fan's body. They were filled with death energy. Little Yi Fan! Li Heishui and the others shouted. They were anxious but couldn't do anything to help. Yi Fan raised the wolf-tooth club in his hand with difficulty. This was something Dongfangyi had lent him. It could display the divine might of an ancient saint's weapon, but he couldn't use it at all right now. Unless he destroyed himself, there was nothing he could do. The curse was formless and had long become one with him. Yi Fan's body trembled. He sat in the air. Within the sea of reincarnation, Tao Palace, for extremes, and dragon transformation realms, scripture sounds rang out, resounding through the heavens. He cultivated 4 powerful ancient scriptures. Even though they were all damaged, when they were pieced together, they were still unparalleled in the world. They possessed unparalleled profound mysteries of the great Tao. The scriptures were like thunder, like dragons, like phoenixes, like chilants, resounding through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The winds and clouds changed, and the world lost color. However, it was still difficult to erase the curse. The saint physique is truly frightening. He grasps all kinds of secret techniques. If he reached the Saint Lord realm, he could be said to be unrivaled under the heavens. It wouldn't be a problem for him to break the yin-yang death curse. However, his current cultivation realm is too low. The Ji family's experts were shocked. The death curse formed from the life of a living fossil actually didn't immediately erase him. This is truly frightening. The people from the enemy forces felt a chill run down their spines. This kind of saint physique was truly terrifying. Who would be able to contend against him in the future? Break for me! Yi Fan roared. However, he still couldn't do anything. The death curse was formless and intangible. It tangled together with his source. The fatal strike of a living fossil was something he couldn't break with his current cultivation realm. All kinds of attempts, all of them were futile. Yi Fan became ruthless, not resisting it at all. He activated the death curse, rushing into the depths of his sea of reincarnation source. Now, there were 2 pieces of green copper there. They were both calm and unperturbed, not reacting at all. He was going to use them to attack the central province's supreme treasure. Hong, endless brilliance shot out from his body. The deathly aura surged like a boiling pot, collapsing in all directions. The saint physique can still persist. Everyone almost didn't dare believe this. The yin-yang death curse rushed into the sea of reincarnation, smashing into the 2 pieces of green copper. It was immediately blasted out, most of it scattering, forced out of the sea of reincarnation divine spring. Bastard! Yi Fan cursed. These 2 pieces of old copper didn't move at all. They blasted back the death curse, and then they became as still as boulders, not doing anything. In the end, his expression changed. The curse rushed into his sea of consciousness, wishing to destroy his spirit. If the flesh was destroyed, it could still be restored. If the divine sense was destroyed, then it was the same as one no longer existing. Yi Fan released a great roar. He had no choice but to abandon his flesh and first use his divine sense to escape. At the space between his brows, that small golden lake pulsed. A small golden figure that was exactly the same as him walked out, about to rush into the sky. However, the death energy was like an abyss, cutting off the path ahead, forcibly locking him down in front of the space between his brows, difficult for him to escape. Not good, the yin-yang death curse's most terrifying side has appeared. There is nothing it can't burn, nothing it can't destroy. Those who understood this all took steps backwards, their hearts trembling in fear. The terrifying death curse was completely activated, there was already no way to neutralize it. Heaven and earth as the furnace, yin and yang as the flame, burn deities, destroy all living things. This was precisely the yin-yang death curse, something established by the most powerful ancient saint. It was rumored that in his later years, he encountered a foreign deity, destroying his own body to destroy his divine sense. The world was like a copper furnace, the death curse the flame, burning fiercely, roasting Yi Fan's flesh, refining his divine sense. Walala! The small golden figure formed by Yifan's divine sense opened its mouth and sucking out an ancient diagram from the myriad chi cauldron, draping it over his body. There were stars twinkling on it, like a star chart, flowing with a dreamy luster. This was the immortal treasure taken out from the chaotic nest of 10,000 dragons, held by Emperor of Fighting and ruthless Great Emperor. Boom! The death curse was completely activated, but it was not able to destroy Yifan immediately, only burning him to the point where he was almost shattered. He's not dead yet. In the distance, the enemy forces all felt a chill in their hearts. The life force of a saint body was too strong, even with the protection of a secret treasure, it should not be able to last for so long. Little Yi, hold on, if you can't break it, then exhaust the death curse's power. Jiziyue shouted. Yes, we have already exhausted the Yin-Yang hierarch to death, then exhaust his death curse too, let him die in vain, leaving nothing but regret. Pangbo and the others also shouted. He can hold on for at most an hour. Maybe he can hold on for a day. The enemies in the dark all sneered, many of them preparing to collect the corpse. 1 hour, 4 hours, 6 hours, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, Yifan really persevered, spending a full 8 days, but he was still not dead, still bitterly holding on. Damn, is this the reincarnation of the 9-life cat? Damn it, how is he still alive? The enemies could not sit still, but there was nothing they could do. 8 days had already passed, it had already alarmed the Qishir mansion, a few powerful vice mansion masters came over, laying down a 10-direction great formation to protect this place. 10 days, 20 days, 30 days, a month had passed, Yifan's bones were all burned out, his flesh was almost dried up, but he was still alive. Why is he still not dead? Little Yi, hold on, the death curse's power is almost exhausted. The reaction of the enemies and the friendly people were completely different, but there was one thing in common, and that was their emotions were excited, unable to calm down. This time, the Yin-Yang death curse had appeared, but it had not been able to refine Yifan even after a month. This alarmed the major powers of the Central Plains, and many great characters came to watch. Not to mention the geniuses of the Qishir mansion, as well as the many young experts of the Central Plains, they all came to watch the center of the scene every day. In the blink of an eye, 7 by 7 for 49 days, Yifan's body was almost burned out. His bones were protruding out, his flesh was in tatters, and his golden blood was almost dried up. This was a purgatory-like torture, and his divine sense was also erratic. The little golden person was motionless, sitting cross-legged in front of his forehead, submerged in the death curse's fire. Yifan knew that the reason he was able to persevere was not only because his saint body's vitality surpassed others, but also because of the green bronze piece and the star chart. Although they were useless, they were still very useful. The heaven and earth were the furnace, and the yin and yang were the fire, transforming into a terrifying divine furnace. It truly manifested and trapped Yifan inside. Boom! On the 49th day, the sky suddenly flashed with thunder and lightning. Fierce gales arose, and blazing lightning poured down like the falling galaxy from the 9 heavens. What a freak, he's undergoing tribulation at this time. Even after 79 days of refinement, he still failed to refine him to death, but he actually broke through at this time. How can this be? The saint body is too terrifying. Could it be that the Yin-Yang sect leader died for nothing? Yifan actually attracted the heavenly tribulation when he was on the brink of death, using this as a pretext to rise to the next level. Everyone felt that this was inconceivable. Yifan was too tenacious. He was unyielding even after being refined for 49 days, and he even broke through at this critical juncture. It was simply too freakish. Boom! Tens of thousands of feet of lightning descended from the sky. This was even more terrifying than the heavenly tribulation in the past. Because this time around, he was breaking through to a greater secret realm and not just a minor realm. The great circle of dragon transformation, the dragon soared into the immortal platform. The scene of the heavenly tribulation that was attracted was truly terrifying. In the withered body of Yifan, a huge dragon rose from his spine, rushing straight to the immortal platform. It transformed into an eternal divine light, looking disdainfully at the world. This dragon was truly resurrected, and now it wanted to advance to an even higher realm. It spat out an immortal pearl that transformed into a supreme immortal platform. lightning descended, drowning the mountain region. A vast and boundless ocean appeared. Everyone backed up. This was a boundless heavenly tribulation, making everyone tremble in fear. The ocean of lightning was incomparably terrifying. A streak of electrical radiance shot out, blasting a great mountain into ashes. Everyone was horrified. There was so much lightning, just how terrifying of a power would it possess? If all of it descended, this immortal earth would no longer exist. However, the lightning tribulation this time was quite special. Only a few streaks of electrical radiance occasionally shot out, and they were relatively concentrated. They descended together, burying towards Yifan, and not randomly striking towards other places. This is the most terrifying heavenly tribulation of the Dragon Ascension platform. Only a few ancient texts in the Holy Lands have records of it. Outsiders have no way of knowing about it. Ji family's great figure widened his eyes. This isn't a normal heavenly tribulation. There haven't been many since the ancient times. There will definitely be mysterious and indescribable things that happen. Those who face this type of tribulation are all heaven-defying freaks that incur the jealousy of the heavens. Hong, the vast ocean of lightning descended, the tremendous sound making everyone's ears feel intense pain. Many people tumbled outwards, their ears bleeding, unable to stand in place at all. At the center of the endless sea of lightning, Yifan was still resisting the death curse. His entire body flickered with divine splendor. The great dragon on his spine raised its head, spitting out pearls to transform into an immortal platform, merging with his head. This was the final secret realm immortal platform. The human body was nurtured like a great dragon. With a single leap, he ascended into the heavens as a platform, entering the final secret realm. It was mysterious beyond mysterious. Even though his body was in tatters, it still turned into a streak of eternal light. The dragon leapt up, illuminating all living things, returning to the primordial, possessing the mysteries of the creation of heaven and earth. The heavenly tribulation was extremely special, suppressing downwards, not activating for a long time. It didn't attack, but the terrifying divine might became more and more frightening, intimidating one's soul. What appeared in that sea of lightning? Endless palaces, forming an endless expanse. Everyone was shocked, all of them horrified. This type of scene was too sinister. The imposing palaces were majestic, rising and falling within the terrifying sea of lightning. That is the ancient heaven. Inconceivable, did the ancient heaven really exist? 10,000 years ago, the demon emperor wanted to rebuild the ancient heaven. Could it be related to this? Everyone trembled with fear. Within the endless lightning, ancient buildings appeared one after another, all of them condensed from electrical radiance. Now, they were slowly taking form, the pressure making it hard for everyone to breathe. The tribulation didn't strike Yifan, not because there was no danger, but because it wasn't time yet. Everyone believed that when it descended, it would be earth-shattering. At this moment, Yifan was still undergoing purgatory-like refinement. His golden blood had almost dried up, and even his bones were exposed. His body was in tatters. Heaven and earth as the furnace, yin and yang as the fire. They interweaved together, truly manifesting, forming a yin-yang 8 trigrams furnace. How could there really be a divine cauldron? This is specially made to destroy the holy body. Was it, up, it. Under, it, ye. Ye comma God, and. Yifan endured endless suffering because he was unyielding. His will was like steel, comprehending the Tao and the realm of death, resisting the death curse, refining his heart in the yin-yang divine furnace. The flames of this furnace burned fiercely, submerging his body. However, it couldn't be extinguished. The two fought for 79 days, but to no avail. Yifan had accumulated to this point. He activated his own lightning tribulation, preparing to break it both from the inside and the outside. This divine furnace seemed to have existed since time immemorial. It burned fiercely and emitted an undying divine light. It had already been 49 days since it refined Yifan. The yin and yang energies circulated in an incomparably terrifying manner. "Break for me!" Yifan shouted. At this point, he felt that he couldn't wait any longer. Breaking the deadlock was right in front of him. This was the result of his careful consideration. He was going to use the heavenly tribulation to break the deadlock, The great dragon on his back shone with boundless brilliance, suppressing the divine light of the yin-yang divine furnace. The true dragon leapt up. His head merged with the dragon's head, forming an immortal platform. Boom! The little golden figure sitting in front of his forehead quickly returned. The two merged as one, and he successfully entered the last secret realm of the human body. At the same time, the heavenly punishment truly erupted, drowning him in a sea of lightning. All types of divine light, boundless violet heavens, divine lightning of great divination, 5 elements origin lightning, 9 tribulation lightning, all of them struck down. This was a surging sea, a world of tribulation and punishment. It was unknown how many types of lightning tribulations descended at the same time, each and every one of them incomparably terrifying. After successfully breaking into a great secret realm, the great heavenly tribulation would be many times more terrifying than before. Such a tribulation was something that even a holy lord would die with a grievance. However, Yi Fan was bitterly enduring. He clenched his teeth and endured it with his withered body. He used the heavenly tribulation to baptize his flesh and sea of consciousness, all for the sake of dispelling the death curse. It was unknown how many types of lightning were guided into Yi Fan's body, baptizing his flesh. Eternal light flickered and boundless lightning hacked about. This was a world-shocking great tribulation. Pooh! Golden blood splashed everywhere. Yi Fan's broken body was riddled with holes. Even someone as powerful as his body was in such a state. One could well imagine how terrifying the lightning this time was. Even his bones were broken. White bones protruded out from his flesh and blood. It was extremely bloody and terrifying. However, he didn't even let out a groan and continued guiding the lightning into his body. At the same time, the tiny golden figure in the center of his brows merged with his body. After entering the Immortal Foundation secret realm, it reappeared and sat cross-legged in the air. It opened its mouth and drew in a deep breath, absorbing all the lightning in the sky. The tiny golden figure was like a bottomless pit. The lightning from all directions struck down, all rivers flowing into the sea, all of them were sucked in. His flesh and divine sense were both baptized, bathing in the light of the heavens as a blinding light flashed. This was a fearsome might. His body and divine sense were on the verge of shattering. One could very well imagine what the consequences would be if others were to endure it. Boom! A thunderous sound rang out as the copper heaven and earth furnace was shattered. Yin-yang divine light shot out in all directions. The effect of the heavenly tribulation finally manifested. The yin-yang death curse suffered a blow. What was the heaviest yang energy in this world? Naturally, it was thunder and lightning. It could destroy all yin spirits and annihilate all darkness energy. The death curse also belonged to this category. This was the method that Yi Fan thought was feasible after thinking about it. He wanted to use this to break through the situation. Right now, it seemed that the effect was great and it could definitely destroy the death curse. Patches of lightning descended as all sorts of tribulations appeared, completely drowning out the entire space. The final thunderous sound rang out. The area around Yi Fan was completely illuminated. The yin-yang divine furnace was shattered and completely disappeared. The power of the death curse was obliterated, destroyed by the heavenly tribulation. However, the price for this was extremely great. Yi Fan didn't guide the lightning into his body. He was almost split apart by the lightning. Over 100 of his bones were broken and he almost lost his human form. Even the tiny golden figure was almost broken into pieces and was on the verge of destruction. He had no choice but to do this. Only by completely letting go would he be able to destroy the power of the death curse. If not, it would leave behind a disaster. Little Yi Fan. Behind him, Ji Ziyue, Peng Bo, Li Heishui and the others exclaimed. Yi Fan opened his eyes. At this moment, he could finally resist. He swallowed the 3 fragments of the immortal pill he obtained from the ancient dragon cave in the Qinling Mountains. Boom! Resplendent divine light rushed into the heavens and drowned him within in an instant. The joints all over his body moved and crackled incessantly. His flesh also rapidly swelled and recovered its vitality. It was as if he was reborn. The immortal pill of immortality had been nourished in the 3rd generation Yuan Taoist master's body for 70,000 years. It absorbed the origin of the Qinling Mountain's great dragon and seized the fortune of the heavens. If one was complete, it could allow one to prove the Tao. This was only 3% of the fragments, but it was already quite considerable. It was enough to regenerate flesh and bones from the dead. Yi Fan's injured body recovered rapidly, even if his divine sense was damaged. Moreover, he began to resist the heavenly tribulation at this time, so the damage he received was minimized. Great! Pang Bo and the others cheered. Meanwhile, the opposing forces were all incomparably disappointed. All of their faces were gloomy. This result was unacceptable. A dragon and phoenix cry rang out. Divine phoenixes danced around Yi Fan, true dragons spiraled, Qilins gazed at the sky, and immortal spirits appeared one after another, dazzling and resplendent. Essence Qi from all directions gushed over like water. There was even immortal light from the lightning tribulation that blotted out the sky, converging on his body, healing his injuries. Yi Fan's body rapidly recovered, swelling up. His flesh and blood flickered with a sparkling luster as his broken bones reconnected. His body was like a seven-colored glaze. This was the wondrous effect of the immortal pill of immortality. It could regenerate flesh and bones from the dead on the spot, and the effects could be seen immediately. He instantly grew stronger and there was no longer any trace of a defeated look on his face. Finally, amidst the rumbling of thunder and lightning, a war divine-like figure stood in the air. His black hair fluttered in the wind as his entire body shone with a resplendent light. Yi Fan climbed to the peak. His injuries to his physical body and divine sense were healed. Every single move he made contained boundless combat prowess. He could sense how powerful his immortal foundation was. And at this moment, the true danger descended. In the sea of lightning, ancient buildings could be seen floating in the air. Within a majestic palace that resembled the ancient heaven, a humanoid life form walked out. Human-shaped lightning. Human-shaped lightning from the legends. From afar, everyone exclaimed in shock. From ancient times until now, the number of people who could summon this kind of lightning could be counted on one's fingers. In the end, all of them became heaven-defying existences. Even the records of them were vague. Boom! A humanoid life form rushed over. Above its head, there was an eternal sacred cauldron that flickered with flames. It was like a divinity descending into the world, mysterious and unfathomable. Heavens, a humanoid lightning. Why does it even have a weapon? It's formed from lightning. Everyone's expressions changed, unable to understand. The humanoid lightning was as white as jade, incomparably holy. As for that divine cauldron, it was scarlet in color, as though it was forged from phoenix blood gold, a sacred object exclusive to ancient emperors. It was resplendent and dazzling. White lightning as a body and scarlet lightning as a cauldron. Is this King heavenly creation? I don't believe it. Pang Bo shouted. All of this was unimaginable, exceeding everyone's understanding. It was simply unimaginable. Did the ancient heaven really exist before the primordial era? Or could it be that there was a divinity controlling it? Could it be that it existed in a different form? Yi Fan took out the myriad qi cauldron and used it to resist. At the same time, it also interweaved the laws of the great Tao so that it could undergo the tribulation. Boom! It was no different from a real person fighting. It was like the eternal sacred cauldron forged from phoenix blood gold. It had boundless power and could actually use the laws of the great Tao. That humanoid lightning could also use holy power. This? Even Yi Fan was shocked. How could it be like this? He was incomparably shocked. This was a terrifying confrontation. On the surface, Yi Fan was resisting the heavenly punishment, but in reality, he was experiencing a life and death battle. The opponent's strength was very strange. It was always the same as him, evenly matched. Thus, it was especially bitter. Fight, use this as a sacrifice to my sacred cauldron. Yi Fan vaguely sensed something, but he still pressed forward. He used the myriad qi cauldron to resist, fighting the humanoid lightning and bombarding the divine cauldron. After an unknown amount of time, another humanoid lightning flew down from the ancient heaven. Above its head, there was an ancient mirror floating up and down, condensing into nothingness. It's very similar to our family's void mirror. What's going on? Jizu's cute big eyes were wide open. Yi Fan muttered in the center of the battle. How could the ancient heaven and the Thunder Sea have such strange humanoid lightning? Even the weapons were so realistic, and they could use the laws of the Great Tao. In the end, he fought for half a day. His body was full of injuries, and he almost died. He fought with 2 humanoid lightning continuously. It was incomparably bitter. That sacred cauldron forged from phoenix blood gold, why is it so similar to the eternal universe furnace? That ancient mirror is very similar to the void mirror. Why is it like this? Yi Fan's heart jumped. The ancient heaven in the Thunder Sea is so terrifying. What secret is inside? He fought while bathed in blood. He rushed up and looked at the ancient heaven. He wanted to see what was inside. Before Yi Fan even got close to the ancient heaven, he already felt a kind of divine energy that could destroy one's soul. It was indescribable, and it was a fluctuation that reached straight to the source of one's being. It seems that I will have to endure the heavenly tribulation in the future. In the future, the entire celestial court might fall. Yi Fan naturally wouldn't approach rashly. Now, 2 humanoid lightnings already made him tired. He fought without stopping, and his whole body was stained with blood. There were several times when he was almost killed. Strangely enough, the humanoid lightnings were very strange. One of them had similar strength to him, and they were evenly matched. The other 2 were the same. They didn't surpass him, but they weren't weaker than him either. They maintained a kind of balance. Boom, finally, the 3rd humanoid lightning appeared. It was a humanoid creature with a huge dragon hovering above its head. It shook its head and tail, and its attack power was unparalleled. Then, it turned into a divine lamp, illuminating the starry sky and collapsing the heaven and earth. It was extremely terrifying, and it attacked downwards, splitting the rivers and mountains. I don't recognize this divine lamp, and I've never seen it before. Finally, a different kind of weapon has appeared, and it isn't the weapon of the ancient emperors. Yi Fan did his best to resist, and he was bathed in blood. He moved unhindered in the sea of lightning and fought against the 3 humanoid lightnings. They were no different from human cultivators, and they could activate the Great Tao and use the laws. This was a life and death battle, and there was no room for carelessness. One wrong step could ruin their whole life, and they would immediately die here. Their strength is similar to mine, and they don't surpass me. Is this the result of the Great Tao? Yi Fan was bewildered. In the end, this battle lasted for a day and a night. Yi Fan's myriad energy cauldron was almost pierced through, and his body was heavily injured. In the sea of lightning, many ancient buildings floated up and down. In the end, Yi Fan couldn't see what was going on. He was only able to get a little closer, and then he was stopped. Boom, with a final loud sound. The lightning that filled the sky disappeared, and the endless storm dispersed. The world became clear again. Yi Fan's joints moved, and his body was like divine gold, shining with extraordinary splendor. At the same time, the myriad energy cauldron trembled unceasingly. The runes on it interweaved like dragons, giving it life. Everything had ended. Although the heavenly tribulation was terrifying, it didn't descend completely. It only buried Yi Fan, and didn't touch the immortal vein below. Boom, after who knew how much time had passed, Yi Fan erupted with a streak of light that pierced through the heavens and earth. His entire body was clear and flawless, completely recovering to his peak state. Everything has passed. The Yin-Yang death curse was destroyed and Yi Fan's strength soared to the next level, entering the immortal foundation realm. Every single move of his was filled with boundless energy that would never dry up. He stood in the air, and Yi Fan stood in the air. His eyes, and Yi Fan of the cauldron. Of his Yi Fan's heavens. Of Triboff cauldron. A chi was like abyss opened. Of world, and the heavens. I heaved. From afar, a loud cry rang out. A man was flung over, forcibly restrained. Everyone was shocked. That was a half-step expert, yet he was actually restrained. He just entered the Immortal Foundation secret realm and he can already fight against supreme existences? Many people were shocked. Little Fifi, go to hell. The man who was restrained roared with unwillingness. He spat out a waterfall that was refined from the sun-true water. The great river surged, extremely hot, so hot that the immortal vein was about to turn into ashes. Every splash of water was like a sun. This was a secret treasure of the sect, even holy lords would feel their hearts stirring when they saw it. He was a half-step expert from the Yinyang sect. After his defeat, he didn't retreat. He was like many spectators, and didn't know that Yi Fan had a divine eye, and had long seen through his true body. Pooh! The great cauldron spun, sucking in the sun-true water. At the same time, it descended, formless, omnipresent, and landed on his body. This supreme existence coughed out blood and was instantly severed into two. After that, his body instantly disintegrated, evaporating into nothingness. Not even a bone was left behind. Yi Fan just entered the immortal foundation realm and he could already fight against half-step experts. He didn't use any of his origin arts, nor did he toss out any divine origin blocks. He only relied on his own combat prowess. 8 Forbidden Domain. Everyone drew in a breath of cold air as they realized a very serious problem. Each level of Immortal Foundation could be divided into 9 levels. Yi Fan just arrived at this secret realm and yet he could already fight against characters at the peak of the first level. In other words, they were all half-step supreme existences. In truth, there were some living fossils who felt that Yi Fan was even stronger than they imagined. Because they could sense how terrifying his divine sense was. His divine sense is strong enough, and first-level Immortal Foundation cultivators mainly cultivate their divine sense. In that case, he might have a qualitative leap in strength soon. When they thought of this question, many people shuddered. Yi Fan's advancement speed might be extremely fast, and he might even break through soon. Who would be able to stop him in the future? In the Immortal Foundation realm, the first layer was used to temper one's powerful divine sense, like sharpening one's blade. Only after entering the second layer would one be able to unlock other treasures in one's body, unlocking boundless combat prowess. He's only at the first level of Immortal Foundation, it's hard to determine his combat prowess. Only after he grasps an ancient scripture would his combat prowess be revealed. And you also acted 49 days ago, right? Yi Fan's divine eyes were like lightning as he stared in another direction. From afar, a loud cry rang out. Another supreme existence was forcibly captured. This person was extremely powerful. He took out a white bone banner and waved it ferociously, causing 10,000 swords to slash wildly. Clang! Yi Fan tapped out with his finger as a beam of golden light shot out, shattering the 10,000 swords. After that, a gigantic golden palm pressed down, shattering the white bone banner. The hearts of everyone in the surroundings trembled. The 8-limit domain was truly terrifying, rarely seen since ancient times. Yi Fan was already so powerful when he just ascended to Immortal Foundation. After he touched upon the 8-limit domain, he was basically invincible at the first level of Immortal Foundation. Kill. This half-step supreme existence didn't want to sit still and wait for death. He spat out a golden skull. At the start, it was only an inch tall, but after that, it expanded rapidly, transforming into a golden skeletal furnace. Saint Lord ranked weapon, able to manifest the laws of the Great Tao. Yi Fan wasn't moved. The myriad source chi cauldron flipped and flew out, smashing into the furnace with a bang, instantly shattering the golden skull. This cauldron has already been upgraded to a Saint Lord ranked weapon. After experiencing heavenly tribulations, it has already manifested its own Tao marks. Everyone was shocked. Right now, this cauldron was the same as Yi Fan, starting to mature. The material it was made from was extremely precious and rare. Once it manifested Tao marks, it would be extremely terrifying. The myriad source chi cauldron is truly compatible with the saint physique. Someone sighed. Chi. The ancient cauldron trembled lightly. That half-step supreme existence instantly shattered inch by inch, transforming into nothingness. He died just like that. A powerful saint physique, displaying such combat prowess the moment he stepped into the Immortal Foundation realm. This caused a commotion in all directions. Many major powers sent people over, all of them were shocked. Now, it's a little too late to suppress the saint physique. If we want to eliminate him, we have to pay an extremely great price. That might not be the case. A weapon of an ancient sage that isn't damaged by the saint physique, if we want to kill him, he wouldn't be able to escape even if he soars into the heavens or burrows into the earth. Naturally, people could only discuss in private. If they wanted to kill Yi Fan, there were many experts with great combat prowess. But the crux of the matter was whether they could stop him or not. How can it be so easy? He has an origin art that allows him to transform without a trace. Now that he has appeared, he is in the unique warrior manner and can't act recklessly. You guys are truly audacious. Yi Fan coldly laughed. He saw some people from the enemy powers that weren't at the half-step supreme existence realm hiding in the darkness. Yi Fan attacked continuously. Flowers of blood bloomed one after another. In the blink of an eye, tens of people died. What? Did he cultivate the heavenly eye? Why can't he hide? The remaining enemies all ran away. However, there were still many people here. During this month, many major powers had received the news and rushed over. There was no need to mention the elites of the unique warrior manor, they had been paying attention to this. A few supreme existences from the Ji clan were here, holding the scarlet blood divine lamp. It was a damaged weapon left behind by an ancient saint, intimidating many people. The unique warrior manor was even more unfathomable. No one was willing to provoke them, they didn't want to cause trouble here. In the distance, Princess Moon Spirit's heart trembled. The Jiuli divine dynasty had robbed Yi Fan. In the future, things would most likely not be good. If the saint physique continued to develop at this speed, it would definitely be a huge pressure. The Jade Lake Holy Maiden, the God King physique of the Jiang clan, the experts from the southern mountains, the itinerant monks from the western desert, the kings of the central plains, and the others were all uneasy. At this moment, the younger generation all felt different. They all felt a huge pressure. Brat, pay your debts. The last person wasn't captured by Yi Fan. Instead, he approached Yi Fan of his own accord. Duanda charged forward with a black face and a broken bowl on his head. The victim had come, Yi Fan really couldn't attack. First, he was in the wrong. Second, he had half a monarch weapon. If they really fought, he would be unlucky. Daoist Duan, long time no see. How have you been? Unharmed my ass. You bastards, you even stole my underpants. Don't talk so much nonsense with me. My 9 divine weapons, my longevity lock, my 18 divine pearls, my celestial demon lamp. Spit them all out. In the distance, everyone spluttered. Dong Fengyi wanted to slip away. He didn't let go of any hairpins, socks, or shoes. Naturally, he was the one who had done it. But he had stripped Duanda naked. Yi Fan had a headache. Fatty Duan was very difficult to deal with. Did he really have to fight? It was impossible to hope that he would hand over the 9 divine weapons. That fatty was also robbed. Serves him right. In the distance, Ji Ziyue was fuming. Ji Clan's Almighty was also grinding his teeth. Fatty Duan had visited their cemetery and robbed an ancient invincible divine king's tomb. They didn't catch him at that time. Return my weapons. Duanda clenched his teeth. Every weapon he mentioned was a monarch divine weapon. They were all famous and had left endless fame in this land. The world knew about them. Monarch divine weapons, where did he come from? He had collected all of them before? Everyone was shocked. They weren't unfamiliar with this fatty, but they couldn't figure him out. Brother Duan, don't be angry. Back then, you were fat and we felt like old friends at first sight. Have you forgotten? So many spiritual weapons flew out from the tomb and I gave them all to you. I didn't even say no. Now, I'm short of money and want to borrow a few weapons from you, but you're acting like this. You're really not loyal, Yi Fan said. Speaking of the past, Fatty Duan's heart ached. Thinking of losing the green copper, he said with a pained heart, let's not talk anymore. Give me a piece of old copper and we'll be friends. No problem. Yi Fan stepped forward and put his arm around his shoulder, saying, Brother Duan, you saw it too. I'm in trouble. Many people want to kill me. Lend me the heaven-devouring evil jar for half a year. I heard you have a few ancient scriptures. Can you lend them to me for 2 years? One used his divine physique to suppress the other, and the other used the heaven-devouring evil jar to intimidate him. They put their arms around each other's shoulders and haggled as they walked toward the depths of Chishire Manor. Fatty Duan, why do you want the Heaven Origin Immortal Formation? Damn it, and you want me to carve 100 of them at once. Do you think you're drinking cold water? 100 of them? Just move your finger and you'll have them. You must feel good robbing me of my Imperial Divine Weapons, right? Why don't I rob you? Damn you, Duanda, 1 Heaven Resentment Immortal Formation needs 1,000,000 runes and 4 pieces of divine source the size of a human head. Why don't you go rob someone? Open the treasury of a holy land and see if there's that much. Kid, aren't you the Yuan Taoist master? Go to the northern region and you'll have everything you need. How about this, carve 50 of them for me. Fatty Duan, go to hell. 1 Heaven Resentment Immortal Formation is worth 1,000,000 kilograms of pure divine source. You won't find that much divine source even if you dig up a great emperor's tomb. I'm not asking you to give it to me now. Can you carve 8 or 10 of them for me first? Ever since Fatty Duan saw Xianxia's Heaven Origin Immortal Formation, he couldn't forget it. Later, when he learned that Yifan had killed a mighty with it, he became even more tempted. Why do you need so many divine origin immortal formations for no reason? Yifan didn't understand. North the Arch, aren't you plotting against the ancient sovereign mountain? You want to take out the Wuxia Bell. How can I be left out of this? I want to see Great Emperor Wuxia. King Duanda, damn bastard Ziting, damn it, kid, why are you scolding me? Just scold the North the Arch. Come with me to the ancient sovereign mountain. Yifan couldn't stop thinking. The North the Arch really dared to make a move on the Purple Mountain. Back then, he couldn't even open the Arch weapon. Could he? If I don't go, I'll just be courting death. I don't want to die for no reason. Kid, don't regret it. The North the Arch has convinced some primordial imperial clans. They might be able to enter the Purple Mountain. At that time, they might even be able to carry Great Emperor Wuxia's corpse out. Do you have any other news? Yifan asked. There's too much news. This month, the Eastern Barren Territory hasn't been peaceful. Many things have happened. Fatty Duan patted his shoulder and said, come with me. With your original skill and my divine skill, we'll be invincible. No, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Yifan shook his head. You have to know that my imperial divine weapons are priceless. No one can afford them. You robbed them all at once. Tell me, how are we going to settle this? Go and help me pay for it. Go to hell. Why didn't you say what happened to them when you stole my spiritual weapon? I used them as a sacrifice to control the sky-devouring demon jar. Don't count on it. Then we're even. You're so indifferent. Even that dog from the Eastern Barren Territory went crazy. Aren't you moved? Duanda said. CKU. How can I compare? Tell me what happened. That dog from the Eastern Barren Territory is too strange. It killed a few powerful people and almost crippled Wanting. It's the same kind of dog as you. Don't you want to see that annoying dog? The major forces retreated. Many people's hearts were heavy after seeing Yifan's bravery during the tribulation. His saint body had already grown to such a level. Could they still kill him? At this moment, Duanda and Yifan were still chattering. They didn't want to give in to each other. They sat on a beautiful mountain peak and glared at each other. Fatty Duan, don't force me. If you piss me off, the northern region will be my world. I'll use my original technique to send you to the Origin Ancient Mine. Do you think I'm scared? If I'm not happy, I'll use the sky-devouring evil jar to suppress you and throw you into the southern gate of the Divine Ruins. Don't ever think about coming out. Duanda insisted. Yifan owed him 100 Origin Divine Formations. He wanted him to carve 8 of them right now. Otherwise, he'd have to compensate him with several Imperial Divine Weapons. Duanda, you sneaked into the Ji clan's cemetery and opened the ancient tomb of the ancient invincible Divine King. How are you going to settle this? An expert of the Ji clan arrived with a dark face. Don't cause trouble for me. Fighting is forbidden in the Chishire mansion. Moreover, I didn't even find a single strand of hair in that tomb, so I was stained with bad luck and was chased by you for hundreds of thousands of miles. Duanda said plausibly. This is an insult to the Ji clan. You won't be able to leave the Chishire mansion. If you dare to show yourself, I'll kill you immediately. The expert threatened. Duanda! Wu Zhongtian shouted. He descended from the sky, followed by Li Heishui and the others. Who are you? I don't know you. Duanda felt guilty. You dug up my family's tomb. This isn't over yet. Wu Zhongtian's expression was ugly. His grandfather Wu Dao had chased Duanda for thousands of miles, but he still managed to escape. Let's talk. Don't shout. Duanda lifted his butt and wanted to run. Priest Duan, where's the sky demon lamp? Yao Yuekong flew over with an unfriendly expression. The cemetery of the Sky Demon Palace had also been dug up. I picked up that magic lamp. Besides, those 3 bastards robbed it. Go and settle the score with them. Duanda wanted to slip away, but he found that more and more people were looking for them. Whoosh! A silhouette materialized out of thin air, and a handsome man blocked his way. It was the Middle Emperor Xian Yufei. His expression was calm, and there were no fluctuations in his emotions. He said, "You should return the longevity lock to me." In the distance, everyone felt dizzy. Duanda really dared to rob just about anyone. As soon as he showed himself, a group of victims came knocking on his door, and even Central Emperor was included. That's your cenotaph. Your real body was taken away 9,000 years ago. I did pick up a lock, but it was also robbed. Don't ask me for it. Daoist Duan, you went in and out of the Fei Godin tomb 9 times. What did you steal? Did you see the supreme treasure, the ancient desolate tower? A flawless girl appeared. Yan Ryu had come looking for him. Stop putting labels on me. Not to mention the ancient desolate tower, I did not even enter the main entrance of the Yin grave. It has nothing to do with me. Duan Dijin said anxiously. He saw Yi Fan jump out in a moment of anger, but he did not expect so many creditors to jump out in such a short time. He felt guilty. Daoist Duan, it's fine that you robbed the Eastern Desolate Tomb, but you came to my central prefecture to wreak havoc. The 9 divine weapons have been buried underground for 15,000 years, and you even dug them out. The Emergence King Su Zishuan appeared. That Emergence King has nothing to do with you. You are not related by blood. Don't put all your bad debts on me. Those 18 pearls should have something to do with us, right? On the other side, a young king from the central prefecture walked over with an unfriendly expression. Duanda's scalp went numb. He felt that he jumped out at the wrong time. He was blocked by a group of victims and had nothing to say. Yi Fan chuckled and said, Brother Duan, you have done too many immoral things. You are not satisfied with the heaven-devouring demon jar, and you go around robbing ancient tombs. You are too unscrupulous. If I want to control the Emperor weapon, I need to nurture the weapon spirit. No matter how many weapons I have, it will not be enough for me. Duanda, you are too evil. You entered my Ji clan's cemetery and even want to find the Void Emperor's tomb. Ji Ziyue complained. On the side, Ji Haoyue, who had the Divine King physique, had an unfriendly expression. His eyes were very sharp as he stared at him. Damn, I was wondering why there were so many people looking for trouble with me. So it's because of those 2 bastards. Duanda stared at the 2 people in the distance. One was Pang Bo, and the other was barbarian Dongfang Yi. They were doing their best to attract people and spread the story of the tomb robbers. You too, one robbed me, and the other is using my 9 divine weapons. Why haven't you died yet? Fatty Duan took advantage of the situation and shouted loudly. He then rushed over and disappeared like a wisp of smoke, escaping without a trace. Pangbo and Barbarian looked at each other and smiled. This was indeed the idea they thought of to solve the problem for Yi Fan. Otherwise, Fatty Duan would not be easy to deal with. If you have the guts, then stay in the unique scholar manor for the rest of your life. If you dare to leave, I will skin you alive. A powerhouse from the Ji clan said and turned to leave. Yi Fan stayed in the unique scholar manor for another half a month. He entered their ancient book vault and carefully searched, but he couldn't find even the slightest bit of the first 9 great completion Saint Physiques. I have been tricked. He wanted to find the Vice Master Lin Daochen and ask him about it. In the end, he was told that he was in seclusion and might be hiding in some corner. Who knows, he might not move for another 10 years. During the ancient years, there really were a few saint physiques that came here, but they have already left along the starry sky ancient path. A powerhouse said. Where does it lead to? Yi Fan asked. In the end, there was no answer. This was the highest secret of the unique scholar manor. Several days later, Yi Fan left. He waved to everyone and said, "Don't worry, we will meet again very soon. I have some problems to solve and will be back soon. Little Yi, you have to take care." Ji Ziyue reminded. Yi, wait until I finish eating that coffin and enter the secret realm. I will immediately find you. Pangbo was resolute. The group was speechless. Today, there will be a great war in the eastern wasteland. The unique scholar manor might send us there to train. Maybe we can fight shoulder to shoulder. Dong Fangyi said. When you see that damned dog, quickly ask it to find Tu Fei. He has been missing for several years. Li Heishui and the others couldn't let it go. At the same time, they told Yi Fan that they would most likely participate in the war in the eastern wasteland. Even if you really want to train, don't act rashly. This time, it might involve the immemorial imperial family. It's useless for the Saint Lords to go. Moreover, I'm not going to the eastern wasteland. Yi Fan warned them. Finally, the teleportation formation was activated. Yi Fan was about to disappear and cross the void. Brat, have you thought it through? Do you want to go to the eastern wasteland? I will wait for you at the ancient Emperor Mountain. We will fight the eastern wasteland together and meet the immemorial king. Take out the Wuxia bell. Duanda shouted from afar. However, Yi Fan couldn't hear it. His figure became indistinct, thus disappearing. Grave robber, you dare to show up? A group of people shouted. Duanda didn't have a temper. He disappeared quickly and didn't dare to linger. However, before he left, he shouted. Anyone want to go to the eastern wasteland to fight the immemorial king? Anyone want to dig the great Emperor Wuxia's grave? Anyone want to catch the immortal phoenix herb? Let's form a team. After an unknown time, Yi Fan walked out of the territory gate and arrived at the southern part of the center prefecture. This place was full of life and lush greenery. He didn't go to the eastern wasteland because he knew it was hard to open the ancient Emperor Mountain. Previously, the eastern wasteland and the center prefecture had used many sovereign weapons to open it, but they couldn't. Shi Yan didn't believe that the North King had that much power. If the immemorial king awakens, he might really be able to open it. That is their ancient Emperor Mountain, and there are also ancient kings in the Purple Mountain. If they work with the outside world, Yi Fan thought of this possibility and felt uneasy. The undying heavenly emperor, the ancient emperor token, a divine egg, the Wuxia Sutra, the Wuxia bell, the immortal phoenix herb, the great emperor Wuxia's corporeal body, many divine items had appeared there, and there were still many left. I haven't seen the Black Emperor for a long time. I wonder how many people this damned dog has harmed. His greedy nature hasn't diminished at all. I really don't know how he dealt with North Qingting. Yi Fan's mind was filled with thoughts as he thought of the past events in the Eastern Barren Land. I wonder how little Nan Nan is doing. Has she grown up? What is the origin of the so-called divine infant? He felt that after settling the matters here, it was time to go back to the Eastern Wasteland to take a look. It had been a long time. There was an ancient city in front of a boundless land. Looking from afar, it was filled with auspicious energy and colorful lights. It was incomparably sacred and auspicious. This was the pure land of the Yin Yang school. Many of the great sects in the Central Plains were like this. They built cities and nurtured draconic energy. After more than 200,000 years, it had long since become a divine land. The majestic city walls were like a black steel wall that stretched on endlessly. It was filled with power, and the majesty of the ancient city had the power to break through the clouds. I, Yi Fan, am here. Yi Fan strode over and gazed at the Yin Yang God city in the distance. He revealed a cold smile and said, "Every time, it's you people who come to provoke me. Today, I've broken into the city." Of course, he wasn't attacking the city from the front. The Yin Yang school was one of the great sects in the Central Plains. They had many experts and looked down on the Central Plains. They also had the Yin-Yang ancient mirror as their foundation, so no one dared to offend them. If one Yin-Yang school leader died, there would definitely be a second, a third, a fourth. It was not a big deal for such a great sect to lose an old leader. Their foundation was very solid. Unless they had the human race's emperor weapon, they could not be shaken. He had already seen the power of an incomplete saint weapon. Killing a divine lord was as easy as killing an ant. If the real Yin-Yang ancient mirror appeared, there was no way to stop it. The person who had the mirror was invincible in the past. The Central Plains is a land of great heroes. Since ancient times, there have been many ancestral roots that have nurtured draconic energy. They have created divine lands one after another, but they have also given me a chance. Yi Fan circled around the Yin-Yang god city for 3 days. He measured the terrain and prepared to use the draconic energy to fight against this ancient sect. He thought hard and dug out a shocking dragon cave in the north, south, east, and west. Then, he carved countless runes in them, pushing his Genesis technique to its limit. Anyone who kills Yi Fan will be rewarded with an Emperor Divine weapon. Anyone who kills Yi Fan will be rewarded with 5 million kilograms of Genesis Chi. A sky-high reward. Anyone who kills Saint Physique will be rewarded with a jar of dragon marrow. In the past half a month, the Central Plains was in an uproar. The death of the Yin-Yang school leader had caused a huge uproar. Many great powers were shaken and the sect had issued a sky-high reward. And that was why Yi Fan had come. The Yin-Yang school would not rest until he was dead, so there was no need for him to be polite. Anyone who can take the head of the Yi family's little brat will be rewarded with an ancient saint's comprehension. Anyone who can kill Saint Physique can come to the Yin-Yang school and listen to the heavenly voice of the Great Path for 10 years. The Yin-Yang school's voice shook the world. The conditions they offered made many people jealous. Naturally, those who were not afraid of death moved out. Many powerful rogue cultivators started to look for Yi Fan. In the past few days, the people of the Central Plains were all hooked up. Everyone was tempted. The comprehension of the ancient saint and the heavenly voice of the Yin-Yang divine ancestor made many divine lords unable to sit still. These conditions were too generous. There was no one who wouldn't be tempted. The Yin-Yang school was determined to get rid of Saint Physique and shouted to all of the experts in the Central Plains. This was a huge earthquake. A storm was about to arrive. Experts from all walks of life moved out and almost turned the Central Plains upside down. They were all looking for Yi Fan. It was to the extent where many people knew that Yi Fan had left the unique scholar matter, but they still rushed in. They wanted to find clues and exchange them for a great Dao fruit. This was a huge storm that engulfed the Central Plains. No one thought that the Yin-Yang school would be willing to pay such a price to get rid of Saint Physique. The Yin-Yang school feels the pressure and is afraid. They are worried that Saint Physique will mature. That's right. Once Yi Fan passes the trial of the Divine Lord, it will be a disaster for the Yin-Yang school. They won't dare to let him prove his Dao. Everyone was discussing this. During these few days, the entire Central Plains was shaken. A cold smile hung on the corners of Yi Fan's lips. Since you want to fight me to the death and issue this kind of killing order to deal with me, then I will accompany you to the end. No one expected that he would take the risk in such a dangerous situation. He arrived outside the Yin-Yang god city alone. No one knew that he was going to pierce through the heavens. Yi Fan was extremely patient. He spent half a month of time painstakingly studying the layout. Endless symbols were engraved into the great earth as he laid down an exceptional heavenly origin divine formation. This formation was many times more brilliant than Ouyang Ye's. It was extremely large and trapped the entire ancient city within. It borrowed the power of the mountains and rivers as well as the power of the stars to ignite the ancient draconic energy. Apart from the 4 main dragon caves in the north, south, east, and west, Yi Fan dug up another 81 underground dragon veins. He completely changed this land and turned it into his main battlefield. However, he couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Back then, there were unmatched experts who took action here. When they chose to construct this formation, they had long made preparations and anticipated all types of dangers. Even so, I will make you all suffer the consequences. A few days later, the Yin school issued many shocking bounties, encouraging the world to kill the Saint Fiziki fan at all costs. Whoever can provide the whereabouts of this child will also receive a sky-high reward. Whoever kills this little thief can enter the Yin ancient mirror to comprehend the Tao for 100 years. Whoever kills this evil creature can obtain a shocking divine treasury. Yin school, I am here. All of you, get out here and accept your death. On this day, a loud roar resounded throughout the Yin god city. No one expected Yi Fan to slaughter his way into their divine land alone. When he got close, the entire central continent's people were looking for him, yet he took the initiative to attack them. End of chapter 662. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.